Xiao Hong smiled and said, "The dolls should be something like cloth dolls." "Yes," Fong Wanwan nodded. She looked at her sister-in-law Yang Shiqin, who was quick to respond and strong-willed. She was good at business, but she didn't plan to start a new venture now since she was mainly focused on studying. The dolls Fong Wanwan wanted Yang Shiqin to make were gifts for the children of those who made custom clothes. She also remembered she had promised Chunyi last time. Xiao Hong quickly said, "That's not difficult. If I have extra fabric and cotton, I can make them too." Yang Shiqin's mother, Lu Chunying, said, "We don't have those two things at home. The patches on the clothes are all sewn together from different pieces." Fong Wanwan replied, "I will send fabric and cotton, and the labor cost will be 1.5 mao per piece, including the fabric bag too." Surprisingly, there is even a labor fee? Lu Xiaohong and Yang Shiqin were both stunned. Yang Shiqin stood up and stammered, "Wanwan, this sister can't take it." Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "You can't work for free forever. I usually make about 15 each month. If you're not happy, I can only go to my tailor in the city." Lu Xiaohong opened her mouth and took a long time to react. She ran in front of Fong Wanwan. "I'm willing to do it. I am also willing to pay one." With this work, she wouldn't be working in the fields anymore. If she can make 15 a month, her wages would be enough to match a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. Fong Wanwan said to Lu Xiaohong, "The cloth dolls I want to make are not as simple as you think, so I still need the 1.5 mao labor fee." "Alright, isn't it harder than lying on your back or head down?" "At worst, I can learn to use a sewing machine," Lu Xiaohong said. From the moment she saw Fong Wanwan, she felt she was different from other girls. Fong Wanwan smiled. "That's good. I'm glad you have this determination." Lu Xiaohong patted her chest and promised, "I've worked with others before. Look at our tiled house. That's how we got it." Fong Wanwan understood immediately. No wonder, besides Old Man Yang, she was the most influential in the family. She was lively, active, and experienced. She couldn't help but ask again, "What did you do before?" Lu Xiaohong didn't hide it from her. "A few years ago, a girl in our village fell into the water. When she woke up, she seemed like a different person, more intelligent, with her own opinions. She could make soap and even snow cream. Back then, individual businesses weren't allowed yet. She secretly gathered a few people to do it, then sold the products on the black market. I was one of them because her soap was so good, made the face feel smooth. Women and girls in the city loved it. I joined in. We worked from early morning till late at night. Besides 10 yuan wages a month, there were bonuses if sales were good. Sometimes I could earn over 50 yuan a month." Hearing this, Fong Wanwan became very interested and quickly asked, "And then?" Lu Xiaohong's expression darkened a bit. Later, their family made quite a lot of money and even built a 2-story small house. But the villagers reported them, saying they were speculating and taking the capitalist road, and they were called in for criticism and education. After receiving criticism, she returned home but didn't see clearly at night and fell into the river again. When she woke up, she stopped doing business and became just like she was before, completely clueless, with a bad temper, and even speaking less. Fong Wanwan found this hard to believe. She thought someone must have traveled through time in the middle and the original owner had come back. No matter how much someone tries to imitate, they can't be exactly the same unless they're the original person. At least she was herself, only able to pretend during the first few days after arriving. As time went on, she became more her true self, and now she can't even remember the original owner's words and actions. As the saying goes, it's easy to change the scenery, but hard to change a person's nature. If someone could truly change easily, that famous saying wouldn't exist. Thinking of this, her mind suddenly cleared like fireworks exploding, and she wondered if this could be the way back. If so, she was determined to go back. Although her parents rarely stayed with her since she was young, they loved her and did their best to give her everything she needed. And her younger brother, who had always followed her around happily. Even if they fought or argued, he was the first to stand up for her whenever something happened. She believed her calm and confident attitude came from the rich spiritual and material world her family provided. She wanted to see this girl, so she asked again, "How is she now?" Lu Xiaohong shook her head. "Her luck has been really bad." The day after she was rescued from falling into the water, a policy allowing small businesses was introduced. But she refused to start again. Luckily, she had collected some old, strange items before, and she sold them to knowledgeable buyers. Now her family is getting by. Those were antiques, and Fong Wanwan was even more sure that the girl was also a traveler from another world. To avoid revealing her suspicion, she didn't show too much excitement, only nodded regretfully. Finally, Lu Xiaohong said, "Sigh, she's already 25 and still not married. She just drifts through life now, completely different from her once lively and passionate self." Seeing Fong Wanwan deep in thought, Yang Shiqin quickly asked, "Why are you bringing this up now?" She turned and picked a basket of fresh vegetables from the garden. Fong Wanwan looked at the vibrant greens and carrots, smiling. "Your whole family is pretty good at growing vegetables." Afterward, she whispered something into Yang Shiqin's ear. Yang Shiqin was surprised and widened her eyes, looking a bit hesitant. Is that okay? Does it cause you any trouble?" Fong Wanwan's lips curved into a slight smile. "She's already targeting me. If I don't show her some color, she'll think she can do whatever she wants." Yang Shiqin had seen how Fong Wanwan dealt with old Madame Qian before, and she admired her greatly, but she didn't dare to act. "Thank you, Wanwan. I'll listen to you." This was the first time someone stood up for her. Her family didn't treat her badly. They just focused on Officer Chen Gang's status. No one dared to say anything, and when she got angry, she stayed a few days. But whenever Officer Chen came, they'd persuade her to go back. Most women in the countryside are like that. Sometimes they have to swallow their anger. Before leaving, Fong Wanwan was invited to stay for a meal, but she refused. She told Lu Xiaohong she would come the day after tomorrow to deliver fabric, as she needed to go to the county tomorrow. When she returned, it was already past lunchtime. Luckily, the house had some cakes and cookies, so she and Finfin ate a little to get by. While Finfin was napping, she drew pictures of dolls and fabric bags. In the afternoon, Su Cheng finished work and picked Hang Hai up. Seeing Fong Wanwan pouring matches on the table to teach Finfin how to count, he approached. He liked the scene. He took Hang Hai's hand and asked, "Are you hungry?" Hearing Su Cheng's voice, Fong Wanwan quickly stood up. "A little. Then I'll make some other dishes first." "You, two, eat first. The chicken soup might be a bit late," Su Cheng said, rolling up his sleeves and heading to the backyard. Hang Hai sat beside his sister, helping her count. Seeing that Finfin had someone to accompany her, Fong Wanwan also went to the backyard. She took out the basket of vegetables from Yang's family and poured them on the ground. "Let me help." Su Cheng looked at her delicate, fair hands and said softly, "No need. I'll do it quickly." Her hands were soft and cool, capable of drawing clothes and characters. He changed the coal, rinsed the rice, and started cooking. He took the leftover vegetables from Fong Wanwan's hands and said, "Go sit inside and rest. The water's cold, I'll handle it." Fong Wanwan suddenly stopped, staring at him without blinking, feeling very upset inside. She couldn't bear to part with Su Cheng. Su Cheng felt uncomfortable under her gaze and turned to ask, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Fong Wanwan shook her head, tears in her voice. "Su Cheng, can you be a little less good to me?" Seeing her like this, Su Cheng felt anxious. He quickly stopped what he was doing. "Did someone treat you unfairly?" Wanyan Wenwen sniffed and said, "Who would dare to make me feel wronged?" Su Cheng was stunned, slightly at a loss, and pressed his lips together. After a moment, he whispered, then, "After Finfin falls asleep, I will come over to pay back the debt, okay?" For some reason, he couldn't stand to see her a little unhappy. Otherwise, he felt anxious inside. Seeing his ears turn red to his neck and his embarrassment, Wanyan Wenwen couldn't help but smile again. "Sure." When Su Cheng saw her smile, he finally relaxed. He then said, "Go back to your room. It's cold outside." Wanyan Wenwen glared. "I just want to stay with you a little longer." "What's wrong with that?" Su Chung was silent for a while before saying, "All right." The vegetables were washed and cut, and the rice was cooked. Su Chung started cooking stir-fried bok choy and braised lean meat with carrots. After cooking the dishes and setting them on the table, he said, "If you're hungry, eat first. Later, I'll boil water, clean the feathers, and cook tonight so you can drink it tomorrow morning." Wan Yenwen quickly took bowls and chopsticks, set the tableware, and served rice to everyone. When Su Chung put the water on the stove and sat back at the table, Finfin spoke up, "Dad, with you, we are so happy. The food smells so good." Wan Yenwen. She pinched Finfin's little face. "Don't try to steal the chance to show affection to Dad." Finfin pouted and, for the first time, argued back. "Auntie can think of another way." Wan Yenwen scooped a piece of meat for Su Chung. "You've worked hard. You're the best in my heart." Hang Hai, acting like a big kid, shook his head. Su Cheng's lips curved slightly as he also scooped a piece of meat for Hang Hai. "Eat up." Hang Hai started eating. "Hang Hai, after you finish eating, call Ershwan over and tell him the funny things that happened at school, okay?" Wan Yenwen winked at Hang Hai. Hang Hai nodded, "Okay." After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Today, the teacher praised me for my good pronunciation of pinyin." Wan Yenwen exaggerated. "Wow, that's amazing. Maybe Hang Hai will be a top student in elementary school in the future." Hang Hai took a couple of bites of rice. "It's because you taught me well." Wan Yenwen proudly looked at Su Chung. "Oh, how amazing I am." Su Chung looked at her proud expression and couldn't help but smile more deeply, nodding. "Yes, very impressive." Wan Yenwen was flustered by Su Cheng's smile, thinking, "Su Chung, you have dimples when you smile. You're so handsome, it's dizzying." Su Cheng's lips twitched, and his face slightly reddened. He whispered, "That's a bit exaggerated. No one has ever praised him like this before. Or maybe he has never smiled so broadly." Just then, loud crying and shouting came from the next door. Ershwan crying and Lu Laotai yelling, "Dad, hurry up and cook. I'm so hungry." Lu Laotai looked stern. "Is your mother dead? She's not coming back. Your dad works from morning till night and is very tired. Hang Hai's dad works hard too. Why can he, but Dad can't?" Chun Gang wiped sweat from his forehead, fanning the coal stove, but it wouldn't light. The house filled with smoke, making Lu Laotai cough nonstop. Ershwan started crying loudly again, running to the backyard to chase the chickens, which were flying everywhere. "Why are you doing that, Ershwan?"
Chun Gang shouted anxiously.
Ershwan loudly said, "I want to eat eggs. Today, Mom isn't here, so Grandma cooked 2 eggs. We'll eat them soon." Chun Gang felt a headache coming on. He didn't reply, just stared at the stove, eyes almost blinded by the smoke. Lu Laotai was also very hungry and couldn't help but call to her son, "Gongzi, has the stove been lit? If not, go next door and borrow some fire." Chun Gang said irritably, "Didn't you just argue with the neighbors? Who's going to lend us fire? Go to Hung Hai's house." Chun Gang remembered what Ershwan had said and replied, "I won't go." If Su Cheng's own mother deliberately tricked his wife, would he get a good outcome? This time, Ershwan caused a big fuss again. "What's going on? There are no eggs in the chicken coop. Did Grandma secretly eat them all?" Lu Laotai, hearing this, grabbed her cane and was about to go over to hit Ershwan. "You little rascal, is Grandma spoiling you too much? Learning to accuse others now." Ershwan quickly hid behind Chun Gang, looking sad. "Dad, before, Mom could pick 4 eggs every day. Today's 4 eggs were from yesterday, when Mom collected them and put them in the kitchen cabinet. The eggs in the chicken coop haven't been collected yet. Now, not a single egg can be found. Where do you think they went?" Lu Laotai heard this and thought, "Isn't this grandson clearly accusing her?" She hurriedly took a few steps forward, but because she was in a rush, she stepped on chicken droppings and got angry. "Chun Gang, you've been back for so long and you still don't know to sweep the floor? Look at this, look at this." Chun Gang pulled Ershwan out from behind him. "Go sweep the floor quickly. Don't let Grandma fall."
Ershwan Luo getronged.
"Do you think I'm stupid? She came over just to hit me. If I fall, I fall. Chun Gang heard this and became very angry. You little brat, so unkind at such a young age. Watch me teach you a lesson. When Schwan saw Chun Gang was about to hit him, he quickly ran to the door, shouting as he ran, "Oh, my dad won't give me food and is hitting me. Come see." Chun Gang, proud of his reputation, couldn't let his son shout like that. He grabbed a broom and chased after him. Schwan ran very fast. He turned in front of a row of houses, and Chun Gang lost sight of him. It was already dark. Chun Gang looked around but couldn't find Schwan. He felt worried and shouted loudly, "Schwan, come out. Dad won't hit you anymore." Schwan wouldn't listen to him. Auntie said she wanted to make sure the mother and son couldn't sleep tonight. The dog hole was where Chun Gang and Auntie had stepped during the day. Chun Gang searched a few times, then ran further ahead but still couldn't find his son. He became anxious, calling out all over the military area but saw no one. He was tired and hungry, feeling both worried and angry. Hearing Chun Gang's voice getting farther away, Schwan crawled out of the dog hole and immediately bumped into Fong Wanwan. Fong Wanwan made a should gesture to him. Schwan looked around and asked, "Annie, have I completed my task now? What about my dad?" Fong Wanwan looked into Schwan's frightened eyes. She wondered if she was being too mean and felt a little guilty. She said softly, "Great job. Ollie will take you to eat something, and your dad and grandma will be worried for 2 hours. Then I will take you back." Schwan looked up and said, "I don't want to go back. My dad and grandma wanted to hit me just now." Seeing grandma so angry was really satisfying. "I can also vent my anger on mom." He added, "It would be best if dad and grandma argued and grandma was sent back." Fong Wanwan looked at Schwan with some surprise, realizing she might have misunderstood him earlier. After thinking for a moment, she said gently, "It's better not to go too far. A little punishment is enough." After all, Yang Shiqi never wanted to divorce Chun Gang. Making a big fuss could lead to trouble. Although Schwan was reluctant, he nodded with his head down and said, "Okay, Auntie. I'll listen to you." Fong Wanwan brushed off the dust and grass from Schwan and took out a wrapped newspaper from her pocket, placing it in his hand. Schwan opened the newspaper and saw cookies and egg cakes inside. "Please eat first. Your dad is probably looking for Hong Hai's dad now. We will go back later. Auntie left some food at home for you. After your dad and them leave, I will take you to eat." Shuangzi happily nodded, picked up a cake, and put it in his mouth. He chewed once but then froze, looking scared and stunned. "What's wrong?" Fong Wanwan turned to look where Shuangzi was looking and was shocked. "Su Chung, how are you here?" She quickly pulled Shuangzi behind her and explained hurriedly, I just found him and was about to bring him back." Su Chung looked at her nervous face, hesitated, then sighed and said, "Good job. Let's go home." Fong Wanwan patted her chest, relieved that Su Chung didn't suspect her. As they took a few steps, she suddenly kicked a brick and almost fell. Su Chung reacted quickly and caught her. "Be careful." Shuangzi hung his head and walked ahead reluctantly. At home, Fong Wanwan hurried to heat some food for Shuangzi and brought it to the table for him to eat. Fong Wanwan sat at one end, Su Chung at the other. Neither of them spoke. She secretly glanced at Su Cheng's face. It looked calm, not angry. She then said, "Fortunately, I found him." Su Cheng nodded. "Yes. Next time you need to find someone, call me. It's so dark now, it's not safe." Fong Wanwan shyly touched her nose. "You were washing dishes then, right?" "I was anxious and didn't tell you." Su Cheng responded with a soft, and looked back at Shuangzi. For some reason, when Su Cheng stared at him like that, Shuangzi felt uncomfortable and stammered, "My dad and grandma are going to hit me. That's why I hid. I have nothing to do with Annie." As soon as he said that, Fong Wanwan covered her face with her hands. Kids are just kids. Why is it so easy for them to tell the truth? She quickly wiped her hands on her face, took a deep breath, and said, "So, I should take Shuangzi there now." Su Cheng didn't say anything else. He stood up and said, "I'll go." Fong Wanwan was worried Su Qing might hear something from Heir Shuangzi on the way, so she hurriedly reached out and said, "You're tired. Rest first." I'll go. I'll go." Su Qing held Heir Shuangzi's hand and said, "It's okay. Wait for me at home." Then he took Heir Shuangzi and left. On the way, Su Qing held Heir Shuangzi's hand and asked, "Was it really because your dad and grandma wanted to hit you that you ran away?" Xuanzi nodded heavily, yes. "Why did Andy find you?" Su Qing asked again. This time, Xuanzi became alert.
I'm hungry.
I heard Aunt Fong's voice and wanted to ask her for some food, so I ran out by myself. Su Qing gave a soft and asked, "If someone asks you, just tell the truth. Don't say anything extra. If they ask again, just cry and say you're upset."
This was the first time he was teaching a child to lie. Ner Xuanzi nodded. Okay.
Fong Wanwan sat nervously in the room, watching Finfin's sleeping face. She thought to herself, if Su Qing knew how she was teaching the child, what would he think? She sat down anxiously, then stood up again, finally comforting herself. Anyway, she was going to leave soon and couldn't get close to Su Qing, so she should just do her best. Thinking this, she felt a little better. Just as she was about to lie down next to Finfin, there was a sudden knock on the door. Fong Wanwan thought, "Oh no, they must have found out something and wanted to talk to her." She decided to pretend to be asleep and ignore it. "Wanwan, are you asleep?" Su Cheng's voice came. Fong Wanwan hurriedly lay on the bed and pulled the quilt over her. Although she made a very soft sound when taking off her shoes, Su Cheng's hearing was excellent. He smirked slightly and said, "Heir Zwan told me to pass on a message to you."
Ah.
I almost fell asleep. I'll open the door right away." Fong Wanwan pretended to be sleepy. The door was opened. Su Qing looked at Fong Wanwan yawning widely and didn't know what to say. "Heir Zwan says thank you," Su Qing quietly told her, looking into her eyes. Fong Wanwan nodded. You're welcome. Sister Yang took care of Hang Hang like this before. I remember it well." Su Cheng's heart suddenly softened again. Anyone who was kind to her, he remembered clearly. Although she often didn't tell the truth, had endless tricks, told one lie after another, and her acting was clumsy, he didn't dislike her at all. In fact, he liked her very much. From the moment she sat calmly at the dining table, listening carefully to the sounds outside, he was sure she knew something. And her fiery fuss with Xuanzi was very strategic, first complaining that Dad was not as good as her, then accusing Grandma of stealing eggs. Each point could ignite the adult's anger precisely. Finally, she ran to the door shouting for others to come and watch, then disappeared in an instant. Without adult guidance, a 5-year-old's anger wouldn't normally lead to such a scene. From the way Fong Wanwan stood at the door, looking left and right, he had already locked onto her. "Come here," Su Qing said softly. Fong Wanwan saw that Su Qing didn't ask anything else, so she grew bolder. She walked closer and pretended to be fair, saying, "Chun Gang and his mom are really not good people."
Heir Shuangzi is so pitiful.
"Don't you think so?" Su Qing nodded lightly and said, "His mother causing trouble will affect the reputation in the community. I will remind him about it." Fong Wanwan slapped her forehead. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" If she had known Su Qing could use his power to influence things, she wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to bother Heir Shuangzi. Seeing her frustrated look, Su Qing gently comforted her. It's not too late. He wouldn't let Fong Wanwan be taken advantage of by old lady Lu for nothing. Then, Su Qing remembered something else. "Wanwan, your household registration might take a while. During the new year, I plan to go to Kyoto to see your dad. Do you want to come?" Fong Wanwan almost forgot about her household registration. Originally, she wanted to get it to escape the Fong family and to go to university. Now that she found a way back, it seemed less important. But looking into Su Cheng's eyes, she felt uncomfortable again. She, Fong Wanwan, a strong, independent woman from the 23rd century, shouldn't be so love-struck.
But.
It's Su Cheng. Forget it. At worst, she would leave him with no worries before she left, leaving behind some valuable assets. Seeing her mood suddenly drop again, Su Cheng said, "Don't worry. Problems will be solved. If you don't want to go, that's okay." Fong Wanwan shook her head. Su Chung, don't help me so much. Actually, I'm quite selfish. I won't transfer my household registration. It doesn't matter anymore. I used to think about going to university, but now I feel it's not necessary. Su Chung felt a strange sense of panic. Why don't you want to go to university? Fin will be 3 after the new year, and in a year, she'll start kindergarten. Then you won't have to worry about her. In a year? Fong Wanwan repeated in her mind. Should she send Fin to kindergarten before returning? She decided to work hard and earn more money during this time. No matter whether Su Chung liked her or not, at least he treated her gently. She really wanted to ask about the outcome, but if he said he liked her, would she stay? Of course not. Maybe I won't get in, Fong Wanwan said. Su Chung didn't think so. Whether you get in or not, you'll know after trying. If you really can't get in, there won't be any regrets. Fong Wanwan lowered her head and said nothing. After a while, she looked up and asked, Su Chung, if I didn't stick to the 2-year agreement and left early, would you hate me? Hearing this, Su Chung felt a heavy to his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. After a long pause, he asked, what do our actions these days count as? Just repaying a debt? That day at the guest house, when he responded to her, he decided that he would accept her for life. Seeing Fong Wanwan not answer, he lowered his head and gave a self-deprecating smile. He knew he was overthinking. He always thought this wealthy young lady wouldn't look at him seriously. She was just playing around for fun. His tone carried a hint of sadness, as if he was about to be abandoned. Fong Wanwan was stunned for a moment before realizing that Su Chung did have expectations of her. She should have been happy, but she wanted to explain something, but couldn't find the words. Su Chung turned and left the room. Fong Wanwan stood at the door for a long time before turning around and sitting on the bed. She numbly took off her clothes and got into bed. Why didn't heaven let her know earlier how she could go back? If she had known, she wouldn't have provoked Su Chung like that. After a while, she drifted into a hazy sleep and had a dream. She dreamed that everything she had was taken over by another soul. Her house, her car, her savings. Her parents thought she was sick and had lost her memory, so they canceled many jobs, cooked soup for her, and accompanied her on walks and trips. Her younger brother took care of her daily, asking about her well-being. She quit her assistant job at the university, and her studio was given to a good friend. From time to time, she went on blind dates with 2 wealthy young men, but she found them uninteresting and simply didn't return. She enjoyed tasting various delicacies, attending star concerts, and even went out with a young star. She was living freely every day. She heard someone teasing her, saying, I'll make sure you live a good life. Just stay there and be at peace. She also saw her mother and father, who occasionally went to temples to pray for her to recover her memory. After praying, her mother sat beside her, wiping tears and saying, I really regret that I was too busy with work before and didn't pay enough attention to her growth. That's why I became so cold after the incident. Don't worry. One day, our sweet-talking daughter will come back. If she doesn't want to talk to us, let her be and have some peace, her father comforted her. My mother shook her head. I don't blame her for quitting such a good job. Our family doesn't rely on her for money, but I can't stand her indifference toward the family. Yesterday, Fong Rui looked for her, and she just pushed him away. Apart from going to concerts and watching celebrities perform, she has no interest in anything else, not even making friends. I'm really worried she'll get so bored that something bad might happen. Fong Rui was originally Wanwan's younger brother. All right, she hasn't done anything bad. We should be kinder to her. She'll come back on her own, father comforted. Mother nodded and went home with father. When they arrived, mother wanted to bring the hot pig stomach chicken soup she just bought to Wanwan's room to drink. But she was interrupted while she was listening to music and was asked to leave. Wanwan was very angry. She had never been so rude to her mother before. She always smiled and thanked her for her efforts. When mother came out, she sat on the sofa, wiping tears and regretting that she had only focused on her work and had less time to spend with her daughter. She wanted to hug her mother, comfort her, and tell her she never resented their absence. If it weren't for their hard work and effort, she might never have experienced such good education, traveled the world, or gained the confidence to go with the flow. This was more valuable than any wealth. Nothing in the world is perfect, but they set a good example for her. But Mother couldn't hear her speak. Wanwan felt very upset and couldn't help but cry loudly.
Dad. Mom.
I will come back. I will take back my life. I want to take back my life.
Dad.
Annie has been crying for a long time, and I can't wake her up. Fan Fan, still in her slippers, hurried to the kitchen where Su Chung was cooking breakfast. Seeing Wanwan crying with tears all over her face, Su Chung quickly picked her up. What's wrong?
Wanwan?
Wake up, please.
No.
I want to take back my life. Wanwan muttered painfully. In her dazed state, she heard someone calling her name, feeling anxious and unable to focus. Her consciousness gradually returned, and she slowly opened her eyes. She immediately saw Su Chung with red-rimmed eyes. Wanwan took deep breaths, sat up from Su Cheng's arms, and asked nervously what happened to me? Su Chung looked at her gently and said softly, You had a nightmare. A nightmare? Wanwan painfully rubbed her forehead. As her thoughts became clearer, the dream gradually faded away. Fan Fan climbed into Fong Wanwan's arms and hugged her neck tightly, her small voice full of worry. Auntie, did you have a bad dream? Fan Fan is so worried. Fong Wanwan pinched her little chubby face, then returned her normal expression and smiled. Annie dreamed that someone took away her things. I was so angry I cried. Hearing this, Su Cheng's furrowed brow relaxed, and he said, Dreams are usually the opposite. It's good when you wake up. He then got up and went to the kitchen, ignoring Fong Wanwan. Fong Wanwan felt a little sad. Clearly, this man was upset with her. But she could understand. If she were in his place, she would be upset too. However, she couldn't abandon her family just for Su Chung. If she didn't know she could go back, she might be able to win him over tomorrow. But knowing the truth, she wouldn't try, and she might never feel at peace in her life. She helped Fan Fan put on her clothes, then went to the kitchen to get water, brush her teeth, and wash her face. After returning, she styled Fan Fan's hair into a pretty hairstyle. Su Chung finished preparing breakfast and left for work. Hang Hai and the others woke up as usual. After breakfast, Fong Wanwan took Hang Hai to kindergarten. After seeing Hang Hai off, Fong Wanwan looked at the time, 6:30. It was still early before the bus to the county. She stood at the door of Herr Shuangzi's house for a while, but there was no movement inside. She couldn't hold back anymore and called out, Herr Shuangzi, are you at home? Soon, Herr Shuangzi ran out quickly, standing in front of Fong Wanwan happily shouting, Andy, have you eaten breakfast? Herr Shuangzi shook his head. Not yet, but I'm happy because Uncle Su Ching took me back and my dad didn't scold me. Fong Wanwan nodded. Come to my house for breakfast. I need to go to the county. She led Herr Shuangzi into her home, brought out a bowl of noodles from the kitchen, and placed it in front of him. She also took out some cookies and sponge cakes from the room, telling him she wouldn't be back at noon and to behave. Herr Shuangzi nodded, then quietly added, My dad argued with Grandma yesterday. Early this morning, my dad went to work. My grandma is still hungry. Fong Wanwan gently tapped his forehead. Stop causing trouble today.
Shuangzi promised, Inov.
I'll pretend to be sad today. Seeing Fong Wanwan look confused, Herr Shuangzi chuckled. Uncle Su Ching said, if I don't want to say something, I can just cry. Yesterday, my dad asked me, and I cried really sadly. He didn't hit me, and when Grandma scolded me, he protected me. He even comforted me for a long time. Fong Wanwan was speechless. She thought Su Ching might be a two-faced person, but then she felt she might be reading too much into it. After the second guy finished eating his noodles, Fong Wanwan hugged Finfin and hurried to catch the bus. When they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, the bus just pulled up exactly on time. Fong Wanwan looked at her watch with a satisfied smile and said, It's all your credit. You helped me save time and catch the bus. Although it was just a self-praising remark, to others it sounded like a boast. Fong Wanwan sat down with Finfin and found a seat. Suddenly, Chen Xiuzhen said sarcastically, showing off again. The man almost died, and you still don't know how to manage your money. You keep buying useless things. Her words drew everyone's attention to Fong Wanwan. She looked at Chen Xiuzhen and asked, "Are you talking about me?" Chen Xiuzhen glared at her, but didn't answer directly. Her meaning was clear. Fong Wanwan wasn't angry. She took out her watch again and sighed, "Maybe because I bring good luck to my husband, he has nothing to worry about, and even bought me this watch." Chen Xiuzhen choked and didn't dare to argue with Fong Wanwan directly. Instead, she said to Lu Yuegue nearby, "You young girls shouldn't learn bad habits. That Yang Shiqin, who's always with her, used to be honest and hardworking, but recently she's been fighting over a silk scarf and some face cream. Things are so tense, they can't even get by." Lu Yuegue used to be Wang Yinin's assistant and had often looked down on Fong Wanwan, openly or secretly. But after hearing Chen Xiuzhen's story, she had different thoughts. This woman was generous. She even bought such expensive gifts for Yang Shiqin. Lu Yuegue had been close to Wang Yinin for a long time, but besides being kind when she was sick, she hadn't gained much. She smiled awkwardly and said, "That's not entirely true. It's really not Sister Yang's fault this time. Why should she give her things to her sister-in-law? Her husband never bought her anything." Fong Wanwan looked at Lu Yuegue in surprise, but didn't say much. Then she heard Chen Xiuzhen say, "Live a steady life. Men know what's going on. Why bother with all these fancy tricks?" Someone joked, "Sister Chen, you don't understand men. Usually, men like honest and straightforward women who don't spend much money and take good care of their families. But in bed, they prefer women who are more playful." Chen Xiuzhen, with a serious face, retorted, "Nonsense. Honest men don't think about that kind of thing all the time." Someone else chimed in, "Oh, come on. There are no truly serious men, only those who are open-minded and those who are not. If you say otherwise, it shows you haven't experienced it. Once you do, you'll want to enjoy it fully." After saying this, she turned to Fong Wanwan and made a teasing face. "Look at her. Her complexion is healthy, her temper is steady. It's obvious she's enjoying herself." Fong Wanwan. Politely but awkwardly, Fong Wanwan smiled at this bold older sister. The older sister became even more lively. "Captain Su has a slim waist, long legs, and is tall. Her ability is obvious. Your Wang Yong can't compare." Fong Wanwan. Chen Xiuzhen blushed with embarrassment and scolded, "What a bunch of improper people." Then everyone burst into loud laughter. Fong Wanwan insisted she was a proper person, truly a proper person. Seeing someone help her by making Chen Xiuzhen look bad, Fong Wanwan secretly felt she liked this bold older sister a little. Next to her, Lu Yuegue was a girl who hadn't married yet. Usually quick-witted, she was now completely at a loss. Her face turned red and then pale. She looked at Fong Wanwan but couldn't find anything to say, so she simply remained silent. Finfin said she didn't understand anything and sat quietly in her aunt's arms, thinking about what kind of noodles she would eat later at Aunt Chuanmei's shop. When they arrived in the county town, Fong Wanwan looked at the time and thought it was still early, so she first went to the fabric shop. She chose several fabrics and bought 2 jeans of cotton before heading to Lu Chuanmei's noodle shop. Lu Chunmei quickly reported on the progress of making the clothes. This time, besides the 7 sets from the Qin family, there were 10 sets introduced by Li Tong, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family, and 4 sets discussed at the dinner table. In total, they took 21 orders. The 2 tailors couldn't keep up, even after working for less than a month. Unexpectedly, Chunmei said, "I told those 2 big sisters that if they can't finish on time, they can tell me in advance. Then I'll ask someone else to help. Right now, these 2 are working overtime, and if they keep going at this pace, they'll finish by the end of the month." Fong Wanwan was surprised. Chunmei had even more entrepreneurial spirit than her. She smiled and said, "Let them work as quickly as possible, but don't overwork them. It wouldn't be worth it if they get sick. If they really finish by the end of this month, I won't treat them badly." Lu Chunmei smiled and said, "There's money to be made, so why not? Look at my parents. They get up at 4 or 5 in the morning and only finish cleaning up after 10 at night. who isn't working hard. Just then, Wang Yongqiang from next door came over. Afraid Lu Chunmei would chase him away, he specially ordered a bowl of noodles. Lu Chunmei scolded him. It's not even mealtime yet. Why are you eating noodles? Wang Yongqiang is used to doing business and has a thick skin. He doesn't mind Lu Chunmei's cold attitude. He walks up to Fong Wanwan and asks with a smile, "What are you discussing about making money now? Don't come over. Last time, you were so stubborn about the tape business, almost causing Wanwan to get into trouble. Wasn't I just trying to vent for her?" Since then, Wang Yongqiang realized that the girl has people backing her. As the saying goes, it's good to have strong support. Plus, she's clever and well-connected, so it's no wonder she's making money. Fong Wanwan glances at him and smiles. "If I need your help, I'll come find you." Hearing this, Wang Yongqiang feels a bit disappointed. Seeing Lu Chunmei looking at him with suspicion, he impatiently asks, "Is my face ready yet?" Lu's father quickly responds, "Yes. It's ready. It's ready." He then quickly brings out the prepared noodles and also makes a bowl for Fong Wanwan and Finfin. Their bowls clearly have more ingredients, 2 marinated eggs and a generous spoonful of minced meat. Fong Wanwan is a bit surprised. "Uncle Lu, I didn't order this. It's not even mealtime yet." Lu's father laughs and says, "No problem. I brought it for you. Eat as much as you want." He also gives Finfin a spoon. When Finfin sees the food, she's instantly happy and can't hide her smile. No one pays attention to Wang Yongqiang anymore. Wang Yongqiang eats his noodles, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, he remembers something. "Comrade Fong Wanwan, my cousin brought over 2 more things. This time, she bought them. I don't know much about these things, but if you want, I can show them to you." Hearing about the antiques, Fong Wanwan's eyes light up. She quickly says, "Sure, Brother Chong. After I finish eating, I'll go take a look." Wang Yongqiang nods and focuses on eating his noodles. After finishing, Fong Wanwan hands Finfin over to Lu Chunmei to watch, then goes to Wang Yongqiang's shop. Inside, many people are choosing tapes, mainly because the selection is very wide. Wang Yongqiang is very sharp when it comes to business, which explains why he has been able to grow his business so much. He takes her to a narrow courtyard behind the shop, then into a dark room where he takes out 2 items, an aroma diffuser and a jade bracelet. Fong Wanwan takes the jade bracelet and examines it carefully. It's transparent and smooth, with flowing patterns inside. It's probably jade from the Mid-Qing dynasty period. As for the aroma diffuser, Fong Wanwan isn't an expert, but judging by its good condition, it has some value. "Are these still your cousin's ancestors' belongings?" she asks. Wang Yongqiang smiled and nodded. "Exactly." Fong Wanwan said, "It seems that this ancestor of yours was more than just a county magistrate." Wang Yongqiang was a bit surprised. "You know about that too?" "Forget about the jade bracelet for now. In ancient times, incense was not something just anyone could use." Fong Wanwan was only guessing and wasn't sure. Wang Yongqiang wasn't interested in these things. He just wanted to get closer to Fong Wanwan. This girl was good at business. Last time, she sold him clothes, each costing at least 100 yuan, but the fabric wasn't worth that much. The real value was in the style of the clothes. These styles were unique in the whole county, and even in the provincial capital, no one wore the same. Wearing them fit well and looked high class. If they produced 2 styles and promoted them everywhere, they could make a lot of money. It would be much better than his current business. He truly admired her cleverness. It turned out that when it came to business, few could compare, and he hadn't expected a young girl to outdo him. He gave a friendly smile and said, "If you like it, I'll give it to you." As a proper descendant of a business family, Fong Wanwan didn't believe anyone would give her expensive items for no reason. She glanced at Wang Yongqiang and asked, "What do you want?" Wang Yongqiang rubbed his hands and directly shared his idea. Fong Wanwan immediately refused. "This kind of deal can't be done like that." Wang Yongqiang was anxious. "I'm not trying to compete with you. You just need to provide the styles. You don't have to worry about anything else. We split the profits." Fong Wanwan handed the items back to Wang Yongqiang. "You name the price for these 2 things. If you can afford them, buy them. If not, forget it." Wang Yongqiang didn't dare to take them. Although I can be a bit materialistic, I always do business honestly. Fong Wanwan was quite perceptive about people. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It's not that I don't want to work with you, but my current business model only suits me."
Why?
Would you be willing to see everyone on the street wearing the same clothes at such high prices? Fong Wanwan asked. When she saw Wang Yongqiang silent, she continued, "So, this isn't suitable for mass production. Besides, ordinary people can't afford such expensive clothes." Wang Yongqiang immediately understood, looking disappointed. He didn't make an offer for the two antiques and pushed them back to Fong Wanwan. "You understand this stuff.
Take it."
It's a waste to keep it here." Fong Wanwan hesitated for a moment. Seeing that he was genuinely sincere, she finally agreed. "I will seriously consider your proposal, but you need to find someone who can go to Yangcheng. Since we are targeting the low-end market, controlling costs is the most important. The clothing styles can't be too complicated, and they must be durable, so the fabric requirements are high." She wanted to earn more money for Su Cheng by expanding her business. Wang Yongqiang has good connections, and his attitude just now was quite sincere after her rejection. He immediately became enthusiastic again. "No problem. I can handle it myself." Fong Wanwan remembered that Yangcheng has a place called 13 Hongs, which has been involved in foreign trade since the Qing dynasty. The address has never changed. In her previous life, when she was designing clothes with her best friend, they also went there to buy fabric. She wrote down the address and handed it to Wang Yongqiang, then said, "You should find out how to get there by train and how many days it will take. In a few days, I will tell you what fabrics I need, and you can go then. I will also contribute half of the capital. There's no need to rush. Preparations can be made next month." Currently, she only had about 2,000 yuan, including the 500 yuan from Su Cheng and the deposit. Investing in business with that amount was definitely not enough. She had to wait until next month when she received the remaining payments for those clothes. Wang Yongqiang looked at the address and chuckled. "I didn't expect someone as young as you to have traveled to so many places." Seeing her speak pure Beijing dialect, he suddenly remembered she was from Jingdu and felt relieved. Girls from big cities really are more experienced. Fong Wanwan asked Wang Yongqiang to find her a box and packed 2 antiques inside. She checked the time and decided not to buy anything else. After all, she now had antiques, and with cotton and fabric in her arms, she needed to be careful. This morning she drank chicken soup. She didn't eat at home at noon, but there was still more than half a pot left. In the evening, there were vegetables she brought back from Zhuanzi's grandmother's house yesterday, enough for everyone. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus finally arrived. Fong Wanwan held Fingfing's hand and got on the bus. She suddenly remembered the scene when Su Cheng waited for her on the road with Hang Hang last time. Would Su Cheng come today too? Her mood was complicated and hard to describe. When they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, the bus stopped. Fong Wanwan carried her things and held Fingfing's hand as she got off. She looked around but saw no one. She sighed.
He was really angry.
Fong looked at Fong Wanwan with a worried face and asked, "Auntie, what's wrong?" "If you're tired, Fong can help carry." Because Fong Wanwan was carrying something made of cotton, it looked large but wasn't heavy. She smiled and said, "No need, you're still young. When you grow up, you can help Auntie carry things." Since she was holding an antique, she needed to be very careful. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Let me carry it for you." Fong Wanwan was momentarily stunned, her nose feeling a bit sore. She said, "No need, I can do it myself." Su Cheng carefully reached out and took the items from her hands. "Hang Hai and Shuangzi are waiting at home for us to have dinner. Let's go quickly." Without saying much, he led the way, carrying the items. Fong Wanwan watched his tall figure and felt reassured again. When they arrived home, Fong Wanwan saw Hang Hai holding a small comic book she bought for him, happily reading it to Shuangzi, who listened with great interest. She carefully placed the antique in a box and locked it. When she came out, she saw a big bowl of chicken soup and 2 plates of vegetables on the table. She planned to go to the kitchen to prepare rice, but saw Su Cheng washing the chopsticks. She walked over to him and hesitated. "Su Cheng."
She didn't know what to say.
Su Chung finished washing the chopsticks, put them away, and didn't turn around. He responded softly, hurry up and serve the food. They must be very hungry. Fong Wanwan served each little one a bowl of rice and sat at the table, ready to eat together. Finfin raised her spoon and said happily, wait a moment. Everyone looked at her, and she puffed up her little face. Dad, you're so great. You're so lucky to have such a good dad. After saying that, she shot a teasing look at Fong Wanwan. Fong Wanwan didn't say anything, just smiled. Then she heard Su Chung say, let's eat. Shuangzi took a few sips of chicken soup and quickly said, I really wish my mom had stayed at Grandma's house. Hang Hai tilted his head and asked, why? Don't you miss your mom? Shuangzi looked satisfied and said, if my mom was at home, I'd have to go back and drink porridge. I haven't had chicken soup except during the New Year. I almost forgot what it tastes like. Fong Wanwan felt a little sad hearing this. She scooped some chicken into each of them, saying eat more. Shuangzi chewed the meat, his eyes drifting toward Fong Wanwan. After taking a few bites and swallowing, he said, my dad said today he's exhausted. He's upset that Grandma just lies around, doesn't feed the chickens, doesn't sweep the floor, and has a pile of clothes. Fong Wanwan's lips curled up slightly, but quickly suppressed her emotions. She pretended to ask casually, and then? Did they do anything about it? Second child shook his head and said, it's nothing much. My dad is thinking about going to pick up my mom. Fong Wanwan remained silent, worried that as soon as Chen Gang left, Yang Shiqin would immediately agree. In Fong Wanwan's view, this lesson still wasn't deep enough. At that moment, second child spoke again. I said my mom is sick and in the hospital. We haven't paid the medical bills yet. After saying this, he looked at Fong Wanwan with a proud expression, as if claiming credit. Su Chung watched silently, noticing second child's proud look, which clearly was something she had taught him. Fong Wanwan glanced at Su Chung, who was quietly drinking soup, and secretly gave a big thumbs up to second child. After finishing a sip of soup, Su Chung looked up casually and said to second child, your grandma might be going back in a few days. Fong Wanwan thought to herself, this can't be right. Besides Grandma Lu, Chen Gang should stay a few more days. She considered and said, it doesn't have to be so soon. At least give people some time to prepare. The organization's decision should be more considerate. Su Chung understood and replied, we're not forcing him. It depends on his wishes. Chen Gang worked for a long time, pulling vegetables from the garden, washing them, and then cooking porridge with rice. He also boiled 2 eggs. The house was messy from second child's chaos, and no one cleaned up. Clothes stained with chicken droppings were just left on the ground. Chen Gang felt annoyed and called out, Mom, the food's ready.
Come eat.
Lu Laotai lay on the bed, groaning, my body isn't good anymore. Come help me up. Chen Gang went over and helped his mother to the table. In the past, he only showed filial piety with words, but their relationship was harmonious. Now, whenever his mother asked him to do small things, he felt irritated. Lu Laotai sat at the table, saw the eggs, and was unhappy again. Eggs at every meal? Do we still want to live like this? The house is still waiting to be built. All right, Mom, if there's food, just eat, Chen Gang said, a bit impatient. Lu Laotai immediately started crying and fussing. Oh, you unfilial son. Now you're starting to dislike me. If her usual crying and pointing at Yang Shiqin happened, he would have scolded his wife in front of her, making her angry. But now, when it was himself, he felt very annoyed. Seeing his son's bad mood, Lu Laotai stopped and asked, second child is such a brat. Today you weren't home and I got so angry. I found my clothes and threw them on the ground. If it were normal, second child would definitely get a beating. He sighed and said, eat next door. Should I call them over to give him a lesson? For such selfish acts, Grandma Lu remained silent. After dinner, Shuangzi took the opportunity while Su Chung was washing dishes to report his day's achievements to Fong Wanwan. Fong Wanwan listened happily. Shuangzi, starting tomorrow, you should stop. Shuangzi, feeling excited, asked, why? Because if your dad finds out, it won't be good. Listen to Andy. Fong Wanwan said. Shuangzi obediently nodded, and went back. After washing up, Fang Wanwan put Finfin to sleep. She planned to go to the bathroom. Because it was very cold, she only wrapped herself in a coat and hurried out. She accidentally bumped into a figure.
Oops.
Fang Wanwan exclaimed, falling to the ground. Before she could lift her hat, someone quickly picked her up from the ground. Sorry. Hearing Su Cheng's voice, Fang Wanwan hurriedly looked up and explained, It's
okay.
I didn't see clearly and bumped into you. After saying that, she put her hat back on and ran to the bathroom. When she came out, she saw Su Cheng still standing there. Fang Wanwan dared not look into his eyes. She lowered her head and walked into the house. Su Cheng hurried over and followed her into her room. Su Cheng, She didn't know how to speak to him. She was very selfish. She didn't want to stay, but she also wanted Su Cheng's warmth and sense of security. Although she had always been carefree and indifferent in this world, she still felt afraid of the unfamiliar world. Su Cheng was the first person in this world to show her kindness and safety. She didn't want to lose him before she left. When there was no way out in Su Cheng's world, she wanted more because she truly liked him. But deep in her heart, she had a clear answer. If given a choice, she would still give up Su Cheng. Su Cheng approached her, his fingertips running through her black hair, holding the back of her head, gently pulling her close to his chest, and softly said, All right, don't think too much. As long as you're here, I will treat you the same as before. Her ear pressed against his chest. She heard his strong heartbeat and suddenly cried, Su Cheng, am I being too selfish?
No.
Su Cheng's reply was simple and firm. Fang Wanwan stretched out her arms around his waist, closed her eyes, and felt his breath. Su Cheng, do you have any wishes?
No.
Maybe she once did, but when she said she wanted to leave early and seek forgiveness, that wish was shattered. Fang Wanwan didn't believe it, saying, Everyone has wishes. Su Cheng thought for a moment and said, When I was a child, I wanted to be like Dad and become a soldier. Now I have achieved that. Fang Wanwan, all right then. After a while, Su Cheng let go of her and softly said, Go to sleep now. Don't think too much. I keep my promises. Fang Wanwan was now too afraid to tease him again. All her thoughts stopped, and she nodded obediently. After Su Cheng left, she finally felt at ease and lay down. The next day, Fang Wanwan took some cloth and cotton to Shangyang village. Shuangzi also went along. When they arrived at the Yang family, Shuangzi saw Yang Shiqin and hugged her tightly. Seeing her son's happy face, Yang Shiqin knew he hadn't been wronged, and a big stone in her heart finally fell. Everyone else at home had gone to work in the fields, leaving Lu Xiaohong and Yang Shiqin at home waiting specifically for Fang Wanwan. This time, Fang Wanwan bought 2 jin of pork and 2 jin of apples at the supply and marketing cooperative, planning to stay and have lunch with Finfin. Wanwan, I told you to come back and not bring anything. Look at you. Yang Shiqin was too embarrassed. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, These aren't really for you. Finfin and I are going to stay here and eat lunch. Lu Xiaohong quickly said, That's great. I'll cook lunch. Lu Xiaohong was good at cooking. Seeing the greasy pork, she suddenly felt like cooking. It had been a long time since the family had enjoyed such rich food. They never bought such fruits outside of special festivals. She really hoped she could buy these things easily like before. Seeing Fang Wanwan take out the cloth and cotton, she also picked out a small notebook. It was filled with simple but very interesting drawings of cloth dolls, some shaped like rabbits, some like little pigs, and the most complex was a doll-shaped one. There were also cloth bags, which were simple. Aside from the pattern and color of the bags, the styles were quite similar. Fang Wanwan saw them staring at the drawings for a long time and asked, Do you think it's hard? Yang Shiqin pointed to the cloth bag and said, It's not hard, but it needs to be cut and sewn, so probably 1 a day at most. Fang Wanwan said, That's okay.
Just practice with them.
Finish one and tie a knot. Lu Xiaohong quickly agreed, I can make these dolls. If this work was steady, the whole family could consider buying a sewing machine. Fang Wanwan divided the cloth and cotton among them, and this matter was initially settled. Heir Shuangzi saw that the aunt's matter was discussed and quickly told Yang Qin everything that had happened at home, word for word. Lu Xiaohong felt satisfied after hearing this. She patted Yang Shiqin's leg and said, "Sister, you made the right choice by staying this time. In a few days, we must wait for brother-in-law to bring things over before going back." Yang Shiqin was happy to hear that the mother and son were arguing loudly, feeling quite pleased. Uncle Su Ching said that Grandma will be leaving in a few days. Yang Shiqin's face lit up. Really? Lu Xiaohong was a bit annoyed. "I told you, it's better to let your grandma stay here, so your dad can take care of her for a while longer." Yang Shiqin thought about it and nodded. She then said to Yuan, "You've been working hard these days. Once Grandma goes back and Heir Shuangzi starts kindergarten, I'll have more time to do things." "Yes," Yuan responded. After that, Yang Shiqin casually brought up the girl who fell into the water last time. She no longer makes that kind of soap now. The recipe can be sold to others. Lu Xiaohong found it strange. After she woke up, she actually forgot such an important thing? "You've been with her for so long and still don't remember?" Yuan asked. Lu Xiaohong shook her head. "I know what ingredients are needed, but I'm not sure how much of each to put in. I tried several times at home, but didn't succeed, wasting a lot of oil. My family told me not to bother anymore." Yuan looked regretful. "That's really a pity. Otherwise, I could spend some money to buy the recipe and continue making it." "Don't mention it," Lu Xiaohong waved her hand. His family took her to see doctors many times because of this. Yuan then asked, "Yesterday, you said she collected quite a few old things. Can she bring them over so I can see? I'm really interested in those." Lu Xiaohong felt a bit embarrassed but agreed. "All right, after we finish eating and her family goes back to work, I'll go find her." They chatted for a while longer. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Lu Xiaohong went to cook. There wasn't much work in winter, mostly gathering firewood in the mountains or looking for game or herbs. Just as Lu Xiaohong finished cooking, her family returned home. Seeing the table full of meat and eggs, they looked a bit dazed. They heard Yuan bought the ingredients, so she served her a small bowl of extra food and placed it beside her. The eggs were from the Yang family, which moved Yuan quite. She felt touched because their family didn't need to make eggs, but since she brought meat, she had to add a few eggs to entertain them. After eating, Lu Xiaohong went to Lu Dongxia's house. When they arrived at Lu Dongxia's house, everyone was home and not working outside. Seeing Lu Xiaohong, Lu Dongxia's mother smiled and quickly brought her a chair before going inside to call someone. Lu Dongxia's brother hurriedly said, "Xiaohong, you should come often to talk to her. She was only criticized once, how can she just stop doing it? Plus, the policies are now fully open." Xiaohong smiled awkwardly and didn't say much. Soon Lu Dongxia came down from upstairs with a stern face, and she didn't look happy to see Xiaohong either. Fortunately, Xiaohong was used to her attitude and greeted her with a smile. Lu Dongxia looked at her with annoyance. "Didn't I tell you? Forget it. Don't bother me anymore. I'm not here to persuade you to make soap today. A guest came to our house and wants to meet you," Xiaohong said sincerely. Lu Dongxia rolled her eyes. Is it another person wanting to buy the recipe? Since she returned, no one cared about what happened to her. No one asked her to continue making soap for money, but people kept coming to buy her recipes. Everyone in the family had become lazy because of her old habits. They lived in a small 2-story house and didn't go out to work. They only took turns coming upstairs to chatter endlessly in her ear. Xiaohong paused for a moment. Maybe not. Go to my place and talk with her, then you'll see. Lu Dongxia snorted, feeling annoyed, and turned around. Just then, Lu's mother grabbed her roughly. You little brat, go out for a walk. Don't just stay at home all day eating and drinking for free. Anyone who came to buy her recipes was wealthy. Maybe she could sell some of her old items too. Lu Dongxia's older brother also stepped in to smooth things over. Aren't you hoping to marry a good man? Staying at home all day won't get you anywhere. Hearing this, Xiaohong quickly whispered in her ear, that girl's boyfriend is a regiment commander in the military district. Maybe he can introduce you to a soldier brother. Seeing her parents and brother acting like she wouldn't go if they didn't let her, Lu Dongxia nodded expressionlessly and followed Xiaohong. At the Yang family's house, Lu Dongxia saw from afar that Fang Wanwan was sitting on a small chair, holding a little girl and talking with a gentle smile. "Comrade Wanwan, this is the girl I told you about, the one who helped me build a small blue-tiled house. Her name is Lu Dongxia," Xiaohong introduced. After Xiaohong finished, Lu Dongxia forced a smile at Fang Wanwan and sat down with her. Fang Wanwan discreetly glanced at her. The girl was quite pretty, but she always kept a serious face and looked very cautious, making her seem difficult to approach. Before Fang Wanwan could speak, the girl directly said, "I don't remember the code, so I can't sell it." Fang Wanwan nodded. "That's okay. I heard you have some antiques. I'm interested in them. If you want to sell, you can come to me." Lu Dongxia looked at Fang Wanwan in surprise, but she was straightforward and genuine. Okay. Like her past self, she was young, interested in these things, and her confident, relaxed manner showed she knew what she was doing. Her simple, elegant clothes and her hairstyle were trendy online in that world. Could it be that she had come back with a different identity? She wondered if she hated her so much that she immediately thought this way. All her current troubles were caused by her. Lu Dongxia's eyes sparkled, and her expression softened. "If you're interested, you can come to my room and take a look." Fang Wanwan didn't expect it to go so smoothly. She handed Feng Feng to Yang Xiqin and followed her. When Fang Wanwan reached Lu Dongxia's house, she saw it was a two-story Western-style building, quite grand, though the materials were simple and didn't fully show off its impressive appearance. The Lu family saw Fang Wanwan, and their eyes lit up. Especially Lu Dongmei's brother, who thought she was very pure and beautiful, with a figure even more full and attractive than TV stars. The Lu family was now well off in the village, no longer doing business. They earned over 1,000 yuan a year just from selling a few antiques, living comfortably. Because of this, Lu Yong was very picky about choosing a partner. When they heard she was here to buy antiques, Lu's mother was even more enthusiastic and brought out a plate of sunflower seeds. In the countryside, their connections were limited. They could only spread the word and wait for people to come. Most visitors were older men. It was the first time a young woman like her was buying antiques. Lu Dongxia led Fang Wanwan forward and said to Lu's mother, "If you dare to follow us, I won't sell anything." Her door and chest locks were the same as before, installed by someone she hired. No one else could open them except her keys. She also warned that if anyone tried to steal her things secretly, she would destroy everything. The Lu family was still afraid of this daughter. Seeing this, Fang Wanwan understood immediately. Her fellow villager was having a tough time here. She managed to save so much money, which is much more impressive than her. I followed Lu Dongxia into the room. The decoration was quite cozy. When Lu Dongxia opened two antique boxes, Fang Wanwan was stunned. There were paintings, jewelry, fans, and even jade pendants. She took a quick look and counted at least 30 or 40 items. Seeing Fang Wanwan's shocked expression, Lu Dongxia felt a bit sad. She was not the same person as before. If she were, she wouldn't look so surprised. She calmly said to Fang Wanwan, "You can choose." Fang Wanwan thought she didn't have enough money, so she only picked two items, a jade pendant and a gold hairpin. "Name a price," Fang Wanwan said, placing the items in front of Lu Dongxia. Lu Dongxia didn't understand these things well. Usually, she sold them by size, with larger items costing 200 to 300 yuan. The two small items, about the size of a palm, she sold for 300 yuan in total. Fang Wanwan didn't bargain and paid quickly. Then she said, "I like all these things, but I don't have enough money right now. Please hold them for me. I'll come back when I have enough." Lack of money was part of her reason, but her main goal was to gradually build a closer relationship with Lu Dongxia and chat more. Although Lu Dongxia was a bit disappointed that she wasn't the same person as before, she still thought it was good to have a regular customer. She remembered her status and asked, "I heard your husband is a regimental commander in the military district." Fang Wanwan smiled and replied, "Yes. That's really lucky. You married a high-ranking officer at a young age." Fang Wanwan also wanted to talk more with her and patiently responded, "Yes. I heard you had a serious illness and haven't been engaged since? Lu Dongxia smiled awkwardly. I had someone I was seeing, but after forgetting some things, we broke up. Fang Wanwan was very surprised. She had also been involved with someone here. Why did you break up? Lu Dongxia said. Apart from her looks, she's useless. Poor family, quiet and honest, but I don't like her. She was no longer the same person. She lacked the ability to earn money. She couldn't just enjoy good food and drinks. The antique collection she had would eventually have to be sold at her family home, and only then would they let her go. Fang Wanwan thought about it. The idea that beauty is justice really resonated with her. They must be from the same hometown. She smiled and asked, what kind of person do you want to find in the future? Seeing that Lu Dongxia was straightforward, she didn't hide anything. I want to find a soldier, preferably someone with a position. Fang Wanwan understood clearly. Suddenly, a person came to mind, but after thinking, she realized they had only met once and didn't really know what kind of person she was, so she didn't mention it. Then she tested her gently and said, actually, finding someone brave and good at business is not bad. I think China's future development will gradually shift from collective to individual economy. Lu Dongxia looked at Fang Wanwan in surprise. How do you know that? Fang Wanwan smiled. I guessed. Lu Dongxia also became curious. That's true. With money, you can buy a house, a car, and a phone. A phone? What's that? Fang Wanwan asked, pretending not to understand. Hearing this word, she was 100% sure Lu Dongxia and her hometown friend had crossed paths. Lu Dongxia looked a bit disappointed. Have you seen a big portable phone on TV? Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes, I have. That's a phone, smaller and more advanced than the big portable one. Fang Wanwan deliberately looked confused, showing she didn't understand. Seeing her genuinely clueless, Lu Dongxia said, forget it, I won't explain. How many antiques can you buy from me at once at the end of the month? Is it urgent? Fang Wanwan asked. No, I said I'll personally deliver them to your house then, Lu Dongxia replied. She wanted to secretly sell them and save some money. She wouldn't do anything else, but in that world, the only gain was gaining some knowledge, knowing that in a few years, real estate could be bought and sold freely. She knew antiques were valuable, but she didn't understand them well, had no connections, and couldn't find good buyers. So she thought about finding a man with a small official position. She also hid more than 10 large items, judging their value by size since she couldn't tell the worth. Fang Wanwan calculated that by the end of the month, she could recover all her money, including interest plus her savings, totaling about 4,000. In this era, that was not a small amount, but considering her investments with Wang Yongqiang and other expenses, she couldn't spare much. After thinking, she decided to take 500 yuan first, knowing she could only buy about 3 items at most. Lu Dongxia looked at her watch and her outfit, realizing she was truly wealthy. It was rare to see someone able to spend 500 yuan on these things. She quickly agreed, okay. My home is in the military district staff compound, next to Sister Yang's. If you can't find a place, you can come with Lu Xiaohong. Fang Wanwan thought Finfin was still at the Yang family and couldn't stay too long, so she said goodbye. Until Fang Wanwan walked away, Lu Dongxia's brother came upstairs, politely asking questions. Lu Dongxia glared at him irritably. Don't even think about it. She's married, and the man is a regimental commander at the front military area. Hearing this, Lu Yong looked as disappointed as a wilted eggplant. After Fang Wanwan returned, she saw Yang Shiqin and Heir Shuangzi chatting happily and seemed in a good mood. What's being said? Yang Shiqin cheerfully replied, it's so satisfying. That bad man deserves a lesson. Lu Xiaohong agreed nearby. That's why it's right not to go back. Just wait, a few days later, he'll come back asking for you. When that happens, don't be soft-hearted. Wait until New Year's to decide. Yang Shiqin looked a bit troubled. I've been away so long. Won't Heir Shuangzi keep bothering Wanwan? Fang Wanwan smiled. At most, just a meal or 2. It's no trouble. If you feel guilty, just send more vegetables from your garden to me.
So, she wouldn't have to buy them.
When the topic of vegetables came up, Lu Xiaohong quickly ran to the backyard. When she came out, she was carrying a whole basket of greens. Fong Wanwan didn't refuse. She simply thanked her and took the vegetables, along with Fin Fin and Air Shuangzi, back home. As soon as Fong Wanwan arrived in the backyard, she heard painful cries coming from the neighbor's bathroom. Ouch.
Ouch.
Air Shuangzi paused. It sounds like my grandma. I'll go check. Then he hurried over. When he reached the bathroom door, he saw Grandma Lu lying on the ground, in pain and unable to get up. Come quickly and help Grandma. Grandma Lu saw Air Shuangzi and seemed to see a savior, but still ordered him in a stern voice. Air Shuangzi saw some dirt on her pants and hesitated. Maybe wait for Dad to come back. You're such a little brat. Grandma usually spoils you, and when your dad comes back, will I still have any patience? Grandma Lu was so angry her face almost split. Although Air Shuangzi disliked Grandma, he didn't want her to get hurt. After hesitating, he went over, helped her up, and sat her on a chair in the main hall, then ran away. By dusk, Chen Gang, exhausted, returned home. As soon as he entered, he smelled something strange and saw the dirt on Grandma Lu's pants, which immediately made him frown. Seeing his expression, Grandma Lu, usually arrogant and domineering, didn't dare to speak. Chen Gang helped Grandma Lu into her room, found her clean clothes, threw them on the bed, and then left the room. I just arrived at the hall and picked up a broom to sweep the floor when I heard crying and shouting from the room. You ungrateful person, I raised you with my own sweat and tears when I was young. I only took care of you for a few days, and now you're so impatient. Chen Gang felt very tired. I have enough worries every day. Can you please behave yourself? Oh, heavens! You lost your wife, and now you're taking your anger out on me? Lu, the wife, didn't expect her usually obedient son to be so annoyed with her. Chen Gang was extremely irritable. He ran to the backyard vegetable garden to pick some vegetables. When he looked up, he saw Su Qing cooking. He opened his mouth but said nothing because Air Shuangzi was still next door. When Yang Shiqin was around, life was easy. She would serve him food and help him dress. Now, he hadn't washed his military uniform for several days. After Su Qing finished cooking, Fong Wanwan came out with a bowl to serve the rice. The couple worked very well together. After eating, Fin Fin, Hang Hang, and Air Shuangzi were in Su Cheng's room reading comic books. They said they were reading, but Hang Hang was actually telling stories to the two kids. Su Cheng went to Fong Wanwan's room and saw her sitting at the table drawing in a notebook. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Wanwan, "Do you not have any money?" Fong Wanwan looked at him with confusion. "Why do you ask?" "Today, I didn't see you buy any meat," he said, taking out 200 yuan from his pocket and handing it to her. "Here, take it. Buy whatever you want, don't hold back." Fong Wanwan's eyes flickered. "You only gave me 500 yuan last time. I wouldn't have spent it so quickly. I went to Aunt Yang's family today and forgot to buy meat on my way back." Su Cheng didn't take the money back and continued, "Then keep it for now." Seeing how persistent he was, Fong Wanwan thought about the watch he just bought her and asked, "How much did you get in your bonus this time?" Su Cheng's hand suddenly stiffened. After a moment, he whispered about 500. Fong Wanwan suddenly smiled. This man was terrible at lying. "That's a loan, isn't it? You haven't paid it back." Su Cheng regretted mentioning the loan last time. Just as he was about to speak, Fong Wanwan pushed the money back into his hand. "All right, pay me back." Su Cheng froze, feeling empty inside. Since she told him those words last time, it was clear she had set boundaries with him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Fong Wanwan saw Su Cheng lowering his eyes, his handsome face showing a hint of sadness and loneliness. His tall figure created a striking contrast. She had an urge to love him fiercely, but she couldn't do that anymore. Since they wouldn't be together in the future, it was better to keep their distance. She thought for a moment and took out a few antique items she had recently collected, placing them on the table. "Look at these treasures I recently found. They will be worth more than that painting we saw last time. If I can keep them for 10 or 20 years, they'll be quite valuable." She then took out a jade pendant and placed it in front of Su Cheng. "Do you want to hear about the background and value of these antiques?" After she left, she couldn't let them be sold cheaply. She needed to explain everything to Su Cheng in advance. Su Cheng wanted to talk to her. He nodded and said yes. Fong Wanwan, with a gentle smile, explained to him and then taught him how to identify and collect antiques. She added, if it's not absolutely necessary, don't sell them. Although Su Cheng didn't understand why she was telling him this, she spoke very seriously and carefully. She looked radiant when discussing these things, focused and professional. Watching her side profile, Su Cheng felt a bit dazed. It wasn't until she finished speaking that Su Cheng stood up. When he went out, he realized his palms were sweaty. The next morning, Su Cheng finished breakfast as usual and went to work. Commander Wu found him and told him that someone from Xiangqing had called, asking him to pick up the phone. At Commander Wu's office, Su Cheng picked up the phone. An excited female voice came through. Is this Su Cheng? Su Cheng didn't speak. Is this Su Cheng?
I'm Mom. Can you say something?
Please, Yang Wanhua begged with tears in her voice. Commander Wu watched anxiously and urged, answer quickly. Su Cheng moved his lips and whispered, yes. Soon, there was a faint sound of sobbing on the other end. After a while, it calmed down. Su Cheng, I plan to come and celebrate the New Year with you this month, but your grandfather seems to have found out something. He's been sending people to follow me. If he finds out about you, I might never get the chance to see you again. So, you want me to never acknowledge my grandfather? Su Cheng's voice was cold.
Yang Wanhua Bao said.
Su Cheng, the reason I can't bring you with me is all because of your grandfather. Do you know how much this hurts me?
Su Cheng gesnated. And what then? Su Cheng, I beg you.
What he can give you, I can also give you. Don't go with him, Yang Wanhua pleaded. Seeing that Su Cheng didn't speak, she continued. Aren't you very proud of your father? Do you want to fulfill his last wish? If Grandpa finds out about your existence, he will never let you stay in China. Su Cheng's hand holding the phone turned white at the knuckles. Su Cheng, I transferred 50,000 yuan to you again, and I bought you a piece of land in Pengcheng. There will be big development there in the future. Mom will never let you suffer even a little. Su Cheng almost wanted to laugh, but he had already taken her money and couldn't speak confidently anymore. After a moment he said, thank you. Yang Wanhua, hearing her son's words of thanks, was excited. Son, don't be so distant from Mom. Everything I do is for you. In the future, everything I have will be yours. After a while, he asked, can you leave the Wen family? He still remembered once when he was on a business trip to Pingcheng, the third young master of the Wen family specifically sent someone to surround him and warned, you, this country bumpkin, better not think about taking a share from my Wen family through your mom. She's just a nanny my dad found. But she looks just like your mom. Even though he's a man, he has a tempting look like Daji. You could learn from her and find a rich woman in Gangcheng to support you. Then, he joked to a chubby girl nearby, her looks are better than our stars in Gangcheng. Don't you like her? Give her 5,000 yuan a month, and she'll serve you. The chubby girl looked him over and said, I'm better at caring for people, unlike your dad, who's so stingy. I'd take 20,000 yuan a month. That day, he fiercely stepped on the third young master of the Wen family. 3 days later, he received a call from Yang Wanhua. He thought she was comforting him, but instead, she was crying and begging him to apologize to the Wen family's third young master. So how could he believe she was doing all this for him? Sure enough, there was no sound on the other end of the call. After a moment, Su Cheng said, I know what you want. If you come out, I will ask Grandpa to accept you. Su Cheng. Yang Wanhua suddenly couldn't speak. Then you'll have to give up your dreams. I heard you became a squad leader, and you're married now. Your wife treats you well. Are you willing to leave her? And those 2 children? Yang Wanhua was very good at reading her son because he was exactly like his father. He appeared cold and distant on the outside, but was actually very soft inside. This son was even more so. If someone showed him a little kindness, he would be willing to risk his life to repay it. Su Cheng indeed fell silent. After a while, he said, I spent 1,000 yuan of your money. I will pay you back in the future. I won't take a single cent from the Wen family's money. Yang Wanhua started crying again. This money isn't from the Wen family. It's my earnings from business investments and rewards. As long as his son spent that money, he would never be confident again. His face was as thin-skinned as his father's. Su-chung did not answer, but said, if you have nothing else, hang up. I need to go to work.
So,
Wait a moment. The call ended with a beep. After leaving the office, Commander Wu saw that Su-chung looked upset and quickly asked, what happened? Was the talk unpleasant? Nothing much. Su-chung thought for a moment and added, my dad's information must be kept strictly confidential. Commander Wu patted his shoulder and said, don't worry. When your dad came here, since he's not from this place, we already changed his name. Without your permission, no one will be able to find out about him. Su-chung nodded, about to leave, when he heard Commander Wu say, your mother sent a large sum of money again. Do you have any thoughts about it?
no, Su-chen replied.
Commander Wu shook his head. You clearly care about her, but insist on being so stubborn. How do you know I care about her just because you see it? Then, why don't you let someone check on your dad? Isn't that what your mom wants? Commander Wu asked, confused. Su-cheng's face was calm, with no expression, and he didn't answer. Since that incident with her stepson, when she didn't ask him about it and expected him to apologize, he lost all hope for this woman. Commander Wu sighed again. You really have such a temper. After Su-chung left, Commander Wu looked at his back and shook his head. At night, after work, Su-chung picked up Hang and went home. Fong Wanwan didn't go out today and seemed to have bought a lot of groceries. There was a pound of ribs, 20 eggs, and some greens at home. The greens had already been washed, and the ribs had been chopped and cleaned when bought. Seeing Su-chung return, Fong Wanwan quickly followed. Su-chung, can I learn to cook from you? Su-chung looked at her. The oil fumes are strong. I'll be done soon. Wait in your room. Fong Wanwan blinked. I still want to learn. I can't always rely on you. Su-cheng's heart suddenly tightened. He pressed his lips together and said nothing, letting her watch nearby. Su-chung opened the coal stove cover, stacked a new piece of coal, and waited for the fire to start. Just as he was about to wash rice and cook, Fong Wanwan smiled and said, I've already cooked the rice. She placed the already washed iron pot on the stove, standing beside him, handing him oil and salt now and then. Although she didn't say much, their actions were very coordinated. When the dishes were ready, Fong Wanwan quickly brought them over and placed them on the table. She also arranged the chopsticks. By this time, Hang, Shuangzi, and Fin were already seated nearby. She served each person a bowl of rice. Only after everyone was seated did Fong Wanwan smile and say to Su-chung, Su-chung, your ribs smell so good. I wish I could learn to make them. Then I could cook for you someday. Fin clapped her hands and said, yes. When that happens, Annie and Dad will be so good at cooking, and Fin will be lucky to eat it. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of Su-cheng's mouth. He glanced at Fong Wanwan and softly said, you can come tomorrow, and I'll teach you. Fong Wanwan happily nodded, okay. She then scooped a piece of rib for Fin. Shuangzi was eating with his mouth full of oil. When he finally felt full, he asked, Annie, my dad said he might take leave tomorrow to pick up my mom. What should we do? Fong Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Just let him go. The story from the Yang family had already been prepared, so there was no worry about it being exposed. Su-chung looked at Fong Wanwan and softly asked, are you still angry? Over these days, Chun Gang has been a bit distracted at work. Fong Wanwan glared at Su-chung and said loudly, you're worried about him? Do you know he hit Sister Yang? If I were a woman like that, I'd have already gotten rid of him. Seeing her angry expression, Su-chung pursed his lips. It's not that I feel sorry for him, but can you speak more quietly? Fong Wanwan realized she had been too emotional and lost her composure. Shuangzi added, my dad brought rice from the cafeteria for my grandma at noon, and they argued again.
Why?
Fong Wanwan asked, confused. Because Grandma said Dad spends money recklessly. Now meal tickets weren't needed anymore. Besides herself, family members had to pay if they wanted to eat in the cafeteria, 3 cents for plain food, 5 cents if it included meat. And then? Fong Wanwan asked again. Then Dad said he wanted to bring Mom back and asked Grandma for 5 yuan, but she refused. Dad got even angrier and said he wouldn't cook dinner tonight. Fong Wanwan didn't expect Lu Laotai to be so stubborn. Even in this situation, she was still tough. If she really wanted to break her spirit, it could lead to serious trouble. She then told Su Chung, "You should have Chen Gang take her mother back. Let him do it during his annual leave. Grandma Lu will be fine." No matter how reckless Chen Gang is, he wouldn't let his mother starve. Su Chung thought that if they chose to let her suffer a bit, they shouldn't waver halfway. Fong Wanwan finally relaxed and continued eating. The next day, Chen Gang took a day off, borrowed 5 yuan from someone, and went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 jean of meat, a bag of brown sugar, a jean of red dates, and a jean of chicken cake. He spent 4 yuan and 50 cents and then headed to Shangyang village. It was mealtime when he arrived, and the Yang family was all there. When Lu Xiaohong saw Chen Gang, she directly told Yang Xiqin to go to the room. No one in the Yang family spoke. In the past, Lu Xiaohong's older brother would have gone to greet him, but because of Chen Gang's status, he would still give some face. But this time, Lu Xiaohong made a move, which really upset the Yang family. Chen Gang placed the items on a broken table in the main hall and, feeling guilty, said to Yang Lao and Yang Mu, "Dad, Mom, I didn't think it through. I wronged Xiqin. I want to bring her back this time." Before Yang Lao could speak, Lu Xiaohong quickly said, "You really are harsh on your sister. If you hadn't gone to see the doctor, you would have ignored her and eventually caused health problems." She had to get several stitches behind her back. Chen Gang was a bit surprised. He hadn't used much strength, just acting in front of his mother, and asked, "It can't be that serious, right?" Lu Xiaohong replied, "You know yourself what you did." Chen Gang felt regret and hurried to knock on the door of the room where Xiqin was hiding. "Let me see how you're doing. Are you better now? I really didn't mean to hurt you. Chen Gang, there's nothing good between us. If you want me to go back, you can pay back the medical expenses to my family. Also, return the silk scarf and snow cream. I won't serve your mother anymore. I don't want your wages either, but I will charge for laundry, cooking, and warming the bed 15 yuan a month. If you think that's too much, you can hire someone else." This was what Fong Wanwan taught her yesterday. She had been a free nanny for their Chen family for so many years and was not considered a person. Chen Gang was caught off guard by Xiqin's conditions. After a moment, he angrily and shamefully said, "Xiqin, are you crazy? We are husband and wife. These words are too harsh." Xiqin smiled and said, "Yes, we are husband and wife. But do you treat me like your wife? How can I not treat you like my wife? Usually, in a family, the man earns the money and the wife manages it. But you treat me like a thief. Besides making me work, taking care of your mother, what benefits do I get? You don't even say a caring word. Look at Shuangzi. His shoes have been torn for a long time, and his pants are short. They've been patched repeatedly." Xiqin spoke more and more sadly. Chen Gang was silent for a long time and then said, "Then I will send my mother back, and I will give you half of my wages to keep." "No, I can't agree to less than what I just said." Chen Gang didn't expect Yang Xiqin to be so firm this time. He felt angry too.
Fine, then just wait and see.
He turned around and walked away without looking back. Not giving her an easy way out would only lead to regret later. Lu Xiaohong spat and watched Chen Gang's figure leave. Yang Xiqin heard no more sounds from outside, so she came out and looked at Yang's parents.
"Dad, Mom.
If Chen Gang and I really split up, won't you be mad at me?" Old Yang took a puff of his cigarette. "I didn't think you were so unhappy at Chen's house. At first, I thought Chen Gang's 45 yuan monthly salary was a steady job, and it wouldn't leave you hungry. I was too careless. Chen's family, if you don't want to go, then don't. Shanzi can come here too. Don't let Chen Gang get the better of you. These days aren't famine years anymore. Life is tight, but it won't kill you and your mother from hunger."
"Dad.
I won't be a freeloader at home. Yang's family has many members, and life isn't very rich now." When Yang Xiqin heard her father say this, she felt both guilty and touched. She decided to help with farm work from now on. Lu Xiaohong smiled. Sister isn't a lazy person. I think she just can't sit still. Now that you're back, maybe our days will get better. Feeling reassured, Yang Shiqin finally calmed down. Meanwhile, old Lu, upon hearing that her son spent 4 yuan 50 and that her daughter-in-law hadn't come back, was so angry she started scolding loudly. Didn't I tell you to go and ask for her? Now you've failed and lost money. Just leave her alone for a while. If she complains at her family, you don't need to pick her up. She'll come back obediently. Mother, can you please say less? Chun Gang felt his temples pounding, and his mind was a mess. Did you do something wrong? And you still complain? I tell you, next time don't go to fetch her. Lu old lady said sharply. Chun Gang finally lost patience. Stop talking and just give me that scarf and the snow cream. Lu old lady's face darkened. Are you siding with her? Chun Gang finally lost his patience. Mom, if you could let me live like before, I would still side with you. I used to work myself to the bone every day, caring for you, cooking, washing clothes, sweeping, raising chickens. If you could do one thing for me, that would be good. For the first time, he felt like he had no control and was about to break down. Lu old lady finally stopped speaking. After a while, Chun Gang said again, once the holidays are over, I'll send you back. From now on, I won't even take my wages back. Aunt Lu stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Chun Gang, aren't you afraid the villagers will hurt you for standing up to them? Chun Gang looked annoyed and said, do you want me to keep taking care of the children and looking after you all the time? Aunt Lu moved her lips but finally said, just wait a little longer. She will come back. If she really doesn't, then just divorce her. Your mother can find you a younger, more sensible girl. With your conditions, you shouldn't have trouble finding a good girl. Chun Gang didn't reply. He thought it was time to scare her a little. Over the next few days, Fong Wanwan went to the county town to check on the progress of the clothes. Most of her time was spent traveling to Shangyang village. Yang Shiqin had roughly made the cloth bags and even found the village's tailor to learn sewing. The first attempt was not very good, but Fong Wanwan still paid her for her work. Although she kept refusing, Fong Wanwan insisted on giving her the money to encourage her. The second attempt was much better, and she made 5 or 6 more bags. The stitches were neat, showing she was quick to learn. People like her, who work hard and are persistent, definitely have strong willpower. Fong Wanwan was very patient when training useful people. She invested both emotionally and financially. Besides ability, loyalty and trust are very important in partnerships. Wang Yongqiang is capable and clever, but he might have his own ideas at any time. If someone more talented than Fong Wanwan appeared, he might leave her without hesitation. Yang Shiqin is different. Besides working together, they also have personal ties. In the future, her loyalty will likely be much better than Wang Yongqiang's. But in business, both types of people are necessary. Lu Xiaohong is clearly much smarter. As soon as she started, she did her work very well. Both of them could earn about 150 a day. Seeing cash every day motivated them even more. The Yang family supported them wholeheartedly. After bringing in heir Shuangzi, they even forgot about Chun Gang. Fong Wanwan often visited Lu Dongxia, asking her questions subtly to get closer. One day, after Fong Wanwan left, Lu Yong approached her. Dongxia, can you give me a small antique? Just a tiny one. Lu Dongxia looked at Lu Yong. Forget it. You haven't sold any of those broken things for a long time. If you don't pay up soon, we won't be so easy to deal with. Lu Yong suddenly changed his tone. Lu Dongxia sneered and cursed. You think I don't know your plans? Didn't I warn you? Don't dream of eating swan meat. She's got a man. Lu Yong was most annoyed by Lu Dongxia's constant look of disdain. Don't worry about it. I just like her, he said. Lu Dongxia had long grown tired of her lazy, good-for-nothing brother. She thought for a moment and then said, I'll give you some in a couple of days. Lu Yong agreed immediately, and his attitude improved. That's better. When he saw Fong Wanwan and the village girls, he couldn't be bothered to look at them. The next day, Lu Dongxia took Lu Xiaohong to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy rubber bands for hair. Lu Xiaohong was busy making dolls and didn't want to go, But since she had earned a lot of money from following her before, and since she was sick now, she decided to go along. I have some yarn at home. When I finish wrapping these rubber bands, I'll give you a few, Lu Dongxia said. In the 1980s in northwest China, the rubber hair bands were plain yellow elastic bands. When tied directly to hair, they could tangle. So many girls would first wrap a yarn around the band before tying their hair. The colorful yarn looked nice on the bands and became a trend. Lu Xiaohong thought that since the supply store was near the military area, she also picked a big basket of green vegetables and radishes from the garden to give to Fang Wanwan. This vegetable isn't worth much to carry. Lu Dongxia knew some villagers would bring vegetables to sell near the supply store to exchange for salt. Lu Xiaohong smiled. Wanwan likes our vegetables. I'll take some for her. She lives next door to my sister and has never been there. Lu Dongxia felt like she was getting exactly what she wanted, an excuse to visit Fang Wanwan's house. They went to the supply store. Lu Dongxia spent 2 mao, small money units, to buy 20 rubber bands, then went to find Fang Wanwan. When they arrived, Fang Wanwan was drawing and writing in her notebook. Lu Xiaohong explained, "We're just dropping by to bring you some vegetables." Someone bringing gifts made Fang Wanwan quite happy, especially Lu Dongxia. It was a good chance to build a closer relationship with her. She needed her to trust her enough to ask about her mysterious return from her travels. "Since you're here, why not stay for dinner? I just bought some food, but it'll be a little later," Fang Wanwan invited. Lu Xiaohong felt a bit embarrassed. She wasn't bringing vegetables just to get a free meal. That might not be good. But Lu Dongxia said, "Next time Wanwan visits the village, we can invite her over." Lu Xiaohong didn't say anything more. Fang Wanwan went to the backyard to wash vegetables. Lu Xiaohong, who was also busy, helped carry the vegetables she brought and picked out some to wash. Fang Wanwan washed the pig's trotters she bought and blanched them, then started slicing meat and dried tofu. "Wanwan, there's no need to be so polite. Next time you come to our house for dinner, you don't have to bring such good things to entertain us," Lu Xiaohong said, looking at the pig's trotters, pork, and tofu, almost like it was the new year. Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "If you don't come, we plan to eat like this today too. So next time I visit your home, just serve whatever you usually eat. If I want something specific, I'll buy it myself." Hearing this, Lu Xiaohong immediately relaxed. She didn't expect this girl to be so easy to get along with. Meanwhile, Lu Dongxia was in the room with Finfin. She was surprised to see the pictures, pinyin, and poems that Fang Wanwan had drawn for Finfin. Although something felt a bit off, she remembered Yang Xiqin saying that Fang Wanwan was from Jingtown, which made everything seem reasonable. The girl from a big city must have read many books and had broad knowledge. Seeing her interested, Finfin quickly asked, "Annie, do you want to hear me recite the poems above?" Lu Dongxia nodded, and Finfin immediately began reciting seriously. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Lu Dongxia looked up and saw a tall, handsome man enter the room. When he saw her, a flicker of surprise appeared in his eyes. The man she had talked about before was also good-looking, but compared to this man, he seemed far less impressive. He had a tall, outstanding figure, cold and delicate features, a pure and refined aura, and was still wearing his military uniform, which hadn't been taken off yet. He really looked like the restrained, alluring figure described online. Fortunately, she was somewhat experienced and not easily flustered, or she might have lost her composure and affected her plans. She smiled at Su Cheng and asked, "Are you looking for Fang Wanwan?" Su Cheng nodded slightly.
"And you?"
"I'm Lu Dongxia, a friend Fang Wanwan met in Shangyang village," she said sincerely. Aside from Sister Yang, Su Cheng had never heard Fang Wanwan mention any other friends. He simply nodded and said okay, then left the room and headed straight to the backyard kitchen. Only after Su Cheng left did Lu Dongxia notice a young boy standing behind him, watching her cautiously. Finfin called out to her brother, and he put away that wary look, then read the cards drawn by Fang Wanwan with his sister. Su Cheng arrived at the backyard and immediately saw Fang Wanwan changing coal. She was holding a fan, squinting as she fanned the furnace opening. Lu Xiaohong stood nearby, feeling helpless because she used a clay stove in the countryside. Su Cheng walked over and said to Fong Wanwan, "Let me do it." He took the fan from her hand, moved the iron pot on the stove aside, aligned the coal hole, and then started to fan from below. In just a few moments, the fire suddenly flared up, making Fong Wanwan's eyes light up. "Su Cheng, you're so amazing. I was struggling for a long time." Lu Xiaohong finally stood up and looked at Su Cheng clearly. She thought he really matches Fong Wanwan. Su Cheng initially thought it was nothing special, but seeing Fong Wanwan's admiring gaze made him feel good. He pointed to the hole in the stove and said, "If you want the fire to burn higher, the hole on top needs to be aligned." Seeing Fong Wanwan nod repeatedly, Su Cheng added, "Go spend time with your friend. I'll handle the cooking." Lu Xiaohong thought she had heard wrong until Fong Wanwan pulled her, bringing her back to reality. Fortunately, the pig's trotters stew was almost ready. Otherwise, it would take more time. In 40 minutes, Su Cheng prepared 4 dishes: braised pig's trotters with radish, shredded pork stir-fried with fragrant dried tofu, stir-fried red cabbage, and a bowl of bok choy. When everyone came out to eat, even Lu Dongxia, who thought she had seen everything, was surprised. In that world, although men also cooked, men of status like this were very rare both on TV and in real life. After eating 2 bowls, Lu Xiaohong felt shy to serve herself more. When Lu Dongxia finished her meal, she said goodbye to Fong Wanwan. After washing up at night, Heng Hai went to sleep. Su Cheng kept thinking about something and got up, walking to Fong Wanwan's door. "Wanwan, are you asleep?" Fong Wanwan was drawing cards, this time illustrating math thinking and logic puzzles for Heng Hai. "I'm not asleep."
Come in.
Fong Wanwan quickly opened the door to let him in. Su Cheng entered, pulled a chair, and sat opposite Fong Wanwan. "Wanwan, do you often go to Shengyang Village recently?" Fong Wanwan nodded. "Yes. 2 of the antiques I showed you last time were bought from Shengyang Village." Now it made sense to Su Cheng. Be careful when making friends. If you need help, just tell me. He hesitated for a moment and added, "I still owe you money. Don't worry about the trouble." She had mentioned her debt for a long time. If she still owed so much, she might not want to leave. Fong Wanwan looked at him seriously, then lowered her eyes and pursed her lips, unable to help but want to laugh. This man was a little cute. What was going on? She tried hard to suppress her desire to tease him and whispered, "Since I decided to save you, I never thought about you repaying me, so don't feel pressured." With his current salary, it would take years to earn enough. All her efforts were made with the worst possible consequences in mind. In Sioux City, it was clearly worth it. The sense of security, emotional value, and life skills he provided were priceless in this unfamiliar time and space. If possible, she would be willing to invest forever. Su Cheng masked his disappointment and stood up, saying, "You should rest well. I'm going back to my room." Just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard a loud wail from next door. The voice was familiar, Mrs. Liu's. It was usually noisy, but this kind of crying was unusual. Su Cheng frowned, opened the door, and headed outside. Fong Wanwan also heard it and quickly followed. Meanwhile, Mrs. Liu was sitting on the ground, pounding her legs and crying out loudly, "Oh, I'm such a useless old woman, disliked by others. Now that I'm old, I can't even speak properly." Chun Gang sat stiffly on a chair, looking too lazy to even glance at Mrs. Liu. Su Cheng approached and asked, "What's wrong?" Chun Gang saw Su Cheng coming and immediately stood up. "Nothing serious. Did we disturb you?" Usually, no matter how noisy things got here, Su Cheng wouldn't come to watch the drama. Seeing the blood on Mrs. Liu's leg, Su Cheng's face turned serious. "You're causing trouble. Take her to the clinic." Fong Wanwan also found it hard to believe. Just half a month ago, her son was very filial, and now he was so cold. It had to be said, filial piety was easy to say but hard to do in practice. She had put in real effort, but it didn't seem to help at all. Her irritable emotions flared up quickly. Thankfully, Yang Shiqin had been there all these years. Chun Gang stood stiffly, not moving. When Su Cheng approached, he smelled a strange odor on Mrs. Liu. Fong Wanwan also caught the scent behind her and quickly pulled Su Cheng back. "Don't go over there." Otherwise, I won't let you touch me again. He's Chengang's mother, not yours. Hearing her say, I won't let you touch me again, Su Cheng's body stiffened. Then he looked at Chengang and said, no matter how you feel about your mother, this is a life. Take her to the clinic immediately. That's an order. Chungang stepped forward a few steps and explained, it's not an injury. Her body hasn't been cleaned for many days, and there are abscesses. She scratched them, causing bleeding. As a man, it's inconvenient for me to change her clothes and wash her. Fong Wanwan said, then you should spend money to hire a willing woman to help her wash up and then send her to the hospital. Chungang nodded, okay, I'll go look for someone now. Within half an hour, Su Cheng said, and then left. Back in the room, Fong Wanwan told Su Cheng, some people you shouldn't sympathize with. Her situation is her own fault. I didn't sympathize with her. Then why did you just? Fong Wanwan thought about it and felt a bit cold. How could such a handsome man help someone who is so bad inside and out? Su Cheng looked at her and said, her son, as a soldier, even if he's just an ordinary person, shouldn't ignore someone in need as long as they haven't broken the law. Fong Wanwan looked at this serious man and asked, didn't you say last time that no one would die? Su Cheng hesitated and didn't reply. Fong Wanwan chuckled and said, all right, you're right. With her strong voice, she can't be in serious danger. Su Cheng was silent for a moment and changed the subject. I have a day off the day after tomorrow. Where do you want to go? I'll go with you. I don't have anywhere to go. In a few days, when my clothes are ready, you can go with me to Chung province to deliver them. Okay.
좋겠나 그래.
Then go rest quickly. You have to work tomorrow. Fong Wanwan said kindly. The two each went back to their rooms. Meanwhile, Chun Gang spent 1 yuan to find Qin Xiuzhen next door to help Lu Laotai wash up. While doing so, he complained, it's really tough not having anyone to serve you. It's been so long since she was cleaned. It's too dirty. Next time, if I don't get a yuan 50, I won't do this job. Lu Laotai was furious, but helpless. Her young daughter-in-law was too fierce, and her son couldn't control her. That's when she suddenly remembered Yang Shiqin's kindness. After finishing, she called Chen Gang and said, tomorrow, bring your wife back.
This was the first time she 主动让儿子去接她.
Didn't you say you wanted to find someone else for me? Chen Gang asked. Lu Laotai looked stern and said, a few days ago, your older brother's wife came over.
I talked to her about this.
We might have to wait. But now, with our situation, can we wait? Chen Gang wiped his forehead and said, Mother, to be honest, I've been really tired lately. A while ago, I used the excuse of looking after the second son and went to Shangyang village. She made some demands, saying if I didn't agree, she probably wouldn't come back.
What?
Her family is willing to support her. She found a job and earned about 15 or 16 yuan in half a month. Old lady Lu couldn't sit still anymore. She quickly took out 10 yuan and said, go bring back the second son. You haven't divorced and military marriages are not easy to end. She doesn't have to divorce or come back. If she reports to the organization that I hit her, I might lose my job and both of us will have to go back. Old lady Lu was frightened now. She hesitated and asked, so, is that okay? Chun Gang repeated Yang Shiqin's conditions, and old lady Lu didn't say anything. Mom, I've been very filial to you all these years. If you don't want our family to fall apart, let's do it this way, he said. He had to coax his mother back first.
Then,
what about your salary? Old lady Lu was reluctant. If Yang Shiqin didn't come to serve her, living here would be really hard. Not sending it back for now. You've kept my salary all these years, so you should have saved quite a bit. Old lady Lu's cloudy old eyes suddenly dimmed. She thought she could rely on her son's ability to control her honest daughter-in-law for a lifetime. But she didn't expect. Women nowadays change so quickly. Seeing that old lady Lu was silent, Chen Gang decided immediately. Tomorrow, he would take her to the clinic to pick up some medicine, and the day after tomorrow, when he had a day off, he would send her back right away. Finally, the holiday break arrived. Fong Wanwan planned to go to Shangyang village as usual first, settle the wages for Yang Shiqin and Lu Xiaohong. It used to be paid daily, but recently Yang Shiqin was worried about Fong Wanwan making the trip back and forth, so they paid every 2 days now. Then she would come back and make dumplings with Su Cheng. Su Cheng bought flour and eggs, and Fong Wanwan set out. When she arrived in the village, she checked Yang Shiqin's bag and the cloth dolls Lu Xiaohong had sewn. She was very pleased. Very good. After the new year, I will buy a few sewing machines. There will be new tasks for you, and you'll be paid per piece. Now, besides the sewing machines, fabric, and labor, the remaining investment was in the factory site. Lu Xiaohong thought she must have heard wrong. You? You want us to make things with sewing machines? Fong Wanwan nodded. Yes, I also want to find a small empty room. Maybe I'll need to hire 3 or 5 more people. Yang Shiqin was so excited she couldn't speak. Wanwan, are you planning to start a factory? Fong Wanwan smiled. Not yet. It's more like a small workshop. If it goes well, opening a factory would be great. Lu Xiaohong was thrilled when she heard Fong Wanwan's plan. I'll take on this task. I promise I will complete it for you. After saying that, he tentatively asked, Wanwan, I have a younger sister who is very diligent. Could you consider her in the future? Sure, I've been worried about finding the right person. But I need to wait until after the new year when I receive the first batch of fabric before making any decisions, replied Fong Wanwan. All her design drafts were finished, and she was just waiting to go to the provincial city at the end of the month to collect the remaining payment so Wang Yongqiang could go to Guangzhou to pick up the fabric. When the family heard this, they were very excited. Mother Yang, Lu Chunhua, came over again and said, Wanwan, I also have a daughter at the village entrance who is Shiqin's older sister. Could she also come and try? Yes, but if she's not suitable, I won't take her, Fong Wanwan said clearly. Lu Chunhua was happy and said, Of course, I know I'm not very sharp-eyed, so I wouldn't dare to ask for too much. Just as they were happily talking, Lu Yong came over. He politely greeted the Lu family and then walked to Fong Wanwan's side, saying courteously, Comrade Fong Wanwan, I just found an antique in a dark room at my house. My sister isn't here now, so could you come and help me take a look? When it came to antiques, Fong Wanwan immediately lost her sleepiness. Without hesitation, she followed Lu Yong. Xiaohong watched Wanwan happily walking away and smiled. She then turned to Yang Shiqin and asked, Sister, what do you think Wanwan can do with those things she bought? Yang Shiqin shook her head. I don't know. But what do you think Lu Dongxia could do with her purchases? Xiaohong replied, I think she didn't make much money from buying those things, so I'm worried. She paid about the same price back then. These items couldn't be eaten or drunk, and sometimes when urgent money was needed, they couldn't find buyers. No one in their village had ever bought such things from Lu Dongxia. Then you should advise her when she comes back. Yang Shiqin also looked worried. Fong Wanwan followed Lu Yong around a large area and realized he wasn't heading home but instead circled around to a remote backyard. There was a pond in the backyard, and she suddenly stopped, suspicious. Lu Yong saw she wasn't moving and quickly said, I'm afraid my sister will find out about this antique, so I hid it here. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, he hurried behind a tree, dug out a wooden box, opened it, and took out a porcelain piece about the size of a vase. Then he held it high with both hands and shouted to Fong Wanwan, Comrade Fong Wanwan, look, this is it. Wanyan saw that he was not lying and looked at the porcelain bottle from afar. It had a very rich design and pattern, similar to the imperial-style rouge from the Qing dynasty. She remembered that the emperor of the Qing dynasty loved this kind of bright, fancy color combination. She happily walked over, took the porcelain bottle from Lu Yong's hand, and carefully examined it. She looked from inside out, from top to bottom, becoming more excited the more she looked. Sure enough, it was a Qianlong period piece. Only someone like him would have such an aesthetic taste. These kinds of items don't need to wait 10 or 20 years to be valuable. As soon as they enter Chen Jiming's antique circle, everyone would recognize it. Wanyan's chest rose and fell with excitement. Lu Yong stared at her, mesmerized, swallowing hard, feeling a strange heat in his body that made him uncomfortable. His voice changed tone. Wanyan, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Wanyan kept her eyes fixed on the bottle and didn't notice Lu Yong's change in expression. She firmly refused, no.
No. No.
You need to discuss this with your family, especially your sister. Don't think about keeping it all to yourself. I won't do any secret deals with you. Darling. I said I can give it to you. Lu Yong moved closer. Hearing this nickname, Wanyan suddenly felt something was wrong. She quickly looked up and saw Lu Yong sneaking over mischievously. She hurriedly hugged the bottle and took a step back, sternly asking, "What do you want to do?" Lu Yong finally stopped pretending. "I've liked you for a long time.
I just want to try."
Wanyan was startled. She realized she was careless. She looked around. The place was quiet and remote. No one would hear her shouting. She steadied herself, resisting the urge to, and said, "You. Don't come any closer. Let's talk first." Lu Yong's eyes were full of greedy desire. "What do you want to talk about?" "This place isn't good." Wanyan pretended to look troubled. Lu Yong was unfazed. "Trust your brother. He'll make sure you're comfortable." Seeing him come closer, Wanyan hugged the bottle and prepared to run, but Lu Yong grabbed her roughly. "You're already married. What are you afraid of? Why not try something new?" Wanyan felt disgusted and quickly pulled out a small folding knife she had bought earlier at a department store for self-defense. She swung it at Lu Yong. "Get away, or I'll hurt you," she warned. This small knife was bought after an incident at a tape store, and she didn't expect to use it now. She struck quickly and accurately, aiming at Lu Yong's arm. But as soon as she moved, Lu Yong held her tightly, preventing her from acting. He reached out with his other hand, snatched the knife from her, and said, "I told you not to move. The more you struggle, the more excited I get." Because he grabbed the knife, he briefly let go of Fong Wanwan's hands. Fong Wanwan quickly rushed forward. When Lu Yong regained his senses, he saw Fong Wanwan running so fast that she kicked a stone and fell into the pond. Just as Lu Yong was about to jump in, a tall figure suddenly rushed over and kicked him aside. The kick was fierce, and Lu Yong was momentarily stunned, seeing stars. After a while, he finally recovered. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard a splash. "Who the dares to ruin my good thing?" Fong Wanwan was holding a porcelain bottle. She felt her body getting heavier and her breathing becoming harder. She wanted to swim upstream, but her feet seemed tightly caught by something, and she had no strength left to struggle. Her consciousness began to fade slowly. Sucheng searched the water and finally saw Fong Wanwan tangled in water plants. He swam over with effort, pulled the plants from her feet, and held her waist. He swam out of the water and just carried her onto the shore when Lu Yong rushed over. "Let her go," Lu Yong shouted loudly. But when he looked into the man's eyes, he couldn't say anything. He shrank his neck and took a step back. The man's fierce aura seemed ready to tear him apart at any moment. Sucheng restrained Lu Yong's provocation, lowered his warning gaze, and laid Fong Wanwan flat. He checked her breathing at her nose, his heart tightening. His blood seemed to freeze. This feeling made his mind go blank for a moment. Soon, overwhelming emotions took over, anger and urgency. Luckily, his last bit of reason helped him snap back to action. He quickly performed first aid on Fong Wanwan. He removed the porcelain bottle from her and placed it aside. He kept pressing her chest with both hands until she coughed out water and stopped. Then he squatted down to give her artificial respiration. Su Cheng's heart was pounding, trembling with nervousness. He stopped only when he felt her faint breath at her nose. Just then, Lu Yong tentatively stepped forward, trying to take the porcelain bottle nearby, but Su Cheng grabbed his hand, holding him tightly.
"Pain. Pain. Let go."
"This belongs to me," Lu Yong shouted repeatedly. He hadn't even touched it, but he didn't want to lose those few hundred yuan for nothing. Su Cheng slowly stood up, holding Lu Yong's hand. Lu Yong twisted his body and yelled as he moved. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, followed by a loud wail across the sky.
Let
me go. I don't want this thing anymore, isn't that enough? Life is more important." At this moment, Su Cheng's gaze was sharp and piercing. He released Lu Yong's painful hand. Before Lu Yong could catch his breath, he was struck again in the chest. Then his waist and abdomen were heavily hit. These consecutive attacks left Lu Yong with no strength to fight back. He was so exhausted that he couldn't even run. He could only kneel on the ground, begging for mercy. "Big brother, please spare me. I didn't touch her. I just wanted to give her an antique." She ran too fast and accidentally bumped into something, causing her to fall. "I'll give you one more chance to tell the truth," Su Chung said coldly, with a hint of icy anger. He was seriously considering killing him.
She.
"It's not my fault. She looks like that, and even a man would want to try. I didn't even touch her hand. She ran off with my antique, which is worth hundreds of dollars." Su Chung couldn't listen anymore. His fists clenched tightly, and he struck Lu Yong's face again. After beating him, Su Chung didn't want to delay. He turned around, hugged Fong Wanwan and left. When he saw the porcelain vase on the ground, he paused. Did this girl really like such things? She clung to it even when she was about to die. Thinking of this, he gently picked up the vase and hurried back with her in his arms. Once home, Su Chung quickly boiled some hot water and changed her into clean, dry clothes. She had been unconscious all this time. Su Chung couldn't sit still anymore and decided to take her to the hospital. When he lifted her again, he noticed her pillow was stained with blood. He panicked and immediately lost his balance. He called Hang Hang. "Go to the first 3 hospitals and ask Uncle Su Jian to bring the car to my house." Since Su Chung had brought his aunt back, Hang Hang had wanted to ask about her, but his father's grim face made him take his sister to another room to care for her. Now, following his father's orders, he ran out quickly. When Su Jian arrived, he saw Su Chung with a pale face, holding Fong Wanwan. Without asking anything, he hurriedly helped them into the car and took her to the hospital. After the doctor examined her, he said her brain had been hit by a heavy object and she also caught a cold. She needed to be hospitalized immediately, or the consequences could be serious. After arranging her hospital stay and surgery, Su Chung directly asked Wang Xian to come and treat Fong Wanwan himself. Wang Xian was the best doctor in the hospital. After examining her, he said, "The injury on the back of her head has already been treated. It's not as serious as those other doctors said." "Then why isn't she awake yet?" Su Cheng's palms were sweaty. "Don't worry, just wait a little longer." Wang Xian finished speaking and added, "The condition of the injured soldiers you sent in before is better, including the ones you brought in several times." This was the first time Wang Xian saw Su Cheng look so helpless. Hearing this, Su Cheng felt a bit relieved. When Dr. Wang left, he also told Su Jiyun, "I want to send Lu Yong from Shangyang village to prison." He then briefly explained the whole story to Su Ji. Su Ji quickly stood up and said, "Leave this matter to me." Su Cheng nodded and said, "First, bring the 2 children to me. Send them to their mother's place to stay for a couple of days." Lu Dongxia saw Lu Yong come back with a swollen face and nose, looking completely lost. She sneered inwardly, pleased. That man Fong Wanwan's man was quite fierce. She hoped he wouldn't let her down. It had been days of planning. Lu's mother and father kept asking about Lu Yong with concern. For a long time, their 3rd son didn't say a complete word. Lu's mother was so angry she cursed loudly at the sky and wanted to call her older and second brothers to seek justice for Lu Yong. "Son, who was it that hit you?" "Mom, don't ask. It's too embarrassing." Lu Yong had seen that man's skills. It was definitely Fong Wanwan's man. He was a squad leader. They had found such a remote place, near a pond where 2 incidents had happened before, so no one dared to come. That's why Fong Wanwan's man was brought there. No one knew how this man found his way there. Lu's mother was furious. "Our family is quite well known in the village, and we've been beaten like this. How can we swallow this insult?" Lu's father also couldn't stand it anymore. Just then, someone came to the house. Not just anyone, but police officers from the Public Security Bureau. They said Lu Yong had harassed a female officer, causing her to faint and be hospitalized. Now Lu Yong was under investigation. Hearing this, everyone in Lu's family, except Lu Dongxia, couldn't believe it. But the police weren't joking. They took Lu Yong away immediately. The family was stunned. Lu Dongxia sat upstairs, smiling slightly. She didn't expect this man to act so quickly. She felt very happy and relieved, no longer needing to see that useless, annoying guy. He often threatened her to sell antiques for money, and she had had enough. She slept comfortably in bed. Since coming back, no day had been as relaxing as today. She had just started to feel happy in the morning when more people came to the house. Someone asked her to go somewhere, arriving in a military jeep. The Liu family had never seen such things before. When they saw someone of high status coming to see their daughter, they immediately called Liu Dongxia to go with him. Fang Wanwan followed Su Ziyun to the hospital, where they saw Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan lying in a hospital bed. After bringing her in, Su Ziyun closed the door and left. Liu Dongxia was surprised to see Fang Wanwan lying in bed. She wondered if something serious had happened, but she quickly calmed down, thinking this had nothing to do with her. She sincerely smiled at Su Cheng, saying, "Captain Su, I didn't expect my brother to be so reckless. I wish I could have come earlier to report to you." Su Cheng looked at her calmly and said, "You wouldn't." Hearing this, Liu Dongxia's face changed instantly. I don't understand what you're saying." Su Cheng glanced at her and explained, "Let me clarify. The fact that I appeared at the scene on time shows you had already planned the time and place. If something was about to happen, you wouldn't have had enough time to find me and leave again. From leaving home to finding me, the whole process would take at least an hour and a half. During that time, whatever was going to happen probably already did." Liu Dongxia looked at the man in front of her. His eyes were cold and deep, as if he could see through her. She bit her lip and looked upset, asking, "What's in it for me to do this?" Su Cheng sneered slightly. "You want to use me to get rid of your disliked older brother." Liu Dongxia froze for a moment, but quickly steadied herself. "I ran so far to deliver your message out of kindness. Not only did I get no thanks, but I'm also suspected. That's funny. And all of this is just your guess." She looked very distressed. Su Cheng remained unmoved. "If you want to keep pretending with me, I can have someone ask in prison where his antiques came from. I can also tell him why I appeared so suddenly in such a remote place." Liu Dongxia fell silent. Su Cheng continued, "After I ask him these questions, do you still need evidence?" Liu Dongxia suddenly felt cold all over. Yes, as long as Liu Yong knew she went to find Su Cheng, the Liu family would realize it was all her trap. With her parents' nature, they might end up sacrificing Liu Yong. She thought she could not only make Liu Yong suffer but also gain gratitude from Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan. Relying on their connections, she hoped to meet more powerful people so her antiques could sell for a better price. At this moment, she felt she had gotten into big trouble.
Well,
"What do you want to do?" Su Cheng sneered. "What do I want to do? Think about it. You can still stand here, because you still have something she likes." Liu Dongxia's face turned pale after hearing this, and she looked at Su Cheng in disbelief. You're a soldier? Don't think you can use dirty tricks to make me give away what I have for free." Su Cheng glanced at her. "If something happens to her, these things are worthless to me. I will talk to your brother. If he finds out you gave him the antiques and you told on him, I believe he will figure it out as long as he's not foolish." Liu Dongxia felt she couldn't stand steadily and felt her breathing becoming difficult.
Su Cheng stepped closer. "Don't think you can outsmart me."
Besides this, if she faces any safety issues in Shangyang village, I will be the first to suspect you. Liu Dongxia was completely overwhelmed and cried, "You can't do this. I didn't mean to hurt her." Su Cheng turned to look at Fang Wanwan on the bed, feeling suffocated. "You just want to use me, right?" Seeing Liu Dongxia silent, Su Cheng sneered, "Before using others, shouldn't you ask around what kind of person I am?" Liu Dongxia deeply regretted this moment. "I'm sorry. Neither she nor I need to apologize. What you should do now is go back, eat some vegetarian food, pray she wakes up soon. Those two things I mentioned are your chances to make amends. Otherwise, see you in prison," Su Cheng said coldly. Liu Dongxia turned around blankly, staggering as she left, almost falling. She was alive, but her antiques might be gone, and she had to be responsible for her safety in Shangyang village. If she died, she would go to jail, and her life would be ruined. She deeply regretted provoking such a person. Su Ziyun saw Lu Dongxiao walk away and quickly handed the meal to Su Cheng. Eat something first. You haven't eaten all morning. I've already arranged for people to watch the Lu family. Su Cheng didn't move. Su Ziyun was annoyed. Dr. Wang said this small injury isn't serious. Su Cheng still asked, then why hasn't she woken up yet? Su Ziyun rubbed his forehead and said after a moment, if she wakes up and you're hungry, what will you do? I won't help take care of you. Su Cheng lowered his eyes, took the lunchbox from Su Ziyun silently, and started eating. While eating, he suddenly noticed Fang Wanwan frowning, looking very uneasy. He quickly put down the lunchbox, reached out to feel her forehead, and immediately became nervous. Quick, call Dr. Wang. She's running a high fever. Su Ziyun hurriedly called Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang also checked her temperature with his hand and said calmly, it's nothing serious, just a slight fever. It's cold today, and she's been in the water for so long. She has a slight cold. Su Cheng was a bit doubtful. But. Dr. Wang sighed helplessly, took out a thermometer, and measured her temperature. 37.5 degrees Celsius, a low fever. It's not a big problem. He then placed the thermometer in front of Su Cheng. If it goes over 38 degrees Celsius, use warm water to cool her down. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. After Dr. Wang left, Su Cheng sat down again. He checked her temperature himself, and when he saw 37 degrees Celsius on the thermometer, he finally relaxed. He picked up the lunchbox again and continued eating. Su Ziyun watched him shake his head. I'll go back first. I'll ask about what my sister-in-law has been doing recently in Shangyang village. I'll come back tomorrow morning. All right, go ahead. In the ward, Su Cheng sat on the bed, watching Fang Wanwan's face. Sometimes her expression was relaxed, sometimes pained, as if she was dreaming a long dream. Give me back my life. You can't do this. Fang Wanwan entered that dream again. She saw the original owner continuing her previous life, angrily shouting at her brother and dismissing him when he left. She also saw herself visiting a set to see a young star. When she recognized the face of that young star, she was so shocked she couldn't speak. The face looked just like Chun Kai, but her temperament was completely different. In the drama, she played a domineering CEO, but in real life, she was a cheerful, sunny young man. She was stunned by the original owner. Perhaps because of this man, the original owner's face gradually showed more smiles, and her attitude toward her parents improved a lot. Time passed quickly in the dream. Before she knew it, the original owner and the young star had become a couple. She planned to join the crew with her boyfriend and act as a young couple. Fang's father and mother finally saw their daughter find something they liked. Although it seemed a bit unreliable, it made her happy. Fang Wanwan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, realizing her parents loved her more than she had thought. She had a strong desire to go back, and maybe because of this strong wish, the original owner could feel it. Suddenly, she saw Fang Wanwan and was so surprised that she quickly got out of bed. Come out! This is my life, Fang Wanwan said angrily. After she clearly understood Fang Wanwan's consciousness, she calmed down and immediately created a strong barrier around herself. This barrier seemed to be made from her powerful thoughts. No, since you've left, just rest in peace and don't come back, she said. She had once faintly sensed her presence, but hadn't seen her clearly. Fang Wanwan was angry and said, how can I rest when you treat my parents and family like this? Do you know that when I took over your life, I saw you being bullied and wanted to find a way to help you? The original owner was surprised you took over my life? That was indeed a terrible memory she didn't want to recall. She couldn't accept that she was a fake daughter and that even Chun Kai wanted to end their engagement. She felt a bit guilty and asked, it's been hard for you. Are you okay? Hearing her somewhat polite words, Fang Wanwan shared her experiences here. The original owner didn't speak for a while and then said, I will change. I will also take good care of your parents. Besides, I and Xiaoyang are now married, and I might be pregnant. Give me a chance, okay? I can't live well over there, and I don't have your skills and abilities. Hearing this, Fang Wanwan's whole soul almost exploded. She was actually pregnant. Seeing her angry, the original owner quickly swore, "I will change. If I bully your parents, you can stay with me and make me uncomfortable." Fong Wanwan found that without her consent, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't enter her body. And the other person's desire to occupy her body was very strong. She had no way to fight back. She really wondered how Lu Dongxia was willing to switch back. The original owner seemed to see her worries and said it's useless. If we both get into trouble at the same time, you might have a chance to take advantage. But forget it, such chances are very small. How do you know what I'm thinking? The original owner smiled. I can feel your thoughts and intentions. She then released her own will, and Fong Wanwan immediately felt it. It took her a while before she said, I didn't mean to treat your parents and family badly. I've always been a cold and aloof person since I was young. I never truly felt the love of parents until I came here. I don't know much, I'm not as good as you, and I can't do your work well. They always sigh and complain, which makes me even more annoyed. Now I am studying hard, and once I enter the entertainment industry, I will make them see a different side of me. Seeing Fong Wanwan silent, the original speaker continued. Wherever you go, you are welcomed, but I am different. Although this reason is a bit mean, if I go back, I will ruin your Sioux City. Hearing the name Sioux City, Fong Wanwan's heart trembled slightly. But I swear I will treat your parents well. If you don't believe me, I can give up everything. Let your brother have it all. From now on, I will earn money on my own, so you can rest assured. I will not ruin your life, and I will make her shine. Fong Wanwan thought for a moment, I'll see how you perform. If she really could do what she said and she couldn't come back, she would just have to accept it. As her willingness to return decreased, the original person didn't feel as upset anymore. During the following days, her attitude toward her parents and brother improved a lot, just as she had said. In her free time, she mainly memorized lines, went home to visit her parents, and occasionally visited that male actor to get closer. Honestly, her figure wasn't as good as the originals, but her face was a classic gentle beauty, perfect for playing a dream lover or a pure, innocent girl. Time in her dreams flew by quickly, and Fong Wanwan saw that she gained some recognition. After a while, she saw her break up again, but she didn't seem very sad and soon found another boyfriend. One day, Fong Wanwan decided to say goodbye properly and give her a warning. The original saw her again. See? I did it, right? Fong Wanwan nodded, but she was still a bit dissatisfied. What's wrong? I'll change it. After all, she had gained a big advantage.
Can you
not play around so much? Can't you be more restrained? That's asking too much. I'm finally getting used to the pace here. I'm almost 30. Besides, everyone here is like this, seeing so many people every day, getting so much information. If I still hold on to my old ideas, I'll just suffer. Fong Wanwan. She mainly disliked those two men, always feeling that they were not right, and it made her uncomfortable inside. Just as she finished speaking, the original owner disappeared. It turned out that her new boyfriend had returned. From the look of things, he didn't take her warnings seriously. He had been clingy since they entered the house and continued to be playful even on the bed. She didn't want to watch anymore. She went to her parents. Recently, her mother had been smiling more, and her father was the same. They were talking about her new drama. Turns out our daughter is so talented. We didn't understand her before and never asked if she liked anything. We just forced her to learn so many things. Her brother was holding her photo, saying classmates wanted her autograph. Looking at everything in front of her, she thought if things stayed like this, she might accept it. She quietly hugged herself, curled up in a corner, watching this familiar home she once knew. Outside the hospital room, Wang Xuexiang brought over a hot soup. Su Cheng, take a rest and have some soup. I'll take care of things, she said, opening the insulated box and serving a bowl, then handed it to Su Cheng. Su Cheng didn't take it. I'm not hungry. You should go watch Hang Hang and Fin Fin. Wang Xuexiang paused, placing the bowl on the table. You're still avoiding me. Su Cheng said nothing. Wang Xuexiang sighed. I won't think of you that way anymore, and I won't blame you for Wang Jie's matter.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
There's no need to thank me. We agreed to lose fairly. Seeing Su Cheng staring blankly, Wang Xuexiang smiled and explained, Anyway, I lost, so I'm not afraid to tell you this. Fang Wanwan told me about your real relationship and said she likes you. She wants to compete fairly with me. If I lose, I'll step back and won't use Wang Jie's moral leverage to pressure you anymore. She promised to take good care of Fin Fin and Hang Hang. If she loses, she won't bother us anymore. She said she liked him? Su Cheng's mind buzzed when he heard that. His heart felt both soft and bitter, sweet and painful. So, she liked him. Wang Xuexiang continued, This is the first time I've heard of moral leverage. She said all this was accidental. If possible, she might even trade her life to save Wang Jie's. No one has ever told me these things before. When I went home, I kept thinking about it. Maybe my past actions made things difficult for you. After she finished, seeing Su Cheng staring silently at Fang Wanwan, she added, That time he got hurt, she rushed to the provincial city to invite Mr. Chen back, without stopping. She even fought with me to take care of you, saying she couldn't lose to me. I gave in then. Thank you for telling me all this, Su Cheng said. Wang Xuexiang said, There's no need to thank me. I have my own reasons. Hang Hai and Fin Fin told me that Wanwan treats them very well, earning money every day to buy meat and eggs, and even drawing cards and teaching them to count and recite poetry. I might not be able to do as well myself, so I don't want you to miss her, because you're looking elsewhere. Drink this soup while it's hot. I'm leaving now. If anything happens, just ask someone to find me. After speaking, Wang Xuexiang left. Su Cheng's heart was deeply shaken by her words. After the wild joy, he was overwhelmed by a strange, bittersweet feeling, with his chest feeling tight and painful. His young lady was quite brave. She openly challenged him for the man, taking action without hesitation. He reached out and gently brushed her eyebrows and eyes, softly saying, Wanwan, do you know? I liked you from the first time I saw you, when you put a hat on someone. He looked assertive and proud, feeling he didn't deserve her, yet strangely, he didn't want anyone else to marry her. Somehow, he agreed to her request.
Dad, Mom, I
can't come back. Fang Wanwan's expression turned very anxious and worried. Tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, Su Cheng panicked. He held her hand tightly.
Wanwan, Wanwan.
Wanwan's consciousness was suddenly pulled back by her urgent cry. She was startled awake. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Su Cheng's anxious face. Her nose felt sour, and she ignored the needle still inserted in her hand. She hugged Su Cheng tightly and burst into tears, crying loudly, Su Cheng, from now on, it's only you for me. Su Cheng held her fiercely against his chest, his voice deep and hoarse. Good. He said this single word very heavily. His chin and side of his face kept pressing against her head, afraid she might move away again. Only when he felt her struggling hard did he loosen his grip slightly. Wanwan took deep breaths, gasping for air. Su Cheng, are you trying to kill me? Only then did Su Cheng realize he had been too forceful. After letting go, he felt a bit flustered and wanted to explain, but Wanwan suddenly looked at him and chuckled softly, But I like you. Su Cheng felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. He looked at the soup on the side and asked gently, Are you hungry? Wanwan nodded, a little. Su Cheng stood up and said, I'll heat it up at the hospital cafeteria in front. Wait a moment. Fang Wanwan looked at Su Cheng's figure, and the strong feeling of disappointment in her heart slowly filled again. She really couldn't go back anymore. Then she remembered Lu Yong, and her anger surged. She quickly checked her whole body. As soon as she moved, she felt pain all over. Her head, legs, and waist were all injured. She looked at her clothes and suddenly exploded with anger. She wouldn't. Thinking of this, her scalp went numb. In this era, a woman's innocence was not something to take lightly. Fang Wanwan felt like crying but couldn't, so she buried her face in the quilt and sobbed loudly. At this moment, Su Cheng came in with a bowl of soup. Hearing Fang Wanwan's crying, he immediately felt worried and hurriedly put down the soup to ask, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Fong Wanwan didn't dare to look up at Su Cheng. She sniffled and said, "That Lu Yong. He's in prison now. You don't need to be afraid anymore," Su Cheng explained gently. She looked up with wet eyes, looking at Su Cheng with great pity. "Did Lu Yong do something to me?"
No.
"And my clothes?" Su Cheng bit his lip, looking a bit uncomfortable. "I changed them. You fell into the water." Fong Wanwan tried to think carefully. It seemed that after she fell to the ground, her head hit something hard, and her mind was fuzzy. Then she felt a suffocating sensation, and she struggled to swim upward, but had no strength. Thinking of this, she let out a breath of relief. Luckily, it wasn't anything serious with Lu Yong. If it had been, she might have a psychological shadow for life. Seeing Su Cheng sit down, ready to feed her soup, he brought the spoon to her mouth. She took a sip and suddenly remembered something. "Su Cheng, when that happened, did you do anything to me?" Su Cheng almost choked and quickly explained no. Fong Wanwan asked again, "Did you have any other thoughts?"
No.
Fong Wanwan frowned and looked unhappy. "Are you really a man?" Su Cheng was stunned and explained with a mixture of amusement and frustration, "You were like that at the time. I was confused and didn't have the mind to think about anything else." Fong Wanwan could accept this explanation. She took another bite of soup with Su Cheng's spoon. After finishing the bowl, Su Cheng took a nearby cloth to wipe her mouth and said, "Go to sleep now." Fong Wanwan lay down obediently, waiting for Su Cheng to finish washing the dishes. Then she remembered something important and quickly sat up. "Did you save me and bring me back?"
Nari.
Yes. He had already thought of how to explain how he found the place to rescue her. As for Lu Dongxiao's matter, he decided not to mention it for now. If she found out that her good friend had used her, she probably wouldn't be able to take it. Unexpectedly, she asked, "Did you see a flashy bottle? I brought it back for you and kept it at home." Fong Wanwan still felt uneasy. "Did you hide it well?" This was a treasure. She originally planned to buy it herself. Since Lu Yong, that scoundrel, had cheated her and almost caused her to lose her life, she wouldn't let him have it now. Su Cheng nodded helplessly. "Yes, I hid it and locked it in my closet." Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this thing more valuable than your life?" "Why do you ask?" Fong Wanwan didn't think anything was more important than her life. "You still clung to it even when you fell into the pond," he said, unable to imagine that such a thing could be so precious. Fong Wanwan blinked and tried to recall. She explained, "I thought I just hit my head and fell into the pond. I didn't think much. It was an instinctive reaction." An instinctive reaction? Su Cheng didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "From now on, no matter what you encounter or who you meet, remember to put your life first, okay?" Fong Wanwan didn't speak. She stared at him blankly, then said, "Su Cheng, I want to tell you a secret." Su Cheng nodded and looked at her affectionately. "Go ahead." "I'm someone who doesn't have principles and often goes back on my word." Fong Wanwan paused, observing Su Cheng's reaction. A faint smile appeared on Su Cheng's face, looking interested. "What do you mean by going back on your word?" Fong Wanwan lowered her eyes. "I still need to collect debts, continue moving my household registration, and I want to stay here forever." "Okay." Before she finished, Su Cheng eagerly agreed. "Don't you want to know why?" Fong Wanwan tilted her head and looked at him. No need. Su Cheng's current decision was what he wanted most. Whatever her reasons, he would agree without hesitation. Since that was the case, there was no need to ask further. Fong Wanwan covered her face, feeling a bit guilty. Su Cheng felt tense again. He gently checked her forehead and saw she didn't have a fever. He softly asked, "What's wrong?" Fong Wanwan shook her head and, with a heavy nasal voice, called out, "Su Cheng, I'm here. Are you feeling unwell?" "I'll call the doctor," Su Cheng said nervously. Fong Wanwan finally looked up at the sky outside.
I'm fine.
It's already this late, and the doctor has finished work. After a moment, he tentatively asked Su Cheng, Do you like me?" Hearing this, Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at her seriously and replied, "Yes, I like you." Seeing his ears turn red again, Fong Wanwan couldn't help but tease him. "How much do you like me?" "Really like you. Very much." He couldn't quite find the right words to describe how much he liked her. After saying that, he turned his face away. Although he wasn't good at expressing himself, he wanted to say it. He didn't want her to foolishly compete with others for him anymore. Fong Wanwan saw his expression, smiled, and her eyes curved like crescent moons. Coincidentally, I like you too, and I've liked you for a long time. Hearing her say she liked him directly, Su Cheng's heart raced uncontrollably. His mind was overwhelmed by joy, making him stop thinking clearly. He didn't know what to say or do next. After a while, he calmed down and said, "Rest early. Tomorrow, I'll ask the doctor if you can eat spicy food. I'll buy you some carrot-filled buns." Fong Wanwan looked at him and found him adorable. She nodded happily and said, "Come a little closer." Su Cheng looked up and saw her familiar smile. He quickly said, "Your injury isn't healed yet. Come home first, okay?" Fong Wanwan's face suddenly fell. She lay down unhappily and pulled the blanket over her face. Su Cheng felt a bit helpless. He stood up, leaned in, and kissed her on the forehead. "Be good." Just as he sat down, he saw the bag was empty and the needle was drawing blood back into the tube. He hurried out to find the nurse at the front desk, anxiously saying, "Nurse, please go check room 306 quickly." The nurse was startled by Su Cheng's worried expression and actions. She followed him quickly to the room. Seeing Fong Wanwan lying on the bed, with her breathing steady and looking fine, she asked, "What happened?" "The needle is drawing blood back."
Su Cheng replied breathlessly.
The nurse glared at him. If it weren't for his good looks, she would have scolded him thoroughly today. She, somewhat speechless, approached and removed the needle from Fong Wanwan's hand, then sighed and said, "Just be more careful in the future. Don't make that face and attitude. Normal people are scared by you." After saying that, she looked at Fong Wanwan on the hospital bed, who was smiling foolishly, and felt it looked familiar. After a moment, she remembered. "Was it you who came in the middle of the night to get the bottle for your husband last time?" As soon as she said this, Su Cheng's embarrassment was immediately exposed. Fong Wanwan also couldn't smile anymore and stammered, You remembered wrong." Seeing her denial, the nurse smiled cheerfully. "Your face doesn't lie. What's going on with you two? Are you taking turns staying in the hospital?" Fong Wanwan saw she wanted to chat and didn't want to say much, so she just said, "It was an accident." "An accident?" The nurse, Sister He, insisted. "What accident?" "Such frequent visits. Maybe it's bad luck." Then she cheerfully started to promote her services. "I know a feng shui master, very accurate. If you need, come find me. My surname is He." Fong Wanwan awkwardly nodded. "All right. Thank you, Sister He." Seeing Fong Wanwan looking like she was about to sleep, Sister He had to bid farewell reluctantly. The room became quiet again. Su Cheng sat back beside Fong Wanwan and looked at the blood-stained bandage. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Fong Wanwan was delighted inside. Su Cheng said nothing and sat by her bed. "Go to sleep." The next morning, Dr. Wang came in. Seeing Fong Wanwan in good spirits, he smiled and said to Su Cheng, "I told you it's nothing. Look at how nervous you were yesterday." Su Cheng pursed his lips without speaking. After examining her, Dr. Wang said, "You can leave the hospital in 2 days." He then patted Su Cheng on the shoulder. "You really are something, kid." Fong Wanwan noticed something in Dr. Wang's words and couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong with him? Dr. Wang turned and said, "If she doesn't wake up soon, she'll have to change hospitals." Several times her injuries were so serious that she came to the hospital herself, but I've never seen him so worried. Fong Wanwan looked at Su Cheng, who didn't know how to respond, and her smile deepened. When Dr. Wang was about to leave, Su Cheng quickly asked, "What can she eat today?" Seeing his cautious attitude, Dr. Wang smiled again. She didn't have surgery, so she can eat anything. He then shook his head and left. Su Cheng saw Fong Wanwan lying on the bed, staring at him intently, and felt a bit awkward. "I'll go buy you something to eat." Fong Wanwan nodded, just about to get out of bed, when Su Cheng stopped her with a firm grip. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the bathroom." Before she could answer, Su Cheng gently picked her up in a princess carry. "I'll go myself. It's better not to be seen." Su Chun was unaffected and said as he walked, "What's wrong with that? You're sick. Don't overthink it." Fong Wanwan paused, a bit stunned. Su Chun looked at a man approaching and said, "See? They're all like this. No need to feel embarrassed." Fong Wanwan turned her head and saw a man carrying a weak elderly person coming back from the bathroom. Fong Wanwan. It turned out she was being overly sensitive. She simply wrapped her arms around his neck and said nothing. At the door of the women's restroom, Su Chun set her down. After she went inside, he stood at the door, and women coming out couldn't help but glare at him, as if to say, "Why are you blocking the women's bathroom door?" Su Chun realized this and quickly stepped back, staring intently at anyone coming in or out, afraid of missing anything. After a long while, Fong Wanwan came out. He waved to her. As she approached, he suddenly picked her up again and carried her back to the hospital bed, then went downstairs to buy breakfast. While Fong Wanwan sat bored on the bed, Su Jin arrived. He also brought 2 people with him. Yang Shiqin and Lu Xiaohong looked at Fong Wanwan lying in bed and immediately started scolding Lu Yong loudly. Yang Shiqin carried a basket with boiled eggs and some bought pastries. She took out an egg, peeled it, and handed it to Fong Wanwan. Something big happened, and it was Comrade Su who secretly went to the village to ask about the situation. "We didn't know anything until now. We thought you'd been gone so long and hadn't come back. That Lu Yong was lucky. He was taken away by the police." Fong Wanwan took the peeled egg from Lu Xiaohong and said, "Luckily, I'm lucky to be alive." Lu Xiaohong looked guilty. "I should have gone with you. It's all my fault. I thought it was a familiar face, so I didn't watch out." Fong Wanwan took 2 bites of the egg and smiled. "It's not your fault. I've been to his house several times before, and I didn't expect this to happen." She then glanced at Su Jiyun and asked, "What have you found out?"
Suzy un chút cờ ác qua đi li.
"Just about Lu Yong. He's been loafing around at home, not doing any proper work. He's 26, and he's proud of his small 2-story house, always picky about marriage prospects, daydreaming about impossible things." Lu Xiaohong angrily spat and said, "People like that should go to jail. Does anyone in the village know about this?" Fong Wanwan asked. Since she plans to open a workshop in Shangyang village, whether she's a victim or not, it's not good for people to find out. Lu Xiaohong shook her head. "The Lu family won't talk about it, and we won't either. Not many people know." Fong Wanwan finally felt relieved. "That's good. Does Lu Dongxia know?" Fong Wanwan asked again. When Lu Yong was taken away, she didn't even come downstairs. She's usually annoyed by her brother and doesn't care about family matters, so I don't really know if she knows about this, Lu Xiaohong added. Fong Wanwan thought that she wouldn't need to ask her about this in the future, but she was still interested in the antiques she had. Yang Shiqin added, "What does it matter if she knows? Can she even beat up her brother?" Lu Xiaohong sighed. "The Lu family, besides Dongxia, isn't good. The whole village only has their family with a TV. Ever since Lu Dongxia stopped managing things, no one dares to go to their house to watch TV anymore." Fong Wanwan agreed, thinking it was really lucky that this fellow villager could go back. Living with these difficult people would be too exhausting. Seeing Fong Wanwan deep in thought, Lu Xiaohong thought she had something on her mind and said, "If you need me to accompany you somewhere, just come find me. I work hard in the fields every day." Fong Wanwan smiled gratefully. "Okay." They chatted and laughed, making Fong Wanwan feel much better. Just then, Su Chun returned. He looked at the breakfast in his hand, took out 5 yuan, and handed it to Su Jiyun, saying, "I didn't expect you to come so early. The breakfast isn't enough. Go buy some more." Yang Shiqin quickly stood up. "No need, we've already eaten. Now that Wanwan is fine, we should head back." Su Jiyun also quickly agreed. "Since my sister-in-law is fine, I'll go now. They don't have a car to go back." Fong Wanwan tried to stop her. "It's rare to come here. At least have a meal before leaving. There's plenty of time for that. You're still sick, so it's not suitable," Yang Shiqin said, placing eggs and pastries on the table from the basket. She was about to leave with Lu Xiaohong. Su Jian smiled at Su Chun. "Take good care of your sister-in-law. When she recovers, invite me to dinner."
Shucheng nari.
My sister-in-law will be discharged the day after tomorrow.
Come pick us up then.
Su Jian raised his hand and mockingly saluted. All right then. After everyone left, Su Ching took the 2 bought carrot-filled buns and handed one to Fong Wanwan. Next to it was a bowl of wonton soup. He then got up and brought back a cup of warm water, saying, if you're thirsty, just drink some water. Fong Wanwan ate her bun and asked him, what did you eat? I ate a bowl of noodles, Su Cheng replied honestly. Seeing her mouth full of food, Su Ching couldn't help but ask, is it that delicious? Fong Wanwan nodded while eating. Yes, very tasty. Haven't you tried it before? Su Cheng's eyes held a faint smile. He didn't answer, but since he had tried it twice, he suspected her taste was quite special. After finishing her bun, Fong Wanwan took a couple of sips of water and asked, where are Fin Fin and Hang Hang? I asked Su Jian to help pick them up and bring them here. Fong Wanwan looked at Su Cheng and asked, did she say anything to you? No, Su Cheng lowered his eyes. Fong Wanwan was satisfied and took 2 more bites of her bun, mumbling, at least she's decent, didn't take advantage of the situation. Su Cheng understood her meaning and a faint smile appeared on his face, showing a bit of happiness. After she finished the bun, Su Cheng took out a pen and a notebook from his pocket and handed them to her. If you're bored, you can sit and draw. Fong Wanwan took the notebook, looked up at Su Cheng, and asked, why don't you ask why I want to design clothes? Su Cheng paused for a moment, then sat down sincerely and said, isn't it because you learned it on TV? All right. Fong Wanwan was momentarily speechless. She had wanted to tell him and set the stage for her plan to open a workshop in Shangyang Village, but it seemed she didn't need to anymore. She tapped her pen on the notebook and said, Su Cheng, I want to start a business. I plan to open a small workshop in Shangyang Village, buy 5 sewing machines, hire 5 tailors, and gradually expand. Then you're not going to college? Fong Wanwan thought that since she couldn't go back, she still needed her education and status. These were her capital for survival in this world. I have partners. One handles sales and procurement, and the other manages production. The person in charge of production is Sister Yang, and the sales partner is a boss I met when I sold tapes last time. I only need to focus on designing and planning. If the scale isn't big, it won't take much time. Su Cheng was not surprised at Fong Wanwan's business skills, as it was clear from her clothing customization. He nodded and said, if you need help, just tell me. Just supporting me emotionally is enough. Fong Wanwan tilted her head and looked at Su Cheng, thinking this was not difficult for him. Sure enough, Su Cheng replied with a simple okay. Suddenly, Su Cheng remembered something. A few days ago, your dad called to ask how you were doing. Since yesterday's incident, I haven't had a chance to tell you. Fong Wanwan found it hard to believe that Fong Qingshan cared about her well-being. Initially, her family seemed eager to send her away immediately. She wondered if it was because Fong Hui's engagement with Chen Kai was broken and Su Cheng got promoted, making her somewhat useful again. They might have deliberately held onto her household registration, wanting her to return home personally, hoping to repair their relationship. Thinking about this gave Fong Wanwan a headache. The original owner said she just needed to live well and didn't need to seek justice for herself, since she was doing fine now. But it seemed that she couldn't just do whatever she wanted with this relationship. To transfer her household registration smoothly, she would have to argue with them some more. With this in mind, she told Su Cheng, I've decided. After I finish delivering the clothes, I'll go to Beijing with you to visit my parents. Su Cheng looked at her suspiciously. You want to see them? Fong Wanwan frowned. They pushed me into this situation. Do you think I still want to see them? I heard you calling mom and dad in your dreams, Su Cheng said. Fong Wanwan was startled and asked, what else did I say? Could she have revealed her secret in her dreams? Su Cheng looked at her panicked expression and calmly shook his head.
No.
Fong Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief and explained, I want to please them first and transfer my household registration. My dad's attitude isn't hard to guess. He thinks you're a good son-in-law.
Su Cheng understood.
Okay, I know what to do. Fong Wanwan smiled. Once the household registration is transferred, I'll be with you. Su Cheng's lips curved into a gentle smile.
Yes.
After discussing this, Fang Wanwan took out her notebook and pen, sat down, and started drawing. While drawing, she mumbled, "Su Chung, your nose is so high. Your eyelashes are so long, longer than mine.
How can that be?
Suchung did not respond, allowing her to draw and talk freely. After a while, Fang Wanwan suddenly blurted out, "Is your biological mother a beautiful woman?" Suchung was taken aback and didn't know how to reply. After a moment, he said, "I don't know either."
He truly didn't know.
Although everyone who had seen her mother praised her, he couldn't feel it himself. Seeing Suchung's reaction, Fang Wanwan realized she had let slip that she knew his background. She quickly added, smiling, "I figured it out. You're really lucky to have such a good family background." Seeing her clever expression, Suchung couldn't help but smile. "You're really good at making metaphors." Fang Wanwan bit her pen and thought for a moment before saying, "This time, you don't need to be the model. I want to use Su Jiyun instead."
Why?
"Because my current designs are aimed at ordinary people, good quality and affordable. Your image isn't suitable. You can only wear my high-end custom clothes." Suchung didn't say anything, only smiled slightly. Finally, Fang Wanwan added, "I've also ordered a set of clothes for our family to wear during the new year." Suchung didn't know what to say anymore. He owed her too much. In the end, he just softly said, "Thank you." Meanwhile, after Su Jiyun drove Yang Shiqin and Lu Xiaohong back to the village, many villagers gathered around out of curiosity. After all, no one in the village had ever driven a car before. Once Su Jiyun left, the curious neighbors gathered at the Yang family's door.
Who is that man?
"Is he Genzi's comrade?" someone asked, stretching their neck. Lu Xiaohong waved her hand. "Enough, enough. This has nothing to do with my brother-in-law. From the sound of it, it seems they're not coming to pick anyone up. Whether they pick someone up or not, my sister doesn't have time to go back now." Lu Xiaohong was also worried these people might spread rumors. After all, Yang Shiqin hadn't explicitly said she wanted a divorce from Chen Gang. If some people started speculating, it could cause trouble. Unexpectedly, Yang Shiqin said, "Maybe I'll be staying in Shangyang village for a long time."
What?
"What do you mean?" Not only others, but Lu Xiaohong was also surprised. "It doesn't mean anything," Yang Shiqin replied without much explanation. Recently, she felt life was pretty good. Money came in every day, and she didn't have to listen to others barking orders. She gave half of her earnings to her mother, which was her living expenses, and she didn't do any work. If Fang Wanwan really managed to open a small workshop in the village, she wouldn't plan to go back at all. Feeling wealthy is truly different, even if not much. It gives her more confidence. "Wow, you've made a big connection. Now you speak with more confidence. By the way, do you think the man we saw just now is married?" Someone immediately thought of this upon seeing Su Jiyun. Yang Shiqin didn't mind this question. After all, Su Jiyun was about 23 or 24, and if there was a suitable match, she could choose. She smiled and said, "He's still single. When I was in the military district, he had a good reputation and was well regarded." "Oh, my daughter is 22 and works at a local textile factory," an old woman said happily, quickly introducing herself. Lu Xiaohong recognized her daughter and said, "Your girl Xiaoxiang is quite selective. Xiaoxiang just has slightly better working conditions. My niece is 19, just finished high school, and is about to become a primary school teacher," someone else quickly added. "Let's just see how things go. Why rush?" "Yes. Yes. You guys are the ones in a hurry, not your daughter." The group nearly started arguing. Su Jiyun never imagined that just by showing up in a car at Shangyang village, she would become the most sought-after match in the village. Finally, Yang Shiqin said, "Here's an idea. If you have suitable girls, write down their details. I'll personally deliver them, so he can choose." Okay. Everyone agreed quickly. Yang Shiqin added, "The car the man just drove isn't his personal one. It belongs to the military district, so don't get your hopes up too high, or you might be disappointed." To be honest, Yang Shiqin was a straightforward person. "Wow, being able to drive a car from the military district shows real skill. Your son has come here many times, but has never driven once," she said. Yang Shiqin didn't know what to say and silently admitted, "That's true. The key is he's only 24, looks good, and has a decent character. His monthly salary is 65 yuan, which is higher than our son's." 65 yuan? Someone was surprised. That's a good salary. Look at Xiaoxiang working at the textile factory, earning 25 yuan a month. She's so proud, she almost lifts her chin to the sky. But compared to this man, that salary isn't much of an advantage. Someone teased their rival. All right, enough. Whether it works or not isn't up to you. I'll go back and have someone write down the birth details. The neighbors surrounding the Yang family dispersed in a rush. Su Jiyun, who never thought she was so popular, was now planning to drive to the hospital to pick up Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan. When they arrived at the hospital, Su Cheng had already packed up his things and left the ward. He had planned to go to Wang Xuexiang's place to pick up Hang Hai and Finfin together, but unexpectedly, Wang Xuexiang understood Fang Wanwan's situation and thought she also needed care. She suggested Su Cheng return home first to focus on taking care of her, and in a few days, she would send the children back herself. So, Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan took Su Ziyun's car to return home. On the way back, Su Cheng bought a chicken, some eggs, and 2 pounds of meat. At noon, they cooked chicken soup. Su Ziyun left only after finishing his meal. After lunch, Fang Wanwan washed herself thoroughly again and changed into a new outfit before comfortably lying down to rest. Perhaps because she had just washed up and felt the breeze, Fang Wanwan couldn't help but sneeze. Then she heard the door creak open, and Su Cheng came in holding a hot water bag. In the past few days in the hospital ward, she always felt her hands were cold when sleeping, so he bought a hot water bag on the way back. Su Cheng placed the hot water bag inside the quilt and was about to pull his hand out when Fang Wanwan grabbed it. He paused for a moment and then remained still. He looked up and met her mischievous black eyes, her smile sly. His throat moved, and after a moment he asked, "Wanwan, you?"
What?
"What are you talking about?"
Come here.
Fang Wanwan suddenly scolded him. Su Cheng pursed his lips, obediently and slowly moved closer, sitting properly beside her. Seeing his behavior, Fang Wanwan suddenly acted dramatic. "Oh, I'm still so cold." It seemed she understood her, and gently, he wrapped her in his arms, softly asking, "Are you still cold like this?" Fang Wanwan smiled and tilted her head. "To settle the debt, I'll kiss you 100 times, and you kiss me 300. Before she could finish speaking, he covered her mouth. After a while, Fang Wanwan felt her lips go completely numb, but he seemed tireless, immersed in the moment. Su Cheng only stopped when he felt her little hands had stopped moving altogether, then released her. Fang Wanwan gave him a big thumbs up. Much better than last time. She then planted a reward kiss on his face, quickly lay down, pulled the blanket over her face, and covered herself. Despite her confident words, she didn't expect that when Su Cheng was serious, her cheeks would turn hot. Especially when she watched his eyelashes flutter slightly when he closed his eyes, her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. She is a mature soul now, quite experienced in big situations, yet she still isn't as good as Fang Wanwan. Su Cheng gently pulled the blanket off her head, tidied her messy hair, and looked at her with concern and affection.
Sleep now.
After saying that, he got up and quietly closed the door. He changed into a different outfit and went to Su Ziyun's dormitory. "How is Lu Dongxia doing?" Su Cheng asked as he sat down opposite Su Ziyun. Su Ziyun recounted everything he had learned about Lu Xiaohong in the car without missing a detail. "You mean she fell into the water twice, and each time she seemed like a different person?"
Su Ziyun not dead?
"Yes, I also secretly confirmed with other villagers. The antiques her sister-in-law was interested in were collected during a certain period in her life. And during that clever period, her business was booming, and the 2-story Western-style house was built then. When she returned after falling into the water again, she was back to being the Lu Dongxia she used to be. Even her temper worsened, and the person she was seeing before was gone."
I see. Su henges brau pro deeply.
This reminded him of some rural superstitions he had heard before. Although he knew she was no longer the same person, he couldn't understand what she had gone through to be left at the Fang family, facing her past difficulties. No wonder she had nightmares, calling for her parents, begging to be given her life back. And her sudden coldness when she returned from Shangyang village that day, Su Cheng suddenly understood. She thought she had found a way to go back. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt cold all over and his palms sweat. He also remembered her placing several antiques in front of him, teaching him how to collect and identify them, even telling him not to sell unless absolutely necessary. Turns out, these things were meant for her to leave for him. Su Jian saw him looking lost. What's wrong? Does Lu Dongxia have some problem? Su Cheng finally snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head.
No.
Su Jian didn't doubt further and continued. I heard Commander Wu say about the last trip to the provincial capital. You received a first-class merit, I got a third class, and Chen Kai was promoted. Seeing that Su Cheng didn't speak, Su Jian thought he wasn't very happy with the result and added, You're close too. If you get 2 more chances, you could be promoted again. After a long pause, Su Cheng only replied with a faint It took a while before I regained my senses, and I asked, What is the person she was with doing now? Is he talking about marriage? Su Jian smiled and said, Really? When did you become so nosy? Are you interested in Lu Dongxia? Su Cheng frowned with displeasure and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that he wasn't joking, Su Jian added, You know him, it's Feng Yuan. He saved my sister-in-law. I heard that after Lu Dongxia stopped recognizing him, he almost couldn't recover. His family was worried he'd get too emotional, so he moved to another village with his older brother. That village was recruiting soldiers, and he joined. He's been there for 3 years now, and he's 22, 3 years younger than Lu Dongxia. He always works during holidays, so he probably doesn't have a girlfriend. Hearing this, Su Cheng felt a strange fear. What if she also disappeared without reason, and no one recognized him anymore? Seeing his expression, which looked like a wilted eggplant, Su Jian asked, Did your sister-in-law argue with you? Su Cheng stood up and said, No, I'm leaving now. If you have nowhere to go tonight, you can come to my house for dinner. Meanwhile, at the Yang family's place, surprisingly, people had been sending birth charts of young women over the past few days. Yang Shiqin thought about Fong Anwen returning and asked Xiao Hong to go see her again. She also mentioned this matter to Su Jian. Xiao Hong then remembered Lu Dongxia and said to Yang Shiqin, Sister, last time I went to find Dongxia, I promised to find her a soldier boyfriend. Maybe I should introduce her to this comrade named Su. Yang Shiqin thought for a moment and felt these two weren't a good match. Dongxia's temper doesn't seem right with Xiao Su. But I promised her. Xiao Hong felt a bit regretful. She believed Lu Dongxia wasn't like this originally, but she was hurt and her family treated her badly, so she changed. In the past few days, she had spent time with her and Fong Anwen, and they seemed to have grown closer. She wondered if continuing to get along might make things better. Although she wouldn't be involved anymore, she still hoped she would get better and better. Since her last return, Lu Dongxia had locked herself in her room and hadn't come out. Just thinking about that man made her shiver. She had gone to make peace, but with her relationship with Fong Anwen, most people wouldn't suspect her. Even Fong Anwen herself wouldn't think so. She stood up and walked to the antique box, feeling stunned. She had originally hoped to connect with someone of higher status to find a better buyer. Unexpectedly, she didn't find a buyer and was about to give away these items for free. She smiled bitterly twice, thinking that life was full of surprises. If it weren't for this role reversal, or if she had simply died, she wouldn't feel this lingering regret. Her family treated her badly, but it was the same as many other traditional families that favored boys. They married her off early. She would have lived a simple life like other ordinary girls in the village. But somehow, she was exposed to a different world and saw that women could live in many ways. Unfortunately, she was never as good as her. The next day, news spread that Lu Yong was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Lu's parents nearly fainted. Lu Dongxia was also shocked. She had to admit that this man's connections and skills were truly impressive. She felt a bit anxious and decided to visit Lu Xiaohong to check on Fong Wanwan's situation, bringing a small, beautiful gold phoenix hairpin. When she arrived at the Yang family, she saw Lu Xiaohong about to leave. After asking, she learned that Lu Xiaohong was also going out. When they reached Fang Wanwan's house, Fang Wanwan had just woken up. Hearing that Lu Xiaohong and Lu Dongxia had come, she quickly welcomed them inside. This time, Lu Xiaohong brought a chicken. Su Cheng didn't accept it, so she tied the chicken with a string and left it in the backyard. Lu Dongxia looked at Su Cheng's tired expression today, completely different from her sharp, cold gaze the other day. She only gave her a cold glance before returning to her room. Fang Wanwan brought some fruit candies and cookies she had bought earlier from the supply and marketing cooperative. I don't have much to do. Thank you for coming in this cold weather. Lu Dongxia looked at the purple bruise on Fang Wanwan's forehead, feeling complicated. Are you okay? I'm fine now. I was just one breath away from death, she said, clearly annoyed with Lu Yong. Seeing Lu Dongxia's guilty look, she changed her tone. It's not your fault. Lu Dongxia was silent for a moment, then took a cloth bag from her pocket and handed it to Fang Wanwan. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have met my brother. This antique is my apology to you. Fang Wanwan smiled slightly. I've already accepted this apology from your brother. How much do you plan to sell it for? Seeing Lu Dongxia pause, Fang Wanwan added, but I don't have extra money right now to buy it.
Just keep it safe for now.
Lu Dongxia packed the item carefully and put it back into her pocket. Fang Wanwan knew what a chicken meant to the Yang family. She kept this feeling in her heart. Seeing that Fang Wanwan was fine, Lu Xiaohong finally relaxed. Wanwan, that young comrade Su she went to our village the day before yesterday. Someone liked him. My sister said he's still single, so she asked for the birth dates and conditions of a few girls. A few girls? Fang Wanwan didn't expect Su Zhiyun to be so popular. Her curiosity immediately grew stronger. Lu Xiaohong took out a few pieces of paper from her pocket. About 5 or 6. Can you tell him where they live? I'll deliver the message. Maybe there's a good match. It would be a shame to miss out. Fang Wanwan took the papers from her hand and said, no need. He will come over for dinner later. You might as well eat first before leaving. When Lu Xiaohong was tying the chicken in the backyard, she smelled the delicious aroma from the kitchen and nodded shyly.
All right.
Fang Wanwan looked at the notes, which listed 2 good conditions. 1, a 22-year-old working in town. The other, a 23-year-old who cooks well and has a good personality. Then she looked up and saw Lu Dongxia's hesitant expression. She smiled and said, since you're here, it's better to talk face to face. Lu Dongxia's face suddenly turned red, showing she was a bit embarrassed. At dinner time, Su Zhiyun arrived as expected. Su Cheng had already prepared the food, and Fang Wanwan helped serve the rice with chopsticks. At the table, Lu Dongxia secretly glanced at Su Zhiyun. He looked decent, tall, and capable of driving military district cars anytime. He probably held a certain position and could move in the same circles as Su Cheng. If Su Cheng and Fang Wanwan could get into those circles, he probably could too. Su Zhiyun also felt her gaze and couldn't help but slightly frown. Just then, Fang Wanwan spoke up, mentioning that girls from Shangyang village were interested in dating Su Zhiyun. Su Zhiyun didn't expect to be so popular. He was happy and said, that's good. Meeting someone suitable is not a bad idea. Lu Dongxia's face showed a small hint of disappointment as she focused on eating. Before leaving, Lu Xiaohong enthusiastically told Su Zhiyun, Comrade Su, when will you come over? If you want to meet someone, let Wanwan know. She can pass the message and I'll make arrangements.
Su Zhiyun note that, Anzai.
After everyone left, Su Zhiyun waved a stack of papers at Su Cheng and said, I didn't expect my chances aren't worse than yours. Su Cheng looked at his wide smile and nodded. Su Zhiyun approached Fang Wanwan and said to Su Cheng, I think Lu Dongxia is interested in Lu Zhiyun. Su Cheng replied without thinking, they are not a good match. Fang Wanwan nodded. One is quiet, the other is talkative. I thought they could complement each other, but sitting together feels strange. Maybe their personalities don't match. Fang Wanwan then asked, where is Su Zhiyun from? His accent doesn't sound local. From Huqing. Fang Wanwan was a bit surprised. Not many from Huqing joined the army. Would his family agree to let him marry someone from here? Seeing her worried expression, Su Cheng's eyes unconsciously showed a hint of a smile. That's still early to tell. He knows what he's doing, so you don't need to worry. Fang Wanwan pursed her lips and said nothing more. After 2 days of careful care from Su Cheng, Fang Wanwan's health improved significantly. She went to Shangyang village and brought back fabric bags and dolls made by Yang Xiqin and Lu Xiaohong, settling all their wages. To reward them for finishing on time, she gave each an extra 8 yuan as a year-end bonus. This was a big surprise for Yang Xiqin and Lu Xiaohong. They had never heard of a year-end bonus before. Fang Wanwan told them that once the workshop was up and running, everyone would receive a bonus each year based on their efficiency. The next day, Fang Wanwan planned to go to the county town to pick up the custom-made clothes, and Su Cheng went with her. When collecting the clothes, each person also received an 8 yuan bonus. After organizing everything, Fang Wanwan planned to go to the provincial city in a few days, taking Hang Hai and Finfin with her. When picking up people, Wang Xuexiang was also on holiday, saying she had free time to take the children, so Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng could focus on their work. They packed 21 pieces of clothing, along with several fabric bags and dolls, filling 3 large bags. Su Zhiyun went back to Huqing for the new year. Su Cheng went to ask Commander Wu for a car. Commander Wu nodded and smiled. This time, the car is for me to visit Vice Mayor Yang. This gave him a reason to use the car. Su Cheng said, "Thank you." Commander Wu patted his shoulder. "All right, kid. It's just so she can get a special exception." Su Cheng drove the car to the gate, loaded all the packages into it, and let Fang Wanwan sit in the front passenger seat. In the county, Su Cheng parked the car and bought 4 carrot-filled buns to take with him. Sitting in the car, Fang Wanwan looked at Su Cheng's profile and asked, "Su Cheng, is there something you don't know how to do?" Su Cheng didn't react immediately. "What's wrong?" Fang Wanwan smiled with her eyes curved, "Just praising your skills. Her life skills are top-notch." Su Cheng didn't speak, but a small smile naturally appeared on his lips. Fang Wanwan looked at the bun in her hand and hesitated, asking, "Will eating the bun next to you bother you?" "No, go ahead and eat," Su Cheng replied. Fang Wanwan's small mouth, which had been talking non-stop, finally fell silent. Su Cheng watched her through the rear-view mirror as she chewed happily, squinting with satisfaction. Although it was a very small thing, she always made him feel a happiness he had never experienced before. Until she finished the bun, Fang Wanwan remembered something. "Su Cheng, I said I would bring out that porcelain vase when I left, but now I can't remember if I took it with me. Can you stop the car so I can check?" "I wrapped it in clothes and put it in the trunk," Su Cheng said. Fang Wanwan let out a breath of relief. "Are you planning to sell it?" Su Cheng remembered she had said not to sell these things unless absolutely necessary, especially since she treasured this one even more. "I just want to show it off in front of Mr. Chun and see how many people can recognize its value," she explained. Su Cheng didn't understand these things, but he knew it was probably worth more than the last painting. When they arrived in the city, it was lunchtime. Su Cheng parked the car in front of a restaurant and told Fang Wanwan, "Let's eat first and then go." After getting out of the car, Fang Wanwan realized they were at Tianxiang Restaurant on South Street. She followed behind Su Cheng and asked, "Did you also get a year-end bonus?" Su Cheng was momentarily surprised but quickly responded, "Yes." They found a seat and sat down when a familiar voice called out, "Isn't this Miss Fang?" Fang Wanwan turned her head and saw Wang Fuchen, dressed elegantly with a slicked-back hairstyle. She quickly looked away, covering her face, trying not to recognize him, but he was carrying a cup and walking over casually. Fang Wanwan thought to herself, "Oh no, this is bad." She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Su Cheng. He was sitting calmly beside her, with his eyes not even giving Wang Fuchen a glance. Wang Fuchen reached the other side of the table and sat down, sizing up Su Cheng, and then Fang Wanwan. Seeing her look like she wished she had never seen him, he felt a bit annoyed. "Miss Fang, what do you mean?" "I just came over to say hello," Wang Fuchen said. Fang Wanwan finally removed her hand from her face and awkwardly smiled at Wang Fuchen. "Young Master Wang, what a coincidence." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Su Cheng and introduced, This is my husband. Su Cheng's expression was calm, and he was still being observed. Today, he wore a coat that Fong Wanwan had specially tailored for him. His handsome and noble appearance carried a faint sense of authority, making it hard to see his true status. Wang Fuchen looked at him and suddenly felt a bit ashamed of himself. With this, are you really willing to divorce and take the 2 kids with me? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere instantly froze. Seeing Fong Wanwan stiffen, Su Cheng slowly turned around and said to Wang Fuchen, "We haven't divorced yet. Maybe you should sit farther away." His tone was light, but it somehow made Wang Fuchen feel a bit intimidated. Wang Fuchen forced a smile, unsure of what to say. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, another man from Wang Fuchen's table approached. "Young Master Wang, I didn't expect you to be so timid." He walked over to Fong Wanwan, curious to see what kind of woman she was. Fong Wanwan couldn't sit still anymore. She grabbed Su Cheng's hand and said, "I'm not eating this meal anymore. Let's go." The man coming over blocked Fong Wanwan's way, speaking in a teasing tone, "You do have some looks. No wonder Brother Kai had to personally warn our young Master Wang." This man was Zhao Fuli, who had once lost an arm thanks to Chen Kai. Su Cheng stood up and blocked Fong Wanwan, tilting his head to glance at Zhao Fuli. He said firmly, "Get out of the way." Zhao Fuli clenched his teeth and chuckled softly, "Little white face, this is Qing City. Before you speak, better find out who my friends are." Su Cheng sneered coldly, "What? Are you trying to provoke trouble here and make a name for yourselves?" It had been a long time since anyone spoke to Zhao Fuli in this tone. He instantly became angry. "You're asking to die, kid." Just as he extended his fist, Su Cheng grabbed it firmly. He twisted it gently, and Zhao Fuli screamed in pain, "My arm." He loosened his grip, and Zhao Fuli collapsed to the ground, unable to sit up due to the pain. Su Cheng didn't even show any emotion. His actions were decisive, fierce, and precise. Wang Fuchen was so scared, he didn't dare to step forward. His fierceness was even more intense than Chen Kai's, who would often boast and give warnings. He quickly told the 2 young men behind him, "Go call someone." Fong Wanwan, feeling nervous, stood behind Su Cheng and tugged at his clothes. Su Cheng turned his head and gave her a reassuring look. He walked over and squatted in front of Zhao Fuli. "How is it? Can you get up now?" With a calm tone mixed with slight contempt, Zhao Fuli couldn't help but step back. Wang Fuchen was about to come forward to help, but was glared at by Su Cheng and dared not move. "You coward, come help me." Soon, people started gathering around to watch. The waiter responsible for the private room quickly came over. Because Wang Fuchen and his friends often ate here and knew the staff well, he hurried to Zhao Fuli's back and angrily said, "There's a fight here. Why haven't you called your boss to handle it?" The waiter looked at Su Cheng and Fong Wanwan and immediately remembered them. Those officers who came with Mr. Chen and Vice Mayor Yang that day. His face changed instantly. He dared not ask more and quickly turned to call someone to the old house. At this moment, Su Cheng slowly stood up in front of Zhao Fuli and said in a commanding tone, "Are you going to stay here and keep challenging me, or call the police?" Then his gaze shifted to Wang Fuchen, coldly asking, "Young Master Wang, is that right?" Wang Fuchen felt nervous when his name was called but tried to stay calm and replied, "So what if it is? Don't think I'm afraid of you. You better find out who we really are around here."
Tell me.
Su Cheng finished speaking. Just as Wang Fuchen was about to reply, Su Cheng added dismissively, "I want to see which family raised such an ill-mannered son," brazenly encouraging his wife to divorce without shame. These words made Wang Fuchen choke on his own words. The onlookers sighed at Wang Fuchen's reaction. Su Cheng then looked at the 2 bodyguards behind Wang Fuchen and raised an eyebrow. "What about you? Want to try?" The 2 bodyguards, seeing Zhao Fuli lying on the ground, quickly waved their hands politely and said, "No, we have other things to do. We're leaving first." They saw Su Cheng sitting calmly and confidently, just a man who wasn't afraid of trouble. They figured there was no need to risk going to the hospital. They quickly slipped away. Wang Fuchen was furious, grinding his teeth. At this moment, Chen He arrived, looked at Fong Wanwan and Su Cheng, and asked, "Are you both okay?" Wang Fuchen anxiously said, Chenhua, are you blind? The ones in trouble are us. Chenhua glanced at Zhao Fuli, lying on the ground. He saw that Zhao was holding his other hand and couldn't get up. In disbelief, he said, no way, did someone really cut off his arm again? Zhao Fuli's face turned pale. Chenhua, although we had some issues with Chun Kai before, that was a long time ago. Now you're helping an outsider bully our brothers. That's not right.
Chunhua nodded.
Yes, I want to stand up for you, but I don't dare to provoke him. Zhao Fuli couldn't believe it. You're afraid of him?
Yes.
This big incident in our city was handled by him and my cousin. In a few days, Vice Mayor Yang will still want to meet him. Then he looked a bit troubled and said, maybe we should call the police to handle this. Wang Fuchen wiped his forehead sweat and stayed silent. Chenhua approached Zhao Fuli with sympathy. Why do you always get into trouble with the same problem? TSK. I'll have someone take you to the hospital. He called some staff from the restaurant, and they carried Zhao Fuli onto a car to the hospital. After dealing with this, Chenhua spoke to the curious customers. All right, everyone disperse. Since you stayed after such an incident, I'll give you a 10% discount. The customers, surprised by this good deal, quickly left and returned to their tables. Fong Wanwan finally realized that this restaurant was actually run by the Qin family, managed by Chenhua. She thanked him and tugged Su Cheng's sleeve quietly. I can explain this matter to you. Chenhua was seeing Fong Wanwan humble herself in front of others for the first time, which was quite new to him. He felt like watching a show. Su Cheng simply nodded and said, let's order some dishes first. Chenhua quickly stepped forward. I'll pay for this meal. No need, Su Cheng refused. Don't be so polite. It's rare for you to come here. My sister and wife are looking forward to it every day, Chenhua said, then called the waiter to order some signature dishes. Fong Wanwan also said to Chenhua, thank you. Su Cheng glanced at Fong Wanwan but said nothing more. They followed Chenhua into a private room. After sitting down, Fong Wanwan honestly told Su Cheng everything about what had happened. She had initially wanted to see how Fong Wanwan would lie and argue, but she was surprisingly honest in front of Su Cheng. It felt quite dull. Fong Wanwan sighed. If only my beauty could be visible only to Su Cheng, I wouldn't cause so much trouble. Sigh. This cursed charm. Sure enough, as soon as those words were spoken, Su Cheng couldn't help but smile. He said softly, it's not your fault. You're lucky you're clever. Chenhua. This woman's way of talking is so good at comforting people, and she speaks gently and softly. Looking at Su Cheng, his mind was still clear, but he was completely won over and acting strangely. Shouldn't he be angry at her for talking nonsense? Especially since she's a woman. At this moment, Chenhua heard Fong Wanwan praise him again, saying, Chenhua, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I don't know how long these two would have kept bothering us. Thank you for saving us. Chenhua wondered if she was exaggerating to the point of calling it a rescue. He wanted to reply, but it came out as, it's nothing, just a small thing. He instantly felt very proud. After dinner, Fong Wanwan first went to the Qin family. Besides clothes, she also brought a cloth bag and some dolls for Qin Yu. Qin Ting and Li Tong tried on the clothes Fong Wanwan brought, and they were very happy. The cloth bag wasn't very fancy, but it looked artsy. It matched the new clothes perfectly. Qin Yu took 3 cloth dolls and was very happy. She kept begging Fong Wanwan to stay and tell her stories and dance. Fong Wanwan patiently explained, there are many princesses and princes waiting for me to deliver clothes so I can attend the banquet. Qin Yu raised her hand and said, then I want to go with you and protect you. Auntie already has someone to protect her, and they are very good, she said, pointing at Su Cheng. Qin Yu tilted her head and looked at Su Cheng. Okay then, can you come back after delivering the clothes? I'll wait for you. Then she kissed Fong Wanwan on the face. Chen Jinming also came out and said, come back after you're done. I have something to show you. Fong Wanwan received the remaining payment and went to several shops based on the address in her notebook. After delivering the items, she went to the car and carried a box with porcelain bottles into Chen Jinming's room.
Su Cheng naturally followed.
When Chen Jinming saw the porcelain bottle, he recognized it immediately. Fang Wanwan proudly said, "Do you still think I won't be able to pay you back in 10 years for that 10,000? Chen Jinming waved his hand and looked at Su Cheng again. "I remember you pulled your husband out to cover for you back then." Fang Wanwan smiled and said, "That was just a temporary solution. After all, his status is worth more than mine." Chen Jinming sighed and said, "You really are a girl who's hard to understand." Then he patted Su Cheng and said, "You kid are much more perceptive than Chen Kai. Cherish it."
Su Cheng nodded sincerely.
"I will. How about it? Guess the price, then,"
said Fang Wanwan.
Chen Jinming picked up the porcelain bottle and looked at it again. "Are you selling it?" He didn't seem to think so. "No, I just want to know its value in your circle." Chen Jinming looked away from the bottle and shot Fang Wanwan a glance. "What's wrong? Is our circle not willing to pay, and you need to find another way?" Fang Wanwan smiled but said nothing. After a while, Chen Jinming spoke again. "Around 10,000. Fang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, took the item from Chen Jinming's hand, carefully packed it back into the box, and said, "Thank you." Chen Jinming smiled helplessly. "Did you come here just to tempt me?" He then took out another painting from his collection to show Fang Wanwan. It was similar in value to the previous one she brought, not particularly special, but it was complete and nice to look at. After chatting for a while, Chen Jinming decided to let the two stay overnight. "You promised Chen Yu, so don't sneak away tomorrow." Fang Wanwan smiled. "No, we booked a guest house. We'll come early tomorrow morning, take Chen Yu out to play for the day. That way, Chen Jinming wouldn't have a reason to keep them." That evening, Fang Wanwan and Su Cheng returned to the guest house. After washing up, Fang Wanwan sat excitedly on the bed, spreading all the remaining money she had collected that day on the bed, counting it over and over again. Seeing her happy, Su Cheng's mood naturally lifted too. "Su Cheng, once I become a wealthy woman, I'll buy you the most expensive shoes, the best clothes, take you to the most beautiful places, and also bring you to Pengcheng." At this moment, Su Cheng looked relaxed and asked softly, "Do you like Pengcheng?" Fang Wanwan nodded heavily. "Yes, the climate there suits me. Here in winter, my hands and feet are always cold." Su Cheng walked over, helped fold her money one by one, and after she finished, he took her hand and held it in his palm, saying, "All right, from now on, we'll go to Pengcheng." Fang Wanwan looked up at Su Cheng. "What about your job?" "I can apply for a transfer, but I'll have to wait for the right opportunity." As soon as she mentioned it, he remembered. Fang Wanwan's hand slipped from Su Cheng's palm, and she cupped his face, saying, "Su Cheng, you're really kind." Su Cheng's normally gentle jawline suddenly tensed, and his Adam's apple moved involuntarily as he hesitated, leaning in closer. Fang Wanwan closed her eyes, letting him take her. His kiss was both gentle and commanding, just like him, calm and refined when not angry, fierce and precise when attacking, with a commanding presence.
"Wanwan,"
Su Cheng softly called out. "Mm." Fang Wanwan responded quietly. "Focus more." Fang Wanwan. What kind of sensitive nerves does this person have? Even when she zones out, he notices. She didn't stop. She was just secretly watching him. When he looked at her closely, her eyelashes were curled, long, and delicate. When she closed her eyes to attack, they trembled slightly. Next to her high nose bridge was a tiny black mole. Besides that, her face was smooth and fair. He finally stopped and looked up, only to see her eyes darting around his face. "What are you looking at?" Fang Wanwan's eyes curved into a crescent moon. "Other soldiers have healthy, tan skin. Why are you so fair?" No wonder she was called a white face. Su Cheng pursed his lips. "I've been like that too, but I quickly turned back to being pale." He had been teased about this before, but hearing his wife question him made him a little sad. He heard women generally liked a more masculine look. After a few seconds of feeling down, Fang Wanwan said, "I'm so jealous." Su Cheng suddenly looked at her. Was she complimenting him? Then she complained, "I've only been in the Northwest for 3 months, and my face has already darkened." She often went out and didn't use sunscreen. The locals didn't usually carry umbrellas under the strong sun, and she always carried things, so using an umbrella was inconvenient. It's okay to be a little darker. As long as you're healthy, Su Chung didn't mind. He just thought she was too delicate. When she first arrived, a gust of wind would make her face turn red, and he wondered if it hurt. Hearing this, Fang Wanwan felt much better. She pulled the blanket and lay on her side, and Su Chung also lay down. But since they couldn't do much, Fang Wanwan didn't dare tease him. She just closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Wanwan, are you cold? Su Chung saw her move to the corner of the bed. I'm fine. Fang Wanwan felt Su Cheng's warmth even from half a bed away. Suddenly, Su Chung got up, went to the bathroom, and washed his face with cold water. When he returned, he said to Fang Wanwan lying on the bed, I'll ask the waiter for another blanket. When the door opened again, Su Chung was holding an extra blanket. He covered himself with it, then turned to see Fang Wanwan staring at him intently. He also turned to face her, meeting her gaze. They looked at each other silently. After a while, Su Chung finally said, let's switch blankets. Fang Wanwan nodded quickly and slipped into Su Cheng's bed. Su Chung got up and moved to make room for her, sleeping in the spot she had just left. Fang Wanwan lay under the warm quilt, smiling to herself. After the new year, I'll be 19. Su Chung responded softly. Is that still considered young? Fang Wanwan looked at him with her bright, dark eyes. She didn't dare to touch him carelessly, knowing that not only Su Chung but also herself could get into trouble if she did. Her self-control wasn't as strong as his. Aren't you still taking the college entrance exam? Fang Wanwan slapped her forehead. Oh no, she had forgotten about that. Truly, beauty can be a distraction. If she got pregnant, it would be a big problem. Yes, so don't tempt me any more in the future, Fang Wanwan said seriously. Su Chung felt both amused and helpless, but nodded in agreement. Okay. This time, I want to bring back some study materials for the college exam from Beijing. Fang Wanwan had visited the provincial city last time. There weren't many bookstores here, and there weren't many resources for exam review. Although she had graduated from university and even earned a master's degree abroad, it had been many years since the college entrance exam. She might not pass if she took it again, so she needed to study hard to be sure. Okay, Su Chung answered softly. Fang Wanwan imagined her future. If she kept going like this, even if she didn't become part of a wealthy family, she wouldn't be doing badly. She looked at her watch and thought, it's already 11 o'clock. I shouldn't stay up late. I need to sleep. Good night. Su Chung had a gentle smile in his eyes and responded with a soft hum, then closed his eyes. Once everything was quiet, Fang Wanwan suddenly remembered that her body was only 19 years old, still young enough to focus on health. She opened her eyes again, but couldn't see anything because Su Chung had turned off the light.
Sigh.
When she closed her eyes again, she was truly sleepy. Su Cheng's senses were sharp. He listened to her steady breathing and remembered her sigh earlier. Was she thinking of her family? She must have come from a very good background, or she wouldn't have become such an outstanding person. Would she suddenly disappear like Lu Dongxia did? If that happened, how would he find her? The thought made his chest tighten. He reached out from under the quilt and slipped his hand into Fang Wanwan's blanket until he held her soft, slightly cool hand. Only then did he feel a little more at ease. The next morning, Fang Wanwan woke up to find she had moved her blanket again. Her body still felt warm. She was surprised for a moment, then suddenly realized what had happened. Looking beside her, she saw that Su Chung was no longer there. The quilt was folded neatly. The corners of her lips unconsciously curled up as she thought that he should go buy breakfast. She wondered if she should get up to brush her teeth and wash her face. But it was so cold that she was reluctant to get up. She felt as if the warmth of Su Chung still lingered in the quilt. Getting up early in winter is a real test of a person's will. She remembered she had promised to pick up Chinyu, hesitated for a moment, but finally got out of bed. When she reached the bathroom, she saw a thermos placed nearby, probably filled with hot water from Su Chung. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, there was a knock on the door. Fang Wanwan quickly opened the door, and Su Chung came in carrying breakfast. There were 4 eggs and 2 bowls of sliced noodles. Fong Wanwan was trying this type of sliced noodles for the first time. She opened the lunchbox, took a bite, and couldn't help but praise. It's delicious. At this moment, Su Ching looked refreshed and relaxed. He picked up an egg, peeled it, and handed it to Fong Wanwan. I didn't hear you say anything bad about it. Fong Wanwan thought for a moment. Do you know why I don't want to stay at the Chin family's house? Is it because the food isn't good? Fong Wanwan was chewing her egg and nodded heavily.
Shuchen.
So, the fact that it's delicious really mattered to her inside. After breakfast, the two went to the Chin family. As soon as they arrived, Chen Ting came to greet them. Wanwan, do you still have that cloth bag from yesterday? Some of my friends said it's very convenient for shopping when they carry it around, so I want to buy a few more. Fong Wanwan smiled. Yes, I do. She only gave her female clothes, not the men's, and there were about 5 left. 6 yuan each. Chen Ting bought them all. Chen Ting also looked at the new spring designs Fong Wanwan had made, and she ordered 2 more sets. The rest of the Chen family ordered a total of 10 sets this time. Li Tong's friends' company also ordered 10 sets of spring clothes. However, the 4 orders they took at the dinner table received no response. After collecting a 30% deposit for these 20 outfits, Fong Wanwan's money already totaled 5,500 yuan. Buying a few sewing machines and starting a small workshop would be easy. After handling some work matters, Fong Wanwan and Su Ching took Chen Yu out to play. Chen Yu was very happy, chattering all the way, asking Fong Wanwan to tell stories. Fong Wanwan didn't mind at all. Chen Yu held Fong Wanwan's hand with one hand and Su Cheng's with the other. She looked up at Su Cheng and said, Uncle, you're so tall, I can hardly see your face. Seeing that Su Cheng didn't speak, Fong Wanwan covered her mouth and giggled. Auntie, what are you laughing at? Fong Wanwan said, Are you tired from walking and want him to carry you? Chen Yu's small eyes flicked around, then she nodded. Auntie, hold you? Fong Wanwan squatted down. Just then, Su Cheng bent down and picked her up. Chen Yu smiled, finally saw Uncle Su Cheng's face. He's really handsome.
Shuchen.
Not being able to see the face was the real meaning? Such a complicated way of talking. After that, she asked Fong Wanwan, Annie, can you take me to that shop up front to buy a puzzle set? Fong Wanwan smiled. Sure. Have you played with puzzles before? Yes, but I'm not good at it. I get angry, and then my parents won't let me play anymore, Chen Yu said sadly. Oh, I see. Fong Wanwan thought for a moment. I'll check if this puzzle is hard. If I can find a way to teach you, then you won't get angry and can play happily. Chen Yu clapped her hands. Yay. They arrived at the shop Chen Yu mentioned. It was a small toy store, but in this era, having a dedicated toy shop was rare because there were none in the county. Fong Wanwan immediately saw a simple wooden puzzle that could be pushed around. One puzzle had only 9 squares, which was too easy for Fong Wanwan, since she had played a more advanced version with over 20 squares when she was a child. A puzzle cost 1 yuan, which wasn't cheap for that time. Fong Wanwan picked 9 different patterns all at once. She gave 3 to Chen Yu, planning to take the rest home for Hang Hang, Schwanzi, and Fun Fun to play with. Talking about shopping, Fong Wanwan then went to the department store. She looked around and bought a few jeans of chocolate that looked like gold coins from Shanghai and some sandwich cookies. She also bought a few pairs of small clips. Su Cheng, what do you think I should give Su Jian? He helped a lot this time, Fong Wanwan said, genuinely unsure. Don't buy him anything. I'll handle it later, Su Cheng replied. Since we're here, I've prepared gifts for Lu Xiaohong and the others. I can't just leave him out, Fong Wanwan said. Su Cheng thought for a moment, then suggested, then buy a fountain pen. Fong Wanwan thought it was not a good idea. Giving a man a fountain pen feels a bit strange. Su Cheng didn't think much about it. He just felt it suited his job. He had originally planned to invite Su Ziyun to dinner, so he couldn't think of a better idea now.
Got it.
Fong Wanwan suddenly had an idea. She bought a stretchy hair clip with a bow. It was just starting to become popular in the provincial capital, and there were few people in the county who had it. Giving it to a girl you're dating would be pretty nice. She hesitated over which color to choose, then decided to buy both colors. In the end, I chose a pen and I picked the most expensive one. Su Ching saw Fong Wanwan just said that giving a pen as a gift wasn't good, but now she spent 10 yuan to buy one. He was a bit surprised. Wanwan, even leaders wouldn't buy such an expensive pen. Fong Wanwan blinked. Is it only leaders who can use expensive pens? Su Ching choked and then said no. Fong Wanwan nodded, put the pen into a cloth bag, and then said to Chinyu, you stayed with Annie shopping all the way, didn't cause any trouble. Do you want a reward? Happy with the praise, Chinyu lifted her chin. I don't want a reward. I want Annie to teach me how to do puzzles. Fong Wanwan smiled warmly. That's easy. After we leave the mall, find a quiet place, and I'll teach you. Fong Wanwan, who was very good at eating, drinking, and having fun, found these simple puzzle pieces very easy to handle. Chinyu watched with wide, admiring eyes. Auntie, you're so amazing. You can do everything. Fong Wanwan accepted her compliment and repeatedly explained the method. Luckily, Chinyu wasn't slow. After 3 tries, she almost learned it. Wow, I didn't know you could play like this, Chinyu said excitedly with bright eyes. After sitting outside for an hour, Fong Wanwan's hands felt a bit stiff. She stretched and took a deep breath. This puzzle isn't just about the method I taught you. You can also think for yourself. When we get home, practice more. Su Ching looked at Fong Wanwan's cheeks, which were flushed from the cold, and said to Chinyu, Uncle will carry you. Chinyu stretched out her hands. Okay. Su Ching picked up Chinyu and said to Fong Wanwan, let's go home. When Chinyu heard they were going home, she hurried to get down from Su Ching.
No.
I want to play with Auntie a little longer. Su Ching smiled at her. Auntie is tired. Be good. Next time, I'll bring her to play with you again. Chinyu looked at Su Cheng's smiling face and paused. Uncle, your smile is so nice and you have dimples too. Fong Wanwan quickly took a few steps forward, walking backward in front of Su Cheng, and exaggeratedly said to Chinyu, Oh,
How can you say that?
what's wrong? Chinyu tilted her head. I thought Uncle Su Cheng only smiled like that at me. Fong Wanwan pretended to feel wronged. Su Cheng's face suddenly stiffened. He had no experience in comforting children. He just wanted Chinyu to obediently follow him home, so he softened his attitude a bit. But Chinyu was pleased and giggled happily. Su Cheng carefully observed Fong Wanwan's expression. She had a gentle smile in her eyes and didn't look angry, so he let out a sigh of relief. After sending Chinyu home, he said goodbye to the Chin family. They got into the car. Su Cheng asked her, What do you want to eat? Fong Wanwan thought for a moment. You drive first. Let's see if we can find a vendor selling pot stickers on the way. Su Cheng started the car and drove slowly toward the main street. Fong Wanwan sat in the passenger seat, looking around. Soon, she saw a few food stalls and asked Su Cheng to stop the car. They weren't selling pot stickers but small rice cakes that could be eaten one by one. They were white, with a bit of brown sugar in the middle. Fong Wanwan had never tried them before. She took a bite, soft, fragrant, and sweet. She bought 60 pieces for 3 yuan. They were warm and packed into a big bag. She held it in her hands, took one out, and gave it to Su Cheng to try. It's really delicious. Try one. Su Cheng tasted one, then started the car again and drove on. Since they hadn't eaten lunch, Fong Wanwan took this as her meal. She ate one herself and fed one to Su Cheng. Su Cheng wasn't very hungry, but enjoyed Fong Wanwan's feeding. They ate nearly half, feeling full. When they arrived home, Fong Wanwan sorted and organized the items she bought. She also planned her upcoming orders and decided to ask Lu Chun-mei to handle buying the fabrics. After Su Cheng returned, he went to the kitchen to start cooking. He boiled water, filled a hot water bag, and brought it to Fong Wanwan's room. Seeing her sitting at the table, focused on writing and drawing, he didn't disturb her and simply placed the hot water bag beside her before leaving. Fong Wanwan finished her work, stretched lazily, and picked up the hot water bag to go to the backyard and check on Su Cheng. She saw that he was almost done preparing the meal and planned to help by washing the dishes and bowls before serving the food. Su Cheng saw her and took the dishes from her hand, saying, Go back inside and rest. It's cold outside. He quickly rinsed the dishes under the tap. Seeing Fong Wanwan still standing there, Sucheng handed her the hot dishes. Take these inside. Fong Wanwan took the dishes, placed them on the table in the hall, and sat down politely, waiting for Sucheng to come over. Sucheng brought the remaining 2 dishes and also prepared 2 bowls of rice. He placed one bowl in front of Fong Wanwan. She looked at the boiled, pickled fish on the table, her eyes brightening. Sucheng, when did you buy the fish? Sucheng said, I bought it yesterday and kept it in a bucket. Fong Wanwan picked up her chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in her mouth. It was a thin slice, fresh and tender, with no bones or spines. It had a slight spicy and salty flavor that slowly spread across her taste buds. The flavor was truly wonderful. She couldn't help but take another piece. Fish fillets made from this black fish are the best, but it's hard to find them because, in this era, no one farms this kind of fish specifically. Sucheng watched her eat happily and said, If you like it, I'll go to the county tomorrow to buy more. Fong Wanwan waved her hand, no need. It's not worth making a special trip. I happen to be going to the county to handle the new clothing orders. Let me go with you. Fong Wanwan picked up some greens and smiled. Okay, let's go see Hang Hang and Fin Fin. After dinner, Fong Wanwan went into her room, took out the fountain pen she bought in the provincial city, and tucked it into her sleeve. When she arrived at the hall, she saw Sucheng just finishing washing dishes and wiping the table. She smiled mysteriously at him. When will you be done? Sucheng put away the cloth and said, Almost there. Then he went to the backyard, rinsed the cloth, and washed his hands before returning to the hall. Fong Wanwan suddenly grabbed his big hand, placed the pen in his palm, and said, This is for you. Sucheng was surprised and asked, Isn't this for Su Jian? Fong Wanwan's lips curled into a smile. She snatched the pen from his hand and said, A gift you can carry with you anytime shouldn't be given out casually. If you don't like it, forget it. Give it back to me. After saying that, she took the fountain pen into her room. Sucheng reacted quickly and followed her inside, feeling both happy and embarrassed. I want it. Fong Wanwan approached him with the pen, her bright eyes shining with mischief. She playfully poked his chest with her finger and asked, What do you want? Although she knew he was asking knowingly, Sucheng softly replied, A fountain pen. Fong Wanwan responded casually, Oh, and looked at him with a serious expression, amused by how clever yet silly he could be. Then she tiptoed and gently tucked the pen into the pocket on his chest. Sucheng felt her fuzzy little head resting under his chin. Her tiny hair brushed his jaw, making his heart feel ticklish. His fingers unconsciously curled, and his heart pounded. His voice was a little deep as he asked, Wanwan, is it okay now? Fong Wanwan stepped back, satisfied, and took a look at the pen tucked in his chest pocket. Her beautiful eyes curved into a smile.
Good.
From now on, you have to carry it wherever you go. Sucheng's eyes darkened slightly. Fong Wanwan turned around and packed 2 butterfly-shaped hair clips and a pound of chocolate coins into a cloth bag, then handed it to Sucheng. This is for Su Jian. You can give it to him. Sucheng glanced at the hair clip she used, hesitated, and nodded. Okay. After saying that, he carried the bag and went to find Su Jian. At Su Jian's dorm, he saw him sitting by a fire, listening to the radio, looking very relaxed. When Su Jian saw Sucheng come over, he quickly moved a chair for him. Sucheng handed over the items, and Su Jian looked surprised. Did my sister-in-law bring me a gift again?
Sucheng nodded reluctantly.
He didn't know how to explain the 2 hair clips. Seeing his expression, Su Jian frowned. I know the things my sister-in-law gives are probably expensive, but you don't have to look so worried. He didn't mind Sucheng's feelings and opened the bag. Inside, he saw 2 butterfly hair clips and some chocolate. His eyes lit up immediately. I knew it! My sister-in-law is so thoughtful. I went to Shangyang village today and saw a girl. She seemed nice. I plan to go see her again in a few days and was thinking about buying a gift. I didn't expect her to send me a pillow when I was feeling sleepy.
Sucheng finally understood.
That's good. He added, in a couple of days, I might go to Jingdu with your sister-in-law. Aren't you going home for the New Year this year? Su Jiyun's eyes showed a hint of sadness.
No, I'm not going.
But my mom might come here to celebrate. Well, if you need anything, just tell me.
Su Ji-un smiled.
Then I won't be polite. Seeing Su Chung stand up to leave, Su Jiyun suddenly seemed to remember something and added, Feng Yuan will also stay at the military district for the new year. I'll bring him along. Su Chung frowned.
When did you get so close to him?
It was during the few days I was investigating Lu Dongxia. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for that guy. He doesn't talk much, but works very steadily. Su Chung paused, lost in thought. After a moment, he said, Tomorrow I'll treat you to a meal and bring him along. Sure. Su Ziyun exclaimed excitedly. I thought you wouldn't invite us after my sister-in-law brought these gifts. Su Chung didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. When he got back, it was already dark. When he returned again, he saw that Fong Wanwan's room light was still on. He hesitated outside her door for a long time, unsure whether to go in and check. The young girl's thoughts and words are ahead of her age, and she likes to speak openly in front of him. He is really worried he might lose control. But he also worries that she might be cold and isn't sure if she filled the hot water bag properly. Although she always seems very clever, she doesn't know how to take care of herself. While he hesitates, the door opens. A pair of bright, striking eyes show surprise as she says, Su Chung, you're back.
Yeah.
I was just thinking of boiling some hot water in the kitchen and you arrived. Did you hear what I was thinking? She tilts her head, her eyes curved in a smile, and begins to speak playfully. Su Cheng's eyes darken slightly, and his voice is deep as he says, There's hot water on the stove. Take out the hot water bag, and I'll fill it for you. Wait in your room. Fong Wanwan happily turns around and quickly takes out the hot water bag to give to Su Chung. Su Chung fills the hot water bag, then stands at the door and says, Wanwan, it's ready. Here you go. Fong Wanwan sits at the table, turns her head without standing up, her eyebrows briefly furrowing then smoothing out again. Then she shows a mischievous smile. Why don't you come in? Su Chung doesn't reply, just stubbornly holds out the hot water bag. Fong Wanwan seems to see through his mind and chuckles softly. She slowly stands up, walks over to him, hands behind her back, tilts her head to look at him, and her eyes are full of mischief. In TV dramas, they often say that when a man falls in love with a woman, he can't help himself and loses control. But what's going on with him? He's never lost control once. He's so cautious even when entering a room, like he's seen a ghost. Su Chung looks at her with her charming, flirtatious eyes. His throat moves involuntarily, and he says, Wanwan, it's getting late. Rest early. Why don't you come in? Fong Wanwan notices he's unmoved and, annoyed that he's still telling her to rest early, asks sharply. Su Chung feels a bit nervous from her slightly irritated tone and quickly explains, You told me not to try to tempt you, right? Fong Wanwan. Women's words can be tricky. Did he really believe her? She feels like she's just shot herself in the foot. Forget it. Fong Wanwan feels tired. She can't flirt anymore. She simply can't. She sighs, takes the hot water bag from Su Cheng's hand, and, feeling a bit lonely, turns back to her chair to continue drawing her clothing sketches. Hearing her sigh, Su Cheng's heart twitches. Is his wife angry again? Without thinking much, he quickly enters the room. What's wrong? He believes he is very good at understanding people's minds and handling problems confidently, but he can never guess what this girl is thinking. Her ideas are always illogical. A simple sigh or a compliment can make him feel like he's on top of the world. Fong Wanwan saw him come in, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She paused her pen, turned to look at Su Chung, and suddenly acted like a drama queen, speaking with a hint of sadness. Didn't I tell you? I don't have many principles, and I like to go back on my word. I'm not a good woman. If you're afraid, don't come in. But I like you. Su Chung blurted out without thinking. Realizing he spoke too quickly, he quickly added, You're not a bad woman. Seeing her plan succeed, Fong Wanwan suppressed the slight curl of her lips and performed poorly, pretending to be sad. But I'm so cold. No one cares about me. Although this line would have been awkward in her era, Fong Wanwan was inexperienced and straightforward, so she had to say something dramatic to get his attention.
Ha!
She was a little proud of herself for being able to say such lines. Su Cheng looked at her expression, unable to hold back a smile. He stepped forward, gently picked her up, and pressed her head against his chest. His large hand stroked her hair softly and said gently, "What should I do with you?" Fong Wanwan buried her head in his chest, instantly feeling wrapped in his warmth. Even through her thick coat, she could hear his strong heartbeat. She playfully tapped her fingers on his chest. She just wanted a hug, but she was almost using her entire acting skill for this. Soon, she felt herself being lifted into the air. Strong hands easily carried her toward the bed. Fong Wanwan's mind was suddenly in a mess. Just then, she was gently laid on the bed and covered tightly. She watched him get up, take a hot water bag, and put it inside the quilt. He patted her head and kissed her on the forehead, softly saying, "Sleep now." Fong Wanwan felt completely satisfied. Even with her eyes closed, her lips were curved into a smile. The next morning, when she woke up, Su Cheng had already prepared breakfast. He didn't have time to buy century eggs, so he made vegetable and lean meat porridge and reheated the pastries they bought yesterday. Fong Wanwan ate happily. After breakfast, they went to wait for the bus at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance. When they arrived in the county, Fong Wanwan first went to Lu Chunmei's noodle shop. She brought a pound of chocolate and a pound of filled cookies, dividing them into two parts, one for Lu Chunmei and one for Wang Yongqiang. The county's department store still doesn't have chocolates. Lu Chunmei peeled one and tasted it, her eyes crinkling with sweetness. Lu's father and mother saw Su Cheng and immediately looked surprised, both shy and curious. They kept looking at him and praised, "You're so handsome." Lu Chunmei covered her mouth to hide her smile and joked to Fong Wanwan, "Wanwan, look at my parents. They're more eager than they are for their own son." Su Cheng was used to this and found a quiet spot to sit and wait. Fong Wanwan explained her new orders to Lu Chunmei one by one. Lu Chunmei was very happy to hear that Fong Wanwan would teach her how to choose fabrics. If she learned this skill, it would be much harder for others to take her place. After finishing her instructions, Lu Chunmei went to see Wang Yongqiang. His tape business was still busy, especially before the new year, when more people bought new tapes. When Wang Yongqiang saw Su Cheng, he changed from his usual slick talker to a more serious and careful businessman when discussing deals with Fong Wanwan. This man, standing quietly, seemed very capable, especially once his identity was known. Because Fong Wanwan said she had important business to discuss with him, Wang Yongqiang thought it was probably about formal cooperation. He then led her to a quiet side room and had tea brought over. Fong Wanwan took out a small notebook with her recent plans. "You handle the raw material procurement and sales. I'll take care of design and production. We split the investment equally. After deducting labor, venue, and material costs, we share the profit 50-50. Wang Yongqiang had no reason to refuse this deal. Sales were his strong point. He agreed immediately. "You'll need to pay attention to the 5 sewing machines. You'll also need to go out to buy fabric, which I've estimated will cost no more than 5,000 yuan to start a small workshop. I'll put in 2,500 yuan. 2,000 yuan for fabric, 1,500 for sewing machines. If the price is right, we could buy 6 or 7 machines. The rest will cover labor, venue, and other expenses. I will keep track of every transaction, and will review it monthly." Wang Yongqiang had no objections to Fong Wanwan's plan. After finishing, Fong Wanwan took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Wang Yongqiang. The remaining 2,000 yuan stayed with her for wages, venue, and other expenses. Just as they finished discussing work, Lu Chunmei came over to pull her away. "My mom made a big pot of bone broth today. We'll eat noodles first and then leave." Fong Wanwan did not refuse and took Su Cheng into Lu's noodle shop. Mr. Lu served Su Cheng a big bowl filled to the top, with plenty of meat and eggs on top. Fong Wanwan's bowl was smaller, but it still had a good amount of food. "Thank you, Uncle Lu," Su Cheng said politely as he took the noodles. Uncle Lu sighed and said, "We should be thanking you, especially Wanwan. Without her, how could our Chun Mei find such a good job?" It's all fate. We're grateful that you helped Wanwan stay and sell tapes, Su Chung said sincerely. Fong Wanwan slurped her noodles while listening to Su Chung and Uncle Lu chat. She thought to herself that Su Chung was quite easygoing outside, polite and confident when talking to anyone. Sometimes, it felt like there was nothing to talk about with herself. After finishing the noodles, they went to the military hospital. Wang Shuexiang was on her annual leave now and was taking care of her child in the dorm. When she saw Fong Wanwan and Su Chung, she warmly greeted them, especially Finfin, who immediately threw herself into Fong Wanwan's arms, her small voice cute and soft. "Auntie, what's wrong with you lately?"
I'm really worried about you.
Fong Wanwan picked her up and pinched her little face. Annie caught a cold and was sick, but now she's better. Finfin hugged Fong Wanwan's face and kissed her fiercely. "That's great. Can I go back with you? I want to eat meat and candies every day." Wang Shuexiang smiled awkwardly and quickly added, "There are noodles and rice every day too." Hang Hai stood next to Wang Shuexiang, looking at Fong Wanwan, hesitant to speak. He liked Annie Fong, but he couldn't act like his sister, or his mom would be very sad. Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "Maybe I can only bring the kids back after the new year." Finfin's eyes widened.
Why?
Annie still has some things to do. Once she's done, she'll come back immediately to pick up Finfin and Hang Hai. Okay? Fong Wanwan said, then took the cloth bag from her shoulder and took out chocolates and sandwich cookies. Inside, there was a row of hairpins she bought for Wang Shuexiang. A set of tiny hairpins, at least 20 of them, colorful, with wavy zigzag edges on both sides, very fashionable for this era. Wang Shuexiang took the items from her hand. "You're so polite. I should be thanking you." "It's just a small gift, not expensive," Fong Wanwan said with a smile. Then she explained her reason for going to Beijing. Wang Shuexiang agreed happily, saying, "It's been a long time since I spent so much time with my children. As a mother, I should do this. If I had the financial means, I would bring them to stay with me." She used to have hopes for Su Chung, wanting to stay close to him through the children. Fong Wanwan smiled and asked, "Are you quitting your job?" "I have no other support. I can't afford to lose this job. When the children are a bit older, I want to bring them to stay with me." Wang Shuexiang felt that her daughter and she were not very close. Fong Wanwan nodded and said, "That's good." Su Chung took out 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Wang Shuexiang. "This is for Hang Hang and Finfin for the new year." Seeing Wang Shuexiang hesitate, Fong Wanwan added, "When the children were in the countryside, he sent 40 yuan back each month, so you should take this money." Wang Shuexiang accepted the money. Fong Wanwan then took out a puzzle she bought from the provincial city and handed it to Hang Hang. "Annie bought you this toy." She started to help him assemble the puzzle. Surprisingly, Hang Hang was quite clever. After explaining the rules once, he understood how to do it without even a demonstration. Although he didn't finish the puzzle, Hang Hang refused Fong Wanwan's help, saying, "Andy, I want to figure it out myself. When you come back, I'll show you how I did it." Fong Wanwan couldn't help but give him a big thumbs up. Thinking about Finfin wanting to eat meat and candies, Fong Wanwan decided to take the two little ones shopping at the department store. When Finfin heard the news, she jumped high with excitement. Holding Fong Wanwan's hand, she said goodbye to Wang Shuexiang and left. Su Chung followed closely behind. Wang Shuexiang watched the four of them walk away, feeling a strange mix of emotions, loneliness and gratitude. Fortunately, she woke up in time. Otherwise, she might not only lose Su Chung but also drift further away from her children. She decided to save money and, when they started elementary school, bring them to live with her. Fong Wanwan took the two children to the department store, bought 2 pounds of cake, 1 pound of fruit candies, 2 pounds of cookies, and a can of malted milk. Then she went to the market and bought 2 pounds of ribs and 2 pounds of pork. Su Chung and Hang Hang walked behind.
"Dad."
Hang Hang suddenly looked up and called Su Chung. "Yes." Su Chung responded. "You must treat Annie Fong well. If she leaves, you'll never find a wife as silly as her," Hang Hang said with bright, dark eyes. Su Chung looked at the little boy in surprise. "Why do you say she's silly?" I've never seen anyone in the countryside take such good care of another person's children. What do you think she's after? Su Chung found this amusing and said, So, what do you think she's after? Of course, she's after you. Spending time and money just for a man. She's even more foolish than my mom, Hang Hang said, being sensitive and observant. Su Chung couldn't deny it and smiled slightly, then explained, She's different from others. Look at how she treats Shuangzi. Hang Hang didn't reply. Su Chung wanted to say that she cares for people because she thinks they are worth it. If you want to tell me how good she is, just say it directly. I won't argue, Su Chung said, seeing through this little one's thoughts. The two of them, one big and one small, chatted casually. Fong Wanwan was about to drop her things and called out to Su Chung, Come help me quickly. Su Chung hurried over a few steps and took all her things, saying, Hang Hang has already helped enough. Fong Wanwan looked at Hang Hang, who had followed, nodded, and then headed home. Wang Xuexiang saw all those things and was stunned. It was the first time she saw someone buy so many things. This is too indulgent for the kids, too wasteful, Wang Xuexiang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fong Wanwan raised an eyebrow and said, It's not just for the kids. Mainly, I respect your honesty and your commitment. You keep your promises and don't have any unnecessary tricks. I really admire that. Wang Xuexiang looked at Su Chung, who was pursing his lips with a faint smile in his eyes, staring steadily at Fong Wanwan. She thought to herself, He clearly lost, but he accepted it openly. Then she said to Fong Wanwan, as a girl, it's better to be more gentle and reserved. Fong Wanwan was about to reply, but thought about the customs of this era. She quickly nodded and agreed, You're right. After everything was explained, Su Chung said, I booked a meal at the state-run restaurant in front. You all can come along. At Su Jiyun's place? Su Chung nodded, Yes, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Fong Wanwan looked at her watch, saw it was about the right time, and hugged Finfin before heading out together. Wang Xuexiang held Hang Hang's hand. Just as they stepped out of the hospital, Su Chung said to Fong Wanwan, Finfin, let me hold you. Finfin quickly struggled to get down from Fong Wanwan's arms. Just hold by Auntie's hand. I don't want Dad to carry me. Fong Wanwan smiled and said to Su Chung, See? I have more charm. You've lost favor. Su Chung looked at her sweet smile and was completely happy to accept being out of favor. At the state-run restaurant, Su Jiyun and Feng Yuan had already found a table and were waiting. When seeing Su Jiyun, he waved his hand and greeted, Why are you only arriving now? I thought you had forgotten, Brother Chung. Am I late? Su Chung found a seat for Fong Wanwan and then carried the little girl to her side. He also asked the waiter to add a chair for Wang Xuexiang and held Hong Hong's hand, sitting beside him. Fong Wanwan looked at her wrist and asked, Isn't it just 5 o'clock? Su Jiyun watched the couple work well together and couldn't find the words to speak. Then he introduced Fong Wanwan to Feng Yuan, saying, Feng Yuan. Fong Wanwan finally looked at Feng Yuan carefully and suddenly remembered him. She politely said, Thanks for your help last time. Feng Yuan smiled shyly. It's nothing. It was my mistake not to react quickly, and you suffered so much. Su Chung heard this and felt a sharp pain in his heart, his face changing. Thinking about her 2 experiences with such incidents, he felt very upset. He really wanted her to stop doing business, stay at home every day, and wait for him to come back. But he couldn't say this out loud, feeling frustrated and breathless inside. Feng Yuan noticed Su Cheng's expression and quickly apologized. Sorry, Leader Su, I was careless last time. Su Cheng only then snapped out of his emotions. It's not your fault.
Thanks to you.
He didn't dare imagine what might have happened otherwise. Now, just thinking about it made him tremble with lingering fear. He called the waiter to order food. Fong Wanwan ordered chicken soup. Su Jiyun chose braised carp, and both Wang Xuexiang and Feng Yuan said they were fine with anything. Fong Wanwan added a dish of braised pork and a plate of greens, and also ordered steamed eggs for the 2 children. While ordering, they started chatting casually. Su Jiyun knew what Su Chung wanted to hear and said, Feng Yuan, you're already 22 this year, right? Your family lives nearby, so why don't you go home for the new year? Feng Yuan shyly smiled. There's nothing much at home. Feng Wanwan was curious. Where do you live? Shangyang village. Feng Yuan honestly replied. Wow, you live in the same village as Sister Yang. It's so close. Why don't you go back? I plan to set up a small workshop in Shangyang village. I'm looking for an empty house. If you know anyone, could you help me find out? Feng Wanwan said excitedly. Hearing about Feng Wanwan planning to open a workshop in Shangyang village, Feng Yuan immediately perked up. Are you planning to do business? Feng Wanwan nodded. Yes. Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, I have a small house. No one lives there now, and it's quite new. If you think it's suitable, you can go see it. A new house? Feng Wanwan suddenly seemed to remember something. Is it because your parents are planning to arrange your marriage? After all, he was 22, looked quite good, and was in the army. So, he must have a partner. But Feng Yuan immediately changed his expression and whispered, I'm not getting married anymore. Not getting married? In Feng Wanwan's time, it was normal for men and women not to marry, but in the 1980s, that was unusual. Feng Yuan nodded. Yes, I won't marry anymore. Why? You have such good conditions, and you're so handsome. Surely you can find someone. Feng Wanwan suddenly became curious, like a nosy ant. Hearing this, Su Cheng couldn't help but glance at Feng Yuan. His bronze skin, deep and strong features, and steady posture radiated a rugged strength. He looked at Feng Wanwan again, noticing her eyes were shining with interest, all focused on Feng Yuan. A strange feeling of slight envy arose in his heart. Su Jian couldn't bear to listen anymore and looked at Feng Yuan. Lu Dongxia is already like that with you, and you still hold on to hope? Feng Yuan gasped softly and whispered back, she wasn't like that before. People can change, Su Jiyun said. Feng Wanwan suddenly realized that the person Lu Dongxia was talking about was Feng Yuan. Her fellow villager had good taste, just like her. But looking at this man now, he seemed a bit unfortunate. For a moment, she even felt a little sympathy for him. Are all men from this era so stubborn? She fell silent for a moment and then advised, since she's changed, you should learn to change too. Feng Yuan shook his head. That house was built with the money she earned from her business before. I won't use it to marry another woman. If you want to use it, just take it. It's better than leaving it unused. Feng Wanwan didn't know what to say for a moment. She nodded and said, thanks. I'll go see it tomorrow. If it's suitable, I'll rent it. After a pause, she added, you don't have to be so stubborn. Some things, once changed, are just different. Feng Yuan suddenly looked at Feng Wanwan. No, once she recovers, she'll remember me. Just then, dishes started arriving one after another. Feng Wanwan didn't know how to persuade him and lowered her head to eat. After dinner, Wang Shuexiang took Finfin's hanging back to the dormitory. They then rode in Su Jian's car and headed back to the military district. Late at night, Feng Wanwan lay on her bed, tossing and turning but unable to sleep, thinking about Feng Yuan. She also remembered how she almost left Su Cheng alone last time, which made her feel upset and restless. She pulled the blanket over her head and shouted, Su Cheng. Su Cheng was not asleep either. He was sitting at his desk, lost in thought, feeling afraid. When he heard Feng Wanwan's voice, he quickly snapped out of his thoughts. He went to her room and sat by her bed, gently asking what's wrong. Feng Wanwan, feeling annoyed, pulled the blanket away. Seeing Su Cheng's gentle face, her heart fluttered. She hesitated, unable to find the right words, and finally mumbled, people should be a bit selfish sometimes. Life is short. Su Cheng looked at her intently. Are you talking about Feng Yuan? Feng Wanwan choked. How did this man suddenly become so clever? Often, she said things very plainly, but he didn't understand. Now, just a vague comment and he immediately got it. Seeing her pause, Su Cheng asked again, do you think he looks good? Feng Wanwan was confused. What does looks have to do with anything? Though it was a bit strange, she nodded honestly. Suddenly, Su Cheng's eyes darkened. He asked stubbornly, and what about me? Feng Wanwan was surprised for a moment, then realized what he meant. She found it hard to believe, so this guy was jealous. But his jealousy was so strange, yet kind of adorable. What was going on? She slowly sat up straight and looked him over seriously from head to toe. Su Cheng felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. I take back what I just said. Fong Wanwan's eyes curved into a narrow slit. Without warning, she leaned in and kissed his face, praising, Su Cheng is the most handsome and the most good-looking man in the world. Hearing this, Su Cheng realized how strong his vanity was. Things he never cared about before suddenly seemed important. It was a bit hard to understand. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire his wife's attitude toward Wang Xuexiang and Wang Yining. If it were him, he wouldn't be so rational. He couldn't imagine himself losing like that. A smile crept onto his lips, and his eyes sparkled with happiness. He softly said, sleep now. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Yangtzuan to look at houses. Seeing the relieved look on his face, Fong Wanwan felt a weight lift from her heart. This man was complicated. If she didn't hold back, she wouldn't say anything. In the future, she'd be more careful with her words and actions around him. Fong Wanwan replied and lay down. The next morning, Su Cheng went to Shangyang village with Fong Wanwan. This time, Feng Yuan and Su Ziyun also went along. Su Ziyun brought the hairpin and chocolates that Fong Wanwan had given him. Since they didn't count Feng Yuan's share when shopping in the provincial city, they had to make another trip to the supply and marketing cooperative on their way back to the village. They bought a pound of brown sugar and 2 pounds of pork. In the village, they first visited the Yang family. Yang Shiqin was very surprised to see Su Cheng. Yang's father and mother wanted to ask him something, but because of his status, they felt a bit nervous. Lu Xiaohong, who had met him a few times, knew he was easy to get along with. She quickly brought out a chair for everyone to sit on, and then asked, Captain Su, has my brother-in-law gone back to his hometown?
Shu Chen nodded.
Yes, he went back as soon as the holiday started. Seeing this, Yang Shiqin quickly stopped her and said, Don't ask him. You should ask Wanwan what we should do next. They originally wanted to pass a message to Su Ziyun, but since Su Cheng arrived, no one dared to mention it. Fong Wanwan looked at Feng Yuan behind her with a smile. Go see the house. If it's suitable, we'll rent it. I've already asked someone to buy fabric and a sewing machine. At this moment, the Yang family finally noticed Feng Yuan standing behind them.
This is Xiao Yuan.
You've changed a lot, looking better and better. Did you join the army? Lu Chunying thought she was seeing things. She hadn't seen him in 3 years, and she felt like he had grown taller again. Lu Xiaohong also realized and came over to examine him. She looked surprised and asked, You really joined the army? Feng Yuan didn't say much. He just nodded with a smile. That's amazing. You're actually in the frontline military district now, and you haven't come to visit us once. You're really looking like a proper soldier, Old Yang couldn't help but praise. Feng Yuan was always the best-looking young man in their village, but he wasn't this strong before. After exchanging greetings, Feng Wanwan took out the cookies and chocolate coins she brought back from the provincial city. Lu Xiaohong looked at the shiny gold-wrapped chocolates and asked curiously, Are these candies too? Yes, you can try them. I heard they are made in Shanghai. When she heard they were from Shanghai, Lu Chunying quickly said, Such expensive things should be saved for guests. They also rarely bought these filled cookies in the past. After they stored the items away, Feng Wanwan said to Yang Shiqin and Lu Xiaohong, You two come with me to see the house. Then she glanced at Su Ziyun. Lu Xiaohong quickly understood and said to Yang Shiqin, Sister, you stay here to entertain comrade Su Ziyun. I will go with Wanwan to look at the house. Yang Shiqin was not stupid. She nodded with a smile. After Feng Wanwan left, Su Cheng naturally followed. When they arrived at Feng Yuan's house and looked inside, it was indeed quite new, a 3-room brick and tile house, similar to the Yang family and very clean inside. Not to mention 5 sewing machines, even 10 could fit. Feng Wanwan was very satisfied and said, If I rent it, your parents will come to live here again, right? Feng Yuan replied, No, I don't have a father. My mother is not well and lives with my sister at the village entrance. Lu Xiaohong glanced at Feng Yuan and said, While Commander Su is here, find the village head to come and witness. I'm worried someone might cause trouble for Wanwan because she's from outside the village. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement. He looked at the things Feng Wanwan was holding and guessed the situation, then asked, "Are these things a gift for my family?" "Yes," Feng Wanwan said, handing the items to him. "Can I take them to the village head's house?"
Sure.
Feng Yuan took the items from Feng Wanwan and went to the village head's house. Soon the village head arrived. He initially wanted to act important, but when he heard Su Cheng's identity, he immediately agreed. Feng Wanwan couldn't help but feel that Su Cheng's status was really useful. He hadn't spoken much, but everything that needed to be considered was already taken care of. After the village head left, Feng Wanwan started discussing rent with Feng Yuan. "How about 10 yuan a month?" Feng Yuan was surprised. He thought rural houses weren't worth much, and 5 yuan was the most he expected. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Wanwan said, "I'm looking for a long-term lease, with a contract for at least 3 years. We can't have the rent raised or be asked to move midway if everything is going well. If either side breaches the contract, there will be twice the compensation. Also, only we can terminate the contract voluntarily." This was why Feng Wanwan was willing to pay a high price. Business is business, and paying enough means having a say. Feng Yuan waved his hand. "Definitely not. Just pay the rent directly to my mother. My sister Hongjie knows." He pointed to Lu Xiaohong. "Okay." Lu Xiaohong curiously looked at Feng Yuan. "Since you're in the village, why not visit your mother?" Feng Yuan said nothing. "Are you worried your mother will push you to get married?" Feng Yuan nodded. Lu Xiaohong couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Is Lu Dongxia so stubborn? When I have free time, I must go talk to her." Feng Yuan quickly held her back, saying, "Sister Hong, don't go. Don't make things difficult for her." Lu Xiaohong frowned and asked, "You, why do you insist on her? Look at Wang Ling, she likes you so much. If you just say the word, she can marry you right away. Besides, Ji is still young, only 20. Don't be so stubborn." After speaking, she also asked Feng Wanwan, "Don't you think so?" Feng Wanwan nodded in agreement. She then secretly glanced at Su Cheng. Seeing no change in his expression, she finally relaxed. She didn't dare look at Feng Yuan for even a second, so she didn't know what kind of face he was making. Since the house deal was settled, Feng Wanwan said, "I'll go back and write a contract. You just need to sign it later." Feng Yuan nodded in response. After Feng Wanwan and the others left, Feng Yuan sat alone in the house for a long time. Thinking it over, he decided to visit his mother. At his sister's door, Grandma Feng saw her son and hesitated before calling out to her daughter, "Chiu Hua, come out quickly. Your brother is back." Feng Chiu Hua was in the kitchen behind, and when she heard her mother's voice, she hurriedly put down her work and ran out. Seeing Feng Yuan, her eyes immediately filled with tears. She scolded through tears, "You heartless thing. Your brother and I looked for you many times, but you didn't come back. Now you're finally here?" Feng Yuan lowered his head and whispered, "My boss told me to come back." Grandma Feng also started crying, "It's good that you're back. It's good. Mom won't push you anymore. If you want to wait for that girl, then wait. All these years, the money you sent home each month, half of it was for your sister and to take care of me. The rest, I saved up for you to get married." Feng Yuan suddenly felt guilty and said after a while, "Mom, don't worry about me.
Don't save money for me."
Feng Chiu Hua finally calmed down and said, "You stubborn fool. You should go find her tonight. She's older now and not as picky as 3 years ago. She probably won't be so stubborn or dislike you anymore. If she agrees, Mom and I won't mind her harsh words from before." Feng Yuan didn't respond immediately. He got up and went into the house. Grandma Feng watched her son's back, feeling very sad. Her son used to be lively, but this girl changed him completely. Thinking of this, she followed him inside. In the house, Feng Yuan poured himself a cup of hot water. When he turned around, he saw his mother's anxious and caring eyes. I remained silent for a moment and say, "Mom, the house I built with Dongxia before, I rented it out to our leader's daughter-in-law. She pays 10 yuan a month, and someone will deliver the money to you. You don't need to save it for me. If you're sick, go get treatment, and if you want to buy something, just buy it." "Can it really rent for so much?" Granny Feng is surprised. She thinks about the house again, and sighs. This girl used to have nothing to say about her son, but she is capable and lively, and she has a strong personality. She has taken good care of her son and is very polite to her. Granny also likes her. At one point, she thought the Feng family was lucky and her son was lucky to find this girl. But now, she wonders how this person suddenly changed and completely turned against them. Feng Yuan nods and says yes. Your sister is right. Everyone is back now. Go find Dongxia. At her age, it's not easy to find someone better than you, Granny Feng adds. Feng Yuan remembers Lu Dongxia's previous warning and feels uncomfortable. But when he sees his mother's hopeful eyes, he can't refuse. The words get stuck in his throat, and he nods. He hasn't seen her for a long time. He thought he might forget her, but he realizes he can't forget, and the memory becomes clearer. The first time he saw her, he was only 16, thin as a bean sprout. Now she is 19, pretty and graceful. Back then, their family was poor. His mother was sick and couldn't afford treatment. He heard Lu's family was doing well in business and hiring people, so he wanted to try. He didn't have high hopes, but unexpectedly, he got accepted. The work wasn't heavy. Every morning before dawn, he helped carry things to the black market and sold with her. She was very good at talking and always smiling, which made her very likable. Although her family often asked her for money or caused trouble, she always found a way to handle them. Even though she could manage them, it was tiring after a while. One night, when he came back, he saw her sitting beside a bundle of grass, crying. She was hugging her knees, curled up in the dark, silent, but her body was trembling. He didn't understand much then, but he couldn't help but approach her. What's wrong? When Lu Dongxia saw someone coming, she wiped her tears and acted like nothing was wrong. Nothing. Feng Yuan sat beside her and asked, Did your parents cause you trouble again? Lu Dongxia nodded, then looked thoughtful, softly asking herself, Should I find someone to marry? Marry? Feng Yuan turned to look at her. Her eyes seemed to be filled with stars, shining brightly. He felt a little reluctant. Marrying isn't the only solution. If the marriage isn't good, it's just moving from one Lu family to another. Lu Dongxia glanced at Feng Yuan and thought it made sense. After a moment, she softly asked, Would you like to marry me? Feng Yuan was poor, but his relationships were simple. She had met Aunt Feng a few times. She was easy to get along with. Feng Yuan was obedient and good-looking. Hearing this, Feng Yuan froze in place, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. He quickly agreed happily, Okay, but I'm not old enough to get married yet. I can only get the marriage certificate when I turn 22. Lu Dongxia looked at his serious face and suddenly smiled, patting his shoulder. Are you sure about this? I am 3 years older than you. Feng Yuan didn't mind this at all. I've thought it through. Even though I can't get the marriage certificate until 22, we can hold the wedding when I turn 18. Just 2 more years to wait. He was so excited that his tone was eager and urgent. Lu Dongxia finally stood up, feeling much happier. In this time period, a woman's only way to leave her family was to get married. From then on, Feng Yuan saw Lu Dongxia as his future wife. She was gentle, kind, and smart. Being with her made every day happy. That year, when she was 18, he thought he could marry her. But unexpectedly, she got sick again. When she woke up, she no longer recognized him. Not only did she not recognize him, but she also scolded him, saying he was dreaming of something impossible. She told him to stay away from her and that his eyes no longer looked at her with kindness. She said she never liked him, only pretending to be willing to do things for her. Even her mother and older sister scolded him, telling them to take care of their own children and not let him come looking for her. During that time, he felt like he was going crazy. He couldn't believe his kind and gentle sister had become so hateful toward him. In an instant, he almost felt like giving up on life. He spent nights lying in bed, reflecting on what he had done wrong. Was it because he was poor? If so, he thought, he shouldn't have chosen her from the start. He shouldn't have built that wedding house with her. Thinking about these things, he felt suffocated and lost weight quickly. His mother couldn't bear to see him like this. Afraid he would go look for Lu Dongxia again and get disappointed, she sent his cousin from the neighboring village to take him away. He was afraid of her disgusted eyes. But now, after hearing his mother and sister, he seemed to hold on to a little hope. After dinner, he went to the Yang family and asked Lu Xiaohong to help arrange a meeting with Lu Dongxia. Lu Xiaohong happily agreed. They went to the old grain-drying yard where they used to secretly meet. For the first time, they saw her hiding and crying beside the grass. Lu Dongxia glanced at Feng Yuan with some surprise. This guy had grown up. He looked completely different from before. At 22, he had shed his boyish innocence. Now, his firm demeanor and tall posture clearly showed his manliness. She probably had never seen someone like this Feng Yuan before. If she had, would she still be willing to leave? Dongxia. Feng Yuan's voice was a bit hoarse when he spoke. Lu Dongxia looked at him without feeling any attraction. Even Su Cheng hadn't moved her, so Feng Yuan certainly wouldn't. Since she couldn't go back, leaving this home seemed to mean she had to marry someone. Feng Yuan, do you still want to marry me? Lu Dongxia asked proudly. Feng Yuan nodded, yes. Besides me, you won't marry anyone else, right? Feng Yuan thought for a moment and nodded again, that's right. Lu Dongxia sneered slightly, then suddenly moved closer and whispered, how much do you earn in a month now? Feng Yuan honestly replied, 45 yuan. Lu Dongxia thought for a moment. It was a bit low, but at least he wouldn't starve. All right, once we're married, can you give all your wages to me? 45 yuan a month wasn't much, but now he was in the army. She heard he was doing very well. He's only 22. If he keeps performing well, he could definitely get promoted. Most importantly, besides him, it seemed there was no one with better conditions or more devoted to her. Feng Yuan was so excited he nodded without hesitation. Okay. It was a big surprise. He hadn't expected this at all. He suddenly looked up at her, feeling those eyes were very unfamiliar, but he didn't think much more about it. When thinking about the wedding house, he told her honestly. Finally, he happily said, I got a dorm at the military district. The conditions are pretty good. Lu Dongxia nodded lightly and said, save up 1,000 yuan for the wedding gift. 1,000 yuan for the wedding gift was a lot. Feng Yuan was stunned. Without eating or drinking, it might take him 3 years to save that much. Of course, he could borrow some first. If he worked hard and his salary increased, it wouldn't be hard to pay back. Okay, but it might be a bit tough for you for a while. Lu Dongxia was pleased with his attitude and added, and your mom can't live with us anymore. Feng Yuan was startled and looked a bit troubled. If I keep my mom at my sister's place, I won't be able to give you the full 45 yuan salary every month. Lu Dongxia suddenly felt annoyed but looked at his face and endured. The rent for the house is only 10 yuan a month, right? Just give it to her. Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, I'll discuss it with my sister.
All right.
Lu Dongxia saw that the conversation was almost over, stood up, patted her pants, and was about to leave. Feng Yuan quickly got up and stopped her. Dongxia, can you stay a little longer? Maybe because they had been apart for too long, he felt like he didn't understand her anymore. That strange feeling made him uncomfortable, and he wanted to get to know her again. Lu Dongxia coldly glanced at him. It's late. If I go back now, people might gossip. Feng Yuan thought for a moment and agreed. Since she had finally accepted him again, he didn't want to make things difficult for her. He kindly said, be careful on the way. Since he was worried about gossip, he naturally couldn't go back with her. After Lu Dongxia left, Feng Yuan sat alone by the haystack for a long time. Even though it was something he had been looking forward to for a long time, he felt so nervous and didn't feel happy at all. Could it be because they had been apart for too long? Feng Yuan looked up at the moon in the sky, lost in thought. The next day, Su Cheng woke up early, packed his documents and luggage, and put on the long coat that Feng Wanwan had specially made for him. He knocked on Feng Wanwan's door. Wanwan, are you awake?
Cold.
Feng Wanwan was lying under the quilt and didn't want to move. Su Cheng pushed the door open and sat on her bed. We need to leave early today to buy train tickets in the provincial city. Feng Wanwan finally remembered. They were going to Kyoto. She quickly got up to get dressed, and Su Cheng helped her wash her face with hot water. Once we get to the county, I'll buy you breakfast. Later, Su Jian will come to see us off, Su Chung said softly. Okay. After washing up, Fong Wanwan quickly packed her luggage. Finally, she opened her suitcase, looked at her antique, and asked nervously, "No one will steal it, right?" Seeing how carefully she handled it, Su Chung found her adorable and couldn't help but smile, though he didn't realize it himself. It's fine. I asked Su Ziyun and the others to come check on my house every day. Fong Wanwan then felt relieved. She took out a jade bracelet and a gold hairpin, wrapped them in cotton cloth, and placed them in a small wooden box, planning to take them to Beijing to try her luck. Anyway, these two items were small and easy to carry. She didn't urgently need money now. If she could sell them for a high price, she would sell them. That way, she would have enough money to buy everything Lu Dongxia had left. The 3,000 yuan she had was temporarily untouched because she was going to Beijing. She decided to wait until after the new year to deal with everything. After packing everything, she suddenly remembered, Feng Yuan hasn't signed the contract yet. It's okay to sign it when we return.
All right.
The two of them finished packing, and Su Jian drove over, bringing Feng Yuan along. Feng Yuan quickly took out the contract she drafted last night and handed it to Feng Yuan. I almost thought we wouldn't be able to sign it. Feng Yuan took the contract from Feng Wanwan, looked it over briefly, and signed his name. There were 2 copies, one for each person. Su Jian smiled and said, since he's fine, he can just follow me from now on. Sharing a meal together isn't too much, right? Su Chung glanced at Su Jian. Don't lead him astray. How could I? He replied, then helped lift the boxes onto the car. When they reached the county town, Su Chung asked Su Jian to stop the car. He bought some carrot-filled buns and brought them up. Su Jian saw this and immediately looked disappointed. Don't think you can just use this little to fool us. Su Chung handed the buns to Feng Wanwan. These aren't for you. We'll treat you to a meal when we get to the provincial city. Only then did Su Ziyun remember that Feng Wanwan really liked these buns. In the provincial city, Su Chung hosted a meal for everyone before heading to the train station. Using his military status, Su Chung bought the train tickets at the priority window for that day. On the way back, he gave one ticket to Feng Wanwan and then carried all her luggage in his arms, standing behind her to protect her while they queued for the ticket check. This train had fewer passengers, and they booked a sleeper berth, making the trip quite comfortable. But because of a previous unpleasant experience, Su Chung stayed very close to Feng Wanwan. After 2 days, they finally arrived in Kyoto. Feng Qingshan received a call that they would arrive today, so he had Wang Shufeng prepare food and a place to stay early on. He also reminded Feng Huihui not to speak carelessly. Feng Huihui, having learned from the last time, behaved much better. Dad, I am now fully focused on preparing for next year's college entrance exam. I won't think about anything else, she said. Wang Shufeng felt uneasy seeing her husband scold her biological daughter again because of Feng Wanwan. But since Jun Kai had broken off the engagement and Su Chung had a bright future, she didn't say much. She could only comfort Feng Huihui with a smile. Huihui is very sensible. Several teachers have praised her. If everything goes well, with her current level, she can easily get into Kyoto University. Feng Qingshan nodded. It's better to be cautious. Wang Shufeng smiled. You're too strict with your daughter. After Chen's family broke off the engagement, she didn't cry or make a fuss. She's been quietly studying. The underlying meaning was a comparison to Wanwan's previous attitude. Feng Qingshan nodded in approval. Feeling confident after receiving her husband's approval, Wang Shufeng kindly said to Feng Huihui, your sister has been living in the countryside for so long and has 2 kids to take care of. Life must be hard. Go find some old clothes she can't wear anymore and keep them ready to take back to her later. Feng Qingshan frowned. Go buy her a new one. Wang Shufeng disagreed. We're sisters. There's no need to look down on her. Besides, Huihui now has many good clothes. Even wealthy people in the countryside might not be able to buy such clothes. Feng Huihui suddenly felt proud and nodded politely, replying, I'll go upstairs and tidy up. Feng Huihui picked out 2 old clothes, put them in a bag. One had slightly torn cuffs, and the other was missing 2 buttons. In the past, if she were back in the countryside, she would never give away such clothes. But now she was in Kyoto, the daughter of the leader, and any clothes with even minor flaws she wouldn't wear anymore. So, she felt she had done her best to help Wanwan. In the afternoon, Fang Qingshan checked the time and thought the two should be arriving soon, so he asked Wang Shufang to prepare some drinks and snacks. But that evening, Wanwan Fang and Su Qing only arrived at the Fang house. Wang Shufang and Fang Qingshan changed their earlier attitude and became very polite to Su Qing, and their attitude toward Wanwan also improved a lot. Fang Huihui looked at Wanwan from head to toe, showing sisterly concern, and said, "Oh, Wanwan, look at you. You're not only darker, but also thinner. Life in the Northwest must be tough, huh?" While saying this, she subtly glanced at Su Qing. The man was tall and handsome, with smooth, flawless skin that showed no blemishes. Since last year, he hadn't changed at all and looked even more energetic. It seemed that Wanwan had endured all the hardships alone. Thinking of this, she felt a bit better and thought that Wanwan deserved to experience some hardship from the countryside. Wanwan smiled slightly, meeting Fang Huihui's pitying gaze, and reached out to touch her face. "I am a bit darker, but I haven't lost weight." Fang Qingshan carefully examined her and said, "You haven't lost weight. You look a bit rounder in the face." He then poured a cup of tea for Su Qing himself. Now, besides being father-in-law and son-in-law, they were on equal footing at work. What was more surprising was that Su Qing was so young. Hearing that her face had become a bit rounder, Wanwan quickly pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, it's all Su Qing's fault. Every time he cooks, it's so delicious, either fish or meat. I've gained weight because of him." Su Qing's mouth twitched as he glanced at his dramatic wife and said with a smile, "I'll be more careful next time." Fang Huihui was momentarily stunned and felt uncomfortable. Was she still enjoying herself after going to the countryside? Wang Shufang saw her daughter's expression stiffen and quickly pretended to be a kind mother, saying gently to Fang Wanwan, "You're now a married woman. How can you let your husband cook at home? If people hear about this, they'll say I, Wang Shufang, didn't teach you well." Fang Wanwan wanted to roll her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Su Qing say, "Before I left, Dad told me to take good care of Wanwan. I remember his words well. Wanwan has learned well and is better than me, so I do all this willingly." Fang Wanwan looked at Su Qing in surprise. Was he trying to embarrass someone? Was he subtly criticizing her, implying she was more outstanding than Wang Shufang?
Why does this sound so satisfying?
Fang Qingshan sensed something was off. Turns out, this adopted daughter had already gained control over Su Qing. He felt pleased and said to Wang Shufang, "Stop talking nonsense here. Go prepare the meals and the place for them to sleep." Although Wang Shufang felt a bit annoyed, the family was always led by Fang Qingshan's decisions. She quickly got up and said to Huihui, "Come help me wash the vegetables." After the mother and daughter left, Su Qing spoke, "Dad, I originally wanted to transfer Wanwan's household registration, but I don't know where the problem is. Can you help check?" Fang Qingshan didn't reply immediately but asked, "Have you thought about transferring to Kyoto in the future?" Su Qing said, "I don't have any special wishes. I'll follow the organization's arrangements." Fang Qingshan waved his hand. Young people should have some pursuits. Everyone's goals are different. If you have any ideas, just tell me. I'll do my best to help. Su Qing didn't want to waste time on unnecessary talk. Fang Qingshan suddenly stood up, smiling. It's easier to deal with smart people. Then he walked behind Su Qing and patted his shoulder. "I have a friend whose son is now in the Northwest Military Region. There happen to be 2 openings to transfer to Beijing. He's qualified, and all it takes is a signature from Commander Wu. That wouldn't be considered cheating, would it?" Su Qing understood what he meant. The scale was well controlled. It wasn't exactly going through the back door because he genuinely qualified, but he just needed the right opportunity to make it certain. He smiled and said, "It's not a problem. What about Wanwan's household registration?" Fang Qingshan felt in a good mood and said sincerely, "Su Qing, you know, Wanwan isn't my biological daughter, but I've raised her like one all these years. As her father, I still hope to keep her close." Su Chung didn't respond directly, but said, Commander Wu has been busy lately. I heard he took a break to visit his hometown during the holiday, but I don't know when he'll come back. Since it was a matter of exchanging favors and interests, there was no need to pretend to be father and daughter anymore.
Su Chung didn't like that.
He knew there would be a next time if he let it happen once. He didn't want Fang Qingshan to think he was easy to deal with. Fang Qingshan was smart and quickly changed his expression, putting away his false friendliness.
He said, all right.
I'll have someone take care of Wanwan's household registration tomorrow. Wanwan sat beside him. It had to be said that Su Chung was very clever and strong-willed. Even when facing Fang Qingshan, an old fox, he didn't show any weakness. It was fortunate that it was Su Chung. If she had married an ordinary person, Fang Qingshan could have controlled her household registration for a lifetime. Her adoptive father seemed fairer and more just than Fang Huihui's mother and daughter, but those were minor details. When real interests were involved, no one could compare to her father. Fang Qingshan naturally didn't want to only use Su Chung once. But Su Chung wasn't stupid. He looked at Wanwan sitting calmly beside him and asked, Don't you want to go back to Kyoto in the future? Wanwan shook her head. It's mainly because of Su Chung. I don't have other thoughts. Well, this is where you grew up. Your mom and I are getting old. Raising you wasn't easy. Fang Qingshan began to appeal to her feelings again. Seeing Fang Qingshan look genuinely moved, Wanwan couldn't stay indifferent anymore. She said, My reputation here isn't good. It might cause trouble for you, your mom, and Hui Hui. Fang Qingshan didn't say anything. Maybe you should talk to Su Chung. People aim high, and water flows downward. If he really wants to transfer, Dad should prepare for it, Wanwan added. Thanks, Dad, she said. Fang Qingshan saw she neither agreed nor refused. Instead, she was polite, which made him feel uncertain. He felt that his daughter had changed a lot since leaving home, like she was a different person. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what had changed. It wasn't just her skin darkening. He then asked Wanwan about some small things in her life in the Northwest. She responded casually, not really engaged. It wasn't until Wang Shufan called them to eat that they stopped talking. Fortunately, the meal was quite harmonious. After dinner, Fang Huihui took the 2 old clothes she had selected earlier to Fang Wanwan's room. Big sister, you're still wearing the same clothes you bought in Beijing. It's hard to find good clothes in the countryside, Huihui asked kindly. Fang Wanwan glanced at the 2 old clothes she held, a bright red padded jacket and a gray coat, and felt a bit down. Clothes are hard to find in the countryside, but I don't lack clothes. You can take them back and give them to someone who needs them, she said. Huihui paused, then asked, Are you upset with me, sister? Fang Wanwan smiled and replied a little. Huihui didn't expect Fang Wanwan to be so straightforward. Her face turned red as she took the clothes and left.
Shu Cheng approached Fan Bangwan.
Tomorrow, I'll make sure your dad gets the paperwork done. Afterwards, I'll go shopping with you for some clothes. Fang Wanwan smiled. I've already planned 2 outfits for myself. You'll see them when I get back. After saying this, she sat on the bed and pulled the blanket over herself. She felt very uneasy inside, trying to act normal but feeling like someone was doubting her. Seeing her frown, Su Chung gently walked over, sat opposite her, and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Once everything is settled, I won't come back. Since she arrived here, she had been very obedient, not daring to say anything flirtatious. Fang Wanwan gave a soft and sat properly. Su Chung gently pulled her into his arms, his large hand resting on her back of her head. If you don't like this, we can leave the day after tomorrow. I feel like my dad still has something for me to do, Fang Wanwan said anxiously. Don't overthink it, Su Chung comforted her. Fang Wanwan leaned against his chest, staying still and very obedient. His body was warm, so warm it was almost hot, and it made her feel safe.
Su Chung, if.
She hesitated. Say it. Su Chung gently rubbed her head with his chin, his voice soft and full of affection. If he finds out I've changed? Everyone changes, Su Chung interrupted her. Fang Wanwan let out a breath and repeated what Su Chung said. Everyone changes, yes. Everyone changes. It had been so long that she couldn't remember the original Fong Wanwan's words and actions, which made her feel very insecure. If Fong Qingshan and the others found out she was not the original Fong Wanwan at all, everyone would be terrified, including Su Cheng. She would be truly isolated and helpless in this world. No matter how much she believes herself to be an independent woman of the 23rd century, it's undeniable that without any special advantages, she might find life very difficult on her own. Su Cheng understands why she feels uneasy and feels very sorry for her, but he doesn't know how to comfort her. He tries hard to keep this secret to give himself a sense of safety, and he naturally won't reveal it. He tightens his embrace around her and softly says, "After we finish the procedures tomorrow, I'll take you to visit some attractions in the neighboring city." Ban Wanwan feels warm in Su Cheng's arms, and her worries fade away completely. Okay. After replying, she suddenly remembers something else. I still need to buy review materials, but I have to ask Su Yuan first.
All right.
Ban Wanwan feels a bit tired from being held, struggles slightly, and Su Cheng loosens his hold. Seeing her unconsciously step back, Su Cheng says again, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." Ban Wanwan rolls her eyes at him, annoyed. She's not afraid, but holding a pose for too long makes her whole body ache, so she just wants to lie down and rest. Who's afraid? She lies down and covers her face with the blanket. A smile appears on Su Cheng's lips. He takes off his clothes, gets into bed, and lies down beside her. Seeing Ban Wanwan's big, wide eyes staring at him, he gently covers her eyes with his hand and softly soothes her. "Sleep now." When he removes his hand, Ban Wanwan opens her eyes again. Finally, unable to hold back, Su Cheng asks, "What's wrong?" Ban Wanwan looks thoughtful. "Are you hiding something?" Confused, Su Cheng asks, "What do you mean?" She doesn't answer immediately, sometimes frowning and observing, sometimes making a clicking sound with her tongue. After a while, Su Cheng finally understands and softly says, "Don't overthink." "How is that overthinking?" She retorts. Would a normal man react like that? It feels like she's losing her mind. Are all the stories and TV shows fake? The comic hero with six-pack abs, surely he's not incapable, right? Especially after that time he fell into the pit, he was already very. Seeing her eyes darting around wildly, Su Cheng wonders if her head might hurt from thinking so much. He purses his lips, gathers courage, and says, "If you're really worried, you can check." He then wraps his arm around Ban Wanwan's waist, easily pulling her close and pressing her against him. Instantly, Ban Wanwan feels that he's burning hot all over and something is ready to happen, but his face remains calm and relaxed. She's amazed at his self-control, such a level of restraint. She panics and pushes him away. Looking at Fong Wanwan's expression, Su Cheng smiled slightly.
Sleep now.
Don't overthink. Only a dog that can't bark would bite. Fong Wanwan. Is he secretly praising her? After all, men care a lot about what others say. Or is it a double entendre, implying that she usually acts tough but is actually timid?
Ha.
Once she finds a way to prevent pregnancy, she'll definitely take him down. Thinking of this, she grabbed Su Cheng's arm and bit him hard. Su Cheng let out a hiss, but didn't move. Immediately, a row of tiny teeth marks appeared on his firm little arm. "Tell me, do barking dogs bite?" Fong Wanwan pouted, feeling stubborn. Su Cheng looked at the bitten spot, a smile in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, not only do they bite, but they can be quite fierce." He then gently ruffled her hair. "Sleep quickly. We have things to do tomorrow." Seeing his obedient and gentle look, Fong Wanwan felt satisfied and closed her eyes to sleep. The next morning, Fong Wanwan found her companion already dressed and sitting on the bed, reading a book. He sat upright, with his legs crossed, looking calm and elegant. His side profile revealed a high nose bridge and thick, curled eyelashes. Wearing a turtleneck sweater and a long, dark blue double-breasted coat, his refined features carried a hint of restraint. He seemed born noble, not to be trifled with. Sitting quietly like this, he appeared to never get angry or lose control, distant and untouchable. Fong Wanwan lay on her side, propping her head with her hand, watching this scene with a bit of distraction. Honestly, she had never seen Su Chung lose his temper. Su Chung, she softly called. Hearing her, the man quickly closed his book, turned around, and his voice was gentle and clear. You're awake? He hurriedly took her coat. Put this on. When you go out, I'll go with your dad. Fong Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Are you worried I'll be bullied alone here? Su Chung didn't answer. Instead, he said, Aren't you going to the bookstore with Su Yuan to find some books? Fong Wanwan nodded lazily and dressed herself. When she left the room, she saw Wang Shufang sitting in the hall waiting. Seeing Fong Wanwan, she stood up and said, Look at the time. Breakfast has gone cold. Fong Wanwan smiled apologetically. It's okay, I'll eat outside. At this moment, Fong Qingshan came out, glared at Wang Shufang, and said, Go reheat the buns and porridge. Wang Shufang reluctantly went to the kitchen, brought out some items, and placed them on the table. It's still a bit warm, just eat it as it is. I need to go with Hui Hui to her tutoring class, she said without looking back and left. Fong Qingshan waved to Su Chung like an elder, Come sit with Wanwan and eat together. Su Chung didn't hesitate and took Wanwan's hand, sitting at the table, then handed her a steamed bun. Fong Qingshan looked at Su Cheng's actions with a meaningful gaze and then said to Wanwan, It's been a long time since we sat and ate together like this, hasn't it? Wanwan nodded, yes. Do you have anything to do later? Nothing big, I just want to visit Su Yuan. Fong Qingshan smiled and suddenly said, Now the country encourages small businesses. The Qin family bought a piece of land in the most prosperous part of the city, and I heard they're opening a reception hall. Really? Wanwan looked confused.
Dad.
The Qin family and us don't really have anything to do with each other anymore, right? Hearing this, Su Chung tightened his chopsticks but didn't say anything. I heard that Qin Jinming really admires you, Fong Qingshan added. Wanwan finally understood and chuckled. It's not like that. He's just being polite because of the relationship between the two families. Also, he thinks Chun Kai's broken engagement was unfair to me, so. It's unclear who spread this news to Fong Qingshan. Wanwan felt a headache coming on. She didn't expect her intuition to be so accurate. She knew it wasn't just about the transfer. Here are 2 bottles of fine aged wine. Later, how about you help deliver them to the Qin family? Fong Qingshan said casually. Wanwan quickly refused. Dad, that might not be a good idea. Mr. Qin is in the provincial capital. It's better if you deliver it yourself or send it directly to him. So, that was the plan. To acquire the land, Qin Jinming himself came, Fong Qingshan added. Su Chung said, I've met Mr. Qin a few times, and we have some connection. I'll go. Fong Qingshan looked at Su Chung. Aren't you coming with me to handle the paperwork? When it came to paperwork, Wanwan didn't want to argue with Fong Qingshan anymore.
Give me the wine.
After breakfast, I'll go. Fong Qingshan nodded happily. After a few bites of porridge, he patted Su Cheng's shoulder. Let's go. Su Cheng glanced at Wanwan, who gave him a reassuring look. He then stood up and followed Fong Qingshan. Fong Qingshan placed the already prepared wine in front of Fong Wanwan and left with Su Cheng. Fong Wanwan carried 2 bottles of wine and arrived at the Qin family's house. The Qin family was the same as before, with tall walls, an impressive gate, and through the decorative iron gate, you could see several small cars parked inside. This grandeur was unique among military families. Lu Ma, the gatekeeper, saw Fong Wanwan and looked surprised. She quickly welcomed her inside. Oh, Miss Fong, it's been a long time. You still look so beautiful. Lu Ma was an elder of the Qin family, familiar with the original owner who used to visit often. Seeing Qin Ma about to go inside and call someone, Fong Wanwan hurriedly stopped her, smiling shyly. Please don't trouble yourself. I don't have anything important. My father asked me to bring 2 bottles of wine to Mr. Qin. I wonder if he's here? Mr. Qin? Lu Ma was momentarily confused. Are you talking about young Master Qin Kai? In her impression, this girl's visit was clearly to see the young master. But now, her tone sounded quite distant. Fong Wanwan shook her head. I mean Mr. Qin Jinming. Lu Ma finally understood and quickly looked uncomfortable. Young Master Chen-san just arrived a few days ago and rarely sees outsiders. If you want to see young Master Chen, I can call him for you. But if it's young Master Chen-san, he probably won't see anyone without an appointment. Fong Wanwan then understood Fong Qingshan's purpose for sending her. It turned out she wouldn't be able to see Chen Jinming at all. Thinking about it, she remembered how difficult it was to see him back in the provincial city. She had to go through so much trouble. Everyone with money and fame wanted to curry favor with him. Even if he casually let a drop of his blood slip from under his nails, it would be enough for ordinary people to live comfortably.
She was just one of those people.
The Fong family was truly far behind the Qin family in wealth. Anyway, she didn't need to see Chen Jinming right now. She handed the wine to Lu Ma. I won't bother you anymore. Could you please help pass these 2 bottles of wine to him? It's a small token for my father. Lu Ma hesitated again. There have been so many gift deliveries lately. Young Master Chen-san hasn't even looked at them.
Well,
I'll take my leave then, Fong Wanwan said, holding the wine and preparing to leave. She believed Fong Qingshan had already tested how difficult it was to meet Chen Jinming. If she didn't see him, it should be acceptable. Lu Ma had already witnessed her effort. If she really insisted on meeting him, there were ways to do so, but it wasn't necessary for Fong Qingshan's sake. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Kai's older sister appeared. Oh, is this Wanwan? Startled by her loud voice, Fong Wanwan turned around. She nodded politely, a bit embarrassed but courteous, and greeted her with a small gesture. Why does she look darker? She's not as pretty as before. Fong Wanwan's mouth twitched. This older sister never liked the original owner much, but she didn't have to show it so obviously. She knew she looked darker now, so why was she shouting about it? Seeing Fong Wanwan's unhappy face, Chen Lu was even happier. She quickly said, everyone's here, but I don't see Chen Kai. She was just here to watch the fun. This girl, proud of her looks, didn't respect others, not even her older sister, and didn't bother to flatter her when she could. What am I supposed to see him for? Fong Wanwan didn't understand Chen's older sister's way of thinking. Then why are you here? Isn't it to see him? Chen Lu rolled her eyes. Lu Ma quickly explained. Miss Fong is here to see third Master Chen. Chen Lu smiled. See my third uncle? That's tricky. Why don't you look for Chen Kai? He can come and go as he pleases in my third uncle's room. No need. Fong Wanwan refused and left directly. Chen Lu sneered as she watched Fong Wanwan's back. That bad temper of hers is really getting worse. At this moment, Chen Kai came out of the house, walking straight to the yard and getting into a small car. Just as he was about to start the engine, Chen Lu hurried over, opened his car door, and stopped him. Fong Wanwan just came to our house with 2 bottles of wine, saying she wanted to see third master. Do you think she's trying to get our attention in a roundabout way? Chen Kai frowned and asked in surprise, You mean Fong Wanwan is in Kyoto now? Chen Lu scoffed. She's just missing her family. She came during the new year to strengthen their relationship. But Chen Kai wasn't like Chen Lu. He already knew Fong Wanwan wasn't the same person she used to be. She didn't care much for her family, and this trip was probably just to change her household registration. Be polite when you talk to her from now on. Chen Kai pushed away Chen Lu's hand on the car door. Chen Lu frowned. What do you mean? Nothing special, just what I said. Don't you understand the words? Chen Lu got angry and reached out to grab Chen Kai's arm. You're being so annoying. Seeing she's married, you're rushing to flatter her? Chen Kai pushed her away irritably. What are you talking about? You know she's married and you're trying to make things difficult for her with me. How do you know I'm making things difficult for her? Chen Lu challenged. A familiar voice interrupted. Ahem. 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 Chen Kai, do you have no shame? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Chen Lu said she was about to pull Chen Kai out of the car. Chen Kai, being very strong, remained seated inside despite her efforts. I was just thinking about something. It's nothing to flip through that broken notebook. Do you really think I don't know whose notebook that is? And you're still insisting on breaking off the engagement with Fong Huihui. Didn't Mom usually decide these things before? Now you're so firm. Are you hiding something? Chen Lu said sarcastically. Are you spying on my things? Chen Kai angrily got out of the car. Seeing Chen Kai truly angry, Chen Lu hesitated and mumbled, "Isn't it because I care about you? I thought you were sick. What's so interesting about a broken notebook?" Chen Kai shouted, "Who asked you to care? Why are you so mean? You've been acting so strangely lately. Mom has spent a lot to help you break up with Fong Hui," she said softly. "I'll say it again. Don't touch my things or interfere in my affairs from now on," Chen Kai warned firmly. Chen Lu knew her brother could do anything when he was upset, so she softened her tone and advised, "Good horses don't turn back, and besides, she's not a good person. If you like a married woman, not only will the Chin family lose face, but you might also have to give up your military uniform." Hearing this, Chen Kai's anger flared up, and he said stubbornly, "Then I won't wear it anymore." Seeing Chen Kai admit to it, Chen Lu was so angry her hands started trembling. She quickly planned to go inside and call Mom. Just as she pulled Mom, Wang Kaiqin, out, they saw no one at the door. Wang Kaiqin frowned. What did Kai do now? He's always overreacting.
Mom.
Didn't you hear what that brat Chen Kai said? Chen Lu was furious. Wang Kaiqin knew her son was hot-tempered and bossed everyone at home. Even the father didn't argue with him. She said to Chen Lu, "Why are you arguing with him? This brat has no shame," she said, pulling Lu Ma over to testify. "Lu Ma, tell her." Wang Kaiqin looked at her daughter and sighed. "If it's not important, don't make a fuss at the door." Then she told Lu Ma to go into her room. Chen Lu, feeling wronged, explained everything. Wang Kaiqin frowned and said, "You don't know Chen Kai's personality. He's probably just angry. The more you try to discipline him, the more he rebels. Have you ever successfully controlled him since he was a kid?" Chen Lu hurriedly explained, "This time it's serious. I saw him staring at a notebook many times, lost in thought." "You haven't seen that expression before." "What kind of notebook?" "It's just some messy, bitter words that Fong Wanwan wrote about him before," Chen Lu said with disdain. Wang Kaiqin didn't believe it. Does he even understand this stuff? Her son has never been good with matters of love and relationships.
If you don't believe me, fine.
But if he does something stupid later, don't say I didn't warn you, Chen Lu said angrily. Mum Lu muttered, "If that's true, then Miss Fong shouldn't have tried to bring Miss Fong inside just now. I'll be more careful from now on." Chen Lu glared at Mum Lu. "I just wanted to test my guess. Who knew this stubborn kid would come out and warn me, telling me not to trouble her in the future?" Wang Kaiqin frowned. Enough. Stop overthinking. If he's going to open his eyes, he would have done it already. No need to wait for someone to get married to deal with this. Seeing that her mother didn't believe her at all, Chen Lu opened the door to Wang Kaiqin's room and left. Meanwhile, Fong Wanwan didn't send the alcohol out. She was staggering home, feeling cold, rubbing her hands now and then, laughing to herself. At this moment, a small Santana car stopped beside Fong Wanwan. She paused, surprised. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. "Didn't get the alcohol delivered, but your mood seems good," Chen Kai said. Although his tone was sarcastic, Fong Wanwan didn't want to argue with him. She smiled and said, "Well, what can I do about it? If you really want to see Uncle San, how come it's impossible?" Fong Wanwan smiled helplessly. "I have no power or influence. What can I do?" Chen Kai looked at the alcohol in her hand and ordered, "Give it to me." Fong Wanwan was surprised.
Huh?
"I said, give it to me. I'll help you deliver it to him later," Chen Kai said, then awkwardly turned his face away. Fong Wanwan hesitated. "Wouldn't that be owing you a favor?" "Spending a favor on you isn't worth it," Chen Kai replied. Fong Wanwan nodded, understanding. "So, Mr. Chen wants to see me?" Chen Kai didn't reply. He reached out. "Either give it to me, or I leave. Don't think your little tricks can escape your dad's eyes. He got 5,000 yuan in compensation from our family and is eager to get involved and show off. This matter is so important to him. Do you think you can handle it?" 5,000 yuan? Fong Wanwan was a bit shocked. "What did your family, the Fong family?" Chen Kai impatiently said, "The cancellation of the marriage agreement with your family. Is it that valuable?" Fong Wanwan was surprised. No wonder the Fong family seemed so calm about the breakup. Chun Kai's topic was again diverted. I'll ask one more time, do you want the wine or not? Fong Wanwan suddenly felt annoyed by his pushy tone and said directly no. Thank you. She didn't want any trouble with Chun Kai. Just when she thought they would leave it at that and had walked a bit further, she suddenly felt her hand empty. The item was snatched away by Chun Kai. Surprised, Fong Wanwan turned around angrily and asked, Chun Kai, what are you doing? He's so childish. Seeing her upset, Chun Kai hesitated. He only wanted to help her. He was surprised she got angry. He wanted to reply but couldn't find the words. I remember my third uncle likes this kind of wine, he said suddenly, feeling a bit guilty. Fong Wanwan sighed in frustration. Fine, take it. Then she walked away. Chun Kai watched her angry back and didn't know what he did wrong. It was the first time he tried to please a woman, but he ended up making her mad. He paused, feeling a bit lost. After a while, he carried 2 bottles of wine and got into the car. Su Yuan was surprised to see Fong Wanwan.
Wow.
Wanwan, it's been a while. Why do you look so much darker? Fong Wanwan really wanted to blood. Is it that obvious?
Su Yuan, not that.
But you still look very pretty. Hearing that, Fong Wanwan felt a bit better. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Su Yuan was very enthusiastic. When Fong Wanwan said she wanted to go to the bookstore to review high school textbooks, Su Yuan immediately agreed. Su Yuan welcomed Fong Wanwan into her house.
Sit down first.
I'll change my clothes. She poured her a glass of water and quickly went into her room. Now she was a performer in the cultural troupe, so she had to pay attention to her image when going out. After changing clothes and putting on a hat, she came out. In the hall, she held Fong Wanwan's arm and they headed out. Seeing her dressed so elegantly, Fong Wanwan smiled and said, You're quite particular now.
Su Yuan lao get?
I'm not like you. Naturally beautiful. I can afford to spoil myself. Fong Wanwan rolled her eyes at her friend's teasing. It's just a little darker. Is it worth making such a fuss? Darker? Su Yuan couldn't believe her ears. You used to be so nervous about a tiny pimple on your face, and now you can tolerate a little darkness? I have to say, the countryside really is a good place to change a person. Fong Wanwan quickly touched her face. Was the original owner that strict with herself? She really had the qualities of an actress. Fong Wanwan was stunned, and Su Yuan asked again, I heard your husband was promoted to regimental commander and earned a merit? Fong Wanwan proudly nodded. Yes. Su Yuan envied her. You really have a good life. I thought at his age he'd only be a company commander at most. With such strong abilities, he might get promoted again in a few years. Fong Wanwan smiled. Promotion doesn't matter much. I mainly like him for who he is. Su Yuan always felt her friend had changed. Her way of speaking was different. Not only is your face darker from the sun, but it's also thicker. Fong Wanwan was taken aback. Had she been too proud? She quickly adjusted her tone. If I'm like this, and I don't look at things more openly, what else can I do? Su Yuan thought for a moment and agreed. That makes sense. But do you really think you've completely let go of Chun Kai? Absolutely.
Su Yuan smiled. Luckily, Imetsu Cheng.
If I had met someone worse than Chun Kai, you might not have been able to let go so quickly. You think Su Cheng is better than Chun Kai? Of course. Besides his family background, everything else is better. Chun Kai, with his aloof attitude and always acting like he's above everyone, isn't really good at comforting others. Fong Wanwan chuckled. You have such a strong opinion about him. Is it for my sake? Su Yuan pouted. Aside from his looks, family background, and abilities, what else is there? Fong Wanwan looked at Su Yuan suspiciously. Are those 3 things really that important?
I feel like you might have
feelings for him. Su Yuan glared at Fong Wanwan. Are you serious? Do you think in this military district, just because you're a woman, you should have feelings for Chun Kai? You're really feeling Su Yuan's speechlessness. Fong Wanwan apologized for her wild thoughts. Sorry, I realize now that Miss Su isn't so superficial. Can't accept an apology from the regimental commander's wife. The two teased each other and talked about various recent trivial matters. Fang Wanwan didn't expect her half-sister-in-law to be such a good talker. They also discussed a lot about Fang Huihui. So, Zheng Kun broke up with Chen Kai because of Fang Huihui? Fang Wanwan was a bit surprised but not shocked. In the story, Zheng Kun is the loyal secret admirer of the heroine Fang Huihui, even remaining single his whole life for her. He quietly supported Fang Huihui behind the scenes. Although his family background wasn't as good as Chen Kai's, he grew up in this military district and was not much worse. It seemed the story was subtly beginning to change. Su Yuan nodded. Those two are quite a match. The two of them kept talking as they walked, and before they knew it, they arrived at Xinhua Bookstore. As the largest bookstore in the city, it had a wide selection of materials. They quickly found all the high school courses. Including review materials, there were a total of 18 books. They cost 40 yuan. If it weren't for the fact that there were two people, they probably couldn't carry everything back. Do I still need to go to the department store to buy some things? Fang Wanwan said with a smile, holding the books. Su Yuan looked at her confused. Are you in a rush to go home? Carrying so many books was inconvenient. She wanted to suggest putting the books back and coming another day. If I can get my household registration sorted out, I'll have to leave first. Such a hurry? Are you going to miss me? Next time you're free, come visit me in the Northwest. Fang Wanwan smiled. They went to the department store. Fang Wanwan looked for sunscreen for a long time, but surprisingly, there was no real concept of sun protection in this era. In the end, she bought a few bottles of snow cream and skincare lotion. Su Yuan thought she was about to leave, but she hesitated for a moment, seeming to have something to say. Is there anything else you want to buy? Fang Wanwan looked around, then covered her hand near Su Yuan's ear, asking softly, is there a place that sells family planning products here? Su Yuan was surprised and widened her eyes. After a moment, she blushed and whispered in her ear, you haven't done that yet, right? Fang Wanwan nodded. I'm about to take the university entrance exam. My family still has two little ones who haven't grown up. I definitely can't get pregnant again. Su Yuan muttered. Sioux City really can tolerate that. Then she secretly leaned in and whispered, I saw my brother buy some before. Men carry them. You can buy them at the family planning station just down the street. Fang Wanwan patted Su Yuan's shoulder. She was truly her best friend. When they reached the door of the family planning station, Su Yuan stepped back and hid to the side, letting Fang Wanwan go in alone to ask. Luckily, Fang Wanwan was from the 23rd century and walked in confidently. The staff at the family planning office looked at her with a knowing expression. Are you married? Fang Wanwan quickly nodded. Yes, I am. And so, Fang Wanwan bought 10 TT condoms. Then she held her books and went home. She put the books away, took out the TT from her pocket, and decided to hide it better. She looked around and decided it was safer to lock it in her box. As she looked at the box, she suddenly realized it had been tampered with. The lock was opened, and her heart sank. Sioux City never usually touched her belongings, especially her box. Thinking of this, she quickly opened the box to check. The clothes inside were still there, but the two small antiques were gone. She was feeling anxious and searched inside and out again, but still couldn't find it. She was about to go out and ask around when Su Cheng and Fang Qingshan returned. Su Cheng went straight to the room and saw Fang Wanwan looking worried and anxious. He asked with concern, Wanwan, what's wrong? Fang Wanwan pointed at the suitcase. The antique I brought is gone. She was about to leave again, but Su Cheng quickly held her back. Look again. Don't be impulsive. I've already looked several times, but it's not there. It must be those mother and daughter, Fang Wanwan said with red eyes, about to rush out again. Su Cheng stopped her. You have no proof. Confronting them without evidence can backfire. It might cause a big argument, but it won't solve anything. Sit down and I'll help you think of a plan. His voice was calm and gentle. Yes, she had no proof. Confronting them without evidence wouldn't work, and they wouldn't admit anything. So, arguing won't solve the problem. Fang Wanwan quickly calmed down and sat back on the bed. Your household registration and the paperwork here are already done. I just need to go back and get it, Su Cheng said as he sat beside her on the bed. Originally, Everything was ready for her to take the girl away tomorrow, but she cared so much about these treasures that she had to find them first. Fong Wanwan turned her head to look at Su Cheng.
Thank you so much this time.
Then she added, when they're not home, I really need to search their room. That was the only way now. Su Cheng looked at her flushed face and patiently said, Don't worry, I will handle this. Have you thought of a plan? Su Cheng nodded, placing his hands on her shoulders. But you need a little patience and… Fong Wanwan looked at his gentle eyes, feeling strangely reassured and trusting. She asked, and what else? We also need to use your talent to carefully draw these two antiques. Although she didn't know what he was planning, she obediently nodded, squatting next to the suitcase. She took out paper and a notebook and drew the gold hairpin and jade bracelet. To show the details clearly, she drew very carefully, adding descriptions and explanations. Su Cheng watched her draw quietly, his calm eyes focused intensely. His previously tense expression softened, and he was completely immersed in his own world. Just as Su Cheng was starting to lose himself in her drawing, Fong Wanwan suddenly let out a breath of relief, looked at the notebook, and happily said, It's done. She tore this page from her notebook and handed it to Su Cheng. Su Cheng took a look, folded it neatly, and put it into the pocket on his chest. Since we're going to Kyoto, I don't know where to find good food. Please take me out for dinner tonight. Fong Wanwan smiled with her eyes curved. Okay. When you go out, keep the same expression you have now. Just tell your parents you're leaving, and don't say much else, Su Cheng advised. He hoped he could bring back these two things quietly and politely. After leaving, Fong Wanwan really did as Su Cheng said. She greeted Fong Qingshan, who was reading the newspaper in the hall, then pulled Su Cheng out the door. Honestly, since Fong Wanwan arrived in this world, she hadn't properly eaten anything in Kyoto. Except for the day she met Su Cheng on a mission, when she bought a piece of cake from a small stall. Thinking for a moment, she said to Su Cheng, Let's go eat roast duck. In Fong Wanwan's previous world, Kyoto's roast duck was still very famous and became a local specialty. She had tried it in her later years, crispy, tasty, tender, and flavorful with each bite. Su Cheng looked at her tightly held hand, a faint smile on his lips.
Sure.
By this time, Kyoto's roast duck was quite well known. Fong Wanwan casually asked around, and passers-by pointed her in the right direction. Not just one place. She found an old shop in an alley. The shop was small and not very eye-catching, but it still had many customers, so it must have been good. Wow, there's a seat open here. Come quickly. Su Cheng felt his hand go empty and looked up to see her rushing to a vacant spot and stopping there. He slowly clenched his hand, feeling the warmth and softness she left behind. He walked slowly to her chosen seat and sat down. Fong Wanwan ordered a roast duck, a plate of marinated meat, and finally 2 bowls of seaweed soup. Wanwan, that's enough. Fong Wanwan smiled. It's rare for you to let me treat you to a meal, so I want to make it good. When the roast duck was served, Fong Wanwan looked at the golden, crispy duck meat, neatly sliced, and arranged in a big plate. She found a piece of duck leg and put it in Su Cheng's bowl, smiling. This is for you to eat. Then she picked up another piece and put it in her own bowl. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, her eyes squinting with enjoyment. She took another sip of seaweed soup, and the delicious taste made her forget about the missing antique. Su Cheng ate his food calmly and politely, looking neat and pleasing. The two of them ate together, sharing bites and occasionally sipping seaweed soup. Fong Wanwan felt this was pure happiness. In her past life, she had tasted many delicacies from all over, but rarely felt like this. She thought maybe it was because in this era, ducks weren't fed with artificial feed or growth hormones, so they were naturally raised and tasted better. Or perhaps it was because she was with someone she liked. After finishing the roast duck, Fong Wanwan felt warm all over and her mood improved. She quickly paid 8 yuan. In a time when the average monthly salary was only 40 or 50 yuan, eating roast duck was quite a luxury. Outside the roast duck shop, Su Cheng watched Fong Wanwan happily walking ahead, occasionally blowing air to warm herself. She looked very adorable. He quickly stepped forward and walked beside her. When she lowered her hand, he swiftly and accurately took her hand. Then he quietly lowered his eyes, secretly observing her expression. Seeing her face showed no resistance, he relaxed. He then put her hand into his pocket and said, "Wan Wan, I want to take you to meet a friend." Wan Wan looked up at him in surprise. Because it was cold, his long coat was covered with a thin layer of frost. His dark eyes held a warm glow, which was very beautiful. Seeing her pause, Sucheng thought she might not want to go, so he quickly said, "If you don't want to, I can take you back first. I'll be back soon." Wan Wan hurriedly said, "I'd love to. I'm just curious, do you have friends in Beijing? I've never heard you mention them before." Sucheng gently replied, "Not much reason to see them before, so I didn't go." Wan Wan smiled and said, "You don't visit friends without a reason? That's how you keep your friendships?" Sucheng pursed his lips and explained, "They're former comrades. It's better not to bother them unnecessarily." "All right." Sucheng kept holding Wan Wan's hand. Her palm was sweaty from his grip, and she didn't know whether to loosen her hand or not, so she pulled her hand back. He quickly let go. Wan moved to his right side and took his hand with her other hand. "Hold this one." He held her all the way to his friend's house. Wang Qi was surprised to see Sucheng, especially because he was holding a beautiful girl. He quickly welcomed her inside and poured tea. "This is my wife," Sucheng said, introducing her while looking at Wang Qi's curious gaze. "You really are something. Last time you went to Kyoto, you didn't come to visit. I thought you had achieved something great, gotten a promotion and married, and forgot about your brothers." Wang Qi joked. Then he took out a plate of sunflower seeds and placed it in front of Wan Wan, smiling. "Eat up." It's not easy to win over Captain Su. Wan Wan politely thanked him. Wang Qi then sat seriously in front of Sucheng and asked, "Is there anything I can help with? Just tell me." Sucheng didn't beat around the bush. He took out a drawing that Wan made from his coat pocket and handed it to him. "These two antiques belong to my wife. They were accidentally lost in Kyoto. Can you help us get them into the newspaper under my name?" Wang Qi, a native of Kyoto, was sent to the northwest for military training. He was taken care of by Sucheng. During a mission, he almost lost his life, but thanks to Sucheng, he survived. He has always remembered this life-saving kindness. His brother works at a newspaper, and his sister is at a TV station. The last time Sucheng was on TV in Kyoto for a mission, Wang Qi asked his sister to come for an interview. Wang Qi took the drawing from his hand and said with a smile, "It looks pretty similar. But if it's lost, even if we publish it, we might not get it back." Sucheng smiled and said, "It's okay. Just help publish it." Wang Qi readily agreed. "All right, I'll take care of it." After discussing the main matter, Wang Qi's gaze shifted to Wan Wan. He smiled and said, "Our brother Ching is popular with the girls. You better be careful, sister-in-law." Sucheng glared at Wang Qi and then took Wan Wan's hand, saying, "Let's go." If they stayed longer, who knows what else Wang Qi might say. Wan smiled and said, "No worries. When trouble comes, we'll face it head-on." "Oh, that's some spirit." Wang Qi looked at Wan in surprise. Soon after, Sucheng held Wan Wan's hand and they walked away. As they walked on the street, Wan Wan's mood had already calmed down from her earlier anger and anxiety. Sucheng held her hand tightly and kept it in his pocket. "Sucheng, if it gets published or on TV, will they take it out and show everyone?" Sucheng turned his head, gently brushed the fallen leaves from her hair, and explained, "I don't know. But it will let everyone know that this belongs to me. If they have it, they can't sell it or let others see it. If they really took it, your father wouldn't risk bearing that moral stain." Wan suddenly understood and said, "Oh, Sucheng, you're really impressive. I bet my mom took it for sure. In this military compound, who would dare steal from Fang's family? The people here are quite aware and respectful." Sucheng smiled and said, "If she took it, that's good. Fang's family has a habit of subscribing to newspapers. Every day, the paper arrives on time." Fang Qingshan, as usual, finished breakfast, brewed a cup of tea, sat in the living room, and started reading the newspaper. Fong Wanwan also saw the paper and wanted to look at it, but Su Qing pulled her back into the room. Even if we find out, it'll probably be tomorrow. Don't worry. The next day, when Su Yuan came to see Fong Wanwan, she learned that last night's local news on TV had reported a lost antique. It was reported by a soldier, and that soldier was naturally Su Qing. Fong Qingshan was surprised when he heard this, and called Su Qing to ask, "You lost some antiques?
Why didn't I know about it?"
Although he didn't say it was lost from Fong's family, if it was, it would definitely make people think. Su Qing nodded and said, "Yes, 2 items are missing. They're quite valuable, so I had them reported in the newspaper. Why didn't you discuss it with the family first? Where and when did it happen?" It was in Wanwan's room. She originally kept it in a box. Fong Qingshan hurried to the hall and opened today's newspaper. Without searching around, a very noticeable headline appeared. Military man's wife loses antique during annual leave in Kyoto. Below was a detailed introduction of Su Qing, including the place of loss and personal information, written very thoroughly. Is this antique worth a lot? Fong Qingshan put down the paper and asked. About 300 yuan. Just 300 yuan? Is it worth all this fuss? Fong Qingshan thought it was a bit exaggerated. All right, since your antique was lost here, I'll have your mom give you the 300 yuan later. It's not my parents' fault. Why should you guys pay? Su Qing added. It's not about the money. Wanwan just likes it. Fong Qingshan was speechless. The day before yesterday, when Wanwan went out, he saw Wang Shufang enter her room. He knew what kind of person his wife was, discontent with Wanwan but unable to resist, always wanting to get some benefit from her. Otherwise, he felt like he had lost out all these years. All right, I'll find someone to investigate later. Thanks, Dad. Sua Chung sincerely thanked him and then said, Today, Wanwan and I won't be eating at home. I'm planning to take her to meet one of my comrades. He hoped that Fong Qingshan could resolve this matter as he wished. If they directly confront each other and cause a scene, it wouldn't look good. Wanwan's family visits, and because of 2 antiques and her foster parents who raised her for over 10 years, chaos could erupt. Those who don't know the full story might blame Wanwan. At noon, Fong Qingshan returned home for lunch. After Wang Shufang finished setting the dishes, the 3 sat down. Fong Qingshan placed the newspaper in front of Wang Shufang and said, Take a look. Wang Shufang didn't take it. I don't like reading newspapers. Today, when she went grocery shopping, someone asked her about the missing antiques in Sioux City, which made her feel uneasy. The box clearly contained Wanwan's belongings, so why would it be related to Sioux City? Moreover, the bracelet and gold hairpin were clearly for women. Fong Qingshan looked at her expression and guessed the situation. He snorted, All this fuss over a few hundred yuan worth of stuff, do we really need to make such a big deal? Fong Huihui looked at her father in disbelief. Dad, how can you suspect Mom? You said yourself, these things are only worth a few hundred yuan. We don't lack that money now. Fong Qingshan ignored his daughter and said to Wang Shufang, Once it's in the newspaper, you won't be able to sell it. Are you planning to hide it forever? Wang Shufang paused. I think Sioux City is deliberately doing this. Knowing he's doing it on purpose is enough. Fong Qingshan sighed angrily, disappointed. Hearing this, Fong Huihui panicked. She had no memory of Sioux City from her past life and knew little about him. If he was deliberately suspecting her family, it was probably to pressure them through public opinion. Mom, if you really took it, just give it back. We don't need that money now. By taking the initiative, she could also find a way to save face. After dinner, Wang Shufang turned and took out the antique from her room, placing it in front of Fong Qingshan. I'm just curious and wanted to see it. Is that a problem? Fong Qingshan didn't look at her and put the items away. In her room. You shouldn't go in anymore. That evening, Wanwan and Su Qing returned. Fong Qingshan took the initiative to go to Wanwan's room, took out the antiques, and placed them on the table. He told Wanwan, Your mom saw these 2 items when tidying your room. She was curious and took a look. I wanted to tell you. I'll return them later. But you've been out a lot these past few days, so I didn't get a chance to inform you, which caused this misunderstanding. Fong Wanwan heard this explanation. Although she was angry and wanted to curse, she finally held back, took the antique, and said, as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up, that's enough. Fong Qingshan nodded and asked, has the wine been delivered to third Uncle Qin? It's been 2 days, and there's been no news from the Qin family. Fong Wanwan honestly recounted how she delivered the wine that day, without hiding anything. Did Qin Kai take it? Fong Qingshan found this interesting. Yes. I heard from the housekeeper and to the Qin family that many people want to give gifts to third uncle every day. When the wine was delivered, I don't know if he cared about it, Fong Wanwan added. Fong Qingshan thought about Qin Kai's attitude towards Wanwan and looked thoughtful. Finally, he said, all right, I'm leaving now. If anything happens, tell me first. Don't act on your own. Just as he was about to leave, Fong Wanwan said, Dad, Su Chung and I might not stay here for the new year. When we went out today, Su Chung received a call from a comrade saying his parents from the countryside are coming over. There might be some family matters. Fong Qingshan paused, then turned back and said, you're in such a hurry. It's rare to come back. Why not stay a few more days? Fong Wanwan pretended to be helpless and said, there's nothing I can do about it. Fong Qingshan thought for a moment and said, let's publish the news about finding the antique in the newspaper tomorrow.
Su Chen responded, okay.
The next day, Fong Qingshan asked Su Qing to go out and clarify the matter of finding the antique. He also pulled Fong Wanwan aside and asked, can you help ask if Qin Kai or third Uncle Qin received those 2 bottles of wine? Fong Wanwan rolled her eyes inwardly and said, you see, both Su Chung and I are married now. Before, I still had that kind of relationship with Qin Kai, always going to see him. If Su Qing finds out, how do you think he will feel? Fong Qingshan smiled and said, just asking a question for Dad. Su Qing wouldn't say anything even if he knew. Fong Wanwan shook her head and refused firmly. Anyway, her household registration had already been transferred, and she could leave tomorrow. Fong Qingshan didn't say anything more and left. In the district military command office, Qin Kai sat at his desk, analyzing a recent task he received. When Fong Qingshan entered, he looked a bit surprised. Uncle Fong. Qin Kai stood up politely and greeted him. Fong Qingshan looked him over carefully and asked cautiously, I heard that the wine Wanwan had was delivered to third Uncle Qin by you? Anyone who could get to this position wouldn't be foolish. As soon as Fong Qingshan spoke, Qin Kai guessed his intention.
He nodded and said yes.
Looking at the proud and confident young man before him, Fong Qingshan thought for a moment and said, she came back and told me to thank you. His resistance and pride were obvious on his face, unlike Su Chung, who was more reserved and rarely showed his emotions. It was hard to guess or control his feelings for a while. Talking about Fong Wanwan, Qin Kai immediately put down his pen and asked, did she really ask you to thank me? Yes, Fong Qingshan nodded. Did she say anything else? Qin Kai asked again. Seeing his expression, Fong Qingshan understood and guessed that Qin Kai had guessed right. Qin Kai's proud nature would never take the initiative to do something for others. Fong Qingshan hesitated and finally sighed. What else could she say? Just that I should find a good chance to thank you properly. He kept the suspense to the maximum. He guessed that Qin Kai was interested in this adopted daughter. Men are like that. They don't like to be the ones chasing, but if someone else is competing for her, she becomes more valuable, especially when the opponents are evenly matched. It's not just about women. The same applies to career, wealth, and power. After a while, Qin Kai stood up and asked, is she still here? Fong Qingshan raised an eyebrow. She said she would leave in a couple of days. Qin Kai knew that once her household registration was sorted out, she would leave. He just didn't expect her to be in such a hurry.
So soon?
Fong Qingshan nodded and took out a pair of hair clips that Fong Wanwan had once brought with her, placing them in front of Qin Kai. This girl said these clips were bought by you? Qin Kai took the clips and tried to recall. After a moment, he remembered. Once Fong Wanwan had asked him to go shopping with her and insisted he buy a pair of clips. He had casually picked out this pair in annoyance. But these 2 people were not the same person at all. What's wrong with these clips? Fong Qingshan said. She told me to return them to you, so you wouldn't be reminded of her and get upset. Fong Qingshan naturally didn't know that his daughter had changed her mind. He thought she was still upset about his attitude toward Wang Shufang and wanted to use this ambiguous remark to keep Chen Kai interested and ask for help. Upset by the sight? Chen Kai found it hard to believe, but then he thought of a phrase, either seeking fame but failing, or trying to hide something but exposing it. He had seen this trick many times during missions. Chen Kai was smart and good at understanding related issues. If she didn't care about herself, she probably wouldn't have much reaction to these clips. Chen Kai was good at analyzing problems. Could it be that she still liked him like before, but because she was married, she had to keep her distance? Otherwise, why would she secretly make that agreement with Su Cheng? If that's true, he could wait. Wang Qi got angry. Brother Cheng, if you keep being so distant from me, I'll really get upset. Last time my sister praised you so highly, and my parents really want to see you. If you're going to stay at your father-in-law's house, that's fine, but staying at a guest house, I strongly disagree. Su Cheng glanced at his wife and gently patted her head. Wang Qi is not a stranger.
You don't need to be so polite.
Wang Qi quickly agreed. Exactly. Wan could only smile gratefully. All right then. Wang Qi hurriedly took the suitcase from Wan's hands. That's more like it. Tomorrow, my brother will bring someone to my house, so we won't have to go to the guest house again. Don't you think? Wan thought for a moment. It made sense. She didn't want to trouble others too much. It would be unkind. As they passed by the overseas Chinese store in the city, Wan said, "Wait for me a moment, I'll be right back." Wang Qi, who grew up in Beijing, knew what the overseas Chinese store was. He quickly told Su Cheng, the stuff inside is all foreign things and quite expensive. If your wife wants to buy something, take her to a department store. Su Cheng's lips curled slightly. No need. My wife has money. Wang Qi's eyes widened as if he was seeing Su Cheng for the first time. He watched Wan's back as she walked away, a smile in his eyes. Brother Cheng, you've really changed. Changed how? You've become quite proud of yourself. And it wasn't just pride in his wife's virtue and intelligence. He was proud because she had money. Look at what you're wearing. It's like you're a kept man. Honestly, Wang Qi couldn't bear to look at him. Su Cheng's lips curved into a slight smile. Yeah, I'm a kept man now. His calm expression made Wang Qi feel it was unbelievable. He reached out and touched Su Cheng's forehead. Are you okay? We're all grown men. How can you be so willing to live off your wife? Su Cheng chuckled. You wouldn't understand. TSK, Wang Qi muttered, giving Su Cheng another look. His expression made Wang Qi feel strange, like he was seeing a different person. Soon, Wan came out holding a metal box. Wang Qi looked at the English letters on the box and asked, "What's this?" Chocolate. Wan smiled. Wang Qi looked at it. It didn't seem cheap. Although their family was doing well, they all worked, and their income wasn't as high as in later times. Even if they earned a little more than others, it was only by 20 or 30 yuan. Wang Qi took the person home. Wang Qi's parents were very warm and welcoming, especially Wang's mother, who looked at Su Cheng with great curiosity. No wonder our Wang Jing says he's more handsome than the radio hosts. He's tall, with a good face and nice legs. He should marry such a beautiful wife to match. Fong Wanwan thought Wang's mother's way of praising was quite humorous. She quickly handed over some chocolate as a small gift. Wang's mother accepted the gift just as a loud voice came from the room. Mom, who are you talking about? Seeing Su Cheng, her smile returned. Wang Qi nudged Wang Jing and said, Be more reserved. Do you think I don't know who you're thinking about? Fong Wanwan sensed there was some gossip in Wang Qi's words. Wang Qi noticed her expression and explained with a smile, My sister. She asked me to introduce Su Cheng to her last time. I told her they weren't a good match, so I didn't cause any trouble. Wang Jing swung a playful punch at Wang Qi's head, just as Fong Wanwan's curious eyes watched, making him hesitate. He then said, Yeah, they're not really a good match. He looked at Su Cheng, touched his nose, and softly said, By the way, Wang Qi didn't tell me to pass your message to the station. You're not mad at me for acting on my own, are you? Su Cheng replied calmly. Thank you. Wang Qi quickly said, Go away. Why are you standing here? How's anyone supposed to sit? Wang's father, wearing glasses and reading the newspaper, shook his head as he watched his daughter. Wang Jing looked at Fang Wanwan and smiled. I didn't mean anything bad. Don't take it the wrong way. Fang Wanwan nodded. I understand. Wang Jing was surprised. You understand? It's just that I didn't marry him, but if I saw him on the street, I might still glance at him. Appreciating beautiful things is natural, right? Fang Wanwan said with a smile. Wang Jing clapped his hands. Exactly. Look at Wang Qi and my mom. When Gong Ge sees me, he's afraid. I've been in Kyoto so long and never once visited my home. Wang's father looked at Fang Wanwan unexpectedly. Her words eased his awkwardness. Although the rougher family members didn't mind, he felt Su Cheng was sensitive. Sure enough, Su Cheng also let out a breath of relief and found a seat to sit down. Wang Jing looked at the chocolate box on the table. Hey, isn't this imported chocolate? Wang Qi nodded. You have good eyes. Yes, it's bought by my sister-in-law at the overseas store. Wang Jing immediately lit up with excitement. This box isn't cheap. It costs at least a third of my salary.
What?
So expensive? What does it smell like? Wang's mother was suddenly unsettled after hearing this. My colleague bought one. Share a little with me, and I'll take it to work tomorrow to show off. Wang's mother quickly put the item away. I think you should bring some dumplings tomorrow instead. Wang Jing eagerly watched as her mother took the box into the room. Wang Qi finally understood what Su Cheng meant when he said his daughter-in-law was wealthy. Her 1/3 of a salary was over 20 yuan. That evening, Wang's mother indeed prepared a big room for the couple. After dinner, Fang Wanwan carried the box into the room but accidentally dropped it on the floor, scattering clothes and items everywhere. Su Cheng quickly put down what he was holding and crouched down. Let me help. Fang Wanwan hurriedly pushed him away. No.
No.
No. Stay back. Su Cheng was pushed back and staggered. He had never realized that his small wife still had some strength. But seeing her anxious face made him worried. What's wrong? Did you drop your bracelet?
No.
Fang Wanwan frantically rummaged on the ground. If she couldn't find it, it would be embarrassing to lose it at someone else's house. Seeing her face turn red with worry, Su Cheng couldn't help but move closer again. Tell me what it is, and I'll help you find it. He then moved behind Fang Wanwan and started picking up the books on the floor one by one. Just then, small, square, silver packaging fell out of the books. He picked up the items, examined them carefully, and studied what they were. Suddenly, Fang Wanwan turned around and snatched everything from Su Cheng's hands. Su Cheng was stunned and asked, Wanwan, are these also antiques? Hearing this, Fang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, this man was the antique, or she would have been very embarrassed. But then she thought this thing was meant for him. She hadn't felt shy about showing it to Fang Yuan, so why be so delicate with him? Having figured this out, she looked up at Su Cheng's curious eyes and revealed a sly smile. It's not an antique. It's for you. I bought it at the family planning office. Su Cheng looked at Fang Wanwan's familiar expression and suddenly understood. Although he hadn't seen this thing before, he had heard of it. He pursed his lips, holding back a smile, closed the door, then turned around and suddenly picked her up, placing her on the bed. He tried to stay calm despite his pounding heart, carefully arranging the items on the ground into the box one by one. Fang Wanwan thought he didn't understand, so she got off the bed and squatted in front of him, softly explaining, if you use this, I might get pregnant. Her eyes curved into a smile, looking like a fox about to succeed. Su Cheng gave a soft pretending to be calm as he tidied the box. Before he could speak, Fang Wanwan said, today won't work. It's not convenient at someone else's house. Seeing her disappointed face and hanging head, Su Cheng found her adorable. This little head of hers, she really thinks a lot. But he liked that very much. His chest was filled with happiness. He wrapped one arm around her, lowering his chin to her head, and said, We'll leave tomorrow. After saying that, he slowly let her go and leaned down. Her lips were suddenly sealed by his assertive kiss. Fong Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise. Had this guy become bolder? Before she could respond, he took her effortlessly, making her feel weak all over. His lips, cheeks, earlobes, he greedily took in her breath, exploring every corner with force. It felt like an uncontrollable urge, leaving Fong Wanwan no chance to breathe even for a moment. Although his movements were gentle, there was a powerful force that made her feel breathless. She took a breath and opened her eyes, only to see his face so close to hers. His thick eyelashes fluttered as he advanced, trembling slightly. The small black mole on his nose looked especially passionate, and he reached out and gently closed her eyes, but didn't delay at all. Fong Wanwan instinctively thought, how did he notice she was secretly looking at him when his eyes weren't even open?
Kiss me.
His deep voice, with a hot breath, brushed against her face. It was gentle and tender, with a hint of pleading, but strangely carried an irresistible command. Seeing him like that, Fong Wanwan almost went crazy. This was too seductive. Maybe because she had momentarily lost focus, she found new strength in herself. She leaned in again, kissing his lips, then her neck, until her Adam's apple. He couldn't help trembling, as if ignited. He suddenly picked her up and placed her on the bed, then, as if trying to hold back, whispered softly, "Don't be naughty." Fong Wanwan felt like she discovered a new world. She grinned mischievously and said, "I'm not naughty at all." Su Chung gently stroked her head, then held her in his arms, still wanting more. Fong Wanwan moved forward again, allowing him to take her. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Fong Wanwan suddenly pushed Su Chung away, jumped up automatically, quickly ran to the bed, and pulled the blanket over herself, covering her completely. Her natural reaction seemed like she had been caught in a compromising situation, as if disaster was about to strike, and she fled in fear. Su Chung was stunned by Fong Wanwan's reaction. He then looked down, gave a slight smile, and glanced at the unhelpful door, asking, "Is something the matter? My mom just made some sweet soup for you. Do you want to come out and try it?" Wang Chi's voice came from outside the door. "Okay, in a little while," Su Chung answered calmly and peacefully. He then went to the bed, lifted the blanket from Fong Wanwan, and softly said, "It's okay now, nothing's wrong." "Won't we get caught?" she asked nervously. Su Chung shook his head. "No, we're fine. Get up now." Suddenly, Su Chung realized that his wife was quite timid. Fong Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed and looked at Su Chung. After getting out of bed, they both left the room together. As soon as they entered the living room, Wang Ma brought out the prepared sweet soup and placed it on the table. "I learned this from a friend from the south a few days ago. Try it." Fong Wanwan looked at the bowl with white fungus and corn, scooped a spoonful, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately curved into a smile. "Auntie, your cooking is very authentic. The sweetness is just right." Wang Ma was pleased with the compliment and smiled even more. "Have you ever had Southern-style sweet soup before?" Fong Wanwan, who had experienced it in her previous life, naturally had, but in this life, she grew up in the north. She hesitated for a moment and said, "It's my first time eating it." "How would you know if it's authentic on your first try?" "I can only fool you northern kids," Wang Ma said modestly. "To me, if it tastes good, it's authentic," Fong Wanwan replied. Su Chung looked at Fong Wanwan and saw she was enjoying it very much. Thinking about her previous mention of going to Pingcheng, where he had once been on a business trip, he knew this sweet soup was a specialty there and looked thoughtful. After finishing the sweet soup and washing up, they rested. The next morning, Fong Wanwan and Su Chung went to the newspaper office with Wang Chi's brother, Wang Meng. In the office, there was a very striking woman. She looked about 27 or 28, with simple, elegant features that were not stunning but gave a calm, gentle beauty. Her simple, clean outfit made her seem somewhat detached from the world. She was a classic elegant beauty. Wang Meng stepped forward to greet her and then introduced her to them. The woman spoke first. "I didn't expect the owner of the antiques to be so young." Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "You're not very old." The woman smiled gently. "My name is Chinya. I'm quite interested in the gold hairpin you're holding. Could we find a place to talk? After saying this, she subtly looked at Su Chung. Fong Wanwan nodded in agreement. Chunya left an envelope on Wang Meng's desk, saying a small gift. Please enjoy a meal. After the others left, they found a restaurant and booked a private room. Fong Wanwan handed the hairpin to Chunya, saying, Please take a look. Chunya took the hairpin and examined it carefully, inspecting every detail without missing anything. After a while, she stopped and said, I am willing to pay 1,000. Fong Wanwan's expectation was much higher. If she sold it to Qin Jingming, she could get at least 7,000. If she waited 5 to 10 years, the price could increase tenfold or more. She traveled all this way to Kyoto just to sell it for a good price. Fong Wanwan shook her head. If it were only 1,000, I would have found a buyer already. Chunya smiled gently. Selling antiques isn't just about money. Fong Wanwan thought about the look in Chunya's eyes when she looked at the hairpin earlier, like she had found a lost treasure. She paused and said, You're right. For someone who truly loves antiques, nothing is more precious than finding the right owner. I don't expect to get more than others, but it has to be a price I can accept. Chunya looked at the pretty young girl in front of her. She wasn't surprised. From the first moment she saw her, she felt she was different from others. What was different? She couldn't quite say. Maybe it was that she seemed like a person with a strong personality, yet also had a bit of a shrewd business sense. So, what price do you expect? It could have sold for 7,000, but since you genuinely like it, I can accept 5,000. Chunya glanced at the quiet man sitting behind Fong Wanwan and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I can pay 5,000, but on one condition. What is it? Fong Wanwan asked. Take me to Shangyang village in County, Chunya said seriously, staring intently at Fong Wanwan. Hearing this, even Su Chung, usually calm, couldn't help but glance at the woman opposite. Fong Wanwan was shocked and asked, Have you seen us before? Chunya smiled. No, I haven't. I just recognized this hairpin. It originally belonged to Shangyang village. Fong Wanwan was even more surprised. This hairpin originally belonged to you? Qin Yamo hesitated briefly. It doesn't belong to anyone. I only possessed it for a short time. I am willing to pay many times its original price because it brought you here to me, giving me hope to return home. Fan Wanwan had a vague, uneasy feeling. Are you from Shangyang village? Since you could come here on your own, why can't you go back on your own?
Chinda looked calm.
I don't remember anything. The person who saved me said I hurt my head when I fell from a tall wall. Fan Wanwan thought for a moment, feeling something was strange. Then why don't you go to the police? I have no identification, and the police can't help me. It wasn't until I saw this gold hairpin in the newspaper that I remembered Shangyang village, Chunya said with a bitter smile. Fan Wanwan looked at her again.
Where do you live now?
In a private guest house. Fan Wanwan still found it hard to believe. Do you really trust us that much? Chunya glanced at the man behind Fan Wanwan. Isn't he a soldier? Commander Su Chung of the Northwest Military District. How do you know that? Chunya smiled and took out a newspaper from her bag. Isn't it written clearly there? Fan Wanwan rubbed her forehead. Yes, that's true. His ID can guarantee me to buy another train ticket. I just want to follow you back and won't cause any trouble, Chunya said sincerely. Fan Wanwan turned back and looked at Su Chung, asking, Is that okay? Su Chung didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly stood up, walked over to Chunya, looked at the gold hairpin in her hand, and said calmly, Are you sure you remember correctly? No one in Shangyang village could come up with 5,000 yuan at once. His voice was not loud but very commanding, concise yet sharp. Chunya was stunned. Yes, in this era, having 10,000 yuan meant being a wealthy person. Not to mention Shangyang village. Even across the entire County, only a few could have that much. This man's mind was really meticulous. He probably thought that the couple would be so happy to see 5,000 yuan that they would be unable to decide and would agree immediately. Su Chung circled around behind Fan Wanwan and asked softly, Are you still willing to sell this gold hairpin? Fan Wanwan quickly stood up, apologized to Chunya with a smile, and said, Wait a moment, I need to discuss with my husband. Chunya nodded.
Okay.
Fan 11 pulled Su Ching aside and whispered, "Do you think she might cause you trouble?"
Su Ching responded quietly, "No."
It seems that my wife also wants to sell it. Otherwise, she would have refused directly. There's no need to pull him aside to discuss. He's not sure if there will be trouble at this moment, but even if there is, he's not afraid. His wife needs to earn money, so even if problems arise, he will find a way to solve them. Fong Wanwan finally felt at ease. Then should I sell it?
Su Ching nodded.
Fong Wanwan turned back and sat in front of Chunya, saying cheerfully, "We agree, but we will exchange money and goods at the same time. If you have enough 5,000 yuan in cash now, you can take it immediately." Chunya nodded, took out a stack of cash from her bag, and counted 50 yuan bills. The thick stack was then carefully folded. The deal was done. Chunya stood up and said, "Where do you live?" "I will go with you." Fong Wanwan replied, "We live at a friend's house, but we plan to move out today." Chunya said again, "The private guest house I stay at is pretty good. Do you want to move there first?" Fong Wanwan thought for a moment. "Is it safe?" "Look, I'm a woman living there, and I've been there for many days. It's definitely safe. The only issue is that it's a bit expensive, 20 yuan a night." She hadn't had an ID, so she was refused entry at several guest houses. Only this one accepted her because it was expensive and not many guests, so the owner's wife was willing to open a room for her. Fong Wanwan considered and agreed. They bought a case of beer to thank Wang Qi, and then moved their things out to stay at the guest house Chunya mentioned. Honestly, this guest house was quite clean and cozy. The owner, who was also the manager, was introduced by Chunya. She warmly arranged for them to stay next door. Once inside, Fong Wanwan realized that some private business owners in Kyoto had good taste and insight. The decor inside was simple and warm, with a bathroom that separated wet and dry areas, and it was equipped with a shower and water heater. In the 1980s, these items were usually imported, so 20 yuan a night wasn't too expensive. Su Ching tidied up everything and said, "I'll go buy train tickets and bring back some food for you." Fong Wanwan shook her head. "I want to go with you." Su Ching patted her head. "It's cold outside. I'll be back very soon." Fong Wanwan looked up stubbornly and said, "I want to go with you." Because they promised to take someone back, the two of them had to cancel their plan to visit the neighboring city. Although a bit disappointed, Fong Wanwan felt that earning money was more satisfying and fulfilling than just having fun. Su Ching felt a little helpless and smiled softly, saying, "All right then." Fong Wanwan followed Su Ching as they bought train tickets, then went to eat dan dan noodles. After their stomachs were full, they left the shop. Su Ching thought he could go straight back to the guest house after finishing his errands, but Fong Wanwan pulled him into an overseas Chinese store. "Wanwan, are you buying something to give as a gift?"
Su Ching asked. "Of course not."
She replied, then led him to a watch counter.
"Pick one."
Su Ching looked at each watch in the glass display and whispered, "Wanwan, I don't like any of these." Fong Wanwan looked up at Su Ching. "You deserve it. Just choose one." Getting the household registration sorted, retrieving the antique, and selling it were all big achievements for him. His status was obvious. He didn't say much, but he was valuable. In the future, if he opened a workshop in the village, he would still need Su Cheng's status to support him. Fong Wanwan pointed to a Longines watch at the sales clerk and asked, "Can I see this one?" The clerk smiled and said, "Of course." Usually, for such expensive items, customers are allowed to try them on multiple times. The clerk happily took out the watch Fong Wanwan pointed to and handed it to her. Fong Wanwan examined it carefully. The silver strap looked high quality and stylish. Wearing it on Su Ching would definitely make him look more elegant. "How much is it?" she asked. 500. Su Ching tugged at her sleeve. "I really don't need it."
"Keep it for yourself."
Fong Wanwan wasn't reluctant to buy it for herself, but since she was used to luxury items from her past life and had little interest in anything here, except food, she didn't mind. She ignored him and bought the watch, then put it on his wrist. 500 yuan, in her previous life, was just enough to hire a housekeeper for a day. Su Ching was very hardworking, doing all the chores at home and outside. He was easily touched by small acts of kindness, which he remembered fondly. He looked at the watch on his wrist and said nothing. He felt that no one in this world treated him better than Fong Wanwan. After leaving the overseas Chinese store and returning to the guest house, they saw Wang Qi sitting on a sofa at the front desk with an elderly man, about 50 years old, sitting beside him. The man was dressed very neatly, clearly of some status. Su Cheng and Wang Qi finished greeting each other, then politely nodded to the elderly person nearby. Wang Qi quickly introduced, "This is Mr. Liu. He saw your antique on TV and came straight to the station. I thought you had train tickets booked, so I was worried about delays, so I brought Mr. Liu here directly." Su Cheng stepped forward, shook hands with Mr. Liu, and said, "This antique belongs to my wife. If you're interested, you can come up and talk." The group then went upstairs to the guest room. In the room, Fong Wanwan brought up a few chairs from downstairs for people to sit, then took out a jade bracelet and handed it to Mr. Liu. This is Mid-Qing Dynasty Hetian jade, said to be made by a talented local official, Fong Wanwan said. She wasn't familiar with gold hairpins but knew a bit about jade. Mr. Liu examined her words carefully, holding the bracelet and nodding. "Indeed, it's good. Young lady, name your price." 12,000 yuan, Fong Wanwan offered, leaving some room for negotiation. Hearing this, Wang Qi gasped, thinking she was not serious about selling. It was a long trip for nothing. Seeing Su Cheng's calm expression, he held back his words. Mr. Liu wasn't surprised and didn't say anything else. Instead, he asked, "I heard you came from the northwest?" Fong Wanwan nodded. "Yes, because we know that Beijing is full of hidden talents, and we wanted to find someone who truly understands its value, so we traveled so far." Mr. Liu nodded and said to Wang Qi, "Please ask your driver to come here, and also bring that black leather case." Wang Qi was still stunned from the previous offer and hadn't thought clearly. Seeing him hesitate, Su Cheng said, "What color is the car?" "I'll go." Hearing Su Cheng, Wang Qi reacted and quickly stood up. I'll go." He hurriedly ran downstairs. When he returned, he saw a young man in a black suit carrying a black leather case. Mr. Liu opened the case, took out another jade bracelet for comparison, nodded, and then paid Fong Wanwan 12,000 yuan. Fong Wanwan was shocked. This was even more generous than Qin Jinming. She took the money, quickly sent the person downstairs, and only when they got into the car did she realize everything had gone smoothly, almost like a dream. Behind her, Wang Qi stood there, stunned. Fong Wanwan looked at the disappearing car and asked absent-mindedly, "Comrade Wang Qi, what kind of person is that elderly man?" Wang Qi thought for a moment and said, "My sister told me that the person just returned from abroad. He should be an assistant to a Chinese overseas investor. Recently, the country has started encouraging investment and entrepreneurship. They even opened the door for foreign investors to come in and invest. My sister said the first group of foreign investors are buying land and collecting antiques. Can you imagine what they are thinking? These things can't be eaten or drunk, and they really burn through money quickly." Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "These people are quite clever." Wang Qi didn't understand, so Fong Wanwan exaggerated. "I didn't expect you to be so sharp, to find out what wealthy people like." Fong Wanwan didn't say anything more. She turned and waved at Wang Qi, "Come upstairs and sit for a bit." After Wang Qi followed her upstairs, Fong Wanwan took out 1,200 yuan from the money she had just received and handed 1,000 yuan to Wang Qi, saying, "This is your reward." Wang Qi was a bit surprised and looked at Su Cheng. Su Cheng nodded and smiled. "Keep it. That's too much." "You deserve it," Fong Wanwan said with a smile. The media resources of the Wang family are valuable. As a business person's descendant, she knew how to maintain these relationships that weren't easy to visit. 1,000 yuan was enough for him to remember for many years. Next time he needs help, he wouldn't have to rely on Su Cheng's connections. They would also help enthusiastically. If money could make an important matter happen, she wouldn't be stingy. She wanted to be a wealthy generation like her parents in this era. Fong Wanwan put the money into Wang Qi's hand and said, "If you have anything, you can go back first." Wang Qi was stunned for a moment, then put the money away happily, said goodbye, and left. Su Cheng didn't expect his timid wife to sometimes handle things more boldly than men. Seeing her income today and remembering the vase she desperately protected before she died, he truly felt this money should be earned by his wife. Fong Wanwan looked at Su Cheng's low-head, gentle smile, stepped forward, and patted his chest. What are you laughing at? Su Cheng naturally wrapped her in his arms. Thinking about our future life. Fong Wanwan smiled. From now on, I will become a rich woman. Su Cheng held her tightly in his arms. Whatever happens, as long as she likes it, he's happy. Fong Wanwan leaned against Su Cheng's chest, enjoying his warm body, while thinking about her own capital. She wondered if Wang Yongqiang's purchase was settled. After thinking about it, Fong Wanwan looked out the window at the weather.
Sigh.
Why is it getting dark so slowly? What's wrong? Su Cheng's deep voice came from above her head.
Huh?
Is this person's mind so sensitive? Fong Wanwan thought that if she didn't calm her mind and breathe deeply, she might not even hear her own sighs. Nothing special. Fong Wanwan felt a bit guilty. Su Cheng reached out with one hand and held her cool little hand. Don't go out for dinner later. I bought something.
Okay.
He just wanted to hold her like this forever. She was soft and gentle, and he could never get enough. Her scent really made his head spin. Suddenly, he remembered the naughty jokes his married teammates had told him, how sleeping with his wife at night was the best. Wanwan. He couldn't help but call her by her name. Fong Wanwan looked up and saw Su Cheng's firm jawline. He kissed her on the forehead and asked with a smile, Am I dreaming? How could I feel so happy? Fong Wanwan was momentarily stunned. Then she understood. She smiled and said, Just a watch makes you happy? Su Cheng's eyes held a smile as he looked at her and nodded. Yes, very satisfied. He wasn't a person with many material desires. When he was young and his father was still around, he never lacked anything. He had things others hadn't seen, and money sent by his mother was never touched. But seeing her proud expression, he couldn't help but nod again. Fong Wanwan was happy. She pulled her hand away from his palm and stroked his cheek. From now on, you'll have a tough time. When I become a rich woman, I'll buy you a car and a house. Then you'll be the happiest. As the daughter of a businessperson, she knew how to make big promises. Su Cheng pursed his lips, a full smile on his face.
Thank you.
It's all up to you now. Just as they were hugging, there was a knock on the door. Having learned from last time, Fong Wanwan remained calm this time. She calmly stepped out of Su Cheng's arms, adjusted her expression, and then opened the door. Miss Fong, I brought you 2 meals. They taste pretty good. I often eat at this place, Chinya said kindly with a smile. She had heard the noise from the neighbor during lunch because she had lived nearby for a long time. The neighbor's wife was familiar with her and knew she was here to buy another antique. It had to be said that this couple had good connections, media resources in Kyoto, and the man's status. If they could be friends, it would be very beneficial for her to make a name for herself in this world again. Fong Wanwan was a bit surprised but took the meals from her hand and smiled. Thank you. I won't be polite. Chunya smiled and said, You're welcome. Fong Wanwan brought the meal back to the room and happily said to Su Cheng, You don't need to go out to buy dinner. Miss Chun brought us some. In this era, there were no disposable lunchboxes. They used 2 elegant insulated containers for the rice, probably borrowed from a restaurant. She opened the containers, revealing vegetables and meat inside. Fong Wanwan rinsed her chopsticks with water and handed them to Su Cheng. Eat quickly. We need to return these containers later. After finishing their meal, Fong Wanwan politely handed the containers back and thanked her. Chinya looked at Fong Wanwan's straightforward and cheerful personality. She didn't seem like a girl from this era. Curious, she asked Miss Fong, Where are you from? Seeing her eager to chat, Fong Wanwan pulled up a chair in her room and sat down. From the capital. But I married a man from the northwest, so I went with him. Chunya nodded, looking understanding. You have good taste in men. This compliment instantly brought them closer. Fong Wanwan was very happy. That's what everyone says. So, the farther away, the better. Don't you think?
Chunya nodded.
Yes, you're quite clever, little girl. Fong Wanwan placed her hand on her chest, touching her 28-year-old soul, and thought she might be the same age as Chunya.
How old are you?
Chunya paused before replying, I don't remember. Maybe almost 30? Fong Wanwan looked her over again. In this era, few women reach 30 without marriage. But judging by her figure, she didn't look like she had children. She was curious. Do you have no memory of your past at all? Chunya shook her head slowly. Maybe I need to see something familiar to remember. She didn't want to pretend to have amnesia, but how could she explain her identity? Sometimes she thought she was already 28 and still so impulsive. If everything was too late, where should she go from here? Meanwhile, Su Cheng waited for a long time but couldn't see Fong Wanwan return. He felt anxious. Normally calm, he couldn't sit still now. He opened the door and knocked on Chunya's room. When the door opened, Chunya understood immediately and called out, Miss Fong, your husband is here to see you. It was a bit awkward to say your man in front of others. She found it hard to adapt to such informal talk. Fong Wanwan quickly got up from her chair and followed Su Cheng out. Chunya watched their disappearing figures, lost in thought. Would he still accept her? In this era, the large age gap between men and women, big men and small women, made me feel even more nervous. The two returned to the room. Fong Wanwan smiled at Su Cheng. Thinking of me so soon? Su Cheng pursed his lips, glanced out the window. It's getting late. I should sleep early today because I have a train to catch tomorrow. Fong Wanwan didn't hear the answer she wanted and sighed regretfully. Oh, then turned around to get her clothes and went to the bathroom. She turned on the water heater, planning to take a hot bath. She couldn't remember the last time she took such a bath. The warm water felt very comfortable on her skin. It was very cold in the northwest, so she usually hurriedly washed and then put on her clothes. Now she was completely relaxed. Honestly, she was quite satisfied with her figure. As for her face, it was hard to compare. In her past life, she had a pure, white, delicate face. Now, her face was bright and slightly charming, especially when she smiled, which was very attractive. That was why she attracted people like Lu Yong, a bad person. She didn't know how long she had been washing when Su Cheng listened to the sound of water in the bathroom. He felt his ears heat up and his throat tighten unexpectedly.
Wanwan,
Are you done? He asked in a husky voice. Fong Wanwan heard Su Cheng's voice, turned off the water heater, dried herself, changed into her underwear, and put on a long cotton coat before coming out. She held a dry towel, vigorously drying her wet hair. Her face was flushed with steam, her lips full and alluring. The heavy cotton coat wasn't zipped up tightly, revealing glimpses of her spring-like figure underneath. Su Cheng was a bit lost in thought, unsure if he had really let go of his previous guard. His mind was filled with the image of Fong Wanwan in his arms, being kissed until he felt weak all over. He wished he could hold her in his arms right now, too. Fong Wanwan saw Su Cheng's unusually passionate yet confused expression for the first time. She was amused.
Oh.
It seems she still has some charm. Fong Wanwan quickly put down the towel in her hand, turned to her suitcase, and took out a previously purchased t-shirt, hiding it under her pillow. When she turned back, she saw Su Cheng still standing there, staring at her intensely. Fong Wanwan moved closer to him, pulled him to the bed, and took off his coat, sweater, and even his inner shirt. Just as she was about to continue, Su Cheng grabbed her hand, stopping her. Have you thought this through? Thought what through? Fong Wanwan looked at him with confusion. Even at this moment, where did he get so many ideas? After tonight, no matter what happens in the future, you will only be my wife in Su Cheng. The previous promises are gone, unless I die, he said in a low, hoarse voice, as if trying to hold back his emotions. Fong Wanwan felt a headache coming on. For a married couple, they needed to make a vow first. She liked Su Cheng, even loved him very much. But even so, if he ever did something wrong to her in the future, she would leave without hesitation. If he was like this for a lifetime, she would too, even give back twice as much. But those are future matters.
She didn't want to dwell on them now.
She pulled her hand away from his, looking at his fit and well-proportioned body. All she wanted was to enjoy the moment. Are you cold? Fong Wanwan took off her cotton coat, hugged him, and pulled him down onto the bed. Su Chung let out a muffled sound, almost losing his balance and falling with her. Using his last bit of reason, he grabbed her wrists, pressed them down, and asked, "Have you thought this through?" His tone had lost its earlier dominance. No one knew how chaotic his mind was right now. If she didn't agree, what could he do? Seeing his persistence, Fong Wanwan sighed and admitted defeat. "If you don't betray me, I won't leave. But if you dare to hurt me, I'll turn around and walk away." Su Chung withdrew his hands, held her in his arms, and said, "Good." Then he pressed her back down and tightly clasped her hands again. Su Chung was very patient. His care for her was like it seeped into his bones, gentle and respectful, without a hint of roughness. Only when Fong Wanwan relaxed and enjoyed herself did he slowly remove the last piece of her clothing. It wasn't until midnight that Fong Wanwan finally understood the deeper meaning behind Su Cheng's earlier words. Only a dog that doesn't bark will bite. Su Cheng dressed, cleaned her up, and then held her close again. The next morning, he bought breakfast, packed everything up, and only then did Fong Wanwan wake up. When she got out of bed, she almost lost her balance. Su Cheng quickly caught her, then held her back on the bed. "We have 2.5 hours before departure.
Sit here first.
Tell me if you want to do anything." Fong Wanwan looked at him suspiciously. "Aren't you tired at all?" Su Chung paused briefly, then understood. He poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her, then gently tidied her hair. Not tired. If he wasn't worried she couldn't handle it, he wouldn't have been able to let her go so quickly last night. This kind of thing is truly addictive. Once you've experienced it once, you can't forget it. This morning, seeing her sleep in my arms made me think again. But in the end, I couldn't bear to let go. I decided to let her go. After drinking water, Fong Wanwan got up again to brush her teeth. Then she sat with Su Chung to have breakfast. The breakfast was eggs, buns, and soy milk. Fong Wanwan took a bite of her bun and secretly looked at Su Chung. He was sitting upright, eating slowly and calmly. His elegant and refined appearance was hard to associate with the wild, passionate, yet restrained look from last night. Su Chung peeled an egg and placed it in front of Fong Wanwan. "What's wrong?" he asked. Fong Wanwan took the egg from his hand, shook her head, and said, "Nothing." She took another bite of the egg, looked at Su Chung again, shook her head once more, and still couldn't imagine. Su Chung was a bit confused by her actions. He put down his bun and asked, "Is the breakfast not good?" Eating well is very important to her. Fong Wanwan shook her head again and took another bite of her bun. "It's delicious." Su Chung patted her head. "What are you thinking about?" Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "Thinking about you." Su Chung was momentarily stunned. His ears turned slightly red, and he suddenly felt as if he was filled with soft, sweet cotton candy, soft and sweet. In the past, he couldn't experience this feeling. When someone was right in front of him, he wouldn't think much about it. But now he could feel it. She was sitting right in front of him. He thought that if it weren't for breakfast, he might have pulled her into his arms again. Fong Wanwan's inner thoughts. "That's not what I meant." After breakfast, Su Chung checked his luggage again. Fong Wanwan looked at the clock, feeling restless. She wondered, should I go shopping with Chinya again to buy New Year supplies? Seeing her unable to sit still, Su Chung walked over, picked her up, and tucked her into the quilt. "No need. The road back will be crowded. We'll buy the New Year supplies when we get to the county." Fong Wanwan was speechless. This man, relying on his strength, always picked her up like a toy. But whenever she tried to lift him, it felt like lifting a mountain, solid and unmoving. Seeing her puffed cheeks and glaring at him, Su Chung reached out and gently stroked her hair. "It's very cold outside. It'll take a while to get to the train station. You said you're not feeling well, right? Rest well for now." When she mentioned feeling unwell, Fong Wanwan suddenly lost her energy. She obediently lay back in the quilt and said to Su Chung, "Then help me pick a book from the suitcase. I want to see how difficult it is." Su Chung walked to the box, took out a math book from inside, and handed it to Fong Wanwan. Fong Wanwan looked through it briefly, and her memory was instantly awakened. Luckily, she still recognized everything. As for whether she could do well, she needed more practice. When she studied or drew, she became very focused. Su Chung liked watching her concentration. He didn't know how much time had passed before the door was knocked. When Su Chung opened it, he saw Chanya carrying a suitcase. Chanya smiled faintly at him. Is it almost time? Should we go to the train station a little earlier? Su Chung looked at his watch. Let's wait 20 more minutes. We'll meet at the service desk downstairs. Okay. Chanya replied and turned to go downstairs. Su Chung just turned around when he saw Fong Wanwan putting on her clothes and hat, then asked him, Is Miss Chen urging us? Yes, Su Chung nodded. I told her to wait downstairs. It's cold downstairs. Don't make her wait too long, Fong Wanwan said. She finished putting on her shoes, then picked up a small bag from the floor. Fortunately, Su Chung had packed carefully before, and he didn't bring many things. His luggage wasn't heavy. Most of the money was in cash, 16,000 yuan plus over 2,000 yuan left on him, totaling about 18,000 yuan. Fong Wanwan divided the money into 4 parts, 8,000 yuan in Su Cheng's pocket, inside his coat pocket, and in his pants pocket, 2,000 yuan in the suitcase, 2,000 yuan in her small bag, 6,000 yuan in her clothes pocket, and about 500 yuan in her coat pocket as backup. Holding so much money made her feel a bit nervous. In her previous life, this amount wasn't worth much, but now she was a real millionaire. After getting her ID back, she planned to open a bank account. When leaving, Su Chung took her bag. Let me carry it. Fong Wanwan didn't refuse, knowing he was strong. They went downstairs together, leading Chinya to the train station. At the station, it was crowded with people. Su Chung led the way, Fong Wanwan holding Chinya's hand closely behind him. Su Chung bought a sleeper ticket. Boarding the train went smoothly. After 2 days, they arrived safely at Pekauni. When they reached the military district, Chinya said goodbye to Fong Wanwan and the others. Back home, Su Chung busily tidied up the house. Fong Wanwan also kept busy, wiping tables, sweeping floors, and washing the pots and bowls in the kitchen. That afternoon, the house was cleaned and organized again, spotless. At dinner, Su Chung took out the carrot-filled buns he bought in the county town and reheated them. He also cooked a dish of shredded pork with green peppers and eggs noodles. Fong Wanwan tasted Su Cheng's cooking again and ate 2 bowls of noodles and 2 carrot buns. Her stomach was full and round. Luckily, she was only 19. If she had eaten like this in her past life, she would have become very overweight long ago, and she wouldn't have had the chance to be an actress. After dinner, Fong Wanwan put everything from her box away and hid the money she earned. She took a final look at the antique in her home and was relieved to see nothing was missing. Then she went to wash up. That night, Su Chung did not go to his room to sleep. It had been 2 days since he last held his wife on the train, and he missed her very much. Su Chung took off his shoes, sat beside Fong Wanwan, and whispered, Are you feeling better?
Fong Wanwan blinked. I'm fine.
But if we do this, will we get pregnant? Su Chung hugged her and said, Didn't you say your safe period was these days? Well, it was, but just to be safe, she had once looked up ways to prevent pregnancy online. She hadn't tried them herself, so she didn't know if they worked. Oh well, it didn't matter now. She was a wealthy woman now, so there was no worry about affording a child. If needed, she could hire a nanny to help. She reached out and hugged Su Cheng's neck, and Su Cheng responded. Honestly, Su Cheng always did things better and better. He was diligent, observant of his opponents, and cared about her experience. Fong Wanwan thought that if she ever experienced being with a man like Su Cheng, she might never be able to adapt to anyone else afterward. Especially because of his intense yet controlled passion, which made Fong Wanwan completely fall for him. Afterward, Fong Wanwan leaned into Su Cheng's arms and asked, You've been on the train for 2 days. Aren't you tired? He was still so energetic that she didn't need to do much to feel great pleasure. Su Cheng held her tightly and said, Not tired at all. The next morning, someone came to the house, Su Jiun. Brother Chung, someone said you came back yesterday. I didn't believe it, but it's true. Commander Wu is also back and waiting for you in the office. Su Chang was about to go out to buy groceries. I was supposed to rest until after the new year? It's only been 8 days, and there are still several days before the new year. Su Jiyun rubbed his hands together. Commander Wu didn't even finish his leave before coming back, right? Su Cheng put down the basket in his hands. Wait a moment, I'll talk to your wife. Fong Wanwan heard Su Cheng's voice inside the room. She quickly dressed and just opened the door when she saw Su Cheng standing in front of her. Wanwan, I need to go to Commander Wu's office. If I come back late, you can buy a few eggs from the supply store to cook. Fong Wanwan nodded. Okay. Hurry back. Don't delay important matters. After Su Cheng left, Fong Wanwan picked up the basket he left on the table and went to the supply store. She thought she might have to stay in the city for the new year, as her family hadn't prepared any holiday goods. When she arrived at the store, she saw a familiar figure. Chunya was also buying things at the counter. Seeing her, Fong Wanwan hurried over warmly. Miss Chen, did you find your family in Shangyang village yesterday?
Chunya shook her head. No.
Not one person knows you? No. Chunya looked very unhappy, like she was lost in thought. What are you buying? Fong Wanwan asked curiously as she moved closer. There's not much for breakfast here. I'm just buying some egg cakes to fill my stomach. Fong Wanwan asked the clerk for 20 eggs, bought 2 jin of meat, and some fine flour. After paying, she hesitated for a moment and then asked Chunya, You don't have an ID card. Where will you stay tonight?
Chendasmail.
Yesterday, I borrowed a night stay from a family in Shangyang village for 1 yuan. Fong Wanwan thought that, since they were women, she might be in danger outside. She had encountered such situations twice herself. After a moment of hesitation, she said, If you don't mind, you can stay at my house for a few days. Also, think about where you really come from. Chunya looked at her gratefully. That would be very kind of you. I won't stay for free. I can cook, and I can pay for food or lodging. Fong Wanwan smiled. How much can you eat? But in a couple of days, we might have 2 children here, so don't mind if it's a bit crowded. No problem, Chunya said gratefully. Someone had kindly offered her help, and she appreciated it very much. She had promised not to trouble them, but in fact, she was still a bit of a burden. They left the supply store and bought some fresh greens from a nearby farmer. Farmers often bring their vegetables to sell at the supply store or near the military zone. The greens were fresh and cheap, only 50 cents for a basket. Back home, Su Cheng hadn't returned yet, so Fong Wanwan had to do the cooking herself. Chunya saw her struggling to cut vegetables and asked with a smile, You don't usually cook? Fong Wanwan honestly replied, My husband does it. Chunya took the knife from her. You're lucky. Give me the knife, I'll do it. Chunya quickly prepared 3 dishes, 2 portions of cabbage, stir-fried cabbage leaves and shredded pork with cabbage stems, and scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts. She also made a dry mixed noodle dish. Fong Wanwan looked at the dry mixed noodles on the table and was surprised. You can make this too? Chunya smiled and said, It's not hard. Next time, I'll teach you. If it's not difficult, Fong Wanwan was willing to learn and nodded, saying, Sure. They served all the dishes and finished cooking rice before Chunya asked, Aren't you waiting for your man to come home for dinner? After arriving in the village, she learned their way of talking, which made things much smoother. Just after asking, Su Cheng returned, followed by Su Jiyun and Fong Yuan.
Seeing Chen Ya, Su Cheng paused briefly.
Fong Wanwan quickly explained with a smile, I just met her at the supply and marketing cooperative. She couldn't find anyone she knew, and she doesn't have an ID or a place to stay, so I was worried she might be in danger outside, so I brought her back.
Su Cheng nodded lightly.
When he looked at Chunya again, he saw her staring absent-mindedly at Fong Yuan behind her. Su Jian looked at the dishes on the table and asked, These definitely aren't made by sister-in-law, right? Fong Wanwan honestly said, It's this sister here. The taste is pretty good. If you haven't eaten yet, you can stay and try some. Su Jian nodded. Originally, Qingji said he was coming to see you and then taking our buddies to the state-run restaurant. Wow, you've made all this? We'd feel bad not to eat it. Fong Wanwan hurried to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, and Su Cheng followed. In the hall, only Chunya, Feng Yuan and Su Ziyun remained. They served the rice and came out to see Su Ziyun and Feng Yuan chatting happily, while Chinya sat quietly, eating. Feng Wanwan sat down and asked, "What are you guys talking about that makes you so happy?" Su Ziyun chuckled. "Feng Yuan here wants to go on missions with Qingji, earn some money, and get married." Feng Wanwan was a bit surprised. "Who is this girl? She's already won over comrade Feng Yuan so quickly? Just a few days ago, she said she wouldn't get married." Feng Yuan shyly replied, "It's Dongxia. She agreed to marry me. Once I save 1,000 yuan in wedding gifts, we'll get married." 1,000 yuan in wedding gifts. Even ordinary families in Kyoto wouldn't dare ask for that. Is this marriage really necessary? Feng Wanwan found it unbelievable. Lu Dongxia's change was too fast and she didn't even like Feng Yuan. Wasn't this just making things difficult for others? And this silly boy really believes it. If he finds out the truth, he might go crazy. Feng Yuan smiled and said, "I won't make things difficult. As long as she agrees, everything can be discussed." He picked up a piece of cabbage, took a bite, paused, then looked at Chinya across from him, who was silent and focused on her food. "Did this lady make these dishes?" Feng Wanwan nodded again. "Yes, I don't have that skill. Almost thought it was my wife's cooking," Feng Yuan said as he took 2 more bites. Su Jian couldn't watch anymore. "You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're calling her wife? That's a bit shy." Feng Yuan wasn't like this a few days ago. "If you like it, eat more," Chinya suddenly said. Feng Yuan looked at her, feeling like they were reconnecting after a long time, which made him momentarily confused. But he quickly looked away and said shyly, "It's really delicious." Feng Wanwan finally remembered what Su Jiyun had just said. "Did you just say that Su Cheng has a mission?" Su Cheng paused with his chopsticks and whispered, "If everything goes well, I might be able to come back for the new year." Hearing this, Feng Wanwan's mood soured, and she said with a sad face, "All right then." Su Cheng didn't want to leave either, but right now, only he could handle this in the military district. He wanted to hold her in his arms and comfort her, but there were so many people in the room. Luckily, Chinya is here. Feng Wanwan suddenly felt relieved. Then she told Chinya, "Tomorrow, come with me to the county town to buy some New Year supplies." Su Cheng glanced at Chinya, feeling a vague suspicion, and then said to Feng Yuan, "This time, Jiyun will go with me. You stay here on duty. Also, check in often and ask your sister-in-law what she needs. If there are heavy items like rice or oil, help bring them back." Whether her presence is as he suspects or not, for a stranger woman without an identity staying at home, caution is necessary. Feng Yuan couldn't refuse directly, so he nodded. "Okay." Su Qing added, "Come by every day to check." During the meal, Chinya didn't say much. After eating, Su Qing took over the dishwashing chores, and Su Jiyun went to prepare for the trip. He was packing his things in the room, watching the little woman following him around. He closed the door, pulled her into his arms, and said, "If anything happens, contact Feng Yuan and Commander He. I've already told them. If Fin Fin and Hong Hong's mother didn't send them over, you don't need to pick them up. Let them spend the New Year there." He continued, "Heavy items should be bought by Feng Yuan. If you can't do it well, don't force it. Wait for me to come back." Feng Wanwan first realized that Su Cheng's words were many. She wrapped her arms around his waist and tightened her grip. "Is it so urgent?" "Yes, early to leave and early return." Su Cheng kissed her on the forehead. Feng Wanwan said, "Not enough. You owe me 300. Su Cheng lowered his head with a faint smile and leaned down. Until Su Jian drove the car to the door. "Brother Cheng, are you ready? Why are you so slow?" Reluctantly, Su Cheng let go of Feng Wanwan, grabbed his bag, and left. After they walked away, Chinya came out from another room and approached Feng Wanwan. "How long have you been married? What's wrong?" Chinya smiled. "A little separation makes the heart grow fonder. It's nothing to be worried about."
Sigh.
Feng Wanwan looked worried. "I just advised you earlier. Why are you still sighing?" Chinya said gently. "You don't understand." Hearing this, Chinya's mood suddenly sank. How could I not understand? She had tried every way to come back and finally saw him. only to hear the first news that he was planning to get married. It turns out no one is irreplaceable. She was just foolish. At her age, she still thought like a teenage girl that if he lost her, what would happen? The honest and passionate boy who once held her in his hands had now fully grown into a man, more handsome and steady. Seeing her lost in thought, Fong Wanwan asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chunya turned her head slightly and whispered, "Do you think I, at my age, shouldn't act like a naive girl? How old do you think you are?" Chunya was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a bitter smile. "Yes, I should be 28. Fong Wanwan placed her hand on her chest, touching her 28-year-old soul, and frowned at her. "What's wrong with being 28? That's the age for dreaming and going crazy. Old or not isn't defined by age, but by mindset." Chunya was surprised that she said such words. It was rare to see someone in this era with such thoughts. But in this era, what she said was just an idealistic hope. But here, being 28 and not married yet, makes me an old maid. Fong Wanwan smiled. "That depends on what kind of old maid. The beautiful and wealthy ones are called rich women." Chunya looked at this lively girl and suddenly brightened up. "You're right, I want to be a rich woman." "Aren't you already a rich woman now?" Fong Wanwan thought that someone who could spend 5,000 yuan at once must really be capable. "Before meeting you all, I only had that gold hairpin left. She now has about 2,000 yuan in cash. If she gives herself a month, and if there's no more room for hope, she can use that as starting capital." Fong Wanwan found it hard to believe. "You bought that gold hairpin just to come back?" She thought she had a lot of money, or maybe she just met someone recently. Perhaps she didn't tell the truth to protect herself. Chunya smiled and said, "Exactly." After a moment of silence, she finally gathered her courage and asked Fong Wanwan, "Do you know Fong Yuan's wife?" Fong Wanwan also noticed Chunya looking at Fong Yuan, but with his appearance, it's normal for women to glance at him twice. "I know her. Lu Dongxia from Yangyang village," Fong Wanwan replied. Then she pouted. "Fong Yuan really is stubborn." Chunya leaned closer to Fong Wanwan, looking interested. "Why do you say that?" "I heard that his wife got sick halfway through her pregnancy. When she woke up, she didn't recognize him anymore. She did many things to get rid of his persistence and said many harsh words. In the end, Fong Yuan was afraid he might lose control and decided to join the army. He hasn't gone back in 3 years. The only time he returned was recently, because I wanted to rent a house. Maybe his wife saw that he's doing well now and agreed to marry him again." Hearing this, Chunya felt a twinge of sadness. That naive young man was he was just too foolish. How does her new wife treat him? Fong Wanwan squinted and looked at her. "Why are you so interested in him? Do you like her?" Seeing Chunya silent, Fong Wanwan added, "He's really stubborn. I also heard that a girl in his village liked him for years, but he never wavered." Chunya didn't answer her question directly. She just repeated, "And how does her new wife treat him?" "Not very well. I think she just feels she's getting too old. Her family isn't good to her, so she wants to find a suitable person to marry." Fong Wanwan didn't have much good or bad feelings about Lu Dongxia. After all, she was the one who made this big fortune. Chunya didn't say anything more. In the afternoon, Chunya cooked again. After eating, Fong Wanwan sat in her room reading. Chunya said she wanted to go out for a walk. Fong Wanwan just told her to be careful and not come back too late. Chunya left and started asking around about Fong Yuan's dormitory. When she found Fong Yuan's house, she saw the hall was empty. She tried calling out, "Comrade Fong Yuan, are you home?" Fong Yuan, who was washing clothes in the backyard, heard the sound and immediately came out. Seeing Chunya, he paused for a moment. "Sister Chun, you've come? Do you need any help from your side?" Chunya was so focused on wanting to see him that she forgot to think of a good reason. After a moment of silence, she said, "No." The atmosphere instantly became awkward. After a while, Fong Yuan spoke first. "If you need anything, come find me again." He then turned to go back to the backyard to continue washing clothes. Chunya was stunned. Was this guy so cold to everyone? Or had he grown up and become more steady? She followed him into the backyard, unsure of what to say. She had little experience in chasing men, especially Feng Yuan. In the past, he would agree to anything she said without hesitation. There was no need for her to worry. Feng Yuan saw her come in and frowned unhappily. Sister Chun, your behavior isn't good. The word you suddenly made Chunya feel defensive. Did he dislike her because she was older? Indeed, with her current status, she was 6 years older than him. Feng Yuan looked up and met her gentle, star-like eyes, which instantly filled with tears. He froze, seeing that look of hurt and anger mixed with reluctance to blame. So familiar. He couldn't bear it anymore and quickly said, "Sorry, Sister Chun." He didn't even know what he had done wrong. Chunya let out a breath. "It's okay. I'm leaving now." She turned to leave. Feng Yuan, for some reason, felt terrible seeing her like that, like she was under some spell, so he hurriedly put down the clothes and stopped her. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Chunya looked up at him. Her once delicate and beautiful features now carried a sense of determination and sharpness. She no longer showed the previous friendliness or happiness when she spoke. She shook her head.
No.
"Since you mind, I'll go." Until Chunya's figure disappeared completely, Feng Yuan finally came back to himself. He had a feeling she was sad, very sad. But what did her sadness have to do with him? Feng Yuan didn't understand why, but because of this feeling, he couldn't sleep the whole night. Meanwhile, because of Chunya's arrival, Feng Yuan had to give her bed and sleep elsewhere in Su Cheng's bed. Holding the blanket she had slept with at Su Cheng's place, she felt less cold and drifted into a light sleep. Meanwhile, Su Cheng, listening to Su Zhiyun's snoring nearby, tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. My mind was filled with images of Feng Yuan snuggling and rubbing against him. Finally, I decided to sit up, put on my clothes, and sit at the table. I took out a pen Feng and Wanwen gave me from my pocket, stroked it a bit, then took out a piece of paper to write and draw. Thinking about Commander Wu's description, I analyzed how I should handle the bandits tomorrow. I imagined possible scenarios where the target might appear, then turned to the corner to check my gear. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a zipper, and Su Zhiyun woke up. "Brother Chung, what are you doing? It's late at night. Why aren't you sleeping?" Seeing the gun in Su Cheng's hand, he suddenly woke up. "Has the target appeared?" "No, I can't sleep. I'm just thinking about tomorrow's position." Su Zhiyun looked helpless. "Come on, with your skills and marksmanship, solving this should be easy. Why are you up late thinking about it? Go to sleep." Su Cheng reloaded his gun and gear, then lay down next to Su Zhiyun. "Don't snore, or I won't be able to sleep." Su Zhiyun looked at him speechlessly. "Really? Most men snore. We've been on missions before. When did you become so delicate?" Seeing that Su Cheng was silent, with one hand behind his head and eyes closed, he didn't want to argue, and seemed to be acting like he was being unreasonable. Just as Su Zhiyun was about to lie down again, he suddenly remembered something. "Are you thinking about women?" Seeing Su Cheng ignore him, Su Zhiyun felt he was right.
Wow.
It's only been a short while since we parted. He suddenly felt like he didn't know Su Cheng anymore. "You're really?" Su Cheng slightly furrowed his brows and said, "Go to sleep." Su Zhiyun was surprised that Su Cheng didn't argue back and suddenly became interested.
You?
"It's exactly what you think," Su Cheng interrupted before he could finish asking. "This girl really isn't easy. She does have some skills." Su Zhiyun remembered the bet Feng Yuan had with Wang Xuexiang in the hospital corridor. Su Cheng ignored him, closed his eyes, and seemed to be falling asleep. Now it was Su Zhiyun's turn to have trouble sleeping. "When do you think I can find a wife like that? Beautiful, smart, and genuinely good to me."
Su Cheng smiled slightly.
"Then you might stay single forever." "What do you mean? Why can't I?"
Su Zhiyun protested.
"Because there's only one wife like that in this world, and she's your sister-in-law." The sound in Sioux City was so calm it didn't seem like bragging at all.
Su Zhiyun.
Is this human language? Northwest Military District. Feng Yuan woke early because she needed to catch a bus to the county seat. She wanted to see if Lu Yongqiang had returned and also buy some New Year supplies. After washing up, Chunya also got up and was making breakfast in the kitchen. She prepared simple egg and scallion noodles, fragrant and delicious. At the dining table, Fong Wanwan noticed dark circles and slight redness under Chinya's eyes. She asked with concern, "What's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night? Or did you have a bad dream?" Chunya touched her face. "Does my face look bad?" Fong Wanwan nodded. "A little bit." "It's nothing, just had bad dreams all night," Chunya replied. Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "Dreams are usually the opposite. If you're really scared, we can sleep in the same bed tonight." Chunya was touched.
Thank you.
"We've only known each other for 5 or 6 days. Why do you trust me so much? I don't have many friends here. When I first saw you, I felt you were different, beautiful, and elegant," Fong Wanwan honestly said. Chunya chuckled softly. "You should look in the mirror and praise yourself first." Fong Wanwan scooped noodles from her bowl and mumbled, "I know I look good, but that doesn't stop me from complimenting others. Beauty comes in many forms. Someone like you is both refined and easy to look at." Chunya sighed. "You really know how to flatter with that little mouth." While they talked and laughed, they finished eating. Just as they were about to leave, Fong Yuan arrived. He hadn't slept well either last night. "Where are you going? Do you need help?" Fong Wanwan saw Chunya turn her face away, as if deliberately avoiding Fong Yuan. A thought seemed to flash through her mind, but she couldn't quite grasp it. She nodded and said, "We're going to the county seat to buy some New Year supplies. Come with us. If anything arrives, we'll need someone to help carry it back." Fong Yuan looked at Chunya and sensed she was still upset. He replied absent-mindedly, "Okay, I'll go with you." The three of them waited at the supply cooperative's entrance for the bus. On the bus, Fong Wanwan and Chunya sat together in one row, with Fong Yuan at the back. They didn't speak much during the ride. When they arrived at the county seat, Fong Wanwan couldn't hold back and asked, "Chunya, are you angry with Fong Yuan?" Chunya was silent for a moment. She said quietly, "I don't know him well. Why should I be angry with him for no reason?" Fong Yuan, listening behind, heard her reply and felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Fong Wanwan took someone to Lu Yongqiang's shop. Lu Yongqiang had returned yesterday and quickly told her about his recent trip to Guangzhou for goods. He then showed Fong Wanwan the items he had brought back. He seemed excited, as if he had discovered a new world. The fabrics from the 13 Hongs are not only diverse, but also good quality. Most importantly, they are 2/3 cheaper than in our provincial city. This means that even if they don't sell clothes, just buying fabrics could make a lot of money. Fong Wanwan is truly his lucky star. She looked at the fabrics and was quite satisfied. Wang Yongqiang's ability to execute plans was impressive. Then she asked about the sewing machines. Wang Yongqiang smiled and said, "Used ones are hard to find, but I can get 5 at wholesale price, just 210 yuan each. I'll pick them up tomorrow." Fong Wanwan thought about her funds and said, "Bring 10 machines here. The rest of the money will wait until the goods arrive." Wang Yongqiang quickly agreed. Chunya watched how Fong Wanwan handled business. She was less than 20, but seemed very experienced and sharp. Every decision was made confidently, and she was in charge. They even discussed custom services for wealthy clients in the provincial city, which could bring high profits. She looked again at the fashion design sketchbook Fong Wanwan carried. It was clear she had some real skill. Custom clothing requires high original design ability, which depends on both talent and experience. Neither aesthetic sense nor design skills are easy for a young girl in her age to master. Besides talent, experience is crucial. A mature designer is usually over 30. High-end fashion taste is expensive. Attending shows, exhibitions, competitions all take time and money. Could Fong Wanwan also be? Chunya closed her design manual and continued listening to Fong Wanwan giving instructions to Wang Yongqiang. After they finished talking, Fong Wanwan returned to Lu Chunmei's noodle shop to hear about the latest batch of clothes. "Are the outfits I ordered ready?" Lu Chunmei smiled and said, "You said you want to wear them for the new year, so we didn't delay. They are all finished. I'll go pick them up from Aunt He later." Lu's parents quickly cooked each of them a bowl of noodles. Fong Wanwan took out 2 red envelopes from her pocket and placed them in front of Lu's parents, each containing 5 yuan in cash. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Every time I come, I eat and drink for free. Wishing you a happy new year. The elderly couple initially wanted to refuse, saying, "Who gives red envelopes to elders?" Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "How could there be none? I am one. If you don't accept, next time it will be awkward for me to bring others to eat noodles." After finishing the noodles, Fong Wanwan told Lu Chunmei, "We need to go to the department store to buy some New Year supplies. Please go and pick up my clothes. We'll come back together after shopping." Lu Chunmei received the order and immediately went out. Fong Wanwan took Chunya and Feng Yuan to the department store. She wasn't very familiar with preparing New Year goods and asked Chunya, "What do you think we should buy?" Chunya, who had some experience, first suggested food, various peanuts, sunflower seeds, dried fruits, and a lot of cookies. They also bought drinks, beer, pastries, and a few bouquets of flowers. Next, they bought new tablecloths, spring festival couplets, and firecrackers. Finally, they purchased some cooking seasonings and oil. The total cost was about 150 yuan. Chunya insisted on paying her 50 yuan share. Fong Wanwan understood her feelings and let her do so. "Wanwan, if we have enough money, I suggest you buy a refrigerator. That way, we can buy the New Year vegetables early and freeze them," Feng Yuan suggested. Fong Wanwan thought it made sense. She wasn't very good at decorating the house, whether in the past or now. Others usually handled it. Her living skills were quite weak. "Okay, let's go look at refrigerators." She didn't understand much, but listened to the advice. Feng Yuan was stunned and quickly stepped forward to stop the two women who had lost their mind shopping. "Sister-in-law, how much is this refrigerator? Have you asked about it?" Feng Yuan asked. Chunya glared at him. "Just ask and you'll know." Fong Wanwan also nodded in agreement. Feng Yuan thought refrigerators were very expensive and not something ordinary people could afford. At the second floor of the department store, they headed straight to the appliance section and saw only a few refrigerators. There were two brands and models: Zhangsuohai's single-door refrigerator for 685 yuan and Shuanglu's double-door refrigerator for 1,200 yuan. Fong Wanwan always preferred to buy the best, so she immediately ordered a double-door refrigerator. Feng Yuan thought he had misheard until Fong Wanwan paid for it, realizing it was real. Was the leader's family really so wealthy? The store didn't offer home delivery, so most people either carried the refrigerator home on bicycles or pulled it with a cart. Fong Wanwan felt a bit stuck. After thinking for a while, she finally went to Wang Yongqiang's house to borrow a bicycle, and Feng Yuan rode it back. As for other things, including clothes, Wang Yongqiang offered to help carry them back since he needed to be responsible for returning the bicycle later. The three of them, carrying big and small bags, took the bus back to the Northwest Military District. When they arrived home, they found Feng Yuan had already arrived and had moved the frost to the house. Later, Wang Yongqiang rode his bicycle back home. Only Feng Yuan, Chunya, and Fong Wanwan were left inside. Chunya went to the kitchen to cook. Feng Yuan was about to leave, but was persuaded to stay for dinner by Fong Wanwan. Feng Yuan sat at the dining table, eating the dishes cooked by Chunya. He wanted to speak several times but hesitated. Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "Feng Yuan, Sister Chen remembered coming to Yangyang village after seeing the gold hairpin I bought from Lu Dongxia. Could you help find out if anyone knows her?" Regarding Chunya, Captain Su had mentioned before he left that she had been injured accidentally in Kyoto and lost her memory, so he asked him to take care of her. But he didn't mention the gold hairpin. Feng Yuan was a bit surprised. "You also know about antiques?"
Chunya nodded.
"A little." Feng Yuan thought for a moment. "Then I'll take you to Yangyang village tomorrow to ask around." Chunya was eating her rice without replying immediately. Instead, Fong Wanwan said, "Let's go together. I also want to see Sister Yang and the others tomorrow." Now that they had money, they could buy as many antiques from Lu Dongxia as possible. Early the next morning, Feng Yuan arrived early. He planned to visit the Yang family in Yangyang village, where they always brought back lots of greens and the chicken Lu Xiaohong and Yang Xiqin had given her last time. For villagers, a chicken was very precious, so they should bring some gifts. Thinking about the snacks they bought in the county yesterday, sunflower seeds, peanuts, pastries, they divided some into two parts, one to take to the Yang family and the other for Feng Yuan. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Fong Wanwan bought brown sugar, fruit candies, for Jean of meat, and 4 Jean of ribs. She divided these into 2 parts as well. One for Feng Yuan, and the other to take to the Yang family. When they arrived at the Yang family, everyone was home. Yang Shiqin and Heir Shanzi were especially happy to see Fong Wanwan, noticing her big bags and small packages. They scolded her. "Why did you buy more things again?" Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a small token of my respect." Lu Xiaohong quickly brought out a few chairs and invited everyone to sit. Chunya looked at Lu Xiaohong, noticing she hadn't changed much and still worked efficiently. She took the chair from Lu Xiaohong's hand and said, "Thank you." Lu Xiaohong smiled and replied, "No need to thank me. Wanwan's friends are like family." Feng Yuan sat at a moderate distance. Yang's mother, Lu Chunhua, quickly brought out a few bowls of sweet water to serve the 3 of them. Then she moved a chair to sit next to Fong Wanwan, hesitating before asking, "Did your neighbor go back home for the New Year?"
Yang sikin tuget at Liu Chunhua es slefe.
"Mom, why are you asking that? Wanwan probably has other things to do here. Just ask if she needs any help." Wanwan waved her hand to show she didn't mind. "Yes, I went back for the New Year. I think we'll have some results after the holiday." Lu Xiaohong immediately leaned in and said, "Mom, my sister finally settled down and is working on her career with Wanwan. Don't interfere. Men care more about making money, especially someone like Chen Gang." Lu Chunhua stopped speaking and looked at Feng Yuan again. "I heard you and Dongxia are back together?" Feng Yuan shyly nodded.
Yeah.
Lu Xiaohong's eyes widened. "You agreed to 1,000 yuan for the wedding gift?" Feng Yuan was a bit surprised.
How do you know about that?
"It's from the Lu family. Her parents made it clear. They said if they don't see that 1,000 yuan gift, Dongxia, you might as well forget it." Her mother was quite proud when she said that, Lu Chunhua explained. Chunya secretly glanced at Feng Yuan. He looked red in the face, slightly bowed his head, and rubbed his hands on his knees, but he didn't say anything. Lu Xiaohong couldn't stand it anymore. "Feng Yuan, are you that stubborn? Dongxia has really changed. She's not the same Lu Dongxia as before. If you marry her, you won't be happy." Although her relationship with Lu Dongxia had recently eased, she still had to say what she thought. Seeing Feng Yuan silent, Lu Xiaohong turned to Wanwan. "Wanwan, what do you think? Isn't that right?" Wanwan nodded.
Yes.
"The person you're so persistent about might not be that person anymore. Think carefully." Then she looked at Chunya. Chunya was a bit startled by Wanwan's gaze. What did that mean? Had she discovered something? Feng Yuan couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said, "I'll go back first. I need to see her." After they left, Wanwan realized he hadn't taken his things. She quickly told Chunya, "These are for him. Catch up and see if he's still nearby. If he's not far, give it to him directly." Feng Yuan left very quickly. When Chunya caught up with him carrying his things, he was already out of sight. He probably went to Feng Qiuhua's house. When Chunya arrived at Feng Qiuhua's house, she saw Granny Feng and Feng Yuan sitting at the door. Feng Yuan was sitting silently on a long bench, while Granny Feng spoke. "Yuan, you know what kind of people Winter Xia's parents are. Let's not worry about what they say. As long as Winter Xia treats you well, that's enough. Don't think too much. Mom has saved over 300 yuan for the bride price. Just wait another year, borrow a little, and we'll be able to gather it all." Since her son was so stubborn, if he didn't soften, he might remain single for life. Feng Yuan was about to speak when he looked up and saw Chunya not far away, holding a big bag and looking at him without moving. Granny Feng also looked in that direction and, upon seeing Chunya, quickly greeted her. "Oh, I thought you wouldn't come back after not finding your family. Come, sit with us." After saying that, she also told her son, "Quick, go bring out a chair." Carrying so many things, she probably stood there for a long time. It must have been tiring. Feng Yuan was surprised for a moment, then quickly stepped forward to take the items from her hands. He whispered, "You've worked hard.
Come, sit down and have some tea."
At this moment, Feng Qiuhua heard the noise outside and saw Chunya too. She hurriedly brought out another chair. Chunya went over and sat down, smiling gratefully at Feng Qiuhua and Granny Feng. Thank you. There's no need to thank us. It's all fate, Granny Feng replied. Feng Yuan finally realized, do you know each other? Feng Qiuhua explained, yesterday, this girl came to the village looking for someone but couldn't find them. It got late, and she had nowhere to stay, so she stayed at our house for the night. After saying that, she saw the things Feng Yuan was holding and turned to ask Chinya with a smile, you paid a 1 yuan fee for staying yesterday, right? Why did you buy so many things again? Feng Yuan placed the items in the hall and came out saying, why was there still a 1 yuan fee? Feng Qiuhua smiled because this girl insisted on paying, so we took it. We had planned to cook her a boiled egg this morning, but she left before we did. Chunya said, these things weren't bought by me. They were given as a thank you gift by the wife of a leader he knows. Feng Qiuhua looked at the many items and asked, a thank you gift? What did you help with? It's too generous. Feng Yuan was silent for a moment and said, she helped me carry a refrigerator home on my bike. Refrigerator? Feng Qiuhua was surprised. What kind of official is your leader? Feng Yuan thought for a moment and said, it should be the wife of our leader. His salary was fixed and he had 2 children to support. Based on that, he couldn't afford such a gift. Feng Qiuhua quickly went inside, opened the items on the table, and was surprised on the spot. She hurried to the kitchen, took out a bowl, and grabbed some peanuts and cakes to serve in front of Chinya. Try this, she said. Then she poured a bowl of hot water for her. When she came out again, she said to Feng Yuan, is it really appropriate to carry so many things to help others? Later, send some eggs from home. Feng Yuan nodded and secretly glanced at Chinya. She was lowering her head, holding the bowl of hot water, blowing on it gently and slowly taking a small sip. This action unexpectedly reminded him of Lu Dongxia before, who was also so slow and careful. Everyone who worked with her said she, a girl from the village, acted like a city girl who came to the countryside. Mother Feng looked at her son's eyes, coughed twice, and after Feng Yuan came to his senses, she said, your leader isn't home. Helping your sister-in-law with chores. Isn't that inviting gossip? Chinya took another sip of water before speaking. It's not just her inside. I also live there now, so it's not a problem. Mother Feng nodded. That's good. Be careful. If gossip reaches Dongxia's ears, it could be troublesome. Feng Yuan nodded. Got it. Chunya sat for a while longer, hesitated, and then asked, Comrade Feng Yuan, I have something I want to ask for your help with. Is that okay? Feng Yuan had just received his mother's instructions and thought it was better not to get too close to her. Tell me, if I can do it, I will. Come over here. Chunya wanted to call him aside alone. Feng Yuan didn't move, just heard Mother Feng say, helping you with a favor. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and go. Feng Yuan quickly went over and saw Chinya put down her tea bowl. Walk with me over there. I have a few words to tell you. Where to? At the grain drying yard in front, Chinya said. Before Feng Yuan could speak, she led the way. Feng Yuan didn't expect Chinya to take him to the place where he used to meet Lu Dongxia often. That place often had haystacks piled high, sitting behind them, not easy for others to see. How do you know about this place? Chendesmail. The night before yesterday, I was afraid I wouldn't find anyone to hide with, so I wandered around for a long time and found this place suitable for hiding people. Her smile was gentle. Feng Yuan was momentarily stunned, froze for a moment, and after a long pause, asked, What do you want from me? Help me buy 2 antiques from Lu Dongxia. One is a set of deep blue handcrafted phoenix headpieces, and the other is a jade guanyin pendant. These 2 antiques are the most valuable ones she collected back then, worth at least 1 million in future times. Unfortunately, they ended up in the hands of the Lu family. Selling them to Feng Wanwan would be acceptable, but these 2 items were hard to get, and she spent a lot of effort acquiring them. Feng Yuan's eyes widened slightly. How do you know she has these 2 antiques? Chunya didn't plan to hide anything from Feng Yuan. She didn't answer but took out 800 yuan from her bag and handed it to Feng Yuan, her eyes full of sincerity. Is that okay? Feng Yuan looked into her eyes, which seemed to have a magical power. making it hard for him to refuse. It felt like if he refused, just like yesterday, she would get upset and angry, and he couldn't ignore her feelings. He reached out and took the money. "Do you trust me that much? Are you afraid I might run away with this money?" Chunya smiled as if she had everything under control and confidently said, "You won't." "All right, I'll try. Wait here for me."
Chenyanadi.
"Tell Wanwan when you go, so she doesn't look for me later. Also, don't tell Lu Dongxia that I want to buy these." "Okay." Feng Yuan remembered her words. Watching her run away, Feng Yuan seemed to find the obedient little brother again. He really went to the Yang family first and told Feng Wanwan about Chunya. When she heard that Feng Yuan was going to Lu Dongxia to buy antiques, Wanwan was 100% sure that Chunya was the same person as Lu Dongxia before. Thinking of this, her blood ran cold. She couldn't believe she had found a way back. So, who was she now in her body? She suppressed her excitement and said to Feng Yuan, "I'll go with you." Feng Yuan nodded, and they both went to the Lu family. Lu Dongxia's mother saw Feng Yuan and Feng Wanwan and immediately looked unhappy. She didn't dare to do anything to Wanwan because her husband was not easy to deal with. She had already sent her son to the police station, and no matter what they tried, they couldn't get him out. But Feng Yuan wasn't afraid. After all, she was still asking her daughter to marry him. Thinking of this, she coldly questioned Feng Yuan, "Have you saved enough 1,000 yuan in bride price?" Feng Yuan took a deep breath.
No.
"Then we won't see Dongxia." Feng Yuan explained again, "We're here to buy antiques." When Lu's mother heard they were buying old things, her expression improved a little. She shouted from the doorway to the balcony upstairs, "Dongxia, Feng Yuan, and that Feng guy are here to buy antiques." Hearing about the antique purchase, Lu Dongxia quickly opened the door and came out. She stood on the balcony on the second floor, leaned down and waved to Feng Wanwan and Feng Yuan.
Come up.
A few days ago, she had secretly opened a bank account in the county. Once she sold the items, she planned to deposit the money and buy a house in the city later. Feng Yuan and Feng Wanwan went upstairs. After entering, Lu Dongxia glanced at Feng Yuan. "If you're not busy, wait downstairs for a while." She didn't want Feng Yuan to know how much money she had sold the antiques for. Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I'm here to buy antiques too." Lu Dongxia thought he was just making an excuse to see her and asked proudly, "Do you know about antiques? This small piece costs at least a few hundred yuan." "I know. I want to buy a set of dark blue phoenix hairpins you have and a jade guanyin pendant." Lu Dongxia was surprised. How did he know about these items? Could it be that her past self had shown them to him? Thinking of this, she felt relieved. Feng Wanwan became even more certain that Chunya was Lu Dongxia's original self. She also remembered her expression when she saw the golden hairpin in Kyoto. Lu Dongxia took out a new box and found the two antiques Feng Yuan mentioned. These two are not cheap. They cost at least 1,000 yuan. She was sure Feng Yuan wouldn't dare to bargain in front of her, so she deliberately quoted high, not caring why he suddenly had money to buy these things. Feng Yuan thought he had heard wrong. 1,000 yuan? Lu Dongxia nodded. Not a penny less. Feng Yuan took out 800 yuan given by Chunya from his pocket and handed it to Lu Dongxia. "I only have 800 yuan. Lu Dongxia put the antiques away, looked at Feng Yuan, and said, "I'll keep these for you. Come back with another 200 yuan to buy them." Feng Wanwan looked at the two items. They were indeed good pieces, probably the most valuable antiques she had seen in this batch so far. Even at the private exhibition in Lincheng, she hadn't seen antiques of this quality.
Chunya really had some skill.
It seemed she had spent a lot of effort collecting them. Now, they were being used by others, which was truly a pity, especially in the hands of someone who didn't understand antiques. Thinking about how she had made several thousand yuan profit from her using her items, she felt a bit guilty. She took 200 yuan from her cloth bag and handed it to Feng Yuan. "This is a loan. Buy them first." Feng Yuan took the 200 yuan from Feng Wanwan's hand and handed it to Lu Dongxia. She then handed him the two antiques she had mentioned. Lu Dongxia took the money and smiled at Feng Yuan, saying, "Now you can use these two antiques as a bride price." She noticed Fong Wanwan's gaze on the treasures and thought she could sell them again. Feng Yuan was a bit surprised. Wait a moment. Lu Dongxia frowned but said nothing, as she still had business to do. She moved the antiques from the box in front of Fong Wanwan and asked, "How many pieces do you plan to buy this time? How many are left in this box?" Lu Dongxia counted, 12 pieces. "You want 10, I'll give you 2 free." She hoped to sell all of them. Last time, Su Cheng's threat still lingered in her mind. Since she had already given some away willingly, and Fong Wanwan didn't accept them, if he questioned her, she would tell the truth. She didn't want her wife to worry about her collection, nor did she want Su Cheng to be concerned about her. As for the other 10 pieces in the second box, no one knew about them. She could keep them for another chance. Fong Wanwan carefully examined the items from the box. Some items, like a folding fan and 2 paintings, were slightly damaged. The rest included ceramics, jewelry, and writing supplies. "How much do you want to sell these for?" Fong Wanwan asked. 2,500 yuan. Not a penny less. Fong Wanwan nodded. Okay. Feng Yuan immediately felt he had paid too much. Why did I only get 1,000 for these 2 pieces? Lu Dongxia was unafraid of his doubt. Each antique has a different value. Feng Yuan couldn't explain clearly, feeling he had spent 200 yuan more. Would Sister Chen be upset with him?
200 yuan.
He suddenly regretted making the decision himself. Fong Wanwan saw his disappointed expression and smiled. She won't blame you. But Feng Yuan didn't feel any better after hearing that reassurance. After paying, Fong Wanwan carefully carried the box downstairs. Knowing Chinya's true identity, she said, "Please tell Sister Chen that I have some family matters and need to leave first." She then went to the Yang family. Seeing Fong Wanwan carrying such a large box, Lu Xiaohong quickly offered to help, saying, "I have strong arms. Let me take it back for you." Fong Wanwan didn't refuse. Carrying such a big box alone was unsafe. If someone robbed her on the way, and she had no one to call for help, it would be a loss. "Thank you, Sister Lu. No need to be polite." Lu Xiaohong cheerfully replied, then quickly brought out a basket of vegetables and radishes from the backyard and handed it to Fong Wanwan. Yang Shiqin also came out, knowing that she spent a lot of money on these things, so she wanted to give a gift together. Fong Wanwan understood her intentions and agreed. After the 3 left, Feng Yuan took the antique he had just bought from Lu Dongxia and found himself near the grain-drying yard, beside a haystack. He saw Chinya sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, looking very lonely. "Senior Sister Chen." Feng Yuan handed her the items he bought. Chinya looked up and saw his guilty expression. She calmly took the items from his hand, looked around, and asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Yuan lowered his head. Dongxia asked for 1,000 yuan and borrowed 200 yuan from comrade Fong Wanwan. He thought she would be angry after saying this, but she only smiled and said, "You didn't dare to bargain with her?" Feng Yuan nodded. "Sorry, I will pay you back when I get my salary." Feng Yuan felt very sorry.
Chen Yavavit Hadhunt.
"It's not your fault. There's nothing to apologize for. Actually, you adapted quickly and borrowed 200 yuan from her. Otherwise, I would have waited in vain." Feng Yuan was stunned. This reminded him of Lu Dongxia from the past. No matter what he messed up, she never complained or got angry. She was so calm and gentle, as if there was nothing she couldn't handle. "Comrade Fong, Wanwan has gone back. Why don't you stay at my house for dinner?" Chunya packed up the things. "I need to go back. She can't cook." As she was about to leave, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them. When Lu Dongxia saw Chunya, her eyes widened in surprise, and she was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. After reacting, her eyes filled with anger. She asked herself where Feng Yuan got so much money to buy antiques, especially the 2 pieces she loved and treasured most from her past. It wasn't until someone downstairs told her that Feng Yuan seemed to have gone to the grain-drying yard. Chunya stood still, looking at her with a calm expression. Lu Dongxia was about to rush forward and question her. Since she wanted to stay in this world so badly, why did she have to bring her back again? Why did she make her suffer so much? But then she glanced at Feng Yuan and suddenly understood. She was here to find him. So don't blame her for being rude. The more she wanted to get something, the more she couldn't have it. Feng Yuan quickly explained, Dongxia, I was just helping senior sister Chen. Lu Dongxia smiled gently at Feng Yuan. I believe you. Then she stepped past Feng Yuan and walked up to Chinya, giving her a challenging look.
What?
Trying to my man? Chen Yadai glanced at her lightly. This family really has a certain character, selfish, indifferent, and greedy. Before Chinya could speak, Feng Yuan quickly stepped forward and blocked her.
Dongxia, what are you saying?
Sister Chen wouldn't look at me. Lu Dongxia pushed Feng Yuan aside. I see her acting flirtatiously, pretending to be gentle in front of you. Isn't that just seduction? Feng Yuan got angry. Dongxia. Chunya approached Lu Dongxia and whispered in her ear, I advise you to watch your words. Otherwise, he will see your true nature sooner or later. Seeing that Chunya was not afraid, Lu Dongxia reached out to push her down. This woman was often sick and fragile. She couldn't fight her. Sure enough, Lu Dongxia only needed a gentle slap, and Chunya was unexpectedly knocked to the ground. Feng Yuan saw this scene and, without thinking, pushed Lu Dongxia away and helped Chunya up. He asked angrily, What are you doing? At that moment, Feng Yuan felt terrible about her fall. Lu Dongxia was stunned by Feng Yuan's angry shout. You dare push me? Feng Yuan looked at Chunya behind him, then turned back and said to Lu Dongxia, This is your fault. We didn't do anything wrong. Then you don't want to marry me, right? Lu Dongxia suddenly sounded soft and looked very sad. Feng Yuan said nothing. Because of a woman you've only just met, you gave up on me? Lu Dongxia cried. Are all those things you told me before fake? Feng Yuan felt like he was losing his mind. Yes, he had only seen her a few times, but he couldn't stand to see her upset, sad, or fall down. He looked at Lu Dongxia helplessly.
Sorry.
I need to think about this again. Lu Dongxia found it unbelievable.
What do you want to think about?
Feng Yuan didn't answer. He just looked back at Chunya again, trying to confirm his feelings. Soon he was sure, yes, he cared about her. Chunya didn't want to argue with Lu Dongxia. She coldly said, Go back. Go back. Lu Dongxia felt it was very ironic. Whenever this woman appeared in her life, she made her feel like a clown. She rushed forward and hugged Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan instinctively looked at Chunya, then pushed Lu Dongxia away. Dongxia, calm down. Let's go back first. It wouldn't be good if someone we know saw us. Lu Dongxia was almost breaking down. She thought that as soon as she waved her hand, Feng Yuan would come back to her like a dog. But now he was refusing her? At that moment, Chunya suddenly spoke. Feng Yuan, you go back first. Feng Yuan turned around abruptly, feeling how familiar her tone sounded. Lu Dongxia sneered. Why do you get to tell him to go back? Are you close to him? Why do you keep calling him by his name? He's younger than me, so what's wrong with calling his name? Oh, you still remember your age? Lu Dongxia mocked. But aren't you the same? Anyway, I'm younger than you. Lu Dongxia knew what she cared about. Chunya once again said to Feng Yuan, you go back first. Feng Yuan pulled Lu Dongxia aside, you go back too. Lu Dongxia raised her hand. Since she's so persistent, you should go back first. Feng Yuan hesitated, then added, let's talk nicely. Don't worry, I will talk to her properly, Chunya said calmly. Feng Yuan looked at Chunya one last time, then finally left. Halfway there, a strange image of Chunya being pushed to the ground by Lu Dongxia suddenly appeared in his mind.
No.
He quickly turned around and ran back in the original direction. When he reached near the grass patch, he stopped. The sound of arguing and fighting was gone. He sighed in relief, planning to turn back again, but a strange curiosity arose in his mind. What were these two really talking about? He also noticed Lu Dongxia's look of shock when she first saw Chunya, which seemed more like recognition, and wondered why Chunya knew about those two antiques Lu Dongxia had. Driven by curiosity, he quietly moved closer, hiding behind the grass patch. At that moment, he overheard Lu Dongxia accusing her, Chunya, have you done enough to ruin me? And now you have the nerve to come back and find Feng Yuan. Chunya found it amusing. How is it ruining me? The place I live, eat and drink, it's all from the hard work I did for you before.
Who cares?
If it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't treat me like this. They force me to earn money every day, treating me like a lunatic. If it weren't for me, you'd be living in a mud hut, facing the yellow earth, farming and digging vegetables, and finding a decent man to continue life. You wouldn't have so much free time to think about this and that, Chunya replied calmly. Lu Dongxia was suddenly speechless. You clearly care about Feng Yuan, so why did you have to go back? If you went back, why did you come back again? Chunya smiled. You take everything from me, my house, convenience store, bank card, only caring about your own enjoyment, neglecting my family. That's why I had to come back. She is not your biological mother, and she is almost dying. I can't do anything about it. Chunya said coldly, you know I am an orphan in that world. The director's mother raised me. What's the difference between her and my real family? I have no feelings for her. Exactly. You want everything I have in that world, but refuse to take any responsibility. Actually, if you work hard here, you'll have the same in decades. Lu Dongxia was furious. You're starting to show off your superiority again. Do you think I'm you? I went from elementary school to college, even studied abroad, and now I run a convenience store. You know why I dislike you? Because you think everyone should easily have what you do. Chunya shook her head. None of what I have was easy. When I first came to your house, I wanted to die every day, but I still survived. Way more difficult than you are now. Enough. Don't give me these big speeches. Feng Yuan won't give it to you. The antique won't be returned either.
Chunya smiled.
I don't need the antique, but Feng Yuan is a person, and he doesn't need you to give him anything. So, you came here just to find him?
Chunya nodded. Yes.
When Feng Yuan heard this, he seemed frozen. All the confusing thoughts suddenly became clear. It was strange but true. He covered his mouth to stop himself from crying out loud. She had never forgotten him, even traveling thousands of miles to find him in this way. He couldn't understand where the other world was, but it must be better than here. Otherwise, Lu Dongxia wouldn't be so worried about her return. He thought she would never treat him like that, with her gentle nature. Meanwhile, Lu Dongxia's voice rang out again.
How old are you now?
In our time, who would accept a woman 6 years older than them? 3 years is the limit. You've also stayed in our village. If his family weren't poor and didn't care about status, you wouldn't have had a chance. Now he's a soldier with a steady job. Just look at him. If I didn't want him, you wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, who doesn't want to find someone younger? Anyway, the more Chunya cared, the more Lu Dongxia wanted to say. Sure enough, Chunya stopped talking. In later times, this age gap sibling romance might be acceptable, but in this era, 3 years is really the limit. That's probably why they say a woman 3 years older, holding gold bricks. Seeing her speechless, Lu Dongxia suddenly felt relieved. She paused for a moment and said, I remember you have quite a bit of savings. If you didn't bring it, that's really a pity. Chunya, who shared memories with her, knew exactly what she was thinking. What do you want to say? Lu Dongxia raised an eyebrow. Give me 10,000 yuan, and Feng Yuan will give it to you.
Chunya laughed bitterly.
Is giving away the antique not enough? I have no connections. Who in this poor countryside would buy it? Sorry, I don't have any money.
Chunya felt disgusted.
Her whole family was the same, boldly asking others for money. If she hadn't lacked the status to bring back those antiques, she wouldn't want to keep them either. This family was never satisfied and never knew gratitude. Whenever problems arose, they always blamed others. Lu Dongxia sneered. Fine, then just wait. Don't come begging me later. She said this and walked away confidently. Chunya sighed, hugging her knees and burying her head in them. Her mind was a mess. Would Feng Yuan accept her like this? If not, where could she go? She had traveled here from another world. Before coming, she donated 2/3 of her wealth to an orphanage, converted 1/3 into gold bars, and after arriving, broke 5 gold bars into cash. With that money, she bought the gold hairpin from Feng Wanwan and 2 antiques from Lu Dongxia, leaving about 1,000 yuan. Turning gold bars and antiques into cash was not worth it in this era. Although gold is always a stable currency, She wouldn't sell it unless absolutely necessary. Right now, her top priority was to get an identity. Without it, she couldn't do anything. She couldn't stay forever at Fong Wanwan's place. She sensed that Su Chung was still quite cautious and wary of her. But given his profession, she could understand. She had caused him inconvenience. Thinking of this, Chunya couldn't help but feel anxious. She took a deep breath. Just as she looked up, she saw a tall figure standing in front of her. Fong Yuan? Chunya was startled and quickly stood up. She looked around and asked, "Didn't you tell you to go back? Why are you here again? When did you arrive?" Fong Yuan looked at her silently, not speaking. Chunya reached out and waved in front of him. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." He hesitated for a moment and then said, "I heard everything you just said." Chunya looked at his calm face, feeling nervous inside. "Did you hear everything?" Fong Yuan took a few more steps forward. "Yes, I heard everything."
Then,
She didn't know how Fong Yuan would think of her or how to start explaining. Could he accept this? Fong Yuan moved 2 more steps closer until he could see the tiny hairs on her face.
Fong Yuan.
Chunya tried to step back, but he held her tightly and pulled her into his arms. "Are you trying to make me think carefully?"
Yes.
Chunya wanted to break free, but he was surprisingly strong. Neither of them could stay calm, and any decision made would be impulsive. "Everyone says I am stubborn, so I can't think clearly about this." Fong Yuan held her close. "Can you accept me like this?" "As long as it's you, I will accept it." Hearing this, Chunya, who had been resisting, suddenly softened and reached out to hug him back. After several years, his waist and belly had become leaner and stronger, and his chest was broader and firmer. The man's unique scent filled the air. "Let me go. If someone sees us, it could be trouble," Chunya said softly. He was now a soldier and had an appointment with Lu Dongxia. If others saw this and it reached the military district, it might be seen as a personal conduct issue. He looked down at Chunya, but didn't move. "It seems you're becoming disobedient." Chunya suddenly felt like her authority was gone. Her usual commanding presence didn't work anymore. Before, just a gentle word from her would make him obedient. Fong Yuan nodded. "Yes, I've grown up." Then he held her head and kissed her forcefully.
Ugh. Fong Yuan.
His breath was overwhelming, fierce and dominant. Chunya couldn't say a complete word. She was still worried. What if someone saw us? Fong Yuan kept swallowing her voice, as if trying to make up for the lost years. Chunya felt dizzy and a bit overwhelmed. This boy looked honest, but he was quite fierce. After a while, Fong Yuan stopped and solemnly said, "I will marry you."
Chendasmail.
"I'm 6 years older than you, and I don't even have an ID card. I'll marry you when I'm 10. Fong Yuan looked at her. "Is there anyone in this village who marries someone so much older?"
Chendalaft.
"Then I'll be the first in the village to do so." Chunya felt her stubbornness rising again, but she was happy inside. "You still need to talk to your mother about this." When mentioning Aunt Fong, Fong Yuan smiled. "As long as I get married, I will accept whoever she is, no matter her height or weight." Chunya believed this because she had lived a poor life and thought her son was lucky to marry a girl like that. So she didn't mind much. "Let's go back to my house for a meal and let my mother and sister know," Fong Yuan said excitedly. Chunya nodded and gently pulled her hand away from Fong Yuan's. She warned him, "We shouldn't get too close." This time, Fong Yuan listened and kept a bit of distance behind her. When they arrived at Fong Chiehua's house, her brother-in-law and 2 young nephews had also returned. Her brother-in-law worked in the fields during the day. The nephews, ages 10 and 8, both went to the village primary school. Seeing Fong Yuan bring back the pretty aunt again, the nephews happily gathered around her. However, her brother-in-law looked a bit upset and gave him a stern look, but said nothing. Fong Chiehua warmly welcomed them. "Today I cooked pork and ribs." Her brother-in-law, Yang Xiong, immediately looked displeased. "Just because 2 people come to the house, you buy meat? This way of doing things, are we still going to have a good life?" Yang Xiong's words made the children quickly run away in fear. Fong Chiehua awkwardly smiled and explained, "It's not bought with money."
Xiao Yuan mentioned it.
Yang Xiong suddenly stopped talking and looked at Feng Yuan with a paternal attitude. You haven't visited your mother in years. The responsibility falls on me and your sister. I heard you're also preparing 1,000 yuan bride price for Lu's family? Feng Yuan knew her brother-in-law was difficult to get along with, but he didn't expect him to be so tough. He immediately said, if brother-in-law finds it hard, I can take my mother to the military district. Because he behaved well, was of marriageable age, and was given a separate house with family members allowed to move with him. Aunt Feng gently pulled her son's hand, signaling him to speak less. Seeing his sister's uncomfortable expression, Feng Yuan softened his tone and said, Thank you for your hard work. Yang Xiong nodded and looked at Chinya. Haven't you found your family yet? Chinyali responded politely, Thank you, Brother Yang. I have found a place to stay. I came here mainly to thank my older sister and mother for taking care of me yesterday. Madame Feng liked her gentle way of speaking, very polite, it's nothing. As long as you don't mind. The Yang family's house was a simple mud brick house, old and broken. The bricks were full of holes made by bees. In winter, it was just cold and drafty. In summer, bees would buzz inside, making it very noisy. These conditions were considered poor in the village. If it weren't for Feng Yuan sending money home these past few years, the two children wouldn't even be able to go to school. Yang Xiong was honest outside and didn't dare to cause trouble, but at home, he acted like the head of the family. Originally, the Feng family was also poor, which is why they married into this household. Quick, go eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold, Feng Qiuhua called out again. Her brother had finally come back, and besides a few greens from the vegetable garden, there was nothing else at home. Although she said she was taking care of her mother, it was actually her mother and brother taking care of her. But Yang Xiong was still quite rude and unaware of manners. At that moment, two little kids ran out excitedly from the room, happily asking Mom, Are the sunflower seeds, cakes, and candies in the room also brought back by Uncle? Last night, that pretty aunt secretly gave the two brothers candies, which were very sweet. Feng Qiuhua smiled and said, Yes, Uncle brought them back. Yang Xiong added, With a little money, he likes to mess around. Everyone said this kid looked good and praised his good performance in the military zone, but when he came back, he still had to be scolded by Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong was the kind of person who, after being upset outside, liked to show off at home. Chunya explained it was a leader from his unit who noticed him and asked him to help with some tasks. He did well, so they gave him these things as a reward.
How do you know that?
Chun Xiong asked. I live in that leader's house. I'm good friends with his wife, Chunya said, then silently thought to herself, Sorry, Wan Wei, I need to borrow your influence. Yang Xiong's anger mostly disappeared. He nodded and said, Since the leader values him, he should perform well. He then waved his hand at Feng Qiuhua, signaling her to set the dishes for dinner. During this meal, Feng Yuan felt uncomfortable inside, realizing that his mother hadn't had a good life at his sister's house all these years. After eating, he pulled Chunya aside and said, I want to bring my mom to live at the military zone. Chunya happily agreed. We must bring her over. But you need to prepare bedding and sheets in advance and also buy pots, bowls, and utensils. Feng Yuan smiled. This is the wife he knows. Okay, you can move in too. Chunya smiled and said, I need to think of a reason. You should cancel the engagement first. She was worried about leaving a solid excuse.
All right.
Before leaving, Feng Yuan discussed his plan to break off the engagement with his family. Grandma Feng was surprised and asked, What's wrong? Are you going to be single for the rest of your life again? Feng Qiuhua also looked worried. No, I want to marry another girl. Hearing this, Feng Qiuhua almost started crying. You finally made up your mind. Marrying anyone else would be better than marrying Lu Dongxia now. Feng Yuan, Feng Qiuhua, and Chunya all hid in Grandma Feng's room. Yang Xiong was in another room counting the things Feng Yuan brought back. The two children looked on eagerly, but no one disturbed them. Feng Qiuhua closed the door and looked at Chunya, wanting to ask which girl Feng Yuan liked. Chunya didn't move, but smiled gently. Shall I go out first? Just as she was about to leave, Feng Yuan grabbed her hand and said to Grandma Feng, Mom, I want to marry this girl. Feng Qiuhua and Grandma Feng were surprised. Grandma Feng squinted her old eyes and looked at Chinya. She seemed delicate and well-dressed, clearly from the city. She looked at her son's attitude and asked suspiciously, "When did you two get together?" "Just today," Feng Yuan replied. Feng Qiuhua reacted quickly and was very happy. "That's good. That's good. She seems much better than Lu Dongxia. No wonder the girl came to stay at their house. It must be fate. As long as it's not Lu Dongxia, she's happy. She's been fed up with her these past few years." Grandma Feng looked at Chinya again. "Have you told her about our family situation?" Chinya smiled and said, "Yes, I have. I also want to tell you about myself." Grandma Feng nodded kindly and looked at her with warmth. "I might never remember where my home is again in this life. I'm about 28 now. If you don't mind, I've decided to spend my life with Feng Yuan." Feng Qiuhua was silent for a moment, looked at her mother, and after a long pause, Grandma Feng said, "If Feng Yuan likes her, there's nothing more to say." She then took Chinya's hand. "But the bride price might have to wait." Chinya didn't mind the 1,000 yuan bride price at all, and smiled. "I don't need a bride price." Feng Yuan said, "Mom, from now on, I will give all my salary to Chinya. You should move to the military district and live with me." Madame Feng looked at her daughter and sighed. "What about your sister's future days?" She truly regretted agreeing to this marriage. As a widow who often fell ill, and with a family too poor to fill their stomachs, there was little room for her family to choose. Feng Qiuhua said, "I'll find a job." He only works on those few acres of land every day. Now in winter, there's not much to do, and he has to make trips every day. When he comes back, he acts like a big boss and doesn't do anything. He's even too proud to admit he's tired. Madame Feng thought for a moment and said to Feng Yuan, "Can the rent from the house be secretly saved up for your sister, just in case something happens?" Feng Yuan glanced at Chinya, who nodded. "Just keep it for my big sister, and don't let her husband find out." Madame Feng nodded. "All right, after the new year, you can move over. You should come tomorrow and talk to Dongxia in person." After the family discussed everything, Feng Yuan and Chinya went back to the military district one after the other. When Chinya returned, she suddenly remembered something and hurried to Feng Wanwan's room to ask if she had eaten. Feng Wanwan looked at her with a good face and smiled. "My ability to take care of myself isn't that bad." She cooked a few eggs and took out some pastries she bought at the department store yesterday to fill her stomach. Chinya let out a breath and tentatively said, "In a while, I might need to move to Feng Yuan's place to live." Feng Wanwan immediately understood and didn't expose her. She smiled. "All right, but you've only known him for a few days, and you're already so close? That's pretty fast, isn't it? Love at first sight, have you heard of that?" Chinya said with a smile. The next morning, Chinya got up early and told Feng Wanwan she was going to the county town to buy some things. After Chinya left, Feng Wanwan stayed at home all day, playing with her antiques and thinking about whether to make a cabinet specifically for displaying these items. She took out paper and a pen, sat at the table, and started drawing and writing. Soon, a blueprint for an antique storage cabinet was completed. Then she took out all the books she bought from Kyoto, pulled out one in English, and began to read. English was the subject she felt most confident in, followed by Chinese, then math, physics, and chemistry, which were relatively more difficult. Fortunately, she was not stupid in studying. Although challenging, she could learn with example problems. After reading the English book, she put it back and took out her math and exercise books. She practiced each problem carefully to reinforce her skills. She studied quietly at home all day until evening, when Chinya finally returned. Chinya bought bedding, sheets, and some daily necessities, then went to Feng Yuan's place. When she arrived, Feng Yuan was also tidying up his house. Seeing Chinya, he quickly took the items from her hands and said, "If you want to buy anything, just tell me to go." "Are you going to the village today?" she asked. Feng Yuan remembered and replied, "Yes, I went to find Lu Dongxia, but she wasn't home. I'll go again tomorrow." Chinya nodded. "Okay." Feng Yuan looked at the bedding and sheets she bought and said, "I'll put these away for now. You can use them when you move in." Chinya smiled. "I won't be moving in so soon. These can be for your mom." Feng Yuan shook his head. If she knew you brought so many things over, she'd probably complain that I spent too much. When the time comes, I'll bring her the things she uses often, so don't worry about these. All right, Chunya said reluctantly but understood. After putting things away, Chunya was about to leave. Feng Yuan suddenly pulled her into his arms. Stay a little longer. Chunya pushed him away. Be careful with what you're doing. This is the military area. She smiled again and said, once we make our relationship clear, you can do anything, okay? Feng Yuan reluctantly let her go. All right, if you need anything, just call me.
Chunya nodded and left.
Feng Yuan watched her figure disappear, a faint smile on his face. After a moment, he turned around and started organizing the things Chunya brought. When he finished, he noticed a bag of milk candies at the bottom. He picked it up, looked at it, and smiled again. He remembered the first time he went with her to sell soap in the county. That day, sales went very well, and as a reward, she bought him a bag of these peanut milk candies. He opened the bag, took out one, peeled the wrapper, and put it in his mouth. He hadn't eaten candy in a long time, and it tasted very sweet. Just then, a familiar voice asked, Feng Yuan, did you come to the village to see me today? He quickly put the remaining candies away, brought a chair, and sat in front of Lu Dongxia. He answered yes. Lu Dongxia sat down gracefully, her face gentle, with a little smile in her eyes. Is there something you want to talk about?
Dongxia, I've thought about it.
I don't think we're suitable for each other. Hearing this, Lu Dongxia couldn't believe her ears. She quickly stood up from her chair and asked, what do you mean by that? Feng Yuan hesitated briefly and emphasized again, we are not suitable for each other. Why didn't you say so when you stubbornly pursued me for so long? Lu Dongxia thought she had come today to humbly visit him and would surely be touched, but now she was hearing such words. Feng Yuan didn't know how to explain himself. After a moment, he said, if I caused you trouble back then, I apologize now. Lu Dongxia stepped closer to Feng Yuan, looking very wronged. Is it because of the 1,000 yuan bride price? Feng Yuan shook his head.
No.
Lu Dongxia was silent for a while, then asked, is it because of the new woman who just came? Feng Yuan remained silent. Lu Dongxia cried, are you saying everything you previously promised, that you wouldn't marry anyone else, was a lie? Feng Yuan shook his head and bravely said, the one I want to marry has always been her. Lu Dongxia stared in shock, her eyes wide.
Did she tell you that?
Feng Yuan was silent for a while and finally said, I heard what you said that day at the grain drying yard. Lu Dongxia felt dizzy for a moment and blurted out, you can't marry her. I will only marry her. Feng Yuan replied firmly. If you dare marry her, I will reveal this mysterious woman's background, Lu Dongxia threatened. Feng Yuan looked at her angrily. Now, with everyone trying to break superstitions, who would believe what you say? Lu Dongxia suddenly lost her momentum after hearing this. Do you know she's already 28 in poor health and maybe can't have children?
You don't need to worry about that.
Even so, I will marry her, Feng Yuan said. Seeing that Lu Dongxia didn't move, Feng Yuan added, go back. If you keep arguing with me like this, it will only make everyone uncomfortable. Lu Dongxia took a deep breath, forcing down her anger. Don't regret it. Then she left. Feng Yuan didn't expect her to be so strong-willed even after their confrontation. Luckily, his sister had returned. Otherwise, if he married her, he couldn't imagine what life would be like in the future. 2 days later, Feng Yuan returned to Shangyang village to visit his mother and bring some things. He overheard the villagers gossiping loudly, saying he was involved with a woman of unknown background who had already had a child. If Lu Dongxia hadn't discovered it early, he might have been tricked into marriage. The villagers also started to discuss openly. No wonder he was willing to pay such a high bride price. A soldier. The discipline issues are surprisingly serious. Does anyone dare to write a report to the military headquarters? I told you. A widow who has been sick for years can't possibly raise good children. And they have the nerve to send her to join the army, really? Mrs. Feng was so angry upon hearing these rumors that her condition worsened. Feng Qiuhua explained to everyone, but no one believed her. Yang Xiong also started to chase people away, saying, from now on, don't come to the house unless it's important. Your 2 grandchildren are still studying. Feng Yuan was upset inside. He went into Mrs. Feng's room, packed her things, and said, "Mom, come with me to the military headquarters." Seeing only what he wanted to see made him feel better. Xiaohua hurriedly stepped in front of Feng Yuan. "We agreed to wait until after the new year to take her. Why are you upset with him?" While packing Mrs. Feng's belongings, Feng Yuan said, "I'm not upset with my brother-in-law. I just worry that Mom can't handle all these rumors. You know the truth about this matter, so don't explain anything you hear. Don't be angry. Just focus on living your life. If it gets too much, come to the military headquarters and find me." Hearing this, Xiahua thought it made sense and helped pack her clothes. When Yang Xiong saw Feng Yuan really planning to leave with his luggage, he couldn't sit still. "Feng Yuan, what are you doing?" Feng Yuan glanced at Yang Xiong. "The military has arranged a family housing for me, so I'll take Mom there. No need to bother you anymore." Yang Xiong was startled. He quickly grabbed Feng Yuan's luggage. "Your brother-in-law was just joking. Mom is doing very well here with us." He really didn't expect Feng Yuan to get a family housing. Feng Yuan looked at Yang Xiong. "Now is the time for me to show filial piety. I can't always leave the responsibility to you." He pushed past Yang Xiong, who was blocking him, and, carrying his luggage in one hand and holding Mrs. Feng's hand in the other, he was about to leave. Feng Yuan was strong. With a casual push, Yang Xiong fell backward, landing on his backside. He didn't care about anything else. He quickly got up and again blocked Feng Yuan, grabbing his luggage and speaking softly, "Xiao Yuan, don't do this. Mom is living well here. You can't just take her away like that." Feng Yuan glared at him. "Go away." His voice was full of authority, and his expression darkened, making him seem like a different person, intimidating everyone around him. Yang Xiong hesitated, loosened his grip, and took a step back.
"Xiao Yuan, you said you."
Madame Feng wanted to speak several times, but held back. She was used to being bullied, and endured it. For the first time, she saw her son's attitude, and felt somewhat relieved. In the end, she said nothing and followed her son. After they left, Yang Xiong ran to Feng Qiuhua and scolded angrily, "Why didn't you stop him? What about the winter and celebration tuition fees?" He also saw his brother's attitude just now. This husband was afraid of being tough. Whenever Xiao Yuan was polite to him, he would act proud and speak sharply. When he was tough, he would back down. "We can work with our hands and feet," Feng Qiuhua said. Yang Xiong shot her a sharp look. "You go and work then. You should learn from Yang's daughter-in-law. I heard she earns over 30 yuan in 20 days. Feng Qiuhua was not willing to show weakness. "I heard Lu's man in town built houses for others and earned 50 yuan a month." Since her mother and son were not around, Feng Qiuhua was not afraid to argue with Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. At the military district, Madame Feng's eyes lit up when she saw the house her son was assigned. It was a neat, blue brick house. It had a kitchen, a yard, and a small vegetable garden. She was excited. "Xiao Yuan, such a good house. Is it just for you to live in?" Feng Yuan nodded. "Yes. You will live here from now on." Afterward, he moved the bedding and sheets brought from home into a back room and said to Madame Feng, "Will you live in this room from now on?" Then, "Will the girl surnamed Chen and her friend also live in this yard?" Feng Yuan nodded. "Yes." Madame Feng mentioned Chenya and then remembered the rumors. She felt a bit scared and asked cautiously, "Did she really have a child with someone else?" Feng Yuan smiled. "You're listening to nonsense. The night before yesterday, Lu Dongxia came to see me. I explained everything to her. She was very angry, so I suspect she spread these rumors." Madame Feng sighed. "It's such a pity how Winter Xia has changed." Seeing Feng Yuan silent, Madame Feng whispered, "Really a shame. Mom, don't think about it anymore," Feng Yuan advised and started to light the stove to cook. Madame Feng looked at her son using a clean, convenient coal stove and felt happy, tears welling up again. "Mom, why are you crying again?"
Feng Yuan asked.
"You're living like a city person now. Mom is so happy." After speaking, she added, No wonder Dongxia is angry. She said just let her say a few times. You're a grown man. Don't argue with her. This is still our family's issue. With these conditions, which woman in the countryside would be willing to let go? Feng Yuan smiled and said, Mom, we haven't wronged anyone. It's all a misunderstanding. If she understands and stops, I won't argue with her. But if she dares to provoke further, I won't tolerate her anymore. People in the village can say whatever they want. He doesn't care. If she really writes a report to complain, he will be firm. Unaware, Fang Wanwan still immersed herself in the sea of knowledge, enjoying 3 meals a day prepared by Chinya. After dinner, Chinya hesitated in her room, then finally couldn't sit still, and came to Fang Wanwan's room to ask, Wanwan, I keep going to Feng Yuan's place. If someone sees me, will they gossip? Fang Wanwan smiled and said, Most people have gone home for the new year now. The few staying at the military area are mostly single men, who would pay attention to Feng Yuan every day. Chinya thought for a moment and said to Fang Wanwan, Since tomorrow is almost New Year's, I don't know how things are prepared over there. I'll go check.
Fang Wanwan nodded. Go ahead.
Watching her leave, Fang Wanwan helplessly shook her head. She really is a worrywart. Anyway, as long as she has good food and can see a bright future, she doesn't care about these trivial matters. A person's brain capacity and energy are limited. For now, she just needs to focus on one thing and get the big picture right. After Chinya left, Fang Wanwan returned to her sea of knowledge. One problem after another, calculations and verifications, made her feel like she was back in high school preparing for exams. Until the light from the book was blocked, she looked up. Su Cheng. Fang Wanwan instantly stood up from her chair and turned around to hold Su Cheng tightly. This sudden collision made Su Cheng let out a hiss, and his handsome face twisted instantly. Only then did Fang Wanwan realize what had happened, quickly releasing him and asking with concern, Are you okay? Are you hurt? She was both worried and anxious. Su Cheng enjoyed watching her changing expressions. She had missed him so much these past few days. Nothing serious, he said softly, pulling her back into his arms. Fang Wanwan struggled a bit in his embrace. What do you mean, nothing serious? Here, even a small cut on your finger while chopping vegetables is considered an injury. As she spoke, she reached out to check his wound. Su Cheng listened to her exaggerated tone and felt a bit helpless, allowing her to unbutton his clothes carelessly. When Fang Wanwan saw the large bandage wrapped around his right chest, with blood seeping through, she immediately felt distressed. This is so serious, and you say you're fine. She pushed him to sit down. Hearing her fussing and complaining, mixed with concern, he felt very secure inside. He obediently sat down and let her button his clothes back up. Why does Commander Wu need you to do this job? Can't someone else do it? Fang Wanwan really felt sorry for him. Su Cheng reached out with a big hand and pulled her into his arms again, happily enjoying her scent. He softly said, It's really nothing. This small injury was nothing to him. When he held her in his arms, Fang Wanwan didn't dare move at all. Seeing how carefully she was being with him, Su Cheng couldn't help but smile and asked, Have you missed me these past few days at home? Can't sleep because you're on my mind? Fang Wanwan looked at the bed covers nervously. She probably did think about him, but only when she was bored, and she didn't exaggerate. This didn't mean she didn't love Su Cheng. Her heart was more open than others. As long as the people or things away from her were safe, she wouldn't worry too much. But when she was with him, she would cherish him completely and express her feelings with great enthusiasm. Her reserved, sensitive, and modest personality was very different from Su Cheng's. Su Cheng glanced at the messy bed and softly asked, Have you been sleeping on my bed these days? It seemed she really missed him. Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes. The quilt smells like you. I sleep peacefully. She was sure Su Cheng liked hearing that. Besides, saying these things didn't cost her much effort or money. Even if it did, she'd be happy to do it. Making the person she liked happy made her happy too. Sure enough, the next second, Su Cheng gently lifted her face and kissed her tenderly. Fang Wanwan was afraid of pulling his wound, so she didn't dare move at all. After a while, he finally let her go. Did you come back for dinner? Fong Wanwan asked him.
Shu Cheng smiled.
Yes, I ate. Then he turned and took a paper-wrapped package from behind the door, handing it to Fong Wanwan. Here, I don't know if it's cold. If it is, I'll heat it up on the stove. Fong Wanwan opened the paper wrapping and saw 2 golden fried carrot buns. She sniffed them and smiled. Warm and fragrant. Then she took 1 bun and took a bite. Seeing her enjoy it, Su Chung was about to turn to leave. Fong Wanwan immediately grabbed his arm. Where are you going? I'm going to heat some water, wash my face, and freshen up. Fong Wanwan quickly put down her bun and stepped in front of Su Chung. Don't move. Sit here nicely, and I'll take care of everything else. Su Chung looked a bit helpless. It's really not a big deal. Fong Wanwan rolled her eyes. Why are you so stubborn? If you keep doing this, I'll get angry. She stopped eating her bun and hurried to the kitchen to boil water in an iron kettle on the stove. When she returned to the room, she saw Su Chung sitting at her study desk, flipping through her notes and exercises. How is it? Am I impressive? Su Chung nodded. Yes, very good. But there are 2 problems here that have easier solutions. Want me to tell you? His voice was gentle, clear, and very magnetic. Fong Wanwan was a bit surprised. After so many years, you still remember math?
Yes.
Not just math. I can also teach you physics and chemistry. Although Su Chung was recommended to college by workers, peasants, and soldiers, he was incredibly smart in studying. Besides English, he was top of his class in all subjects. But in this era, even English teachers had limited skills, so English wasn't very good everywhere. Fong Wanwan was curious about Su Cheng's solution. She leaned forward eagerly. Su Cheng took paper and pen, patiently demonstrating and analyzing. His thorough explanation made Fong Wanwan admire him greatly. His memory and logical thinking were simply perfect. Seeing her look at him with surprise, Su Cheng smiled. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? That's an expression of admiration. Can't you tell? Fong Wanwan smiled and pointed at her face. Su Cheng reached out and ruffled her hair. Is it so easy to admire someone? When you see young male teachers in the future, will you have the same look? He teased her playfully. Fong Wanwan waved her hand. That's different. Male teachers are for everyone to learn from, but you're only mine. I think your genes are so good that when our children are born, they'll be both handsome and smart. Our children? Su Chung was stunned. Thinking of that scene, a strange feeling arose in his heart. She has always been so afraid of pregnancy, yet she is thinking about having his child. Realizing this, Su Cheng's bright eyes showed a hint of a smile. Yes, your daughter looks like you, and your son looks like me. After finishing her words, Fong Wanwan remembered Chinya. Feng Yuan and Chinya are together. Su Chung wasn't surprised. He simply nodded lightly. That's good. As he guessed, she is the missing Lu Dongxia. He looked at Fong Wanwan again. You won't leave me again, right? 3 years? He felt that even being apart for 4 days was hard for him. Fong Wanwan blinked. My household registration is already sorted. Where else could I go? When she mentioned her household registration, she thought of Chinya's and asked about it. Seeing her worried face over someone else's matter, Su Cheng smiled. Feng Yuan should be the worried one. Why are you so anxious? Fong Wanwan gave a shy smile. It's probably difficult for Feng Yuan to find a solution. These past few days, she's been cooking for me while you're away. Su Chung smiled. And, after confirming Chenya's identity, Fong Wanwan felt a closer connection. Nothing? If Feng Yuan asks, can you help him? I think Sister Chenya really has it tough, she sincerely said. If she went back, she wasn't sure she would have the courage to return. Su Cheng thought for a moment and nodded gently. Fong Wanwan finished the remaining buns and warned Su Cheng not to go out. She then went to the kitchen, poured a basin of hot water, and brought back a towel. She also took out clean clothes for Su Cheng and laid them on the bed. Her caring service was very thoughtful. Su Cheng watched her busy around, hesitating to speak. Fong Wanwan noticed his awkwardness. What's wrong? Can I look? Su Cheng sighed. No, it's nothing. He just felt a little uncomfortable. Fong Wanwan snatched the towel from his hand. Let me help you wipe. She was quite familiar with this. She had seen it all before. Besides, you're like this now. What else can I do? She muttered unhappily. Su Ching found it a bit funny and let her do as she pleased. In his mind, he thought that he hadn't done much. His movable part still moved, and he didn't want her to worry. Fong Wanwan didn't care what Su Ching was thinking. She wiped his back and handed him his clothes. As for what came next, Fong Wanwan still left the room. Until the water inside was gone, she came back in, took the basin from Su Ching, and said, I'll do it. Wanwan, it's really not that serious. Fong Wanwan didn't care about him. To her, this was a serious injury that needed care. In the past, when everything was good, he took care of her. Now, it's only right for her to take care of him, and she was very happy to do so. After pouring water, Fong Wanwan went to the cabinet and took out a new cotton coat, handing it to Su Ching. Try this on. Su Ching took the coat and put it on. It fit perfectly. The coat had slanted pockets at the waist and snap buttons at the collar. When the buttons were fastened, it could turn into a stand-up collar, and there was a large hood. The coat was thick and reached just below the knees. Su Ching was tall and straight, and wearing this black cotton coat, he looked neither bulky nor awkward. Instead, he looked relaxed and elegant. Su Ching was very pleased. It was warm and lightweight. Fong Wanwan nodded happily. Not bad, not bad. Just then, Chinya came back. Hearing the noise, she knocked on the door. Wanwan, are you alone at home? Fong Wanwan quickly replied, Su Ching is back. After a while, there was no sound outside. Fong Wanwan told Su Ching to lie on the bed, then she went to open the door. She peeked out and saw that no one was in the living room. She went to Chinya's door and knocked. The door opened, and Chinya looked a little embarrassed. Did I disturb you? Fong Wanwan smiled. Not at all. My skin is much thicker than yours. Chinya saw her almost beaming with happiness and whispered, Can you not show it so obviously? Fong Wanwan touched her face and said unconsciously, Really? Chinya was speechless. Your mouth is almost up to your ears. Fong Wanwan felt a bit shy, calmed down, and said seriously, You said it yourself. A small separation is better than a new marriage. She thought Chinya would tease her a bit more, but instead, Chinya sighed softly. I'm really envious of you. What happened with you and Fong Yuan? Fong Wanwan sensed something was wrong. Nothing much. I just went to see Granny Fong. We had agreed to meet after the new year, but something unpleasant must have happened. I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. It's really worrying. Fong Wanwan looked at her with a curious expression. I see you care a lot about him and his family. Is it just love at first sight? Chinya looked at Fong Wanwan's inquisitive eyes and remembered her own anger when talking to a wealthy family in the county. She secretly had a suspicion she wanted to confirm. She believes that there are no coincidences in this world. People are connected by similarities or opposites. Like when she first arrived, she felt a sense of familiarity. After a while, she finally spoke. Have you heard about Fong Yuan's past? Fong Wanwan nodded. Yes. I'm Lu Dongxia from before, Chinya said calmly. If she weren't a time traveler, she wouldn't understand this statement. She could just joke about it or say something else to cover it up. Although Fong Wanwan had known for a while, hearing her say it directly still shocked her. Seeing Fong Wanwan's surprised expression, Chinya chuckled softly. With your status, you shouldn't be so shocked. Not really, Fong Wanwan said, surprised by her honesty. You can't just say things like that casually. If someone malicious finds out, they might try to study me. Lu Dongxia knows, Chinya said, seeing she understood. Did she give you a hard time? Her little tricks aren't enough to worry me. Fong Wanwan thought she was quite bold, which didn't quite match her appearance. But she also understood that, given her past situation in the Lu family, she had to be strong, or she would have been completely consumed. Thinking for a moment, she felt a bit embarrassed and said, Your antiques. Chinya shook her head, knowing what she meant. Even if you don't buy them, she'll sell them to someone else. Besides, I have no status to ask for these things back. It's not a big deal. To get the same items, you'd have to pay. Now that she knows my identity, I'd have to pay a huge price to get them back. It's better if you buy them. After saying this, she suddenly asked, "Are you like me?" Fong Wanwan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, yes. Hearing this, tears welled up in Chinya's eyes, but she quickly smiled and hugged her. It's really not easy. Then the two started talking about their past families and experiences. When she heard about Fong Wanwan's original family, Chinya was stunned. I know them. The Fong family's Tianyua Hotel is the top in Pingcheng with many branches. It costs over 1,000 yuan a night. I heard their daughter had a serious illness, but after she recovered, she suddenly became a star and invested a lot of money. So we come from the same world, Fong Wanwan said excitedly. You really are unfortunate, Chinya said regretfully. Fong Wanwan is a person who lives in the moment. There's nothing to regret. As long as she treats my parents and brother well, that's enough. I am determined to become a truly wealthy generation like my parents in this world. Let's see who dares to call me useless. Chinya nodded approvingly, giving her a thumbs up. What if I join you? You're so capable. If we work together, we will definitely succeed, Fong Wanwan said excitedly. The two talked more and more happily, forgetting all about Sioux City. Finally, Fong Wanwan couldn't help asking, how did you come here? Chunya smiled and said, after the dean died, I had no relatives left there. I couldn't let go of Feng Yuan, so I wasn't in the mood to start a new life. Later, I sold all my assets, donated 2/3 of the money, and planned to travel around to relax and let go of the past. During this time, I passed by a temple and suddenly wanted to set up a memorial for the dean and donate some merit money. As I was about to leave, a monk stopped me, saying he wanted to talk. I thought he was just an ordinary monk, but he saw through all my worries. He understood my current difficulties and said I was blessed and willing to help me fulfill this wish. I was half convinced, but because I still couldn't let go of Feng Yuan, I decided to trust him. After preparing myself, he truly brought me into this world. Hearing this, Fong Wanwan found it amazing, but then she thought that if time travel could happen, it wouldn't be strange to have such wise people in different worlds. Chunya looked at her sparkling eyes and asked, if there was a way, would you go back? Fong Wanwan thought for a moment and shook her head. Since I've already made my decision, I won't change it. As long as my family is happy and everyone accepts it, that's enough. As for wealth, isn't this the best time with the most opportunities? Besides, there's no Sioux City over there. When she mentioned Sioux City, Fong Wanwan immediately stood up. Forget it, I won't stay with you. You need to figure out how to get an identity. Let's work together and build something great. As she was leaving, she suddenly remembered something. My husband is injured. I'll do the cooking and chopping vegetables tomorrow. Just let him cook. Also, call Feng Yuan and Aunt Feng over. I'll buy more groceries tomorrow. Is it serious? It looks painful, Fong Wanwan said shamelessly. Chinya's mouth twitched. All right, go take care of him. When Fong Wanwan returned to her room in Sioux City, she saw him lying quietly on the bed, reading a book. Fong Wanwan walked over, snatched the book from Su Cheng's hand, and whispered into his ear, sleep now. Su Cheng obediently took off his clothes and lay down in bed, with Fong Wanwan lying beside him. Su Cheng reached out and pulled the lamp cord, and the room suddenly went dark. Fong Wanwan was worried about pressing on his wound, so she just hugged his arm and rubbed against it. Su Cheng turned to face Fong Wanwan, pulling her into his arms again, and whispered, is it still the safe period today? Fong Wanwan was a bit speechless. We'll see when you're better. Su Cheng's voice was muffled. All right. Fong Wanwan thought, this isn't about that at all. They say men who have opened their hearts can't go hungry, and it really is true. Seeing his sad all right made her feel a little sorry for him. She tilted her head back in his arms and gently pressed a kiss on his chin, saying, sleep now. It was better not to kiss, but once she did, Su Cheng felt like his body was instantly set on fire, making him feel uncomfortable all over. The person in his arms was fragrant and soft. When he was on missions outside, he often thought about her in his arms at night. Now, holding her felt even more difficult. Wanwan, don't move. Su Cheng tried very hard to hold back. Fong Wanwan was puzzled. I'm just turning around. She felt like crying but had no tears, and added, I'll go sleep in the other room. But the hand holding her didn't loosen at all, as if he didn't hear her at all. She decided she must go to the county's family planning office tomorrow to ask for a bigger size. If he kept bothering her, something would definitely go wrong. Fong Wanwan struggled hard, and suddenly she heard a hiss. She immediately stopped moving and asked nervously, Does it hurt? In the dark, Su Cheng's lips curled slightly, and he whispered, It doesn't hurt. Don't move, and I won't move.
His wife really cared about him.
Usually, small injuries like this wouldn't matter much, not even to him. Fong Wanwan secretly reached out and touched the bandaged wound, wanting to say something but hesitating, feeling that it was unnecessary. If Su Cheng said she couldn't do something because he was worried, she would definitely refuse. Su Cheng held her hand and asked softly, What do you want to say? Be more careful in the future, Fong Wanwan said sharply. Su Cheng didn't feel it at all. He stroked her hand gently and said softly, and Fong Wanwan couldn't help but nuzzle into his chest. He was really warm. The next morning, Fong Wanwan opened her eyes and tried to gently get out of Su Cheng's arms. However, she didn't expect that he was so strong even while sleeping, so she couldn't move quietly. To avoid waking him, she had to slip out of bed. After getting out, she covered him with a blanket again and tiptoed out of the room. As soon as she closed the door, Su Cheng opened his eyes, a carefree smile spreading across his face. His heart felt as sweet and soft as being soaked in honey. He thought, how could there be such a cute girl in this world? No wonder men are eager to get married. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe what others say. In the past, he used to look down on his married teammates when they discussed their wives. Now, he seemed to understand his father a little better. After Fong Wanwan finished washing up, she saw Chinya come out, ready to make breakfast in the kitchen. She quickly instructed, Make some noodle soup with meat, eggs, and green onions.
Don't add chili.
I'm going to buy some vegetables. Chinya nodded with an okay gesture, indicating she understood. Fong Wanwan happily left with her basket. On her way back, Fong Wanwan bought a chicken, some red dates to stock up on chicken soup, and a fish. The vegetables at home were from the Yang family. The chicken was alive, so neither Fong Wanwan nor Chinya dared to handle it. They stared at the chicken for a long time until Su Cheng got up and saw the scene. After washing up, he went to the kitchen to get a knife. Just as he was about to start, Fong Wanwan stopped him, saying he was unwell and couldn't do such bloody work. In the end, Chinya called Feng Yuan. Su Jian came to check on Su Cheng and also to pass a message to the leader. Seeing the scene, he couldn't help but laugh. He teased Su Cheng, You're enjoying a level 1 injury benefit. I'm injured too, but no one cares about me. He said he would continue dating after the new year. The last girl had been in a good mood after receiving a hairpin, and when they met again, she subtly hinted for him to buy this and that. Before he went on a business trip, she also gave him 1,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. Su Jian thought, We're not even able to pay that much yet, which made him a bit annoyed. What annoyed him most was her asking him to find a job for her brother in the military district. Su Jian didn't have that much power, so he just decided to forget it. Feng Yuan finished slaughtering the chicken, Fong Wanwan plucked the feathers and washed the vegetables, while Chinya chopped and cooked. Su Jian saw the new padded jacket on Su Cheng and asked, Did your sister-in-law buy that for you? Su Cheng nodded and replied, Yes. Looking again at Feng Yuan, who kept glancing toward the kitchen, I always felt he had a special connection with the new sister, Chen. What's wrong with you? You already have a girlfriend, yet you keep staring at that sister. That's not right. If others find out, it could hurt our soldiers' image. Feng Yuan was scolded, but didn't get angry. He calmly explained, I broke up with Lu Dongxia. I plan to marry this sister. Su Jian was so surprised he couldn't speak. He also thought Lu Dongxia wasn't very good and didn't approve of this marriage, but this change was so quick. He felt like he had missed something during the days Feng Yuan was gone. Did Lu Dongxia and this sister agree? Feng Yuan nodded.
Yes.
Su Jian couldn't help but sigh. Beautiful people really are different.
Sigh.
He wanted to ask more but suddenly heard Su Ching say, "Did Commander Wu send you to see me?" Su Jiyun almost forgot the main reason for his visit. He quickly said, "Yesterday, he waited for you to report. He waited a long time." "You really? Are you in such a hurry to see your wife?" Su Ching stood up and said, "Didn't you go already? Can it be the same?" They both headed toward the door. At the entrance, Su Ching suddenly turned back and said to Feng Yuan, "Tell your wife that I went out for a bit." "Don't worry." Su Jiyun grimaced and said, "No way?" "Su Ching, do you have to be so dramatic?" "How is that dramatic?" Su Ziyun felt Su Ching was very unfamiliar now. Everywhere is exaggerated. Su Ching ignored him and walked ahead. When they reached the office, Commander Wu was already waiting. Seeing Su Ching, he quickly stood up and looked him over. "How are your injuries? Do you need to go to the hospital again?"
I'm fine.
Commander Wu looked at his face and spirit and believed him. Su Jiyun smiled and said, "What are you worried about? He's just got a small injury, but it makes his wife worry. Early in the morning, he bought a chicken to make soup, but he wouldn't let him kill it. He even called Feng Yuan to slaughter the chicken." Commander Wu nodded with a smile. "You're lucky. Since you married, your whole spirit has brightened. Watch, now you have a watch, a coat, and even a thick winter coat. It's quite enviable." Su Cheng's lips curled slightly. "If you have something important to say, just get to it." Commander Wu sat back in a seat, lit a cigarette, and gestured for Su Cheng to sit down. After Su Cheng was seated, he spoke, "We received news from the capital. After the first batch of foreign investment arrived, everyone rushed to buy land. Originally, the Qin family had a firm grip on a piece of land, but it was taken by a company with the surname Su from Huqiao, who paid twice as much." Su Cheng was confused. "But that's not our business. What does it have to do with us? Or are there DT agents among these foreign investors?" Commander he glanced at Su Jiyun and said, "You can go back now." Su Jiyun nodded and left the office. "Recently, people from the capital came to check your father's records. I suspect that the foreign investor with the surname Su is your grandfather," Commander he said, carefully watching Su Cheng's expression. Su Cheng was silent for a moment. He didn't want to discuss this and thought of something else. "There are 2 slots for transferring to the capital. I want one of them." Commander Wu smiled. "Did you ask Fong Qingshan for it?" Surprised, Su Cheng looked at him. "Did he tell you? Otherwise, with your personality, would you ask me?" "He already submitted 2 reports about this and made 2 phone calls," Commander Wu said, disappointed. "He used to not do things like this." "I promised him," Su Cheng replied. Commander Wu nodded.
All right.
Your father-in-law, really. Please pay attention to my wife's household registration. The documents are all ready. After the new year, there should be news when work resumes," Su Ching said. Commander Wu patted his shoulder. "Not bad. I thought you used this favor to flatter Fong Qingshan, but it turns out you're making an exchange. That's fine. You have new clothes, a watch, and I heard you bought a refrigerator. If you had half the awareness of your father-in-law, maybe you should visit my house?" Su Cheng was surprised. "We bought a refrigerator?" Commander Wu nodded. "Didn't your wife tell you?"
No, Su Cheng stood up.
"I'll go check." Commander Wu looked amused. "Why rush? The refrigerator isn't going to fly away. Is there anything else to say? Come to my house on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year." Commander Wu patted his shoulder again. "And remember, without your permission, no one can look into your father's records." "Thank you." "All right, go ahead. No need to be in such a hurry." After returning to Sioux City, he took another look around the house and noticed the new curtains, a fresh tablecloth on the desk, and some flowers. It felt a bit like the new year was coming. When he reached the kitchen door, he saw Fong Wanwan busy behind Chinya, rushing around. She was handing out bowls, washing vegetables, and chatting happily. He also saw the white double-door refrigerator. He stood at the door for a while, but Fong Wanwan didn't notice him. It seemed she was happier with Chunya than with him. He clenched his fist and coughed deliberately near his lips. Hearing the noise, Fong Wanwan quickly looked up. Seeing Su Shen, she hurriedly said, "Chunya is here. Don't worry, go back to your room and rest." She then pulled Su Qing into the room. took out 2 sets of clothes from the wardrobe, and said, "These are for Finfin and Hang to wear for the new year. They're not coming, so they can't wear them now." Su Ching took the clothes from her hand. "I'll have someone send them over later. Can you ask Su Jian to come and drive me to the store? She wanted to go shopping." "I'll go with you," Su Ching said. "You should rest at home." "I'll ask Sister Chinya to keep you company," Fong Wanwan smiled. Su Ching hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Finally, he said, "On the second day of the new year, we'll visit Commander Wu's house to wish him a happy new year." "Okay."
It's a good chance to buy some gifts.
Lunch was ready, a big table full of dishes. Fong Wanwan asked Feng Yuan to call Su Jiyun and Granny Feng over. Granny Feng looked at the table with chicken soup, meat, and eggs, and hesitated to come forward. She whispered, "Isn't there still a day until the new year?" Fong Wanwan smiled and stood up, pulling her to sit next to Chinya. "Yes, but since someone got hurt, we're making some good food to help them recover. All these are Chinya's cooking. Come, try some." Su Jian also joked nearby, "Granny, don't be shy. It's not just for us. We're just here to enjoy and share the joy." She then glanced at Su Cheng. Everyone ate until they were full. Before leaving, Fong Wanwan scooped out 2 more bowls of chicken soup, one for Feng Yuan to take back and one for Su Jian. Su Cheng called out to Su Jian, "Later, when you come to drive, my wife and I will go to the county town." "Okay." Granny Feng followed behind Feng Yuan and asked, "Was this family your boss's family just now?" Feng Yuan nodded. "Yes, that's right." The mother looked at the young and handsome leader and thought Chinya might find it inconvenient to live there. She wondered if it would be better for Chinya to move in earlier. She shared this idea with Feng Yuan, who immediately agreed, though he wasn't sure if Chinya's older sister would be willing. After sending Aunt Feng home, Feng Yuan returned to Su Cheng's house. Chinya saw him come back so quickly and thought something was wrong. Feng Yuan gently explained Aunt Feng's idea as if it were his own, then added, "If you don't want to sleep with my mom, I can sleep on the floor. I have a mat and bedding anyway." He looked at Chinya with hope. At this moment, Fong Zizian drove over, having taken Su Cheng and Fong Wanyan to the county. The house was empty. Chinya thought for a moment. Fong Wanyan was bold and said whatever she wanted, not caring if anyone was around, especially in front of her, always calling him my man. Su Cheng, however, was different. He tried several times to hold Fong Wanyan's hand, but would quickly pull back when someone approached. This didn't bother Fong Wanyan, but did affect Su Cheng. He nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the shameless Fong Wanyan was sitting in the car with Su Cheng heading into the county. She asked Su Cheng to deliver some clothes to Wang Xuexiang, saying she needed to buy something, and told him to meet her at Lu Chumei's noodle shop. Su Cheng was worried and wanted to go with her. "What are you buying?" Fong Wanyan looked at Su Jiyun and felt a bit embarrassed. "I'll tell you when we get home." Su Cheng was a bit helpless. "Be careful." After Su Cheng and Su Jiyun left, Fong Wanyan secretly asked several older women for the address of the family planning station. "We only have this size," said the impatient aunt at the family planning supplies station, giving Fong Wanyan a look. "Such things should be bought by men. What does a young girl know?" Seeing Fong Wanyan's speechless expression, the aunt asked, "Are you married?" This time, Fong Wanyan was prepared. She took out her marriage certificate. The aunt's attitude changed immediately, smiling. "Looking at the wedding date, you probably haven't had your first child yet, huh? Why worry about pregnancy? That guy is pretty good looking."
It would be a shame not to have his children.
Fong Wanyan really wanted to roll her eyes. She was already embarrassed enough, and now she had to listen to all this nonsense. Finally, she said, "If not, then forget it." But the aunt continued, "Young girl, you're pretty fiery."
Fine. Fine.
Fine. You're just trying to say you're a modern woman, focusing on your career first, right? Fong Wanyan immediately straightened up, adopting her new role. Exactly. Having money, there's no need to care about others' opinions when having more children. That Annie then said, "Luckily, it's the new era. If I were young and thought like that, I would be sent back to my parents' house." Fong Wanwan could only smile and nod in agreement. "The staff here are really free. if it were a department store clerk who would have time to chat nonsense with you. Miss, do you have this? Please give a clear answer. The Annie smiled and said, you can take medicine. It's a product from Kyoto, but a bit expensive. Usually, wealthy families buy it to avoid family planning or sterilization. 1 pill lasts a month. After asking about the price, Fong Wanwan quickly paid and bought 5 pills. She wanted to buy 10, but the older sister said taking too many could cause coldness and if it made her infertile, that would be a real problem. 1 pill costs 3 yuan, which isn't cheap in this time. After buying the medicine, Fong Wanwan finally felt at ease. Then she went to the department store to buy 4 bottles of alcohol, a pack of cigarettes, a pound of fruit candies, and 2 pounds of apples. These were gifts for the second day of the new year to visit Commander Wu's house. She also bought some New Year vegetables. Thinking that the refrigerator was now at home, she bought fish, meat, ribs, pig's feet, and chicken. She bought plenty of flour and fine noodles too. When she carried all these things to Lu Chunmei's noodle shop, Fong Wanwan felt like her hands were about to give out. Only then did she realize that the woman leader Yang Rong from the state-run restaurant had come to the shop to introduce 2 people to make clothes, and Lu Chunmei went to measure their sizes. After placing the items, Fong Wanwan went to Lu Yongqiang's place to ask about the sewing machines. Lu Yongqiang's efficiency was impressive. All 10 sewing machines had arrived, just waiting for Fong Wanwan to take them after the new year and start working hard. She added 5 more machines, but she had to pay half the cost. She took out 500 yuan and handed it to Lu Yongqiang, asking him to find people after the new year to bring the machines to Shangyang village to find Yang Shiqin and Lu Xiaohong. Once everything was arranged, Fong Wanwan returned to Yang's noodle shop, where Su Chung and Lu Ziyun had already been waiting inside. When Fong Wanwan arrived, Lu's parents insisted they stay for a bowl of noodles. After eating, Su Chung wanted to help carry things but was refused by Fong Wanwan, leaving everything to Su Ziyun. Su Ziyun was both amused and helpless, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'm injured too." Fong Wanwan shyly touched her nose and said, "Sorry, I didn't notice." Su Ziyun. When they arrived at the military district, the car stopped at the gate of Su City. Fong Wanwan put her things inside the house, then took a pound of pork ribs and a chicken to Su Ziyun. "Take these home for the new year." Su Ziyun's mother came over, bringing food for the holiday. Su Ziyun was not polite and smiled at Su Chung. "Thanks to Brother Zoncheng, I can now enjoy a good meal too." Su Chung looked at him sharply. Su Ziyun quickly stepped on the gas and drove away. Su Chung thought to himself that only he could enjoy his wife's special meals. As for Su Ziyun, that was a gift, and it was completely different. When they entered the house, Fong Wanwan noticed that Chunya was not there. She thought Chunya had gone to Feng Yuan's place. Later that evening, Chunya returned and told her she had moved in with Feng Yuan. Fong Wanwan found this hard to believe. She pulled Chunya into a room. "You're living there now, but you don't have a marriage certificate. What if?" The reason she dared to share a room with Su Chung before was because their feelings weren't very deep. They loved each other very much before, and now that they are finally together, it could easily cause problems. Chunya smiled and said, "I'm not a 3-year-old. Just go with the flow." Fong Wanwan felt something was wrong. She thought for a moment, then took 2 small items she bought from her pocket and handed one to Chunya. "Here for you. What is it?" Seeing that Fong Wanwan didn't explain, Chunya understood immediately. She smiled, put one in her mouth, and swallowed it. Fong Wanwan looked at her in surprise. "You don't even need water? I've taken more medicine than candy. This isn't a big deal. The thing you mentioned probably wouldn't happen to me anyway. I'm cold and often sick, so taking this is safer." Fong Wanwan didn't know what to say. She went back to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and took one herself. Watching Chunya leave, Fong Wanwan suddenly felt a bit sympathetic. In this era, women couldn't have children and had to marry a younger brother 6 years her junior. That kind of courage was truly admirable. Su Chung saw Fong Wanwan hadn't come out, so he knocked on her door. Fong Wanwan told him Chunya had moved to Feng Yuan's place. Living together before marriage was still rare in these times. After the new year, everyone would come back, especially the women gossiping, and who knew what rumors might spread. If Lu Dongxia's side caused trouble again, Feng Yuan's situation could become a big deal or a small one. Seeing her worried, Su Qing pulled her into his arms. That's something for after the new year. He wanted to say, could she just focus on his matters for now? Feng Wanwan was still lost in thought when Su Qing gently held her face in his hands. His voice was soft and warm. Wanwan, I miss you. Feng Wanwan was surprised and looked up at him. I miss you too. Su Qing wasn't like her. Saying such things was difficult for him. She felt him hold her tighter and heard him say, I'm really fine. He picked her up and carried her to his room, placing her on the bed and closing the door. He took off her shoes and coat, and he did the same. Su Qing was always gentle and patient, but Feng Wanwan was a bit scared when she saw the gauze wrapped around his bare chest. She worried he might accidentally tear his wound. Thinking for a moment, she shyly said, let me do it. Su Qing was surprised but then saw Feng Wanwan jump onto him. Feng Wanwan was knowledgeable and confident in handling such things, and she quickly took control, bringing Su Qing into a different state of mind. Feng Wanwan wasn't as gentle and caring as Su Qing, but her cleverness and boldness made him feel like he was drowning in her. After their intimacy, Su Qing looked at the bite mark on his shoulder and couldn't help but laugh softly. Wanwan, why do you like biting people? Feng Wanwan smiled and asked, don't you like it? Su Qing hugged her tighter and didn't say anything. He wanted to express his feelings, but he knew it might seem strange. Feng Wanwan hummed, who was calling out so cute when they were bitten just now? Ha! He used to stay silent when she did that. Help! Feng Wanwan thought she was adorable and bit him a few more times. Su Qing quickly covered her mouth. If the lights were on now, he'd definitely see his ears and probably his neck turn red. That uncontrollable feeling made him feel embarrassed. Fortunately, Feng Wanwan didn't mind and adjusted his arm before falling asleep. Su Qing dressed and tidied everything up for her, then held her close again. Listening to her steady breathing by his pillow, he finally felt the deep happiness that belonged to him. On New Year's Eve, Feng Wanwan thought she had woken up early, but Su Qing had already gotten up before her. When she finished dressing and left her room, Su Qing had already prepared hot water for her to wash up. After washing, she went to the dining table and found that Su Qing had cooked vegetable and lean meat porridge, along with a few eggs. Su Qing watched her drink several bowls of porridge without saying a word and couldn't help but ask, did Sister Chinyu make it? Or did I? Feng Wanwan was a bit surprised that Su Qing would ask such a question. I thought for a moment, then smiled and said, of course it's you. Sister Chinyu's cooking is good, but yours suits my taste better. Luckily, Chinyu wasn't here, or this would be a hard question to answer. Su Qing lowered his eyes, hiding his smile, and peeled another egg for her. Feng Wanwan took the egg from his hand and said, your boiled eggs are also tastier than mine. Su Qing finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. That's a bit exaggerated. Feng Wanwan looked serious and said, it's not exaggerated. Don't you think I eat better when I'm next to you? That's the idea. Su Qing thought her reason was a bit far-fetched, but he also felt it made some sense. He looked up and saw her happily eating porridge and eggs, and unexpectedly, he found it very delicious too. He wasn't sure if it was because of her actions or her words earlier. After breakfast, Feng Wanwan started planning her day. Today was New Year's Eve. She took out some spring couplets for Su Qing to put up, while she planned to wash the dishes. Su Qing pulled her hand and said, it's cold. Let me wash the dishes. Feng Wanwan remembered he was injured and said, later, you just need to hold the spoon. We also need to make dumplings. After putting up the spring couplets, come and knead the dough. She then collected the bowls and went to the backyard. In the countryside at the Su family home, old Su sat on the kong, taking the remittance slip his eldest son just picked up from the post office. He couldn't believe it and said, it's New Year's, and they only sent 20 yuan? Su Wang's face looked unhappy too. This kid has really been a waste all these years. Money's wife had a pale face. And there's old Third's marriage. It has to be done after the new year. What can we do without money? Old Su wiped his forehead and told his eldest son, you go there this time.
Su Wang looked troubled.
He knew Su Chung was stubborn and wouldn't listen to reason. He didn't care about age or status. If he tried to negotiate without leverage, he wouldn't get anything good, and he might even lose more. He worried he'd get scolded when he returned. His mother and old third had taken Finfin and Hang Hang last time. Originally, they received 40 yuan a month, but after causing trouble, it was cut to 20. The bride price for old third was also gone. He didn't want to do such a thankless job. Dad, a few days ago, Teacher Yang from the village brought back a newspaper. There was a missing person notice that looked a bit like Su Cheng's dad. At first, he arranged for Su Cheng to get a household registration with us to give him an identity, but he didn't ask clearly who he really was or if he was from a wealthy family. Maybe we should go check. Old Mr. Su's eyes brightened as he remembered his son, who came back unexpectedly. He didn't want to change his family name, and in the whole village, only their family had the surname Su. The village committee said they followed orders from above to bring him here. This young man's manners and clothes showed he came from a wealthy family. After settling his household registration, he left 300 yuan and never returned. When he heard he had died, his wife brought back a child and also received 2,000 yuan, then disappeared. Bring some things to Mr. Yang's house to check, old Mr. Yang decided immediately. Su Wang went to the kiln to feel the winter melons and took some candies prepared for the new year before setting off. Mr. Yang had never met Su Cheng's father, but had raised Su Cheng himself. He had heard about his background and family history. It seemed like a coincidence. They both had the surname Su. The newspaper had written that the missing person's age matched the year Su Cheng's father registered in the village, so he brought the paper back and mentioned it to Su Wang. Su Cheng had looked good and smart since he was a child, so old Mr. Yang had a deep impression of him. He handed the newspaper to Su Wang and asked him to take it home. Old Mr. Su looked at the photo on the paper and froze. Wasn't this young man Su Cheng's father, Su Yan? Seeing his father's trembling hands, Su Wang leaned in and asked, "Is it really him?" Only old Mr. Su and Mrs. Qian had seen Su Yan before. Mrs. Qian looked at the photo and confirmed immediately. Su Xiong was excited. "Dad, someone's searching for a person in the newspaper, like this isn't an ordinary person." He took his hands out of his sleeve and pointed to the phone number on the paper. "What are we waiting for?"
Call them.
Who would call?
Mrs. Qian said.
Last time she called from the military district, it cost several yuan in just a few minutes. Ask Mr. Yang for help. You know how expensive a call is? Just a few words cost 5 or 6 yuan. Mrs. Qian thought it was too costly. Old Mr. Su was angry. Such a shallow eye. If they pay, what's a few yuan? 30 years ago, Su Yan could pay 300 yuan at once, which was a huge sum then. 20 years ago, Su Yan's wife paid 2,000 yuan, and now it wouldn't be less than 10,000. Our family raised Su Cheng not for nothing, old Mr. Su added. He took out 10 yuan for Su Wang to go find old Mr. Yang and call the supply and marketing cooperative. Old Mr. Su also went along, since his son hadn't seen Su Yan before and might not explain clearly. Teacher Yang called the newspaper's number. Luckily, in this time period, few people had phones and calls were expensive. Usually, no one would bother calling unless it was important. When Teacher Yang dialed, the call went through. After explaining the purpose, he handed the receiver to Old Man Su. On the other end, an older man's voice sounded. Old Man Su tried his best to speak standard Mandarin and described what Su Yan looked like at that time. After hearing this, the person on the line changed. That elderly man's voice became excited and trembling when he heard Su Old Man's description again. Old Man Su knew his son wouldn't just leave without a word. He truly had a grandson. He was so happy, he shed tears, and his hands trembled as he held the phone. He called the butler, Lao Lu. Lao Lu understood his master's feelings. Even during the new year, he had to go. There were no flight tickets to go there, and if he drove, there were no decent highways. The only solution was to take the train. Mr. Su, trains during the new year are quite crowded. Be prepared, Lao Lu patiently advised. Su Yanting often thought about his son returning for that woman, sacrificing everything, and not even getting to see him one last time. It became a deep pain in his heart. He didn't believe they had no children after so many years. Since he was outside the country, he had to ask around through others. Finally, he learned about the child's existence.
But where?
What was he doing? He never found out. As long as I can go, it's fine, Su Yanting said. Fang Wanwan looked at the table full of delicious New Year's Eve food. Her loneliness eased a lot. She wished her parents and younger brother a happy new year in her heart, then took 2 cups and poured a beer for Su Cheng. Su Cheng noticed the fleeting sadness in her eyes. He pursed his lips and raised his cup to Fang Wanwan. It's good to have someone you care about. Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes, that's good. They clinked cups. Fang Wanwan took a dumpling she made and placed it in Su Cheng's bowl. Try my cooking. Cooking? Su Cheng was amused by her sudden confidence. Well, if she said it was her cooking, then it was. Even if she just pinched the dumpling, it counted. He tasted it and nodded with satisfaction. Wanwan, didn't you say you wanted to go to Pengcheng someday? Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes, but that's a long way off. At least, she should wait until after her college entrance exams. After all, there aren't many university options right now, especially in Pengcheng, where good universities are mostly in the north.
Shucheng nari.
I need to prepare in advance. He wanted to say that if there was a task in Pengcheng, he would prioritize it to build a good foundation for a smooth transfer in the future. Fang Wanwan looked at him suspiciously. You're telling me this all of a sudden? Are you going on another mission?
Shucheng smiled.
Maybe. It's possible. He sensed some news might come in the next few days, so he wanted to give his wife a heads up so she could be mentally prepared. Fang Wanwan held her bowl and moved closer to Su Cheng. Is it really necessary to go? Seeing her sad expression, his heart warmed. Not exactly. He always tried to seize opportunities and never hesitated, but seeing her reaction, he hesitated. Since that's the case, if there's no urgent order, can't you stay at home and keep me company? And maybe tell me about chemistry and physics. Her tone carried a small request, making it hard for Su Cheng to refuse. Okay. Fang Wanwan smiled and took a few more sips of beer. She didn't usually like drinking, even high-quality red wine didn't interest her, and she couldn't understand why beer made her feel more tipsy the more she drank. She kept drinking, occasionally raising her glass to clink with Su Cheng. Seeing her getting a bit dizzy, Su Cheng gently advised, Be good. No more drinking. No. Keep going. She raised her glass and held it out to Su Cheng.
Pour me some.
Su Cheng looked at her flushed face, helplessly shook his head, took her glass, placed it on the table, then got up and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of soup for her. Just as he set the bowl in front of her, he noticed she had fallen asleep. He picked her up amused, saying, If you can't drink, just drink less. Then he carried her to the bedroom, laid her on the bed, and saw her fair face turn a faint pink, mumbling something in her sleep. He leaned down to listen, but before he knew it, she reached out and hooked his face, suddenly pressing his lips onto hers. Feeling the weight on him, she impatiently pushed him away, turned to the side, muttering softly.
Shucheng.
This time, Su Cheng clearly heard her. A big smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He leaned down and kissed her on the forehead, then sat by the bed and watched her for a while before getting up to clear the dishes in the hall. When he returned, he took a book and lay beside her. The girl hadn't drunk much, so why did she smell of alcohol? He leaned in closer to smell her and found the scent surprisingly pleasant. He felt like he was going crazy. Why did he find the smell of alcohol so appealing? He never used to like the smell of alcohol on anyone before. After getting up, he helped tuck her in again, reopened the book, and enjoyed the peaceful moment. On the first day of school, he visited Feng Yuan and Su Jian's families to exchange New Year greetings. Before leaving, Su Cheng told Feng Yuan to let him help Chinya book a room at the guest house after the second day of the new year. This wasn't an order, so Feng Yuan didn't respond either way. On the second day, Su Cheng took Feng Wanwan to Commander He's house. Years ago, Commander He bought a house in the county town because his children went to school there. At that time, there were no official commercial housing or real estate speculation. Most people bought old houses from locals and renovated them. The prices were affordable, around 2,000 yuan for a house with land. When Fong Wanwan arrived at Commander He's house, Aunt Wu warmly welcomed them. The house had 2 floors, was clean and tidy, and there was a vegetable garden behind it. The house was fully equipped with a TV, radio, and sofa. Fong Wanwan thought it looked quite nice. Seeing her, Commander Wu joked, "Wanwan is still so generous." Aunt Wu glared at her husband and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Su Chung won't be coming back next time." Then she brought a plate of fruit to Fong Wanwan and said, "Take some and eat. Don't be shy. The tape you gave last time was really good. My little Ling said it's very nice, and I heard it's from Kyoto?" Fong Wanwan smiled and nodded, "Yes. I'll go to the kitchen to fry some snacks. You two can chat slowly," Aunt Wu said politely before heading to the kitchen. Fong Wanwan quickly said, "I'll go too." Aunt Wu didn't refuse and happily led her to the kitchen. Commander He watched Fong Wanwan's back as she walked away, then looked at Su Chung. "I didn't expect Fong Qingshan to have taught his daughter so well."
Su Chen replied absent-mindedly.
"Recently, I received another task. Do you want to go?"
"No," Su Chen replied immediately.
"You didn't even let me finish talking." Commander Wu looked at Su Chung in disbelief. "If it's not an urgent task, don't assign it to me," Su Chung said firmly. "It's not." Commander Wu was about to ask why, but then seemed to understand something, showing a disappointed expression. "You're just like your dad. Is love obsession hereditary?" Su Chung ignored him. Commander Wu said again, "Let me tell you, this task isn't necessarily assigned to us. The people in Kyoto are also applying, and I heard Chin Kai is coordinating too. This kid has recently been getting close to Fong Qingshan.
Who knows what he's up to?
That has nothing to do with me." Commander Wu looked at him again. "If he succeeds this time, he'll be 1 rank above you."
So what?
"Are there no other tasks after this?" Commander He shook his head, looking disappointed. "What does it matter? He's engaged to Fong Wanwan soon. If you do better than him, people will say Fong Wanwan has good judgment. If you're worse and people talk behind your back, they'll say she's unlucky." After speaking, he sighed. His attitude was very discouraged. He even used this kind of tough love, and now he couldn't praise him anymore. If he doesn't succeed, forget it. Suddenly, Su Chung changed his mind. "I'll go, but if there's a chance to transfer to Pingching later, please keep an eye out for me." That's the spirit. Commander He got up, went to the cabinet, took a pack of cigarettes given by Fong Wanwan, opened it, took out a cigarette, and lit it. "We'll leave tomorrow." Su Chung didn't reply, just nodded. "Commander," he patted his shoulder. "I'll have someone help take care of those 2 kids. It won't take long, maybe about a month at most." Aunt Wu was frying pancakes while chatting with Fong Wanwan. She handed a slightly cooled pancake to Fong Wanwan to taste. In her previous life, Fong Wanwan rarely ate fried foods because they were considered unhealthy. But in this era, oil was precious, and using it to fry food was a sign of hospitality. Maybe she hadn't eaten it in a long time. She took a bite, crispy and delicious. "How is it? Tastes good, right?" Fong Wanwan nodded. "Very tasty. Aunt Wu's cooking skills are really good." "That's nothing special. Your family's Su Cheng's cooking is even better." Fong Wanwan was a bit curious. "You know about that too?" "Back when he first came to our house, he didn't say much, just worked. He cooked half a table of dishes all by himself. He was so efficient. He was less than 20 years old. I asked old he, whose young handsome boy is so capable." After saying that, he smiled again. "I was going to let him rest, but old he from our family said he didn't talk much and just sitting there made him uncomfortable. After he left, I heard old he talk about his previous situation, and I felt quite sorry for him." Hearing this, Fong Wanwan remembered what a fellow villager from Su Chung had said last time on the road, and she couldn't help feeling a bit sad. Aunt Wu looked at her face and smiled. "You are quite caring. But when you came the second time, you changed a lot. You became more calm and confident, able to sit in the hall and chat easily with old he. At that time, my niece from my family just came here. She liked him at first sight. I asked old he to talk to him, but he refused. My niece is not only pretty, but also works as a radio host in the provincial city. With such good qualities, he actually turned her down. I thought to myself, this guy has high standards. What kind of person will he choose in the future? Fang Wanwan only thought that Su Ching was really popular. If she hadn't been so proactive, she might have fallen into someone else's hands. Aunt Wu continued, I thought this guy would be a bachelor for life, but unexpectedly, he found someone. This is the third time I've seen him, and he's completely different now. After speaking, she sighed. Oh, he's really changed. He's only been here 3 times? Fang Wanwan felt that Commander, he took good care of him. Probably, because they often met. Aunt Wu smiled. Ever since my niece's matter last time, he hasn't come at all. He's married now. She finished and happily laughed. After frying the crispy cakes, she started cutting and reheating the marinated dishes. Fang Wanwan helped from the side. Once the dishes were ready, she carefully carried them to the living room and set them on the dining table. Commander He's daughter, He Ling, went to her grandmother's house today, so only the couple was left to entertain. The meal was quite hearty. During dinner, Commander He subtly started to influence Fang Wanwan's thoughts. Wanwan, I heard your father say your trip back was quite rushed? Fang Wanwan nodded. Yes. Finally gotta go back. Why not wait until after the new year to come back? Commander He asked knowingly. Su Ching frowned, paused with his chopsticks, and whispered, I'm worried about the 2 kids at home. Commander He smiled, I see. Fang Wanwan felt that Commander He was not a stranger, and there was no need to hide her situation anymore. My parents don't really like me. Staying here doesn't mean much. Commander He shook his head. If Su Ching can get promoted again, everyone will like you in the future. Fang Wanwan sensed something and quickly asked happily, Is Su Ching getting a promotion again? Commander He nodded, almost there. You need to encourage him often. Yes, I will. Fang Wanwan really felt happy for Su Ching. Su Ching looked at his silly wife, wanting to speak but hesitating. Just as he was about to say something, Commander He interrupted, So, you must support Su Cheng's trip to Pengcheng this time. Fang Wanwan finally snapped out of her surprise, feeling stunned.
Huh?
But Fang Wanwan was brave and said, I can't bear to leave him. His injuries haven't healed yet. Commander He looked a bit uncomfortable as he glanced at his wife, thinking, Are young girls this straightforward now? After a moment of silence, he said, It's only a month. You won't see him for a while. If you miss this chance, who knows when you'll get another opportunity like this? Fang Wanwan looked at Su Ching with some difficulty. Su Ching gave her a reassuring look. Reluctantly, she finally said, All right. That year was quite a year. After Fang Wanwan and Su Ching left, Aunt Wu started scolding you men. Is your brain only about making achievements? You're making the young girl feel uncomfortable. But Commander Wu wasn't focused on that. He smiled and said, That girl is really straightforward. Su Cheng's personality isn't like that, Aunt Wu said, understanding him better now. On the way back waiting for the bus, Fang Wanwan was a bit upset. I want to go pick up Sister Chinya. Wait until I leave, then you can pick her up, Su Ching said, holding her hand and putting it in his pocket. Fang Wanwan pouted and looked away. This man didn't keep his promises and was scheming with Commander Wu to trick her.
Wanwan.
Su Cheng's tone was a bit coaxing. All right, I've already agreed, Fang Wanwan responded impatiently. Finally, the bus arrived. The 2 got on, but no one spoke. At home, Fang Wanwan went into her room and started looking for something. Su Ching thought she was angry and was about to go comfort her, but he saw her neatly folding her scarf, gloves, and sweater, placing them in a bag. Then she took out 1,000 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Su Ching.
Take it.
Do whatever you want. Su Ching looked at the money in her hand and was stunned. I can get reimbursed. Fang Wanwan shoved the money into his pocket. I told you to take it, so just take it. Why are you fussing? Su Ching hugged her tightly, gently patting her head with reluctance. A month, it will pass quickly. After coming back, maybe he won't need to go on missions so often. Fang Wanwan buried her head in his arms, feeling his warm breath. She nodded and said yes. That night, Fang Wanwan let him do as he pleased. The next morning, as soon as Fang Wanwan woke up, she found no one beside her. She sat up, sniffed, and scolded, Su Chung, you ungrateful guy. You left without even saying goodbye. That's so rude. Su Jiyun was driving and complained, why did you get up so early? Can't you wait until after breakfast? Su Chung didn't say anything. He didn't have the courage to face his wife's sad expression. Su Jiyun couldn't understand what was on Su Cheng's mind. He kept murmuring, my mom cooked some wine for me today, but I haven't had a chance to eat it. Really? After a while, seeing that Su Cheng still didn't respond, Su Jiyun found it strange. Usually Su Cheng was just quiet, not mute. He looked at him again and saw that Su Cheng was perfectly still, as if he hadn't heard his complaints. Soon, Su Jiyun parked the car at a small stall. He then said, your expression doesn't look right. What's wrong?
Su Chen finally spoke.
He opened the car door and got out. Su Jiyun hurried to catch up and went ahead, ordering 2 bowls of noodles at the stall. He then sat across from Su Chung and stared at his face. Did you and your wife have a fight? No, I wouldn't argue with her, Su Chung replied, pretending to be annoyed. All right, I just woke you up early, right? Later, we'll go to the provincial city and leave the car with Chen Fu, so he can drive it back. Su Jiyun smiled and said, okay, I understand. If I get promoted this time, I'll apply to go back to Shanghai. Su Chen looked at him in surprise. You want to go back? My mom is getting old, Su Jiyun replied. All right, this time when I come back, I'll write an application for you, Su Cheng said.
And you? Me?
Su Cheng didn't like to talk about uncertain things in advance.
Suzy or not that?
I think my sister-in-law, who loves to stir things up and is capable, would be willing to stay here with you for life? Seeing that Su Cheng didn't answer, Su Jiyun added, she's also from Beijing. Su Cheng paused and replied, He naturally knew where she wanted to go. Meanwhile, after Su Cheng left, Feng Wanwan went straight to Feng Yuan's place and called Chunya over. Feng Yuan was reluctant, but Chunya had her reasons. Feng Wanwan thought of her, and she had considered her too. But on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, 3 men came to the house. A young man around 30 years old, thin build, square face, wearing new clothes, but it's obvious he is not connected to the other 2 elders. Feng Wanwan went out to buy vegetables at this moment. Only Chunya was left inside. When she learned that the 3 visitors came to see Su Cheng, she politely greeted them, moved chairs for them, and poured each of them a cup of hot tea.
Su Yanting looked Chen Yao very carefully.
Hearing that his grandson was already married, he guessed it was this young woman in front of him. She looked refined, spoke and behaved properly, much better than his son's taste. He kindly asked, how long have you been with Su Cheng? Chunya was momentarily stunned, then realized, you misunderstood. I am friends with Su's wife. Su Cheng isn't here now. I had nowhere to stay, so I came to look after her. Chunya also observed the elderly man in front of her. Though dressed very modestly, his natural authority made her cautious. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a black traditional Chinese suit. Li Yanting nodded and asked a few more questions. When he learned that Su Cheng was out on a mission, he felt a bit disappointed. Still, he had found where he lived and learned some basic information about him. Just then, Feng Wanwan returned with the groceries. Chunya quickly stepped forward to introduce Wanwan. This elder is here to see Su Cheng. Wanwan immediately recognized the old man who once bought antiques, Mr. Liu, and greeted him warmly. Mr. Liu, are you looking for Su Cheng? Could there be a problem with the antiques? Liu was so excited, he didn't know where to start. He nodded quickly and then moved behind Su Yanting, saying, this is my husband, Su Cheng's grandfather. What a coincidence. He had actually met young Master Su before and had let him go. Wanwan was a bit excited. She hurriedly put down her vegetable basket. Are you Su Cheng's biological grandfather? Li Yanting looked at her exaggerated expression and didn't like it. He also didn't like her overly attractive face. He disliked women who were pretty and enthusiastic. His son was taken away by such a woman, mysteriously sacrificed, and then selfishly sought revenge, hiding his grandson and remarrying in another city. Seeing Li Yanting's slightly darkened expression, Wanwan asked nervously, Grandpa, what's wrong? His presence was so strong that Wanwan felt a bit stunned. Su Wang, standing nearby, quickly said, "How can you speak to an elder like that? Apologize right now." Fong Wanwan was momentarily stunned and weakly asked, "Did I do something wrong?" No one answered. Li Yanting frowned and asked in a serious voice, "Did Achung go on a business trip? When will he return?" Seeing his attitude, Fong Wanwan no longer remained respectful. She stood straight and replied coldly, "He went to Pengcheng and will be back in a month." Then she turned and went into the kitchen, ignoring everyone else. Su Wang quickly followed her inside. "Can you be a little more sensible? You should know that as long as the old master makes a move, you won't have to worry about food or drink for the rest of your life."
Who are you?
"Do you think you have the right to lecture me?" Fong Wanwan showed no respect for him. "I am Su Cheng's older brother, Su Wang. You should be polite to me too. That lecture just now was for your own good," he said. "So you're Su Xiong's brother?" Fong Wanwan turned around, crossing her arms and looking at him.
Shu Wang nodded.
"Yes, I am Su Cheng's brother. So be honest and go apologize for your attitude earlier." Fong Wanwan rolled her eyes and slowly spat out a word, "Get lost." Chinya also noticed that the old man had a bias against Fong Wanwan from the first glance. She smiled and said, "Sir, since Captain Su isn't here and you don't recognize her as your granddaughter-in-law, you should go back now. It wouldn't be good if it disturbed the two children at home." The two children Su Yanting had heard about. He glanced at Lu Xi behind him. Lu Xi quickly opened the black suitcase in his hand, took out a thick stack of money, and placed it in front of Chinya. "Let her take good care of the children."
Chinya didn't take it.
"You should discuss this with her personally." She turned and went into the kitchen, whispering a few words into Fong Wanwan's ear. Fong Wanwan then came out. Su Wang also came out. When he heard Li Yanting say that all that money was for taking care of the children, he felt regretful. If only those two children were with them, they would be like walking money trees. Fortunately, Fong Wanwan was not naive. She coldly said, "I can raise the children. If you want to give something, do it yourself and hand it over to Su Chung." Uncle Lu, though fond of Fong Wanwan, couldn't help but quietly question her attitude toward the old Mr. Su.
What kind of attitude is that?
Fong Wanwan smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, you've seen me before. I treat others the way they treat me. Su Chung never told me he had a grandfather. If he truly recognizes Mr. Su, I will naturally show respect for his sake. Apart from that, I treat everyone equally." This was the first time Su Yanting had seen someone so bold in front of him. Even Yang Manhwa from the past only dared to play tricks behind his back and never dared to challenge him openly. "Okay." Su Yanting nodded, raised his hand, and signaled Lu Xi to put away the money. Su Wang's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of such a thick stack of bills. Was this woman crazy? No wonder his mother and third brother called her a spendthrift. She truly was a reckless spender. Fong Wanwan also felt Su Wang's gaze and smiled, saying, "Mr. Su, I mean well to remind you. When dealing with this family, you should find out about their character. Ask around locally about how they treated Su Ching back then, so you don't get fooled." Hearing this, Su Wang's face turned pale. He looked at Su Yanting and felt very uncomfortable. He quickly explained, "Don't listen to this woman's nonsense. She only fought with us because she wanted to take over Su Cheng's wages." Su Yanting's gaze fell on Fong Wanwan. She didn't argue much, but said, "It's up to you what you think. I just remind you, for Su Cheng's sake. If there's nothing else, you can go now." Su Yanting didn't respond but stood up and said, "I want to see those two children." Fong Wanwan didn't refuse. She stepped forward and opened the door. The two children, seeing a stranger, shyly hid behind Fong Wanwan. Especially Finfin, who hugged Fong Wanwan's leg tightly. Fong Wanwan gently picked up Finfin and softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. This is Grandpa's grandson." Su Yanting was momentarily stunned but knew how to speak. Although he wasn't their biological grandson, their father had saved his grandson's life, so he was their great-grandson. The children's instinctive reactions couldn't be fooled. It seemed that a Cheng's wife treated the children well. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Did you have a good life in the countryside before?" Hanghai didn't speak, and Finfin shook her head. Not good at all. Only Auntie's place is the best. Mom's second because she not only combs my hair but also tells me stories. Su Yanting understood and said to Fong Wanwan, "Thank you for your hard work." Fong Wanwan was a bit surprised. He was quite an old man, yet he knew how to be polite. Since his attitude had changed, she naturally gave him a polite response. "It's not hard. I like them very much." While saying this, Hanghai couldn't help but glance at Fong Wanwan. Su Yanting didn't say anything and turned to leave with Lao Lu. Su Wang followed behind, constantly praising Su Chung and talking about his past experiences. Su Yanting was not foolish. He said to Lu Xi, "Give him 100 yuan and let him go back." 100 yuan? Su Wang thought he had heard wrong.
No.
"Mr. Su, we've raised Su Chung for so many years. 100 yuan is not enough, right?" Lu Xi withdrew the 100 yuan. "Then let's wait until young Master Ching comes back to see his decision. What do you think?" Su Wang was stunned. Su Chung is very decisive in his words and actions. Though he looks gentle, his rules are strict like iron laws. As I said before, without any leverage, it's impossible to make him change. He truly regrets sending these two children back. In the past, they were the best leverage he had over him. Seeing his pained and conflicted expression, Lu Xi said again, "This isn't young Master Cheng's maintenance fee, but your running fee. 100 is not cheap, don't you think?" Su Wang thought for a moment. If he hesitated further, he might not get the 100. So he nodded. Lu Xi handed him the 100 yuan. "Let's go." After Su Wang left, Lu Xi took Su Yanting back to the guest house. Meanwhile, after Su Yanting left, Fong Wanwan's mood remained unsettled. Although they had just met, she was deeply shocked by Su Cheng's grandfather. She also remembered Mr. Lu's generous display when buying antiques, even more extravagant than Lu Jinming. It turned out Su Chung was a wealthy third-generation heir. Fortunately, she had also been a second-generation rich girl before. In her eyes, second- and third-generation wealthy families are not something to be overly impressed by. Her goal now is to become a first-generation rich. Fong Wanwan planned to go to the county town after the 5th day of the Lunar New Year to have Lu Yongqiang bring the sewing machines to the village. She also needed to visit Shangyang village to find Lu Xiaohong and Yang Shiqin and recruit a few more people. It would be best if they already knew how to sew. Thinking about this, Fong Wanwan went directly to Shangyang village. When Yang Shiqin heard that Fong Wanwan bought 10 sewing machines, she was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. Lu Xiaohong was even more excited, stumbling over her words. "Wanwan, do you want me to go recruit people?" Fong Wanwan nodded. "Yes, and it needs to be quick. Sister Yang is responsible for production. If there are skilled workers, it's best to hire skilled workers. Those who aren't can have a month of training, but they won't be paid during the training period." Lu Xiaohong quickly assured her. After giving instructions on recruiting, Fong Wanwan went to the county town the next day, asking Lu Yongqiang to find someone to deliver the sewing machines and fabrics to Shangyang village. She also asked Lu Chunmei to find 2 skilled tailors. These 2 tailors would be used for teaching initially, with a monthly salary of 50 yuan. A 50 yuan salary is quite good, and as soon as the news spread, people came to the door. On Lu Xiaohong's side, within half a day, the place was full. Feng Yuan's sister also arrived, and since Lu Xiaohong was renting Feng Yuan's house, she decided to take her in. Among the 10 people who came, only 3 knew how to operate a sewing machine, and their skills were not very good. It was said that Fong Wanwan had specially hired 2 experienced teachers to train them, which made everyone very happy. The 2 teachers saw so many people and knew they couldn't teach everyone in a month. Fong Wanwan showed them a diagram and explained that they wouldn't teach the entire garment at once, but rather each person would learn one part of the clothing. The rest could be figured out gradually. Those who already knew some skills could make sample pieces first. She also displayed her already drawn process chart on a board, with each machine station corresponding to a step, and the last step was inspection. They focused on making sleeves, with those responsible for cutting handling the fabric. After 4 or 5 days of effort, the first sample garment was finally finished. In the following days, Fang Wanwan left early and returned late, mainly staying in Shangyang village to teach young Shiqin how to check and supervise the work. She also supplied scissors and threads of various colors needed for production. Each member was given a covered water cup. Once everything was arranged, Fang Wanwan only needed to check the production results daily. Meanwhile, the custom order was almost completed, and they needed to deliver the goods to the provincial capital. Fang Wanwan planned to have Chinya handle this task later. Just as things were starting smoothly, Chinya told Fang Wanwan that someone had written an anonymous letter accusing Feng Yuan of misconduct, asking him to write a self-criticism. Chinya felt very guilty about this. Fang Wanwan thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you ask Feng Yuan to write a self-criticism letter first? I'll go find someone." Chinya gave a bitter smile.
He's stubborn.
He didn't write a self-criticism. He just submitted a resignation letter. Fang Wanwan didn't know what to say. Then, she remembered something else. "Do you want to make handmade soap?" "It's definitely not possible here." To avoid suspicion, Chinya considered. "I want to go to the county town, but I don't have an ID card. Whether staying at a guest house or renting a place, it will be difficult." Fang Wanwan said, "When my husband gets promoted and comes back, I'll ask him to help you find a way." "Thanks. I'll go talk to Feng Yuan and try to persuade him." After all, in this era, his current status is a rare form of security for both of us, Chinya said, then went to find Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan didn't go to work today. Aunt Feng sat in the backyard, sighing sadly. If he didn't join the army and return to the village, he would have nowhere to live, and people would gossip about him. When she saw Chinya come, Aunt Feng looked troubled. "Xiaoya, please talk to Xiao Yuan again." Chinya pushed open Feng Yuan's door and saw him sitting at his desk, writing something. His handsome figure sat straight, and sunlight from the window fell on his face, paper and pen. It looked like a peaceful, beautiful scene. "Xiao Yuan," Chinya softly called. Feng Yuan stopped writing and quickly turned around. He put down his pen and stood up. "You're here."
Chinya nodded at him.
He had a young, handsome face with no sign of worry. His eyes held a smile, full of youthful energy and a strong spirit that suited his age. It was both touching and a little sad. Seeing she didn't speak, Feng Yuan asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Can you write a letter of apology? I want to move to the city. After a couple of years, when things settle down, we can." Hearing this, Feng Yuan's smile disappeared. He stepped forward and held her hand. "I don't want to. If I don't join the army, I have hands and feet. I can do other things. I want to start a business so you and my mom can live better." Feng Yuan had worked with Chinya before, and he was clever and willing to work hard. "But it's such a pity to leave like this," Chinya advised.
"No regret."
"Every choice has its loss. As long as you're with me, nothing else matters," Feng Yuan said. He didn't want to be separated from Chinya because of a letter of apology. Meeting secretly was risky, and he didn't want that. "My bonus and salary for the new year are all in. I still have half a month's salary after quitting. Let's rent a house in the city. I'm worried my mom can't handle going back to the countryside." Feng Yuan explained his plan again to reassure Chinya. It was clear he had thought this through and planned carefully, not acting on impulse.
Chinya smiled.
"Okay, let's go together." He had thought so much about their future. If she didn't support him now, he would feel guilty for his enthusiasm. Feng Yuan was so happy, he picked her up and kissed her on the face. Chinya shyly pushed him away. Mom is still outside. Although she came in to persuade him, she ended up supporting him. It would be awkward to tell Aunt Feng later. Feng Yuan saw her thoughts. "You stay here, I'll talk to Mom." He put Chinya down, opened the door, and ran to the backyard, pouring out his plans to Aunt Feng all at once. "What? You want to start a business? And move to the county to rent a house?" Aunt Feng really couldn't understand her son. But her son was stubborn and persistent. No matter how she tried to persuade him, it was useless. She couldn't help much, only worried. How much will it cost to rent a house in the county? She had been poor all her life. The family only improved a little during the years when her son was doing business with Lu Dongxia, so she was somewhat resistant to spending money on rent. Feng Yuan smiled and said, "Mom, I've checked about the houses in the county. Renting a slightly cheaper place costs less than our current rental. This month, my bonus and salary add up to over 100, so it's enough. Also, my sister is now working with Lu Jia and others at my boss's wife's place. I heard that once she gets skilled, she can earn 40 or 50 yuan a month. You won't need to worry about her future income. Aunt Feng was initially worried and upset, but upon hearing this, she was so surprised she couldn't speak. You mean Xiao Hua can earn that much just working in our village? Feng Yuan nodded. Yes, that's why doing business is profitable. I will make sure you and Chinya live a good life in the future. Hearing her son say this, Aunt Feng's mood improved immediately. When she returned, she told Chinya my mom agreed. As soon as the resignation is approved, we can move out. Tomorrow, I'll go to the county to find a house. I'll go with you. Wait until I find the place first, then you can go, Feng Yuan said with a smile. Seeing that everything was settled, Chinya didn't want to stay longer. Afraid of gossip, she left early. On the way back to the military district, she overheard some people behind her pointing and whispering. Is this the girl? She's too unruly. I heard Feng Yuan was doing pretty well here, and he's young. Why is he so reckless? They haven't even registered their marriage, and during the new year, she's been staying at his place every day. That's a family house, and they're not even officially a family yet. Chunya remained calm and didn't want to argue unnecessarily. She lifted her head and headed toward Feng Wanwan's house. When she reached Feng Wanwan's door, she saw an old woman sitting outside, loudly scolding. Upon closer look, she realized the scolding was directed at Feng Wanwan. A woman who's not obedient at home, causing all this trouble, breaking up families and making everyone unhappy. Mrs. Chen shouted loudly, while several neighbors watched nearby. Among them was Chen Xiuzhen, who was holding a bowl, smiling and watching the scene with interest. Chunya was worried that Feng Wanwan might suffer, so she quickly pushed through the crowd and ran into the house. She saw Feng Wanwan calmly sitting at her desk, drawing. Wanwan, did that old lady just scold you? Chunya asked. Feng Wanwan looked helpless. Isn't that so? Are the neighborhood relationships here so difficult? Chunya asked. Feng Wanwan nodded. A bit, but I'm not afraid of them. Seeing her expression, Chunya relaxed her mood. That's good. With your husband's status here, even if they hate you and are jealous, they wouldn't dare do anything to you. It's just a bit annoying. What's up with that old lady? She started arguing with you as soon as she got back. Feng Wanwan was also tired of being called out, so she rubbed her forehead and explained the whole story. Chunya admired her, saying, You're amazing. You even mind other people's business. When I was at Lu Dongxia's house, trying to protect myself from being bullied, I used all my strength and had no energy left to care about others. Feng Wanwan smiled. When I first arrived, Sister Yang helped me. Others either just watched and laughed or made sarcastic remarks. I really couldn't stand how Sister Yang suffered. That old lady is just angry and powerless. After speaking, she got up and told Finfin and hanging not to go out if anything happened. Then she walked to the door. People watching the scene saw Feng Wanwan come out and immediately cheered up, making way for her. Since her husband was not home now, they all hoped to see her embarrassed or upset. I heard that after the new year, she bought a refrigerator, the first in the entire military district, and was so showy about it. Of course, people would be jealous. Feng Wanwan crossed her arms and calmly looked at Old Lady Lu without saying a word. Until Old Lady Lu stopped, Feng Wanwan finally spoke. Keep scolding. Keep going. Are you out of breath already? Everyone's listening, you know?